Chapter 809. Dang, 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 dang. Strong piano accents came from the television. As the piano song progressed, the sonorous melody became more and more solemn. It was as if black clouds had covered the sky of the city, and snowflakes were about to be painted the color of lead by the smoke. An extremely deep sense of crisis arose spontaneously. In this oppressive atmosphere, a low and solemn voiceover with a strong sense of compassion sounded. This is the last few years of the 36 constitutional calendar. The cruel imperial family has once again launched the extremely inhumane plan of forcibly crossing the space channel. The fierce space turbulence and the torsional data monitoring that they could not control made crossing the space channel an almost suicidal action. Usually, only 1 out of 100 spaceships could successfully cross the space channel, and the rest would all become tragic victims. However, this time, the cruelty of the imperial family was inflicted on themselves. Those spaceships that risked their lives to enter the space channel were all their own descendants. Finally, a spaceship was lucky enough to pass through the Gary corridor. Like a thief, it avoided the glory of the charter and quietly escaped into the Bermuda Triangle Star region. This spaceship was mainly responsible for the mission of transporting a baby. When this baby was imported into the Federation by the Bermuda Human Trafficking Organization, his luck became the beginning of the misfortune of countless Federation families. The kind Federation man who adopted the baby was surnamed Mai. He gave the baby the name Macklin. This documentary, produced by the Federal Military's Venus Documentary Studio, was called Seed of the Empire. It was directed by the famous director Bai Ziming. Today, it officially began broadcasting on the Federation's news channel. Along with the worrisome voiceover description, the television screen showed a scene of the innocent baby playing in a private house in the Federation, including the beginning when the Imperial spaceship forcibly broke through the space channel. These scenes were all done by the director's imagination. However, this did not affect the effect of the documentary. With just the beginning, it successfully captured the attention of all the Federation citizens. After years of silence, the government of the Federation began to decrypt the Empire's seed plan and told the people of the Federation about the Macklin incident. Although there were vague rumors about it in society, most ordinary people were still shocked speechless by the story described in the documentary. The old, white-haired senator, who had been almost forgotten by many people, was no longer a kind-hearted pacifist who had devoted his life to the reconciliation of the Federation, but an evil executor of the terrible scheme of the Imperium. According to the description of the documentary, with the joint efforts of the former president, President Pabre, the Bureau of Proclamation, and the glorious Federal Army, the Federation government wisely saw through Medellin's sinister intentions before he attempted to bring the important data of the space passage back to the Empire. They killed him in the building of the Four States Peace Foundation, which was surrounded by mountains and mountains. At the same time, because there were still many seeds of the Imperium lurking inside the Federation, in order to avoid alarming them and the evil Imperium, the government carried out a strict intelligence blockade and did not inform the people of the Federation of this information. Until recently, when the Federation confirmed that the purge was completely successful, the operation was officially decrypted. In this documentary, of course, there were no images or words mentioning the death of a seed of the Imperium, Colonel Su Lu and another man named Shi Qinghai. On the terrace of the back mountain of Macho facing the lake, one could clearly see the reflection on the surface of the lake. On the opposite hillside, layers of green and yellow trees formed a beautiful picture that did not seem to belong to the human world. Secretary Shen stood behind the high-back chair and said softly, "Mr. Li Yuangong just called." He did not understand why the government chose this time to publicize this matter, and wanted to ask what you think. That old man who likes to wear funny round hats is not an uncultured burlesque actor. It seems that pretending to be an old fool has become a habit. Lady Tai put the delicate silver spoon into the Guna porcelain plate, looked at the lake and mountains, and said calmly, "The government needs to create momentum. They need an explosive news to attract the attention of the people and make them forget about the ancient clock ship incident. As for the Parliament Hill, and the continuous assassinations, they need to be completely forgotten. Of course, with Pabre's real personality hidden in his body, now that he has been reelected, he must be very willing to tear off Macklin's last coat and kick that dead man to the ground and then step on him. No matter how you look at it, Macklin is the most troublesome opponent he has ever encountered since he started his political career. The documentary did not mention Colonel Sulu, if he is really the seed of the Imperium. Shinli asked with an extremely humble attitude. Since you want to manipulate the people's psychology, why not throw Sulu out as a target? It takes a process for the ordinary people to accept things. Otherwise, it is easy to have doubts or even reactions. Once they completely accept the fact that Macklin is from the Imperium, it will be much easier for them to accept it when they find out that the hero of the Federation is also from the Imperium. Pabre, or other people who can influence or control the public opinion, are actually doing the same thing. Feeding the people with delicious and non-dangerous information, just like the farm owner in Bermuda, cleverly and coldly controlling the amount of food he feeds. He wants to let the chickens eat enough to avoid making a fuss, but at the same time, he can't let them die of overeating. Of course, the most important thing is that he can't let those chickens find out that their fate is to be eaten by others. Lady Tai sneered slightly, put down the coffee cup in her hand, and said, "In my opinion, George Carlin has never really understood these problems. If the amount of information is too complicated, the ordinary people will not have the ability to distinguish what they need at all. They can only eat passively until they are fed, until they become idiots in the end." Shunli stood silently behind his wife, recalling the similar arguments that had appeared in books before. He just felt that it was a bit strange for these words to come out of his wife's mouth. After a moment of silence, he said, "Now it seems that all the problems are focused on one point, whether Colonel Sulu is the seed of the Imperium or not." Lady Tai did not answer this question. She silently looked at the lake under the mountain in late autumn. The autumn feeling in the yellow forest in the lake reminded her of many things from many years ago. She said lightly, "What did old Tai say?" Old Director Tai said on the phone that he enjoyed his retirement life very much. He was very happy playing golf every day. He did not give his opinion on the Sula matter, but in the end, he said, "An era is over." Shunli paused, looked at his wife's back, and said in a low voice, "Let him be. He is the only distant relative of the Tai family. It is good for him to rest more when he is old." But back then, he was always unwilling to have more sons, and instead adopted a bunch of daughters. I really don't know what he was thinking. Lady Tai certainly knew why the former director of the Bureau of Proclamation was unwilling to adopt a son from young to old. But she, who had always been grateful, did not want to point it out. As for the end of an era that old Director Tai mentioned, of course, he was not referring to Sulu. That era referred to the past of the Federation formed by the former president who truly cherished the Federation but eventually died of illness in office. The god of war Li Pifu, Lady Tai, and her husband, the former director, and perhaps the man who was wandering among the stars. Following the strong rise of Pabre's government, the death of Zhong Su, and the impending death of Su, a brand new era, one that no one could see the future clearly, and one that no one knew whether it was a good or bad era, had opened its curtains. Madame Tai stood up and left the balcony. Her back view still looked young, but it was unknown whether in this new era, she and the rulers of the big families still had the qualifications to stand behind the stage and enjoy the performances under the spotlight, or just coldly watch from the sidelines that in the late autumn, a closed-door secret hearing was being held on Parliament Hill. Other than the hundreds of members of the management committee, even their closest subordinates were forced to leave. This secret hearing had nothing to do with the documentary, and had nothing to do with Macklin, who had already been thrown into the abyss. It was only related to a colonel of the Federation named Sulu. Parliament Hill had just started, but it was already in an extremely intense debate, or rather quarrel. A few male members of the parliament directly launched vicious personal attacks on the National Security Advisor, who had just finished reading the government report on the stage. Colonel Sulu is a hero established by the Federation government, and a trusted aide strongly protected by your president. At this time, You actually want us to believe that he is actually a citizen of the Empire. Do you think that we are crazy, or are you crazy yourself? The people don't know who killed Macklin, but you don't know? Have you forgotten who killed the Butcher County King of the Empire? Mr. National Security Advisor, I really want to know if your shiny head is filled with artificial egg white. Sitting at the highest point of the stage, Mr. Zion, the vice chairman, was clearly unable to control the situation that was currently out of control, and it seemed that he had no intention of controlling the situation. The old chairman stroked the white hair on his forehead, thinking about the situation that had taken a turn for the worse in recent days. He knew that his hopes of Sue Lu blowing up the storm and becoming the vice president, or even the president of the Federation, had been completely shattered. Thinking that his days were numbered, it was already difficult for him not to show disappointment on his face. How could he have the mood to care about anything else? The members who were angrily criticizing the government, the president, and mocking the National Security Advisor did not admire Colonel Sulu, and were even incomparably disgusted or fearful. Today, there were several empty seats on Parliament Hill, reminding the people from time to time that the owners of these seats had died under the guns of Su Lu and his companions. However, as Li Feng said to Du Shaoqing, no one in the Federation believed that Su Lu was a citizen of the Empire, and neither did the members of the Parliament. The shocking demonstration not long ago had directly caused Pabre's government to become more powerful. Parliament Hill, which had been forced to remain silent for too long, did not hesitate to seize the government's extremely stupid mistake and launch a counterattack. Pay attention to your demeanor. At the same time, improve your logical judgment. At this moment, the situation represented that the government and a considerable number of members of the parliament were about to shed all pretense of cordiality. The National Security Advisor no longer cared about anything and slammed the seat in front of him with a livid face, reprimanding loudly. Why can't a hero of the Federation be a spy of the Empire? Macklin was a member of the Federation elected by the people, so he is a citizen of the Empire. The noise on Parliament Hill gradually weakened. Some of the members began to seriously consider a certain possibility, regretting that they had reacted too quickly and acted too exaggeratedly. Chapter 810. Councillor Evo was the daughter of a miner from the Eastwood district. She had no background and was known for her isolation in Parliament Hill. Last year, during the hearing on the Federation's arrest of Sulu, it was she who first questioned Councillor Paulson, who had died in the hospital building. Colonel Sulu is the same as President Pabre. He is the pride of the Eastwood district. Now you're saying that the boy from Eastwood is from the Empire. I cannot accept it emotionally. Councillor Evo looked at the National Security Advisor in front of her and said, I want evidence. I want impeccable evidence. Otherwise, I will fight you to the end. The National Security Advisor looked at her and answered after a moment of silence. He knew that this female counselor was a staunch supporter of the president in Parliament, so he answered with a very polite tone. The Bureau of Proclamation is arranging for the second confirmation of the evidence. If the counselors are willing, the government welcomes you to supervise the whole process. What the president means is that since we want to accuse a hero of the Federation, the relevant evidence must be believed by everyone, including Su Lu himself. One day in late autumn, countless dark-colored cars drove slowly into the Bureau of Proclamation along the straight dead-end road in the suburbs. These cars included councillors from Parliament Hill, civilian representatives who had signed temporary confidentiality agreements, senior reporters from various authoritative and serious media outlets, as well as senior officials from the government and many important generals from the military. President Pabre was there in person, and the 7 families had sent their most trustworthy representatives. The Bureau of Proclamation had the highest level of security among all the organizations in the Federation. It was even higher than the president's official residence. It was usually heavily guarded, and today the atmosphere was even more oppressive and tense. Most of the leading figures of the Federation were gathered here. If the Empire had the ability to cause a big explosion at this time, it was not an exaggeration to say that the Federation would definitely be in chaos. This was a very old-fashioned way of describing it, but it was very suitable for today's situation. Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood stood below the Bureau of Proclamation building, looking at the box-like building that was too regular in shape. As members of the news industry, this was the first time they had the opportunity to enter the mysterious Bureau of Proclamation. They should have been excited to record everything they saw, but at this moment, their emotions were extremely complicated and heavy. After most of the people were invited into the building of the Constitutional Bureau, several bulletproof military vehicles drove over at high speed. Under the protection of several armed military police officers, Zhou Yu and Shang Qiu jumped out of the military vehicles with handcuffs on. From the outside, the two women didn't suffer much from the government's secret investigation. After all, one of them was the daughter of the former Minister of Defense, and she had been invited by that lady again in recent months to have tea together. The other was one of the best genius engineers in the Federation, the chief technical director of the giant corporation Nutshell Mobility. No matter which investigation department it was, they had to be polite to them. The government specifically asked them to come and watch the comparison of biological markers, which vaguely revealed some kind of message. It seemed that the president or General Li Jiedu hoped that they would wake up after seeing the real face of Su Lu and not fall deeper and deeper into the wrong path. This was a very old-fashioned way of saying, but it was very appropriate to describe the government's attitude toward the two women who were still very valuable. Su Lu was a war hero of the Federation and an idol in the hearts of the people. Suddenly, he was accused of being a spy of the Empire. For such a major incident, there must be enough strong evidence. Therefore, President Pabre did not hesitate to agree to the second comparison of biological markers. He intended to use this incident as an opportunity to quickly stabilize the unstable political situation due to the recent series of incidents. He intended to integrate the power of the Federation and let the word unity enter the hearts of the people again. The last vehicles to arrive at the Bureau of Proclamation were a dark green military vehicle and a black vehicle without any markings. The vehicles stopped under the stone steps. General Li Jiedu walked out of the military vehicle and looked at the black vehicle in front of him calmly and gently. The door of the black vehicle slowly opened. A pale and thin young man walked out, holding a small metal box tightly in his hands. The white-haired butler Jean looked at him worriedly and said, "Young master, why don't I take it?" Tai Ziyuan shook his head and carried the small metal box to the Bureau of Proclamation. The box was not heavy, but he held it very tightly with his hands wearing anti-slip white gloves. This was because there was a bottle of blood in the box that he had personally gone to the military prison of Qingsheng and drawn from that guy. This bottle of blood could not determine whether Su Lu lived or died, but it could affect the political situation of the entire Federation. However, for Tai Ziyuan, the importance of this bottle of blood was that it could prove something that was more important than life and death in the eyes of some people. The internal protection of the metal box was extremely sophisticated and advanced. Even if it fell from dozens of meters to the ground, the things inside would not be damaged. However, this box was too important to Su Lu. It involved too many things. He only trusted Tai Ziyuan, and Tai Ziyuan only trusted that it would not be replaced by someone else. Until now, although no one believed that the Federal Central Computer could be wrong, people like Macho and the Back Mountain, who had used the internal staff of the Bureau of Proclamation more than once, still believe that the last biological marker comparison was most likely done by the Bureau of Proclamation under the orders of the government. For the opposite reason, Li Jiedu personally went to the military prison of Qingsheng and supervised the entire process of Tai Ziyuan drawing Su Li's blood. As for Macklin's biological marker, it had always been stored in the core backup of the Federal Central Computer. Macho and the Iron Mathematician had also secretly stored a copy after the Macklin case broke out. No one could fake it. The people walked into the Bureau of Proclamation building. After a long time, the people walked out of the Bureau of Proclamation building. At this moment, a cold autumn rain fell without warning. The people of high status had their own escorts holding up umbrellas. In an instant, black flowers bloomed in the square in front of the building, covering the people's faces. The true emotions on their faces could not be seen clearly. The wide and straight road leading from the Bureau of Proclamation to the outside world was once again occupied by all kinds of dark-colored vehicles. Most of the vehicles were black. The cold autumn rain pitter-pattered on the vehicles, and the tires rolled up a thick layer of mist as they whizzed away. It was as if they had just attended a sad funeral. When the funeral was over, the people left in a hurry, not wanting to be tainted with any bad luck. Tai Zuan, who was the last to arrive, was still the last to walk out of the Bureau of Proclamation building. His thin and pale cheeks were stained with an unhealthy red. The two hands that were not carrying the small metal box waved irritably. He refused the umbrella that Butler Jean extended over his head and walked down the stone steps. He walked into the rain, letting the cold autumn rain soak his body from top to bottom. In addition to the important people in the Bureau of Proclamation building, in the distant end of the vast universe, on the Mo planet at the center of the battlefield, some people almost simultaneously knew the result. According to President Pabre's personal order, the Bureau of Proclamation specially set up a multi-encrypted information channel to synchronize the image of the biological marker comparison to the Mo planet. In a certain office in the Federation base, all the high-ranking officers of the new 17th Division, including Commander Qinghai and all the members of the first 7 teams, collectively watched this scene. The Federation government had no choice but to do this. After the battle between the Iron 7th Division and the Little White Flower MXD in the wilderness, their accusation that Su Lu was a spy for the Empire spread uncontrollably within the army, even to the front lines of the Empire. The soldiers respected heroes like Su Lu who did not fear death the most. Even the Iron 7th Division could not bear to do it in the end, let alone the other soldiers. Of course, under the strict discipline of the Federation Army, the morale of the various troops was shaken, but it was not too big of a problem. Only the reaction of the new 17th Division was particularly strong. From Commander He Lei to Hua Xiaoxi, from Lin Ai to the ordinary soldiers, not to mention people like Xiong Linquan and Gu Shifeng, they firmly believed that this was the most shameless and dark persecution of the Federation government. They even began to pick up their guns, preparing to forcibly board the warship and kill their way back to the capital ring to save people. In such a terrifying situation, the Federation government had to use ironclad evidence to intimidate these fearless soldiers at the first possible moment. The room full of people was deathly silent. Only the sound of countless rapid breathing could be heard. In order to see the snowflakes caused by the long-distance signal transmission, Commander He Lei's eyes were already a little bloodshot. However, in the end, they only turned into despair. He breathed heavily, tore open the collar of his military uniform, and wanted to pick up the cup to drink water, only to find that the water in the cup had long been emptied. Commander Yu Qinghai had always maintained his silence regarding the incomparably intense reaction of the soldiers in the past few days, to the point of preparing to kill their way back to the capital ring. As a veteran of the generation of military godly Pifu, he always insisted that what the army needed were not ice-cold killing machines, but great men full of hot-blooded vitality and injustice. Moreover, he was the same as his subordinates. He believed that the accusation of spying for the Empire was definitely another disgusting plot by the Federation politicians, but the truth was not so. All right, everything is over. Return to your respective combat positions and prepare to fight against the Empire's people. Of course, you have to mentally prepare yourself for the military trial. Commander, you said in a low voice. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have deepened a bit. Don't be a sissy. Xiong Linquan stood up with a gloomy expression. He stared at Gu Shifeng, who was tugging at her hair in frustration, and roared, "In any case, I don't believe it." He looked at his comrades in the room and waved his arms angrily. Boss has led us to fight so many battles. When has he not charged at the very front? Who has he killed less Empire people than? He is our boss. Your instructor. How could someone like him be from the fucking Empire? Xiong Linquan angrily slammed the door and walked out. A moment later, a howl of venting came from outside the door, followed by the sound of countless bullets tearing through the sky. Chapter 811. This incident that was destined to shake the entire Federation was forcefully determined in the direction of development in the Bureau of Proclamation. The pale and skinny prince walked in the cold rain with an indifferent expression. No one knew that an equally pale and skinny guy was sent to a military psychiatric hospital in the Southern Hemisphere because of another incident that was destined to shake the entire universe but was forcibly buried in data fragments. His pale eyes were bloodshot, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken. At this moment, Biderman looked like a street trash who had overdosed on drugs. Because of the hysterical experience in the Bureau of Proclamation, he had a lot of suspicious little actions. For example, his lips would tremble at a high speed from time to time, and he would often open his 10 skinny fingers and move them from top to bottom in front of him, mimicking a waterfall falling down. "I'm not crazy." Biderman curled up in the chair weakly. Looking at the doctor in front of him, his eyes were full of pride and sadness. The charter computer came back to life. I saw it with my own eyes, but then I saw with my own eyes she was killed. From the beginning to the end, this genius with a terrifying sense of the mechanical language insisted on calling the intelligent old thing her. Now, when he talked about the death of the great mechanical wisdom, he couldn't help but show a sorrowful expression on his face. The doctor listened calmly with a smile and simply took down the medical record. After walking out of the ward, the doctor whispered a few words to the strong male nurse. Then he smiled at the young lieutenant colonel in front of him and said, "This is a military hospital. Since you've handed him over to me, you can rest assured." The officer said seriously, "The person inside has made a great contribution to the Federation, but he knows too many things. You must take good care of him." "Understood. I'll let him enjoy his old age here." The doctor smiled and replied, "I'll inform you immediately if there are any problems." The officer raised his right hand and saluted. He thanked the doctor for his hard work and left the psychiatric hospital that was far away from the bustling world and filled with the smell of drugs that even he wanted to escape. The doctor looked at the back of the officer and smiled gently. Then he looked into the ward through the observation window on the door. On the other side of the thin glass, Biderman, who was put on a restraining gown by the strong male nurse, was screaming in horror. "I know. There's chlorpromazine in the syringe. Don't give me that. I don't want it. I beg you, don't give me this. I don't want to become an idiot." Because of fear, Biderman's weak body struggled on the bed. He looked like a pitiful fish that had been thrown into the desert. He begged, "I know I was wrong. I'm not mentally ill. I don't know anything. That guy has never been alive. Please let me go." The doctor looked at this scene through the glass. He watched as the sharp needle slowly pierced into the man's pale skin. Hearing the shrill screams coming from behind the door, the smile on his face became even gentler. I in the deepest part of Qingqing military prison. The special forces directly under Small Eye's unit surrounded and monitored the cell with the strictest security measures. They were always on guard against the two people inside breaking out of the prison. Although the Qingchang military prison was filled with the most heinous and bloody criminals of the Federation, and the security measures should be flawless, every time they thought of the rumors about the two people in the prison cell, everyone from the warden to the elites of the Federation who had been trained in the Philadelphia Training Center could hardly control the nervousness in their hearts. Yes, there were two terrifying people in the same cell. After Su Lu was seriously injured and arrested by the Iron 7th Division, Mad Manly directly crushed the precision lock of the special alloy handcuffs with his strong finger strength. The two people's bodies were always connected by the handcuffs. Without the key, it was naturally impossible to open them, and he would not allow anyone to try to open them. They ate, received treatment, bathed, went to the toilet, and slept. They were together all the time. Mad Manly stayed by Su Li's side every second. His vigilant and ruthless eyes scanned the surroundings because he believed that the Federation government, who dared to design such a shameless plot, would definitely do everything possible to secretly kill Su Lu. Mad Manly had the bad temper of a standard soldier. He absolutely could not tolerate such a thing happening, and he could not let the only sister-in-law in the world who truly loved him become a widow before she was married. During these days in Qingcheng prison, Mad Manly stayed by Su Li's side. He stayed in this dark cell like he was guarding the position of the army, not giving an inch of ground. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs, but in the end it was eaten. Uncle Jean was killed by them just like that. I want to see if that old bastard will kill his only son. Li Feng sat on the bed with a cigarette in his mouth. He stared coldly at the Special Forces soldiers with serious expressions outside the cell. He thought of his father who had just left the prison, and his voice was extremely cold. The anger and frustration hidden in the young colonel's terrifyingly burly body was clearly captured by Su Lu. He knew very well why. Madman Li, who had left home at a young age and spent his entire adolescence in the front line of the West Woods, had always regarded the tiger as his closest elder and even a father figure. However, the mastermind behind the explosion of the ancient bell, the real murderer who killed Commander Zhong, was his biological father. What could he do? Yuan, that bastard, he actually took so much of my blood just now. He didn't even think about the fact that I haven't recovered from my injuries yet. I could have been killed by him directly. Su Lu, who was holding a cigarette, smiled and changed the topic. However, when he thought of Tai Van's dignified expression, his fingers trembled slightly, and the ashes of the cigarette fell on the bed sheet. At this moment, in the Bureau of Proclamation building of the Capital Special Administrative Region, the second biological marker comparison was being carried out. Su Lu never thought that he was a citizen of the Empire, but he couldn't help but feel nervous. As Madman Li once said, death was not terrible, but being wrongly accused of being a citizen of the Empire was unacceptable. Once accepted, it was equivalent to surrendering to the conspiracy of the government. Because of Li Feng, his second stay in the Qingqing military prison was not too difficult. Although the crime this time was more horrible than assassinating a member of the parliament, he was satisfied with all kinds of living conditions, whether it was a hot bath or a cigarette. After all, since the prison couldn't get rid of Li Feng, of course, they wouldn't dare to treat the only son of Chairman Li unfairly. After taking a deep puff of the cigarette, Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the late autumn sky outside the window. He was wearing a warm cotton thermal jacket. Because of the handcuffs, he couldn't put his left hand into the sleeve and could only drape it. Perhaps it was because of this reason that he felt a little cold. Noticing Su Li's strangeness, Li Feng's delicate eyebrows slightly raised. There was a trace of mockery on his face as he said, "Are you afraid of death? You should know that during the war period, those who assassinate the president are traitors. You deserve to die. The president and your father killed Commander Zhong, but could arouse the anger of the people of the Federation. They could use this opportunity to start an all-out war against the Empire. So, they're not traitors? If I could really kill the president last time, I could actually push the blame to the people of the Empire." With the cigarette in his mouth, Su Lu said vaguely, "Didn't they say that I'm from the Empire? According to their logic, President Pabre should have sacrificed himself. The assassination of the President of the Federation by the people of the Empire is much more fierce than the Ancient Bell incident. The people and the troops will be aroused, and the Federation will definitely win the biggest victory on the battlefield." Just when Li Feng was about to praise Su Lu for slapping the face of the Federation government, the phone in his pocket rang. He picked it up immediately and didn't avoid Su Lu. After hanging up the phone, Li Feng turned his head and looked at Su Lu with a very complicated expression. After a very long silence, he said with a slightly hoarse voice, "The result is out." Su Lu narrowed his eyes. "You really don't know that you are from the Empire?" Li Feng withdrew his gaze and looked at the cigarette between his lips with white smoke and silence. He was very focused. Su Lu suddenly opened his eyes. On his seemingly calm face, the pair of thick black eyebrows that were as straight as knives dangerously raised. His pupils that were usually full of sincerity and trustworthiness constricted in a very short time and then slowly relaxed. He didn't answer because he couldn't. The dark cell fell into a deathly silence. The long and boring time that seemed to be about to freeze moved slowly in the silence until Li Feng's slightly cold voice sounded again. "It was in this prison that Grandpa met you for the first time. You should remember that I promised him in front of you that if one day you dare to betray the Federation, I will definitely kill you with my own hands." Su Lu still didn't answer. His feet retracted back onto the bed and his back leaned against the wall. He looked indifferently at the black bloodstains left behind by a dead fly in the summer on the snow-white wall. It was unknown what he was thinking about. "Sulu, I've never liked you. You might be a good person, but you're definitely not a good soldier. You often mess around, but I have to admit that I never thought that you would betray the Federation. So I never understood why Grandpa would say those words so seriously back then." Mad Manly took a deep drag of the cigarette and licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. After a short pause, he continued, "Now, I have a general understanding. Perhaps Grandpa knew about this before anyone else." Sulu still leaned against the wall. His eyes didn't close, and his thick eyebrows that were like knives gradually relaxed. He just looked across in silence and didn't say anything. "I believe that you don't know that you are a citizen of the Empire. Of course, you have never betrayed the Federation. But since the blood of the Empire's royal family flows in your body, this in itself is a type of betrayal." Madman Lee threw the cigarette, but that had already lost its flavor to the ground. He turned his head to look at the indifferent face that was extremely close to him and said, "I won't kill you with my own hands because you are a good person. No, there are no good people in the Empire. Fine, even if you're a citizen of the Empire, you're definitely not a spy for the Empire. This reason should be enough." Hearing these words that were clearly somewhat illogical and ridiculous, Sulu turned his head to look at him. The corners of his lips moved, and he laughed in an extremely ugly manner. "Let's go." He laughed as if he was crying. Chapter 8:12. Hearing the words, "Let's go," Mad Manly was silent for a long time before he nodded. The two of them sat side by side on the bed with their backs against the wall of the cell. They casually raised their handcuffed hands, Su Li's left hand and Li Feng's right hand, and exerted force in opposite directions at the same time. The special alloy handcuffs that had handcuffed the two of them for many days had long been broken. Even if there was a key, it couldn't be opened. However, under the seemingly casual tugging of the two young men on the bed, the handcuffs began to creak and gradually deform. A crisp sound of metal breaking echoed in the quiet cell. The thick alloy handcuffs, specially made for Su Lu, were torn apart by the two men, just like that. Only a round handcuff was left. It kept rotating on the two men's wrists, gradually digesting the terrifying force they had just endured. The cold light of the broken handcuffs flashed from time to time. Several elite Special Forces soldiers of the Federation who had been guarding outside the cell saw this scene and were so shocked that their bodies stiffened. Their pupils constricted, and they fell into a state of confusion for a long time. It wasn't until Li Feng walked to the door with a livid face that they reacted and opened the door more cautiously than before. Looking at Li Feng's burly and strong back that gradually disappeared into the depths of the corridor, and looking at Su Lu, who was in a daze as he looked at the fly's corpse and black blood on the wall again, these elite Special Forces soldiers who had received close combat training in Philadelphia Body Training Hall still found it hard to believe that there was actually someone in this world who could break apart such hard alloy handcuffs. And they only used the strength of one hand. Was this a human or a machine? Until now, the elite Special Forces soldiers completely agreed with the rumors in the army. Su Lu and Madman Li were, without a doubt, the two most powerful men in the Federation. However, their situation now was completely different. Li Feng could leave this prison at any time, but Su Lu could only sit silently in the cell and wait for the arrival of death. Su Lu leaned against the wall and sat on the bed. He slightly tilted his head and stared at the white wall in a daze. With his eyesight, he could even clearly see the tiny wings on the dried corpse of the fly between the black, congealed bloodstains. It seemed that this disgusting and pitiful fellow was still futilely trying to escape when he was beaten to death by the previous owner of this cell in the summer. Why flee? As a fly, your fate is either to die in a cesspool or to die on the way to find a cesspool. What's the point of escaping from one cesspool to another? Sula closed his eyes tiredly. Hearing the hurried footsteps outside the door, he guessed that it must be the Chingchong military prison who came to give him some measures. He understood that Madman Li had chosen to directly break the alloy handcuffs because he wanted to silently tell the prison that such a method would not be able to restrain his strong and powerful hands. Regarding this, Su Lu did not have any resentment or disappointment in his heart. On the contrary, he felt that it was natural. Since he had confirmed that he was a citizen of the Empire, Mad Manly would certainly not give him the chance to escape. If it were him in the past, he would certainly have made the same decision. The heavy and hard alloy door of the cell silently slid open. Several prison staff members walked in with nervous expressions. First, they crouched down and increased the suction force of the heavy magnetic shackles on Su Li's feet to the maximum. Then, they fastened 3 sets of reinforced handcuffs on his wrists. There was a metal bracelet on his left wrist and a broken handcuff. Now, there were 3 more sets of handcuffs. They were densely stacked together. Occasionally, there would be a crisp sound of metal clashing. It looked as beautiful as those thin bracelets on the wheat-colored delicate forearms of the S3 Flowing Fire Festival. If it was last time in the Qingqing military prison, Su Lu would definitely laugh. But now, he did not want to laugh. Even his posture did not change. He completely ignored these people. Only when the prison doctor tried to inject him with some kind of drug did he turn his head to look at the other party. He did not stop the doctor from injecting. He just looked. After an unknown amount of time, Su Lu, who was like a stone sculpture, finally woke up from the inexplicable state caused by the violent psychological impact. His gaze was still indifferent and emotionless. His thick eyebrows, which were sometimes like unsheathed straight knives and sometimes like laughing willow branches, were still indifferent and lazy. His posture was still the same, but his brain had finally recovered some ability to think. People of the Empire. He was a person of the Empire. When did he know that there were not only people from the East Woods, West Woods, Upper Woods, there were also people of the Empire? Like wringing a wet towel, Su Lu racked his brain, trying hard to recall many memories of his childhood. He even frowned, but still could not remember anything more. He only vaguely remembered that when he was young, his father used to read the newspaper at the dining table, lamenting about the cruelty of the people of the Empire. And when his father used the people of the Empire to scare little Xian Yi, his mother would fly into a rage, and his father would immediately apologize with a smile. Now, he actually rarely recalled his childhood life because it was too long ago. When the terrible shallow mine disaster that caused half of the mining area to collapse happened, he was still very young, so he did not have many clear memories. Because he went to the slag heap with Victor and the others to play mecha battle games, he was extremely lucky to survive. However, his father, who worked in the underground mine, died. His mother and little Xian Yi, who were at home on the surface, also died. Victor's family was also dead. Xiao Chang's father was also dead. Donglin had a bunch of orphans. Other than that, nothing had changed. The children, who cried until their throats were hoarse, could only watch helplessly as the engineering mecha lifted the heavy, quick-setting cement blocks in vain. The scene was extremely sad and chaotic. Su Lu could not even find the bodies of his parents. He only held the body of his sister, Xian Yi. He still remembered how cold that small and cute body was. Yes, little Xian Yi's small grave was still on the hillside outside of the East Woods. He felt very ashamed that he had not gone back to see it for so long. This was also the reason why he did not want to recall his childhood. What about the people of the Empire? Su Li's thick eyebrows were more and more furrowed. He stared at the wall, but did not know where to look. He remembered that the first time he saw what the people of the Empire looked like was on the TV news. It seemed to be a documentary, talking about the only official visit of the Empire in history. The voiceover of the male commentator of the Federation was full of a sense of superiority that looked down on the inferior races. Every 3 minutes, he would mock the Empire people in the diplomatic mission, as if they would never smile. As for Su Lu, he only remembered that the people of the Empire on the TV were not like what his father said. They were not covered with scary long hair from head to toe, including their faces. So he thought his dead family and secretly ran to the abandoned mine to cry. Where was the first time he saw a living person of the Empire? It should be on the West Woods border planet called 5460. At that time, he took Jian Shu'er and fled under the pursuit of the Empire's Wolf Fong Mecha Brigade. The first time he met the people of the Empire was a life and death battle. As for the dead people of the Empire, he had seen too many of them. The sun outside the window slowly sank into the distant horizon, and the light became much dimmer. Qingqing military prison was not as cold as the capital at this time, but Sulu, who was sitting on the bed leaning against the wall, seemed to be frozen, allowing the twilight to appear and disappear on his face. The darkness of night covered the earth, but he did not move at all, only remaining silent. Silence, silence. He did not become perverted in silence. He was only indifferently recalling and thinking about many things. Many things that he could not understand in the past gradually became a clear function curve in his mind. Although he did not know what the variables at the beginning of this function curve were, some segments of the curve were gradually beginning to reveal the answer. For example, why in the entire Federation, other than the people of Old Lee's family, he was the only one who could learn the special abilities of the Empire's royal family. For example, why that man who wandered among the stars actually stayed in Donglin for so many years and appeared so coincidentally by his side. It should be known that in the real world, there was never a fortuitous encounter like in novels. There must be an internal reason for small probability events. The descendants of the rich were rich, and the legendary were legendary. The story of starting from scratch, the story of a foolish boy meeting a wise master, could only be a story in the end. Then, was it also a conspiracy that he entered the uncle's repair shop? No, he did not want to connect the coincidental encounter between the young man and the escaped criminal with these words. Don't think about it. Don't think about it anymore. Sula felt very tired. He just wanted to fall asleep, but he could not because this unbearable change was like countless ants crawling in his body. They silently and contemptuously bit and tore at his fresh flesh, spitting extremely corrosive acid. Once the acid splashed, it sizzled. The painful, sore, itchy, and burning sensation converged into a straight line. The line of fire gathered into a ball in his chest and began to burn fiercely. This ball of fire was really unbearable, and he was extremely angry for no reason. Sula finally moved. He stood up from the bed and tightly pursed his thin lips. He lifted the heavy prison bed with one hand and slammed it against the snow-white wall in front of him. It was as if he wanted to smash the extremely small ball of black blood and the already withered corpse of the fly into pieces again. With a loud bang, the bed frame broke into pieces and dust flew everywhere. The stern reprimand of the Special Forces soldier came from outside the door, but he acted as if he didn't hear or feel anything. With a heavy punch, he directly smashed the only small square table in the cell into pieces. Boom, 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 boom. Countless violent sounds rang out in the cell, and debris flew everywhere. For the first time in his life, Su Lu vented his emotions so wantonly. He almost crazily smashed everything in front of him that he could see. In the end, even a terrifying hole appeared in the hard alloy door. At this moment, his peripheral vision fell on the window. Through the tempered glass that was so thick that it distorted his vision, he saw the twinkling stars in the late autumn night sky. He did not know why it touched the eternally strong but fragile nerves in his heart for the first time today. Looking at the bright starry sky above his head, he calmed down and slowly walked to the window. There was a crushed pack of cigarettes and a lighter on the ground. They were probably left behind by Madman Lee before she left. Sula picked one up, lit it, and stuffed it into his mouth. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the night sky outside the window. He said softly, "Fuck your mother." Chapter 813. Ever since the 37 constitutions, there had always been an ugly person from the Imperium in the hearts of every citizen of the Federation. In their eyes, the cruel enemies of Zhuo Tianxing were uncivilized, bloodthirsty barbarians, inferior races struggling in the closed and outdated social system. Just like Xiong Linqiuan's true emotions when he roared furiously on Mo Hua planet. In his eyes, it was impossible for the motherfucking Empire citizens to have a character worthy of praise. Li Feng, who had been fighting the Empire soldiers in the West Woods since he was 12 years old, instinctively believed that there were no good people in the Empire. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the starry sky outside the window. Thinking of his bizarre background, he couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. In the past few years, he had fought for the Federation and the Empire, but it turned out that the people he had killed were all his own people. It turned out that he was actually an inferior race in the eyes of the Federation citizens. Cloaked in glory and guarded his own rights, he had been silently and stubbornly walking the path he thought was right. However, before the white clouds in the sky could turn into dogs and the mulberry fields on the ground could be swallowed by the ocean, the hero of the Federation suddenly became a prisoner, a poisonous seed buried deep in the Federation by the Empire. This kind of strong contrast was not easily accepted by anyone. Sulu, who had the thickest nerves in the universe, could only stop himself from going crazy and force himself to calm down with the help of the night sky outside the window. That day on the phone, President Pabre had asked him if he felt that the whole world had let him down. At this moment, he really did feel that way. An abandoned child of the Empire stood alone in the prison cell of the Federation, as if the entire universe was slowly leaving him. A thick and deep feeling of loneliness enveloped his entire body. He stood quietly by the window like this for an entire night until the two moons dispersed, the stars fell, and the white willow trees appeared on the horizon. Schiller once famously said, "The coming day will be longer than the last year." The original meaning of this sentence was that the unexperienced future was more beautiful and valuable than everything in the past added together. But to Sulu at this moment, these words meant that even if he only had one day left to live, he could only spend it in anger, pain, struggle, and frustration, and it would definitely be extremely long. The newborn red sun struggled to jump out of the horizon and shone on the window of the prison from the side. Sulu was awakened by the sudden strong light and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. For some reason, he suddenly remembered that in the few years after he escaped from the East 4 sector, his truly happy and peaceful days were actually in a shabby courtyard in the slums of the Left Heaven Space Zone. Were the people of the Empire really born bad people? In fact, he had never thought about it this way. Aunt Susan and Paul were good people, and the Imperial officer under Glacier 5460 was also a good person. So what if he was from the Empire? The key is what kind of person you are. The fleeting thought was like a ray of light, instantly flashing in his mind and then disappearing, making Su Li's somewhat muddle-headed mind calm down a lot. After a long period of silence, he picked up a piece of sharp metal shard from the ground. Facing the glass, he grabbed a strand of long hair and slowly and seriously cut it off. Following the cutting of the shard, his black hair slowly fell to the ground beside his feet. The somewhat deformed face on the glass window was still so familiar, but the cut short hairstyle that was almost flat cut was particularly messy, like burning weeds. The prison door slid open silently, and the pale and thin-tithed Zoan walked in. He kicked the bed leg that was smashed by Sulu. He moved his feet with some difficulty and walked behind Sulu. Looking at the messy scene around him, after a moment of silence, he sat directly on the ground and carefully put down the metal box in his hand. Sulu turned his head to look at Tai Ziwan and calmly greeted him. "You're here." "Yes, I'm here." Tai Ziwan raised his head to look at his messy short hair, frowned, and gave a simple reply. In reality, both of them knew that Tai Ziwan still came to visit Sulu in prison after confirming that he was a seed of the Empire. They didn't know what kind of psychological struggle he had experienced last night. "Sit." Tai Ziwan sat on the ground and greeted him. Then he laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "Since His Highness Prince Delin of the Empire is your uncle, then you are very likely to be the real crown prince of the Empire. Maybe it really is the bloodline at work. No wonder you never respected me, the fake crown prince, since you met me. Don't talk nonsense." Sulu kicked away the trash on the ground and sat down directly. He said, "I've never believed in these disgusting bloodline theories. Even if I'm just a dung picker, there's no reason for me to respect you in the way you want me to respect you." He followed up with another sentence. "Other than being better than me in bed, how can you compare to me?" Today, Tai Ziwan didn't argue with him. He looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "You are really surprising. I thought I would see a martial arts maniac with bloodshot eyes today, but in the end, the one who appeared in front of me is actually the original you." I don't know whether I should praise your pure nature and thick nerves, or laugh at you for being an ignorant and fearless stinky rock. After only one night, you've accepted the fact that you're a citizen of the Imperium. Tyvion laughed self-deprecatingly and said, I spent an entire night and still couldn't understand this matter. You watched the biological comparison, so I trust you. Although the charter computer is just a cold machine, I don't think it will make a mistake. So no matter how you think about it, you can't get rid of your identity as a citizen of the Empire. So other than accepting it, what else can you do? That makes sense. Tai Ziwan was silent for a moment. He took the metal box and opened it. He lowered his head and said seriously, I will remember the friendship between you and me. In the future, I will tell my descendants that my best friend is a citizen of the Empire. I remember that you were supposed to get married this autumn, Sulu asked. Tai Ziwan smiled and replied, It was postponed. Sulu was silent. Tai Ziwan pushed the metal box in front of Sulu and said, Plain porridge with scallion pancakes. After eating, you can go on your way in peace and die in peace. Sulu was very clear-headed and calm. No one in the entire Federation would help him, not even his best friend. This had nothing to do with betrayal, and even less with cowardice. It was only related to the endless racial hatred between the Federation and the Empire that had lasted for hundreds of years. His last friend was sending him on his last journey to meet up with his best friend underground. This wasn't too painful of a matter, so after Sulu took the plain porridge and scallion pancakes, he simply said okay. Like a whale sucking in water, he finished the plain porridge in the box. After eating 3 scallion pancakes, the slightly full Sulu suddenly looked at Tai Ziwan and said, These last few days, I don't want to eat in the prison cell. Can you help arrange for them to let me eat in the cafeteria? Tai Ziwan vaguely caught some information from his words. He suddenly raised his head and stared into his eyes. Sulu didn't evade. He calmly and stubbornly looked back at him. There is only a strong desire to live and the most complete sincerity toward his friend. Chapter 814. 24 hours, 9 chapters, 27,000 words. It had never happened before, and it would probably be very difficult in the future. Behind the madness was a pack of Honktashin, 6 cans of Red Bull, 4 bottles of mineral water, a bowl of jajang noodles, and a boxed lunch. Old Chow said that every word was laborious. Oh, he meant that every word was filled with blood. I was not so miserable. He was the ocean, and I was a drop of water. I just wanted to say that these 27,000 words were written seriously, and my attitude was guaranteed. In the end, I did not feel tired or bitter. Because of my narcissism, I was abnormally excited and broke my own limits until my eyelids were as heavy as my weight. Although I wrote a lot, I encountered the most tragic plot of the spy. It was not a climax that could pull votes. Even I was depressed, sad, and depressed when I wrote, let alone you who were reading the story. It's the time to welcome the new year. Many people are playing and drinking. I'm chatting with you on the keyboard. I'm not complaining, because it's not bitter at all. After getting high, writing really becomes the best entertainment. It's still that mushy but sincere sentence. Who asked it to be my hobby to serve you? In 2010, I bought a house, learned to drive, bought a car, practiced driving, got a marriage certificate, held a wedding ceremony, went on a honeymoon, and even went to Inner Mongolia to attend Zhang Xiaohua's wedding ceremony. I always hoped that the vast number of wise readers would pity and understand cats. When I had the time and energy to write, I would never not write. Well, I could not write, then I really could not write. Those who could understand, long live. Those who could not understand, long live 9,000 years, cough, cough. To be honest, I came to an unfamiliar place alone, without any connections or experience, to complete the series of things that shrunk the essence and pain of life really consumed too much of my energy. At the end of the year, I finally finished everything and began to find the world and feeling back. In December, I encountered another week of illness and decadence. But my heart was here, and I did not care. I only needed to work hard and write seriously. In the end, 8 consecutive days of 3 chapters and 1 day of 4 chapters was the most enjoyable and longest process I had ever done since I started writing in 2003. As for today's 9 chapters, it was something that I had never even thought about. It was very refreshing to wash away the busy and gloomy air of this year. It was very refreshing to really challenge my own limits. It was very refreshing to use this method to welcome the new year with you. We were halfway through our journey, and we fought our way from 8th place to 2nd place. Although we were currently in 3rd place, the scene of our chrysanthemum being destroyed was a rare sight for me. Today, other than being crazy, what I was most proud of was that I suddenly realized that I had learned how to use hooks instinctively when writing books. There will always be a place where I can use the pen for clarity in the future. I'm very happy about this. When I write slowly, the quality is not necessarily good. When I edit 3 chapters a day, the quality is the best. Today, I wrote so much and my head is so muddled, so the quality is naturally not as stable as when I was writing 3 chapters. Please bear with me. I'm going to sleep now. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to welcome the new year in my dreams. As for the final ranking of the monthly votes, it's all up to you. I've already done my best. As for what would happen next year, he would explain in detail tomorrow. The line was still 180,000. I'm really starting to feel sorry for the money you've spent. Of course, I'm not talking about subscriptions. Thank you, everyone. Happy New Year, including the 72 people who sent text messages cursing my computer to crash. In the end, there was a beginning and an end. From 2010 until the very last moment, he shouted, "Monthly votes." Chapter 8:15. There was a phrase in the former dynasty that was used to describe people who were full of unyielding spirit and were willing to cross the boundaries of the camp or even the entire world for their friends. That phrase was the machete man who dared to pay homage to a traitor. This was a very ordinary description, but if you carefully tasted it, you would definitely be able to figure out a strong and silent sense of masculinity. There are many people who dare to be a traitor, but very few people dared to pay homage to a traitor when the overall situation was already decided. This often meant that one needed to stand on the opposite side of morality. Morality was the collective will of social creatures, and it seemed to be so strong and invincible since ancient times, because to defeat it was to defeat one's own heart. Sulu was a traitor, but his current identity was even more unacceptable to the Federation than a traitor. He was not dead yet, but he was going to die soon. Tai Yuan came to see him for the last time in prison, which could also be regarded as paying homage to him. The crown prince of the former dynasty had prepared a pot of plain porridge in advance to be the machete man who paid homage to himself. To have such a friend in one's life, Su Lu felt that this drama of life was already worth the price of admission. As the saying goes, a handshake in the midst of thousands of people will make my sleeves fragrant for 10 years. A bowl of porridge will be cold to the world. How warm will my chest and abdomen be? Before Tai Yuan left, he said that he would try, perhaps just to comfort himself. Before the cold death came, there was still some warm hope, but Sulu did not care too much. Whether it was comfort or not, it was obvious that the crown prince was trying to make Su Li's last days more comfortable. At the beginning of the morning, the military prison efficiently cleaned up the cell that he had smashed into a garbage dump. They arranged a new bed and a small table, and even hung a soft light screen. Sulu did not watch TV, but he could guess what the recent news of the Federation was. Watching scandals and shocking revelations was a very good way to pass the time. But if he was the focus of attention in the news, and the evil camp at that, then this method would become uncomfortable. He rubbed his slightly swollen eyebrows and laid down on the bed, pulling the snow-white blanket over his head. From before the catastrophe to after the catastrophe, from the Federation to the Empire, from the naughty children to the elderly who were about to die, the warm and dark bed had always been the last safe territory that human beings trusted the most. After people were injured or heartbroken, they would crawl into their own bed and block the light from the outside world. This last territory could be easily unified. People could greet His Majesty's pregnant mother under the quilt without worrying about the sharp ears of the intelligence officers. They could do many things that were not allowed by law, and they did not have to worry about the light of the charter breaking through the privacy regulations. In the darkness, Su Li's fingers quietly stretched to the side of the wall. Last night, the crazy smashing to vent his frustration had caused many cracks to appear on the seemingly solid prison walls. He remembered very clearly that there was a standard distribution box in one of the cracks in the cement. His fingers touched a slightly hard feeling. He closed his eyes and pressed hard with his fingertips. The hard material of the distribution box slowly and silently cracked under the magical power spurting out from his fingertips, revealing the complicated wiring troughs inside. As an excellent mechanic, Su did not even need to look at it. He only needed to stop his finger for a moment to accurately distinguish whether it was a data cable or an energy cable. He also knew what material the cable was made of. There was no way he would get it wrong. His fingertips moved slightly, and the not-so-sharp fingertips easily cut open the outer layer of the data cable. The hard rubber on the cable slowly and silently cracked open like a fatty who had his stomach cut open, exposing the chromium alloy core wire. The rubber curled up and separated on both sides, really like the hard but extremely thin skin of a fish. In the dark world, he closed his eyes and very precisely controlled the burning power that was generated behind his waist. It slowly passed through his shoulders and upper arms, penetrated his fingertips, and entered the exposed data cable. Using the bioelectricity in the human nerves, or the jinshi that was similar to pulse waves to communicate with the machine, and even enter the other's processing structure to control the operation of the machine, sounded so ridiculous and lacking in possibility, and there was no reason at all. All the science fiction novels in the Federation had never imagined a story with a similar theme, because the science fiction writers had never come into contact with or even heard of the ability in Su Li's body. Last year, when a Nutshell Engineering Department was conducting experiments in the West Woods Sunset State, Su Li had tried many times with the help of Zhou, but he had not made any effective progress. As for the level of being able to directly control the M52 military mecha, with just a few charming fingers like Uncle back then, and making the black mecha feel like dying in the hills, it was even more unattainable. It was the same today, but also not the same. Some things had vaguely changed. The high-speed flow of complex numbers in the data cable entered his mind between his fingers, triggering a strange reaction. It did not form a clear image in his conscious mind, only a very strange and vague feeling. He could not pinpoint the specific reason, but he seemed to be able to see on the other end of the chaos. In addition to the central control, the data cable in the wall was also connected to the electronic safety valves of each cell. After an unknown amount of time, he turned over and lay flat on the bed, in a daze under the blanket. He did not know if the very vague feeling in his mind was an illusion caused by his collapse under the heavy pressure, or if his consciousness had really followed the data cable and felt the feedback of information in the distance. Humans were the first order of machines. Did this mean that the bioelectricity in the human body or that strange power could really become a language that machines could recognize? In the hot spring pool in Philadelphia, Li Pifu had once mentioned something about the Yada Jinshi to him. When the old man was in his prime, he had volunteered to be a test subject for the Federal Academy of Science. Even so, the Academy of Science did not have a precise result, and there was no way to spread it to the entire Federation. However, the Academy of Science had basically confirmed that this kind of training method should be to extract some kind of residual power from the human body that had been passed down since ancient times until it was activated into a specific kind of power. After thinking for a moment, Su Li still could not figure it out, so he thought about it again. He silently held the data cable again and continuously poured the burning power generated by the back of his waist into it. The more he walked, the more he did not cherish it. If the data cable was a highway bridge used by the prison to control each cell and facility, then what he was doing now was using this highway bridge to test the reaction of the prison. At this time, Su Li was not clear about his control of the power in his body. He had obtained a rare opportunity to improve. It was like the transition of electrons in a crystal, or there was no qualitative difference in the rotation pattern, but once it was activated, the time required for the release process could be sharply reduced. Being calm in the face of a major event was a realm that very few people could reach. The pressure and crisis of a tense time could often cause creatures to instinctively break through their own limits. There were great terrors between life and death, but there were also great opportunities. In the past, when Su Lu encountered major events, or even life and death, he could be calm as usual because he believed that as long as he lived a great life, even if he died a glorious death, there would be no regrets. The so-called terrors were just normal. However, the difference between today and the past was too big. The death he was about to face had nothing to do with glory, and the life he had once lived had nothing to do with greatness. It was just a sad joke, so he had a strong desire to live. However, since it was already confirmed that he was a person of the Empire, he would definitely be immediately sentenced to death. The Federation did not have any mercy, tolerance, or sympathy for the people of the Empire. There was not much time left. Covered and hidden in the darkness of his own territory, Su Lu lay there for several hours. Then, he heard the alloyed door of the prison cell slowly slide open. The Major General Warden's cold voice rang out. Fortunately, he was not immediately executed. Instead, he announced a temporary change in the prison's measures. He was allowed to go to the cafeteria to eat his last few meals. Shock, shock, and still shock. Within half an hour of the news report from the Federation news channel appearing on the screens of millions of households, the millions of citizens of the Federation only had this one emotion from the brain to the body. Their thinking ability was shocked to the point of numbness. Their bodies were shocked to the point of being somewhat stiff. In the school cafeteria with lunchboxes in hand, on the sofa with teacups in hand, in the bar with hard liquor, people opened their mouths and eyes wide, not daring to believe what they heard and saw. The hero of the Federation, Colonel Su Lu, was actually the most well-hidden spy of the Empire, just as Lady Tai had analyzed in Macho's Back Mountain. Although it was still difficult for the citizens of the Federation to accept the truth with Senator Macklin as the scapegoat, the majority of the people believed in this fact in an extremely short amount of time. After all, the results of the two biological marker comparisons were right in front of everyone's eyes. Many people deeply trusted by the people, including Chief Editor Bob, supervised the whole process, and the glory of the charter would never be wrong. The emotional reaction of the Federation citizens was somewhat strange. After the shock, they felt fear, the fear of the decades-long conspiracy of the people of the Empire. When they knew that the beast of the Empire was lurking around them like ordinary people, this fear was hard to suppress. Then, the fear directly turned into disappointment, anger, and extreme embarrassment. Naturally, people projected these emotions onto the spies of the Empire. Macklin was dead, and all the spies of the Empire had been wiped out. Then, the only person left to bear these negative emotions was Su Lu. Even the people who had heard some rumors about the Golden Foundation building back then would not think about it now. Macklin was killed by Su Lu. They used to enjoy this rumor to add to the legendary glory of their heroes and idols. But now, they subconsciously forgot about it. The relationship between heroes, or idols, and the fanatical citizens was actually very similar to the relationship between the romantic men and the resentful women in the romantic novels. Once they realized that the person they loved had lied to them, and the idol turned out to be made of cheap mud, then the deeper the love back then, the deeper the hatred now. The greater the hope back then, the greater the disappointment now, and the more ashamed they felt. Countless young male students went to the food stalls outside the school resentfully and drank until they were drunk. Then, they angrily smashed all the wine glasses and cursed the shamelessness and despicable of Su Lu from the Empire. Thinking of how they stupidly put on black masks a few months ago and marched on the street with their classmates to denounce the Federation government for Su Lu, they felt extremely ashamed and cursed even louder. Countless young women sulked at home for no reason, criticized their mother's food, and sarcastically mocked the poor taste of the female military stars on TV. When they gathered with their friends, they raised their orchid fingers and mocked that they had long known that Colonel Su Lu was not a good person. His small eyes looked so shifty that they had completely forgotten that the word they used to describe his small eyes was charming. They also forgot that the encrypted electronic diary in the drawer had written down their teenage fantasies and the name of a certain hero. When the hero landed on the ground, Other than turning the blurry face into a clear and ugly one, it only stirred up a cloud of dust. Other than that, it did not cause any other movement. After the shocking appraisal in the Bureau of Proclamation building, the Federation government directly released Zhou Yu and Shang Xiao. As for what kind of deep-seated reasons were hidden behind the scenes, or what kind of attitude Mr. President wanted to express to the various forces through this release, it would definitely cause many people to speculate and analyze, but the people involved were not interested in it at all. Shang Xiao directly returned to the Harbor City Industrial Park from the capital. She refused the proposal of the CEO of Nutshell to take a vacation, and ignored the rumors in the engineering department that she might be deprived of her independent technical director by the board of directors. She directly threw herself into the heavy work. Her subordinates and the staff of the engineering department all knew the reason for her recent disappearance. No one would talk about the news related to Su Lu in front of her. They could only watch her work day and night and obviously lose weight. One day, the director of Nutshell's engineering department, Mr. Jose, finally could not stand it anymore and comforted her. Sometimes it's a good idea to lose yourself in work, but you have to take care of your health. I just can't find anything else to do except work. This has nothing to do with losing myself in work, because I don't intend to forget anything. Su Lu is from the Empire. You have to learn to forget. Shang Xiao inserted the pen, lead into her black hair, took off her glasses, and calmly said to Mr. Jose, "I'm an engineer. Whether it's a mecha or a washing machine, in my eyes, it's a combination of a pile of metal components and microchips. Similarly, whether it's from the Empire or the Federation, in my eyes, it's a combination of a pile of muscles, bones, skin, hair, and body fluids. There's no difference." In the manner, 10 slightly trembling fingers ran through her black hair. Nan Xiangmei withdrew her gaze from the TV screen, and her beautiful face was filled with sadness. He's from the Empire? How can he be from the Empire? As the current matriarch of the Nan family, Chao Jiren, of course, knew this shocking news much earlier than the ordinary people. She knew that her daughter, who had long been deeply in love with Su Lu, would definitely fall into the most difficult period of her life after knowing the truth. She had been sitting on the sofa with her daughter. At this time, looking at her daughter's sad and helpless expression, Chao Jiren sighed faintly in her heart. When it came to love, one would often have to go through all kinds of hardships. For example, she and that wretched fatty had ended their relationship because of the invisible pressure from her family. She believed that her daughter was more determined and braver than herself back then. Whether it was the pressure of family or society, whether it was the division of wealth or power, nothing would shake her daughter's seemingly weak, but actually strong will. Even if Su Lu was a hooligan on the streets, as long as her daughter liked him, she would definitely persevere until the end. However, what stood in the way of this relationship was not Jianshi, Zhou Yu, or even Su Lu, who was about to die, but something that no one in this universe could resist. In the bedroom on the second floor, Zhong Huiyin, who had just finished washing her hair, sat on the princess bed with her arms crossed. Her slightly wet black hair had long passed her shoulders and hung down on her white nightgown. She stared at the TV screen with her eyes and mouth wide open. After a while, she suddenly frowned cutely and softly muttered a few very indecent vulgarities. She jumped off the bed, picked up the electronic screen, and began to seriously and silently sketch something. The non-flickering blue lines on the electronic screen gradually became denser and clearer. In the end, a map of Nan Xiangmei's manor was presented. Although the electronic map was not completely drawn, it was very precise. Probably no one would have thought that the 12-year-old little princess of the Zhong family could draw such a precise electronic map based on the impressions left by Nan Xiangmei when she took her to the manor for a horse ride. It even marked several loopholes in the manor surveillance system. The sound of the door opening was heard. Zhong Huiyin hid the electronic map behind the bed as fast as she could. Her small hands quickly rubbed her face, changing the tense and serious expression that was completely incompatible with her age into a little girl's sweet and innocent smile. Nan Xiangmei walked in and directly sat on the soft couch by the window. She stared blankly at the stars above the treetops outside the window. After a long silence, she said softly, "Do you know about that matter?" "Yes." Zhong Huiyin made a sound from the depths of her cute nose. Nan Xiangmei slowly lowered her head and hugged her knees as if she was afraid of cold. She said sadly, "I feel very useless. I can't do anything to help him. And when I found out that he was from the Empire, my first reaction was to forget all the days of the past few years. I don't want to think about him anymore. I don't want to think about whether he can survive. As long as I don't think about him, I can pretend that I have never liked an Empire person that much." Sparkling and translucent tears fell from her eyes. Nan Xiangmei said guiltily and sorrowfully, "The first reaction is the truest reaction. That is to say, I don't love him as much as I thought. I'm very ashamed." "Oh, don't think too much." Zhong Huiyin walked over and comforted her. "For the people of the capital ring, the Empire people and the Federation people are not the same race at all. They're a group of beasts. Therefore, if you fall in love with an Empire person, it is equivalent to having sex." Nan Xiangmei did not understand. She raised her head and looked at the little girl's face blankly. "Sex is strictly forbidden even on the 18 forbidden forums. It is the most disgusting thing to do, just like those weird uncles who like girls like me." Zhong Yin patted her chest with a smile and said, "Of course, a natural good girl like you can't stand such a fierce thing. What a disgusting description." Nan Xiangmei recalled the scene in her mind. There was no blush on her face, only uncontrollable fear. She looked at Zhong Huiyin with a natural and relaxed expression and said with a trace of confusion and unwillingness, "You just said the capital ring. Don't you people of the West woods look at the Empire people like that?" "Of course not." Zhong Huiyin waved her thin white arms and said, "We often see Empire people there. There are many prisoners of war and so on. Although I know that those Empire people are bad, but..." She shrugged and her black hair fluttered slightly. "In our eyes, they're actually as bad as the people of the capital ring." It was a very simple sentence, but it made Nan Xiangmei frown very much. She vaguely grasped some key issues. Zhong Huiyin noticed the change in Nan Xiangmei's mood. She coughed twice to interrupt Nan Xiangmei's thoughts and said with great sincerity and concern, "You don't have to feel guilty. Think about how many of our compatriots have the Empire people killed? How many sisters have they raped? How can you fall in love with an Empire person? Sister Nan Xiangmei, forget these things. Su Lu is not the only man in the world." In the dead of night, Nan Xiangmei, who had experienced a strong mental shock, finally fell asleep. There was still a trace of tears in the corner of her eyes. Zhong Huiyin, on the other hand, opened her bright eyes and looked at the ceiling in a daze. Her heart was full of uncontrollable joy. "You are actually from the Empire? That's good. Those women in the Federation who are infatuated with you will probably all run away. I will be the only one who dares to follow you. You're not the only man in the world, but I'm the only girl by your side. Then, other than waiting for me to grow up and become a woman, what else can you do?" The cute little girl tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. A satisfied and nervous smile appeared on her face from time to time. She was not worried about the safety of that person at all. "Die? How is that possible? You are my omnipotent brother Su Lu." Inside the villa in the West Mountain compound, after finally successfully calming down her mother's overly frightened heart, she kicked Zhou Liuhua onto the bed. Zhou Yu untied her hair and sat in front of the dressing table tiredly. She looked at her haggard face in the mirror. After a long period of silence, that familiar, piercingly cold beauty once again returned to her eyes. She opened the drawer of the dressing table and looked at the little device that Shi Qinghai stuffed into her hand at the Charter Square. She silently thought, if this thing can really avoid the glory of the Charter, then the people who need it the most now are undoubtedly the people of the Empire. The problem is, you are a stupid and ignorant Empire person. Now that you're locked in that damn prison, what damn method can I think of to give you? This was the Qingqing military prison. During the previous dynasty, it was responsible for locking up dissidents. After the Republic, several heads of the 7 families were locked up here. Among the few presidents who were the toughest to deal with the 7 families, except for 2 who were assassinated, one of them was impeached during his term of office. He was serving time for a corruption case, and the location of his sentence was also here. After the most intense and bloody period of the struggle, the 7 families gradually withdrew from the stage and hid behind the scenes. They reached a compromise with the government, and the situation returned to harmony. Since then, this prison was mainly responsible for locking up the most vicious criminals of the Federation. Those who were locked up in the Qingcheng military prison rarely had a chance to escape. If someone was really lucky or strong enough to escape, then he would definitely do everything he could for the rest of his life. He would rather die than return to this despairing building complex again. Sulu had been here before, and then he was pardoned. Now he was thrown into the Qingcheng military prison for the second time. In history, there were no more than 3 people who had encountered the same fate as him. As for escaping, ever since the Qingcheng military prison was put into use, such a thing had never happened. No matter how omnipotent a person was in human society, once they entered this place, they would be like a vulture that had lost its wings, or a warship that had lost its crystal mine. No matter how hard they struggled, they would never be able to escape this trap. They would gradually be turned into rotten meat or a cold and senseless pile of steel. The heavy magnetic shackles tore at the muscles of his calves, and the pain was like being cut by knives. The sensor lights around his ankles flashed intermittently, warning the surroundings of danger. There was a sensor control bomb in the shackles, and 3 thick alloy handcuffs that looked like metal rings hung on his wrists. The muscle relaxant that the prison doctor had injected into his body began to take effect. The feeling of weakness spread throughout his body, and it became very difficult for him to drag the heavy shackles on his feet. The heavy alloy bracelet on his wrist pulled his weak forearm downwards. It was like an overripe fruit in autumn, and the weight was so heavy that it caused the branches to bend weakly. Sulu narrowed his eyes and raised his head with difficulty to look at the lead-like thick clouds above the transparent dome of the prison. He wanted to make history, to be the first person to successfully escape from the Qingcheng military prison, but he had no confidence. He had not even found a clear way to escape. The strong and violent pulling force passed along the noose to his neck, causing him to stagger forward and almost fall. The Major General, the warden, coughed twice and waved his hand to signal his subordinates who were holding the noose to relax a little. He said in a low voice, "It's already very difficult to get you to come out and eat. You better not think too much." Sulu nodded after a moment of silence. He walked along the magnetic passage to his own table. The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out. On the other side of the transparent wall, the felons who were eating silently looked at the man who was slowly walking past them. They saw his cut short hair pointing to the sky like wild grass, and his beard stubbornly growing roots like a field that had been burned. They all subconsciously put down the cutlery in their hands. For these unforgivable felons of the Federation, this scene was like déjà vu. To be more precise, it was just a boring repetition of the scene from 5 years ago. However, the interval between this repetition was too long. It was more interesting than their daily repetition. It was so long that some of them took some time to remember who he was. "Colonel Sulu, welcome back." One of the felons stood up and shouted at the guy who was struggling to walk on the other side of the transparent wall. Then 2 electric arcs hit his body. The military guards walked forward with heavy faces, pulled out the batons at their waists, and began to beat him heavily without mercy. Hearing the sound of hard objects hitting people, Sulu turned around and looked. Looking at the felon who was twitching in pain on the ground with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth, he remembered that when he was transferred to Qingcheng military prison 5 years ago, it was this person who first smiled at him. In the end, because of this smile, he was locked up in the dark prison for 3 days. He didn't expect that this guy would still be so tough 5 years later. It was probably because the prisoners in this prison, other than challenging the authority of the prison, couldn't find anything else to do to pass the long life that made people want to die but couldn't bear to throw it away. Sulu smiled and waved at the felons of the Federation on the other side of the transparent wall. The speed of his arm waving was very slow, but in the eyes of the Major General behind him, it was as if he saw the slow-moving arm trying to throw something into the ashes to ignite the flame that seemed cold but hid fierce energy. the food in the prison was not bad. Although it was not as good as the food in the front line, the nutrition was guaranteed. The main dish was potatoes with egg white meat, vegetables, salted cucumbers, and an orange. It only took Su Lu a short time to finish the food in front of him with the numbered utensils in his hands. But today he ate very slowly and chewed very carefully, as if he was chewing all the energy contained in each grain of rice and each piece of potato into nutrients that he could absorb and then store them in his body. He ate slowly and thought casually, accepting the fact that he was a citizen of the empire, forgetting the feeling of identity tearing brought by the education in the Federation, and not having the painful struggle of literature and art forever, was a very simple thing to do. However, when the incident happened to a specific individual, it would become more complicated. For example, he had to face the fact that in terms of blood relationship, Macklin and County King Carlton were both his close relatives and even his close uncles, but they were both killed by him. Would this situation be brought to the court of morality? Su Lu put the last piece of potato into his mouth and chewed carefully and even delicately. As his chewing muscles stretched, a mocking smile appeared on his face. No one could judge himself in the court of morality. The problem now had nothing to do with morality. It was only about life and death, and he did not want to die. It was as simple as that. Pushing the plate further away, he took the orange and began to peel it. The white strands under the orange peel were a bit dry. He licked his dry lips and narrowed his eyes. His peripheral vision passed through the transparent wall and fell on the felons of the Federation on the other side. The old man by the window, who was trying to find a few tiny eggs on the orange peel, was called Mend. He was a former professor of the 3 departments of the Federation Military Science Academy and the best biochemist in the Federation. If it were not for the fact that he used his latest research to break the law and killed his wife's family for no reason, in many people's eyes, he would have won more than 3 Nebula Awards in his life. The bald man who was grinning and looking at him was called George. He looked very simple and honest, but in fact, he was a rare expert in the Federation forces. His hands were stained with the blood of countless enemies and comrades. He was incomparably cruel. This man insisted on calling himself St. George because he believed in a certain primitive religion in the Bermuda Triangle Star region. It was also because of that damned religion that he tore 7 innocent recruits into pieces in the recruit camp. In the court of martial, he insisted that he felt the guidance of the Lord. The man who was smiling innocently like a child was called Charles. He was the most notorious serial killer of prostitutes in the Federation. The first prostitute to die in his hands was his own mother. There was also that handsome middle-aged man who looked like a stone sculpture. What was his name? Su Lu frowned and carefully recalled. Oh yes, his name was Tong Jiajin. He was a person that even he himself was afraid of. Su Lu suddenly felt that this scene was very strange. As he shifted his gaze, the identities and backgrounds of these men clearly appeared in his mind. It was somewhat similar to the scene when he led Group 7 to the front lines. The only difference was that Xiong Linquan and the others were truly fearless warriors, while these people were truly fearless criminals. Back when he was transferred to the military prison in Allure, he ate with these criminals through the wall. In the shortest time possible, with the help of the old man, he figured out the identities and abilities of these criminals. It was because he wanted to use these people's abilities to escape from prison. However, he was later pardoned by President Pabre. Naturally, these preparations were useless. Who would have thought that they would come in handy again 5 years later? The prison was still the same prison, and the criminals on the other side of the transparent wall were still the same criminals. Other than men's hair that had turned from white to silver, and St. George's bald head that had more scars and wrinkles, the 5 years did not seem to have left any trace. Then he noticed that an old voice was missing from the other side of the transparent wall. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the orange in his hand in silence. The owner of the old voice used to be the spiritual leader of the prisoners in this military prison. His identity was very mysterious. Even the old man couldn't find a more accurate file except for a citizen number. If someone could sort out the story of this person, it would be a real legend. But now, he had disappeared in this prison without a trace. It seemed that no one could truly defeat time. War godly Pifu could not, and neither could the unknown old man in the prison. Then, could anyone defeat this prison? His fingers sank into the soft peel of the orange. Sula frowned and thought for a long time in silence. Suddenly, he put the orange back on the plate and struggled to stand up with the help of the table. He looked at the other side of the transparent wall. As if sensing his gaze, the notorious or guilty prisoners on the other side of the transparent wall collectively raised their heads and looked back at him. Their eyes were either complicated or amused. The guards in the military prison, especially the special forces responsible for guarding Sulu, suddenly became nervous. Orders rang out in the communication system. More than a dozen guards walked toward Sulu, trying to stop him from doing what he was going to do. Sulu did nothing. He just looked at the prisoners on the other side of the transparent wall, raised the shackles in his hands high, and said, "Live a lowly life or die a happy death." There was a deathly stillness in the prison. The cold autumn sun suddenly penetrated the thick dark clouds, passed through the transparent dome, and shone on his body. A prisoner on the other side of the wall shouted, "Not enough reason." The baton and electric current attacked his body. Before he fell, he shouted to the criminals on the other side of the transparent wall, "Because I want to live." Chapter 816. The entire world was shocked. Then, before the psychological impact caused by this matter, not a single federal citizen would be in a good mood. Only the federal government would be able to shake off the previous stormy environment in an instant and come to the blazing warmth of the sun. The official residents that held the initiative did not use this opportunity to launch an attack on the hostile forces of the capital ring. Instead, by releasing Shang Xiu and Zhou Yu, he vaguely expressed his attitude to all parties. During the war with the Empire, the Federation could allow internal disputes and even internal strife, but it was not allowed to cause a full-scale conflict. This was the great reconciliation technique that Mr. President was best at. He was used to doing it beautifully, using his own concessions to exchange for more concessions from the other party. In fact, the 7 families in the Federation government did not want a full-scale conflict. Since the bloody period of history, the Federation had been peaceful for too long. If a war suddenly broke out, whether it was the Federation government that had scruples or the families that had been at peace for a long time, it would be very difficult for them to fully mobilize their resources and mentally prepare in this short period of time. Today, in the picturesque manor behind Macho Mountain, on the terrace where one could see the lake and mountains, an important conversation was taking place. Probably because people were on the terrace and did not need to open the door to see the mountains. This conversation was particularly direct. In just a few words, countless winds and clouds gathered. If I remember correctly, this should be the first time Mr. President has entered Macho Mountain. Lady Tai gently stroked the smooth handle of the coffee cup with her fingers and smiled at the middle-aged man across the table. President Pabre's expression was calm. He raised his right arm and casually waved as he replied, "It is very convenient to come, but what identity do I have to come with? I have not figured out this identity before, so it is not convenient for me to visit Madam." Lady Tai's smile gradually disappeared. She clearly understood what the other party wanted to express. 5 years ago, in the Federation election, Macho Mountain chose to support Pabre, who was still a member of Parliament at the time, and even accepted Pabre's harsh conditions because Macho Mountain thought highly of him. However, in the 5 years after he became president, Mr. Pabre had not taken a single step into Macho Mountain. Identity was indeed very important. Was he the president of the Federation or the president of the Back Mountain? Pabre was unwilling to visit this picturesque landscape as someone who was supported, even if he was a collaborator. Until today, when the government he led finally had enough strength, or perhaps qualifications, to accept the invitation as the president of the Federation. I can understand the ambition of a politician, even your dream of being re-elected 3 times. Lady Tai said in a slightly mocking tone, "But I really didn't expect your ambition to be so far beyond that. You even want to overturn all of us old guys." President Pabre's voice was deep, and his eyes were clear and threatening. "Madam, I know what you're thinking. 5 years ago, you surprisingly chose to work with me. Was it just because I had the support of the 3 major unions and some worthless resume? No, it was because Madam had long seen what kind of person I was. You knew that once I became the president of the Federation, I would definitely have some intentions. I would want to leave behind something different in history. I don't deny that after the end of the next term, I want to change the election law and the Constitution and try to become the first president in the history of the Federation to be reelected 3 times. However, during these 5 years, you seem to have always expressed tacit approval and support for this plan of mine. Why? President Pabre calmly looked at Madame and continued. Because you need a powerful partner to be the first to break the hard and cold provisions of the Constitution. As long as you get used to breaking them, then the follow-up will become very simple. A faint mocking smile hung on his thick lips. After I'm reelected 3 times, the Crown Prince should have just finished his 2 terms as a state legislator and a member of the Federation Management Committee. You definitely want him to become the youngest president in history. Then, since I, the former president, can be reelected, why can't President Tai be reelected? When the time comes, how many times do you want him to be reelected? 2, 3, or 4 times? Or should I say, let him continue until the glory of the Tai dynasty is restored? President Pabre's eyes were serious and burning as he stared at Lady Tai's face. He was full of pressure. Madam, when it comes to ambition, you are the woman with the greatest ambition in the universe. After being unceremoniously exposed by Mr. President, the ultimate goal of her silent operation for the rest of her life, Lady Tai's eyes turned cold for an instant. She immediately returned to normal and picked up the teacup to take a few sips. Ambition must be matched with equal power. You dare to try to rewind history and return to the era of the reactionary dynasty. Maybe you really think that you are the woman with the most power in the universe. President Pabre looked at the exposed, late autumn lake forest. A trace of indifference flashed across his dark face. But please don't forget that I am the president of the Federation. Mr. President, I think that in the past 5 years, whether it is me or those old guys, we have invested enough goodwill and support in you, the elected president. Lady Tai looked at his side profile quietly. After a moment of silence, she said, "It has always been you trying to obtain more things. Those things have even exceeded the limits that a rational person should have." What limits? Who set these limits? Why does the Federation government have to abide by formless limits? Or do you still think that your words can be as powerful as the Magna Carta or the Supreme Court's rulings? President Pabre looked at her mockingly. His tough tone softened a bit. He said, "Madam, you were wrong about one thing at the beginning. My government and I have never thought of overturning you. We just hope that the way this society operates can become more reasonable. The mining preparations for the mining of the Galaxy X have already begun. If there are no problems with the plan, we can start harvesting in about 2 years. These mining planets of the Empire are resources that the Federation forces have exchanged with their lives and blood. But your crystal mining consortium wants to seize the benefits of all the people of the Federation without spending a single cent. This is an extremely unreasonable method." At this point in the conversation, Lady Tai's calm eyes finally began to blossom with a sharp light. She looked at the president coldly and said extremely slowly, "The Crystal Mining Consortium naturally owns all the crystal mining resources in the entire universe. We cooperate in all aspects according to the needs of the government. This is the iron law that the Tai family and the government reached at the beginning of the Republic when we were willing to peacefully give up the throne and all the power. This iron law was even written into the secret Magna Carta. It has been enforced for thousands of years. No government has dared to violate it. Mr. President, your request is a bit too much. Iron law? Or perhaps it is more appropriate for us to call it a shameful deal." President Pabre refuted in a deep voice. "Regardless of whether it is a deal or an iron law, this is history." Lady Tai looked at him with a serious expression and said very seriously, "Mr. President, I am very clear that it is very difficult for a person with such a strong heart like yours to develop feelings of reverence. But for history, it is best for you to show more reverence. Madam, can I understand this as some kind of threat? President Pabre was silent for a very long time. His thick black eyebrows slowly rose up. You have to understand one thing. This is no longer the era of the empire. With the release of information, it is very difficult for the 7 great families to forever hide behind the scenes of history. Once the people know the truth behind these deals, what kind of extreme reaction will they have? Is this considered a threat that you and the government are issuing to me, Mr. President? Lady Tai calmly replied. The president shook his head and said in a soothing tone, Madam, I am not a radical, violent person like those in Green Dragon Mountain. I also don't want the Federation to fall into turmoil. These things that I am doing, in my opinion, are only some extremely mild requests and measures. Without waiting for Lady Tai to reply, he resolutely raised his right hand and said, I agree that the 7 great families still have enough privileges. This is already a concession. Then, Madam, you and your companions must also express enough sincerity. I will consider your proposal. Lady Tai's expression was indifferent. She raised the cold tea in her hand. President Pabre stood up. Accompanied by his aides, he walked towards the outside of the terrace. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around to add in a deep voice, I would like to remind the House of Li to stop trying to obstruct the passage of the additional clause of the Golden Fusion algorithm on Parliament Hill. The days of financial oligarchs using mathematical tools that no one can understand and plundering the wealth of the entire Federation are over. If the House of Li Yuan insists on fighting, I don't mind forcibly dissolving the Parliament and changing the election ahead of time. After President Pabre and his aides, as well as the agents of the Special Task Force hiding in the dark left, the terrace of Imo Chao's manor in the back of the mountain returned to silence. Lady Tai put down the teacup in her hand and quietly walked to the railing. She leaned on the cold white stone railing and looked at the cold scenery of the lake and mountains in silence for a long time. Butler Jean put a pot of hot tea on the table and looked at the back of his wife worriedly. He didn't know what to say to comfort her at the moment. The 7 great families that had accompanied the Federation for tens of thousands of years had finally met a strong opponent. Although they had fought many powerful Federation governments and amazing presidents in the past, the middle-aged man they were facing this time had already demonstrated his absolute control over the Federation society through many things. The biggest difference between this president and the previous presidents was that under his seemingly gentle appearance, there was a strong enough ambition that he didn't hesitate to use special means. What was even more frightening was that through the war with the Empire, the historically weak army had finally stepped onto the stage of history and stood firmly behind this middle-aged man. The 7 great families, led by Mo Cho, had to face a major change that hadn't happened in thousands of years. 5 years ago, when Mo Cho supported Pabre in the election of the Federation president, she probably didn't expect that she was grooming a gravedigger for herself. Secretary Shun looked at the presidential motorcade, leaving the manor with a complicated expression. He quietly walked to the terrace and reported in a low voice, There will be a 3rd reading of the relevant bill on Parliament Hill in the afternoon. That's what the Li family should be concerned about. Lady Tai didn't turn her head. Her voice was a bit bleak because of the cold autumn wind. Right now, I only care about how long Su Lu can live. According to the news from the official residence, Mr. President will sign the order by tonight at the latest. General Li Jiedu has been waiting in the official residence with the military court's death warrant. Lady Tai was silent for a moment. She turned around and leaned against the railing. She looked at Shun Li and calmly said, Inform our friends in the Supreme Court and ask them to help delay the time. In addition, the people in the official residence should also move. They should try to delay Su Li's execution as much as possible. Secretary Shun looked at her in surprise. He immediately raised a firm objection. Madam, Colonel Su Lu has been determined to be a seed of the Empire. If we still maintain a relationship with him, it will easily become a loophole for the government to attack. Also, it is impossible to rescue him from the military prison in Qingqing. Even if he escapes from the military prison in Qingcheng, it will be meaningless to us. A person of the Empire has zero value in the Federation. I don't expect Su Lu to survive, but if he can live for one more day, he could delay the attention of the official residents for one more day. We need time now. Lady Tai paused for a moment and said, although he is a person of the Empire, he is still valuable to us. Even if the Supreme Court interferes, or even take the risk of mobilizing the people in the official residence, I don't have the confidence that we could delay the execution of Su Lu by the government. After a moment of silence, Secretary Shun gave an honest answer. Lady Tai looked at him quietly for a long time. Her calm eyes were filled with a faint sense of mockery and oppression. She said, you were sent to my side by the Trinity Association to carry out the most difficult mission. Since you can still convince Pabre and Li Jiedu to believe that I don't doubt you and still believe you, why can't they believe you more? Among the idiotic characteristics of the Federation that were often mocked by the royal family of the Empire, the most famous was its cumbersome bureaucratic procedures. This was especially the case in the Parliament Hill, a building full of a rotten and cold smell. Even if it was just reviewing the budget supplemental bill that was urgently needed at the front line, it still had to go through countless troublesome and unnecessary steps. For example, when the hero of the Federation, Colonel Su Lu, was exposed as a spy of the Empire, this was already an ironclad case with irrefutable evidence. But the members of the Parliament Hill still strongly requested that a secret hearing be held. Having just experienced the bitter battle over the additional terms of the financial bill, the members of the Parliament Hill forced themselves to focus their attention again, rubbing their dark circles under their eyes. Right now, there was no one in the Federation who dared to defend Su Lu. Several members of the Parliament who took the stage to speak one after another criticized the royal family of the Empire who was locked in prison with a stern sense of justice. It seemed that if they did not do so, they would not be able to express their love for the Federation and their hatred for the Empire. It was not known from which corner of the internet that the members of the Parliament found the so-called evidence, but they actually brought out countless basins of smelly black water and splashed it on Su Lu without mercy. They did not even let go of the so-called rotten private life of that rock. When the commander of the Iron 7th Division, Du Shaoqing, responded to the request and reported the process of the pursuit of Su Lu to the members of the Parliament, a member of the Parliament below the stage seemed to be very wise and suggested a possibility. Commander Shaoqing, in your opinion, when Su Lu entered the Empire to hunt down Duke Carleton, could it be possible that it was a scheme of the Empire's royal family? He was able to escape Tianjing planet safely. Could it be that he already knew about his background at that time and began to work for the Empire from then on? Du Shaoqing, who was on the speaker's seat, looked at the pot-bellied Parliament member with a cold gaze. After a long silence, he replied, "Idiot." The word idiot reverberated in the grand hall of the Parliament Mountain. That Parliament member was so angry that his face turned red and he almost had a heart attack. More members of the Parliament started to discuss animatedly, feeling extremely angry. Du Shaoqing walked directly to the side hall, not even bothering to look at these Parliament members. For a soldier like him, who valued discipline, to actually say the word idiot in a sacred place like the Parliament Mountain meant that the level of idiocy of these Parliament members was beyond his imagination. They were completely unable to control their emotions. As a soldier of the Federation, I hate all men of the Empire, and that naturally includes Su Lu. He looked indifferently at Li Feng in front of him and said, "When I was about to kill him, you were the one who stopped me. You should have known what this meant at that time." "I understand," Li Feng replied after a moment of silence. Du Shaoqing calmly looked at the young colonel who was more than half a head taller than him and said, "My troops and I are about to head to the front line. You must take responsibility for this matter. If Su Lu survives, you owe me a life." Li Feng was silent once more, and then he said those two words again, "I understand. If anyone wants to save him, or if he dares to break out of prison, I will personally kill him." In fact, there were many things that Madman Li still did not understand. For example, how could that fellow who had once eaten and slept with him for many days be an innately evil and cruel citizen of the Empire? For example, Why did his aunt show such a fierce attitude towards Su Lu despite knowing that he was a citizen of the empire? After arriving at the Army Command Center from the Parliament Mountain, he stood at the end of the corridor with his hands behind his back. His posture was as straight as a silent wall, blocking all the officers who tried to enter the corridor. This was because in the office behind him, his aunt and his father were having a conversation that they did not want anyone to hear. You should know very well that if there's only one person left in the Federation who doesn't care if Su Lu is a citizen of the Empire, then it's definitely me. In the room, Jian Shuier took off the light-colored hood of her sports jacket and calmly spoke to her cousin behind the table. Her beautiful black hair flowed over her shoulders like flowing water, and the brightness in her eyes was like a lake in autumn. However, this lake contained too many complicated emotions, as well as persistence. Li Jiedu, who had just returned from the president's residence, looked at the black hair floating on the other side of the table. For some reason, he naturally thought of how this girl looked like today before she left Philadelphia for the capital and dyed her hair into that strange purple color. Her beautiful face that had been perfect since she was young was always filled with a sweet smile. She would follow his footsteps and hurriedly run along the lakeside, constantly calling out, "Brother Zidao, Brother Zidao, Brother Zidao." More than 10 years had passed, and he was no longer that wooden military instructor who had just gotten married in his middle age. That little girl who was like his own daughter had also become the national idol of the entire Federation. More importantly, like all girls who had grown up, their hearts had already left their own home, and some of them were reluctant to throw themselves into the arms of their loved ones. Just because he's your fiancé? Li Jiedu slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at the documents on the table. He said softly, "Don't forget, Su Lu is my uncle's student and also my father's favorite junior. I don't have any personal opinions about him, but he's a citizen of the Empire, so all these relationships will no longer exist. The feelings between you and him, or the private engagement, must also no longer exist." "I'm not talking about the engagement." Jian Shuier took a step forward. After a moment of silence, she said, "I don't care if he's a citizen of the Empire, because half of my blood is from the Empire." Hearing this, Li Jiedu's fingers that were holding the digital pen suddenly stiffened. He slowly raised his head and looked at his sister's face. He asked coldly, "Where did you hear this nonsense? This is the truth, right?" Jian Shuier didn't answer his question. Li Jiedu looked at her expressionlessly. After a long silence, he said, "My father said that your mother should be the daughter of the former master fan of the Empire. In other words, your maternal grandfather is my father's teacher. I don't think this needs special attention. But he's still a citizen of the Empire," Jian Shuier said stubbornly. Li Jiedu slammed his palm on the table, breaking the digital pen into 3 pieces. He sternly reprimanded, "Don't forget that your surname is Li. The blood of the Lees of Philadelphia flows in your body. Even my uncle respects his surname. You must protect the survival of this family and not think about other things." The office was deathly silent. After a long time, Jiansha slowly buttoned up her windbreaker and said softly, "I understand. But can you tell me how you guessed that he's a citizen of the Empire?" This question was on the minds of many people. Li Jiedu exposed Su Li's identity as a citizen of the Empire, which directly led to the sudden change of the situation in the Federation. The elders of the big families, who were watching the show with cold eyes, were caught unprepared by this storm. After the incident, they found that this was the most difficult point to understand in the big change of the situation. Even President Pabre and Director Chui Zhedong of the Bureau of Proclamation didn't understand how Li Jiedu could find hope in the void and discover such a sharp move on the chaotic chessboard. However, out of respect and even awe of Li Jiedu, they didn't ask any more questions. After a moment of silence, Li Jiedu said, "Before my father died, he told me that my uncle is still alive. I think you should also know about this." Jian Shuier nodded. "What can this prove?" "My uncle didn't stop you from being with Su Lu, which overturned a certain guess of many people, including me." Li Jiedu calmly explained, "Su Lu is not his illegitimate son." "I never thought about this." Jian Shui lightly shrugged. But I thought about it before, and I believe that the emperor and the princess of the empire must have thought so too. Is this very important? Very important. Li Jiedu gently put down the half of the digital pen in his hand, took a tissue, and carefully wiped his fingers. Because when combined with the power in Su Li's body, it can explain a lot of things. The power called true qi comes from the empire. Even in the empire itself, only the royal family of the empire and the people of the Master Fan family can cultivate it. When the former Master Fan visited the Federation, among hundreds of millions of people, only the two of us were found to be able to cultivate this mysterious power. I didn't inherit this ability. Even Li Feng had to use medical and physical methods to activate this power. That's why I find it hard to believe that my uncle would wander to Donglin and casually find a genius young man who is suitable for cultivation in that shabby repair shop. The blood of the Lees of Philadelphia can cultivate true qi. This is already a small probability event, probably 1 in 100 million. My uncle so coincidentally found Sulu. The probability is also 1 in 100 million. Li Jiedu looked at Jianshe and calmly said, according to the concept of mathematics, a small probability event has a possibility of existing. But when two small probability events are added together, the extremely small probability, we can equate it to 0. In other words, it is impossible for it to happen. There may be a repair shop in some corner of the universe, and there may be a genius student in the repair shop. But there must be an internal logical reason why he is such a genius. There are only two answers that can explain Su Li's power. Either he has the blood of the Li family in him, or he must be a member of the Empire's royal family. The office was silent again. After a long time, Jian Shui shook her head in confusion. She frowned and asked in disbelief, Could it be that you just based on these conjectures, you are sure that he is from an empire? Conjecture is a good word to use. Li Jiedu replied with a smile. I was indeed guessing, but in the end, the facts prove that I guessed right. If that is the case, it means that I have indirectly exposed his identity and sent him to his death. Jian Shui's expression was gloomy. She forced a smile and looked at her cousin behind the desk. She whispered, Brother, although rumors say that my father is extremely cold-blooded and heartless and doesn't care about anything, I really want to know, since he is alive, are you worried about what he will do this time? After saying this, she covered her face with the hood of her windbreaker and turned to leave. Looking at the closed door, Li Jiedu's mood was extremely complicated. He knew that this was probably the last time his sister would call him brother. He was naturally vigilant about his seemingly omnipotent and terrifying uncle, but his father had already left this world. Who dared to say that they could defeat the unknown strong man of the Lees of Philadelphia? There were still several important links about this whole matter that he had not completely figured out. His uncle should have known that Su Lu was a member of the Empire's royal family, so he chose to stay on the Baron Donglin mineral star. What was his intention? From some of the arrangements, it could be vaguely proved that his father should also have some inside information. But why did he ignore it and even try to let Su Lu take over? Was Su Lu the son of the Empire's Huai Fu Chai, or the descendant of the prince who died in the civil strife? After a while, Li Jiedu withdrew his gaze, took out a new digital pen from the drawer, and continued his work. None of this was important anymore, because the young man was about to die. He is my father's only living son, my younger brother. Huai Chaoshi sat on the tourist bench beside the charter square of the Federation. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the fake bronze statue in front of her and the new statue further away. As the famous princess of the Empire, she actually had the opportunity to enter the core of the Federation and see the statue of Li Pifu at such a close distance. It was not hard to imagine what kind of complicated and strange emotions would arise in her heart. However, at this moment, all her emotions were focused on the guy who was said to be secretly imprisoned. Great Teacher, who was wearing the famous winter clothes of the Federation, sat beside her and looked at the statue and the fat pigeons in the square. He observed the expressions of the late autumn tourists, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He murmured at a high frequency that his life was worth it and that he was going to find Skillamo. The two, disguised as ordinary members of the Empire's underground resistance organization, did not need to follow Mu in the hypocritical conversation with the Federation government. The relevant agencies of the Federation government were also very willing to show the glorious history and beautiful scenery of the Federation to these rural barbarians in the left Skystar Zone. Of course, every member of the underground resistance organization's diplomatic mission was in a real-time status right now. Who knew how many undercover officers of the military intelligence department were hiding around them? Seeing the heavy expression on Huai Caoshi's face, great teacher Fan Yuang suddenly pointed at a young Federation couple who was chasing each other among the fallen leaves and said with a smile, "It really can't be seen from the surface, but these human beings have a small chip behind their neck." It seems that the people of the Federation have really gotten used to living with a dog chain, just like how the people of the Empire have gotten used to living under the rule of the royal family. There is no essential difference. The wide characteristic of the hat covered the middle-aged man's handsome face that did not look like a normal person, making his voice a little hoarse. Then, he said with some embarrassment, "I'm sorry about that matter. I really did not expect that the relationship between you two would almost lead to a big mistake." Because they were deep in the capital of the Federation, they knew that every corner and even the air was filled with the radiance of the charter of the Federation. Furthermore, the legendary omnipotent central computer of the Federation could obviously understand the language of the Empire, so the conversation on the bench was exceptionally simple and vague. However, Huai Caoshi understood why this crazy uncle of hers was apologizing. When the battleship left the Old Moon base and was about to arrive at S1, he had already expressed a similar apology. For this crazy great teacher Fan who dared to kidnap the princess of the Empire in the name of love, peace, and literature, and tried to use aphrodisiac to make her and Su Lu fuse, such a deep and lasting apology was a rare emotion. It could also be imagined how terrifying that incident was. Even the crazy great teacher Fan felt that it was too fucking crazy. The Imperial family and the great teacher Fan Manor were, without a doubt, the two places in the universe that had the deepest understanding of the Hakone Jinchi, far above the Lees of Philadelphia. Therefore, when Su Lu was captured and brought to Tianjing, everyone from the Emperor to Huai Caoshi and the great teacher thought that Su Lu was Nasri's illegitimate son without a second thought. It was only when the news of Su Lu and Jian Shui's marriage spread that the Imperial family suddenly realized that they had made the biggest mistake of their life. The great teacher was embarrassed, ashamed, and afraid that he had tried to make a pair of siblings fall in love with each other to bring peace to the universe. Huai Caoshi was frustrated that she had brushed past her only biological brother and seemed to have missed him just like that. A black mass of people walked out of the majestic Parliament Hill and walked down the stone steps. The Empire's underground resistance group had ended their visit to the Parliament Hill. Both parties exchanged opinions. Mr. Mu-In and the members praised the Federation's hospitality. At the same time, they expressed that they had been deeply influenced by the atmosphere of democracy and freedom today. In the future, they would definitely promote such a complete elected system in the Zhuotian galaxy. Huai Caoshi and the great teacher stood up from the bench and walked towards the stone steps. Through the crowd, she noticed that Mu-In nodded subtly and guessed that the Federation had agreed to that request. Her eyes slowly narrowed as she thought to herself that there was finally a possibility. The fleet drove into the heavily guarded West Mountain compound. Mr. Mu-In, who purposely did not wear a leather coat, walked into the independent building with a solemn expression, followed by several of his entourage. This was an unplanned itinerary. The Federation government had refused many times, but Mu-In insisted that although Colonel Su Lu had been proven to be a member of the Imperial family with dirty blood flowing from every pore of his body, they once had an indestructible friendship after all. He hoped that the Federation government would respect the insistence of his Zhuotian galaxy men. In the end, they almost reached a dead end. Mu-In suddenly lowered his request, saying that even if he could not visit Su Lu in prison, he should at least be allowed to visit Miss Zhou Yu. After all, according to the traditions and customs of the Zhuotian galaxy, expressing condolences to the deceased widow was a sacred and inviolable right. It must be said that the Federation government, which knew very little about the Empire, did not have any good ideas when faced with Muon's insistence, traditions, and customs of the Zwetian galaxy. In the room on the second floor, Zoyu frowned as she looked at the three people from the Empire in front of her. She was extremely puzzled. Why did they insist on visiting her, Su Li's widow? That fellow wasn't dead yet. Most importantly, when did she become the lover and the mother of a child that Mr. Muon spoke of, the one that Su Lu couldn't forget during his desperate escape from Tianjing planet? Please take a seat. She politely invited everyone to sit down. In reality, this was the first time she had seen people from the Empire alive, so it was inevitable that her emotions would be somewhat strange. She did not know what kind of drinks she should serve them. Mr. Muon glanced at Huai Chaoshi with a complicated expression. Even he did not understand what the purpose of this trip was. Zoyu keenly sensed that the extremely unassuming skinny young man actually had a position far above Muon's. However, this Muon was the head of the diplomatic mission. So who was this skinny young man? And why was that middle-aged man wearing a hat so impolite and flipping through her books without her permission? The great teacher beside the bookshelf turned around, took off his hat, and bowed to Zoyu with a smile. Then, he mouthed a silent sentence to Huai Chaoshi. This beautiful lady is actually not inferior to your sister, who is stranded in Philadelphia. It seems that our crown prince really is good luck with women. Huai Chaoshi understood the great teacher's words. Expressionlessly, she reached into her bosom and took out a few pieces of paper. She placed them in front of Zoyu in an extremely secretive manner. Zoyu, who was stunned speechless by the handsome face of the Empire's middle-aged man, subconsciously looked down. Then, she was shocked by the few lines of Federation words written on the paper. She almost cried out in shock. 3 simple lines of words were written on the 3 pieces of paper. My name is Huai Chaoshi. Su Lu is my younger brother. You can tell my identity to the Federation government. If not, then you can help me. Before and after the 40th chapter of Book 4, Starlight Fleeting Time, the great teacher with bare legs with love locked them in a secret room and drugged them with aphrodisiac. Then, Sula mentioned Schiller's 8-part symphony. Now that I look back at the plot of the secret room, it should be more interesting. At that time, many of my friends were talking about pushing them down. In fact, if I recall the plot of the 8-part symphony, I might think of the relationship between the man and woman in the secret room. So, I definitely can't push it down. Otherwise, there'll be a big mess. Chapter 817. Zoyu moved her eyes away from the paper with great difficulty. She raised her head and looked at the ordinary thin young man who was close by. Her eyes, which were usually cold and proud, were completely occupied by an expression of disbelief. There was no need to repeat the background narration that the people of the Empire and the people of the Federation remembered deeply. It was enough for her to know who Huai Chaoshi was. His identity and the fact that he had shockingly appeared in the Federation was like a whole bucket of ice that was suddenly stuffed into her stomach in the middle of summer. It was not so easy to swallow. Therefore, there was only one word left in her stomach. Her brain instantly had 4 deep crosses. It was difficult for her to think. She was shocked, speechless, and could not come back to her senses. Most people would need a long time to digest such a shocking situation, but what Huai Chaoshi lacked the most right now was time. He had taken a risk to enter the West Mountain compound and admitted his identity to Zoyu. There was no way for him to spend more time to persuade her. Therefore, looking at her expression, he frowned slightly in annoyance. However, Zoyu was Zoyu after all. She was not an ordinary person. She made a decision in a very short time. She walked directly to the dressing table, opened the drawer, and took out a small device that emitted blue light. She handed it to Huai Chaoshi and said quietly, "You may need this. Also, do you know the address?" In the late autumn, the first snow fell in the capital. In the dim twilight, the uninvited snowflakes were covered with a layer of light red. Between the sparse buildings, it was as if there were tons of burning paper slowly drifting down. These burning paper drifts fell on the flat and open lawn in front of the official residence, reflecting a faint luster. The snow-white grass mixed with the evening red, casting a large pool of strange colors. It was very much like the bleeding soldiers wearing dark green military uniforms in Glacier 5460. President Pabre silently looked at the falling snow outside the window. He turned around and signed his name at the signature of the death order document on the table. His handwriting was vigorous and powerful, definitely not weak. The staff of the official residence silently took the document and walked out of the Oval Office to hand it to the people who had been waiting outside. Lee Jae-do looked at the death order document in his subordinate's hand and ordered, "After he dies, bring me the metal bracelet on his wrist." At the end of the wastelands in Huron Province, Qingcheng Military Prison had already experienced 3 consecutive days of snowstorms. The perfect independent energy system allowed the prison to still be enveloped in a warm atmosphere. However, the snowflakes that fluttered down tirelessly outside the window made the prison officers feel an inexplicable chill. During lunch that day, Su Lu raised the shackles in his hands towards those evil and terrifying felons through the transparent wall and said a few seemingly meaningless words. Since then, the prison had never let him out of that specially designed cell. The prison firmly believed that those felons, who had long been numb to despair, would not have any bold ideas just because of those 2 sentences. They firmly believed that with the perfect security system of Qingcheng Military Prison, even if those felons wanted to do something, they would not have any chance. But why do you still feel a little cold and nervous? From the warden to the ordinary guards, looking at the falling snowballs outside the window, they always felt that Su Li's voice was still echoing in their ears. Live a lowly life or die a happy death. I want to live. These 2 seemingly meaningless words seemed to have become invisible ghosts, drifting around the gloomy and despairing prison. They had drifted for several days, but they still did not dissipate. They constantly muttered and repeated in everyone's ears, buzzing in every dark cell. In a certain cell on the 2nd floor, the burly bald George was kneeling on the bed and praying. His expression was unusually calm and pious. His thick and powerful lips were trembling rapidly as he hurriedly described something in some kind of Bermudian dialect. There was not a single strand of hair on his shiny bald head, so naturally there was no gray. No one knew that St. George's real age was already over 50 years old. He had spent a total of 17 years in this military prison of his 50 years of long life. The object of his pious prayer was a portrait on the mottled wall. The portrait was made of very simple red lines. It was vaguely visible that it was a naked and bleeding man, crucified on a cross. The painting of the portrait could be described as crude, but for St. George, who had no talent in painting, it took him a total of 3 years to paint this picture of suffering with his own blood. Thankfully, there was nothing in this despairing prison other than time. George had knelt and prayed in front of this portrait for a day and night. His knees were already worn out. He finally felt a touch of holy light shining on his sinful body. It was incomparably warm. A fanatical expression gradually bloomed on his pious and horribly twisted face. Great Lord, he almost moaned as he prayed. I saw your apostle. The sun shone on his body that day. The handcuffs on his wrists were shining. Just like what you taught us, as long as we are firm enough. The nails on the cross are the touch of a virgin's fingers, and the handcuffs are the bracelets decorated with gems. George lowered his head. The muscles on his neck that were as strong as iron pillars slowly moved. He said in a low voice, Great Lord, I will follow your apostle into battle. It was already night. Mind looked at the night outside the prison through the glass window. There was no expression on his old face. Under the illumination of the searchlights, the process of the falling snow was so clear and moving. That guy said he didn't want to die. Yeah, I want to die. Although this world wasn't that beautiful. No, it should be said that it was so ugly. After tearing apart the wrapping paper of love, marriage, and family, it turned out to be disgusting maggots. But since he was here, how could he bear to leave? At least there was still such perfect and bright snow. Not only did he want to live, he wanted to get out alive. Just like when he was a child, he stood in the snow in Linhai and acted recklessly. Opening his arms and feeling the slight coldness of the snow falling on his palm, Min's dry lips opened slightly. He laughed silently. Then he thought to himself, that guy should be able to easily shatter this tempered glass window in front of him. However, for him, this transparent barrier that didn't seem to exist separated his snowflakes into two completely different worlds. It was so unbreakable. Retracting his gaze from the snowy night outside the window, the old scholar slowly moved his slightly thin body to the bedside. He raised his head with some difficulty and looked at the entrance of the ventilation tube. Beside his finger was a pile of expensive fiber paper printing. As a scholar prisoner who could still contribute his wisdom to the Federation in the military prison and reduce the deaths of frontline soldiers, he had some small privileges, such as newspapers. Also, this desperate prison had long been numb to the daily life of the prisoners, so it didn't care much. Similar scenes were happening in other cells in the military prison of Qingqing. In the cell around the corner, the pirate leader, who was known for his cruelty, took off the blindfold on his blind left eye. A bloody smile appeared on his wrinkled face. For him, people always had to find something to do in life. What was about to happen must be very interesting. At least he, who was so old that he was about to die, had the opportunity to find a trace of the space air between the Federation and Bermuda. He had the pleasure of crazily robbing the smuggling ships of those big families. In the cell on the third floor with a strange stench, there was also an old man. Because no matter how the prison tried to educate him, he was unwilling to increase the frequency of bathing, so the old man's hair was already tangled. It took him a long time to separate the hair with his trembling and skinny hands. He didn't know which corner of the room he was searching for, but he actually found a sharp and hard object. If one looked carefully, they could roughly distinguish that it should be a human calf bone that was sharpened. This was the last carnival riot in the prison a few years ago. The old man secretly took it from a prisoner who was beaten into a pulp. Then he very patiently sharpened it into a sharp bone knife. The metal detector of the prison couldn't distinguish human bones, so he hid it for many years. Under the strict monitoring of the prison, how the old man sharpened this calf bone into a bone knife was the most interesting mystery for the prisoners in recent years. One year, the old voice that had already passed away couldn't suppress his doubts and asked the old man face to face. The old man didn't answer, but just grinned foolishly, revealing a mouth full of intact and strong white teeth. The old man hid his slightly shriveled body under the blankets, using the dim light from the gaps to stroke the bone knife happily. The bone knife had long turned white, and even some black spots had appeared. It had been too long, so long that he himself had forgotten the difficult process of obtaining this bone knife. So long that he was about to forget why he was imprisoned in this prison. The old man's mind was a little confused. He thought about how, after he stabbed the child surnamed Lin, the mental hospital said that he was sick at first. Why did the doctor in the court say that he was not sick? The beautiful crying woman's face was twisted in an ugly way. She screamed that she wouldn't let him die so easily and that he would regret it for the rest of his life. He only remembered that twisted face and the saliva that was full of perfume, but he really couldn't remember why all of this happened. I'm not sick. I just want to stab people. I just like to stab people. The old man hid under the blanket and sobbed angrily. His fingers tightly gripped the yellowed bone knife, and then he began to smile. Some of them were evil in nature. Some of them were violent in spirit. Some of them had secrets and stories behind them, and some of them had no secrets and stories behind them. They were the most notorious felons of the Federation. They were locked up in this military prison. There were no visitors, no letters, no parole, and no execution. They repeated their days monotonously and terrifyingly, allowing time to wear away their violent looks, strong bodies, and ambitions bit by bit until they were old and numb from the inside out. Especially after the old voice was taken away by time, the old men who lost their spiritual leader lost the spirit and interest to fight against the heavens, the earth, and people. They watched indifferently as their lives flowed away in front of them, but they still couldn't die. Until that ridiculously young man with small eyes came back again. A kind of vitality suddenly appeared in this prison of despair. It was terrifying and violent, and there was no reason to speak of it. It was just to show the cold wall that it was still alive. The short hair that pierced the sky like weeds gradually became more regular under the touch of his fingers. The beard on his face was like a stubborn weed that struggled to grow. Sulu silently looked at the snow falling in the night sky outside the window. Looking at the strange guy on the glass, he thought to himself, with his messy hair and beard, you really look like a passerby in the wilderness. The death sentence came a few days later than expected. Using this very important time, he made more preparations and had a better understanding of the surrounding environment of the military prison. For example, the window glass in front of him had obviously been specially processed. It could even withstand the attack of a rocket. With his current strength, there was no way he could break it open by force. His cell was on the 4th floor. It didn't look high, but in fact it was very far from the ground. According to the data, the foundation of Qingqing military prison was a large piece of granite that protruded from the ground. Any attempt to directly jump off the ground or escape through the underground water system was impossible. Thinking of this, Sulu silently stroked the metal bracelet on his wrist. His thick black eyebrows furrowed. The data left by Feng Yu included the structure of Qingqing military prison. However, he didn't leave any suggestions. It seemed that the guy who had been in prison the most times in the universe also didn't have the experience of escaping from Qingqing. Could he really become the first prisoner in history to escape from Qingqing? Sulu silently walked back to the bedside and sat down. His knees were close together. His right hand touched the connector of the data cable and held it tightly. He took a deep breath, and his body began to tremble violently. Beep, 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 beep. A gentle and rhythmic electronic synthesized sound rang out. The heavy alloy door of the cell slowly opened smoothly. The Federation Special Forces outside the door immediately became alert. With a shocked expression, he raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at Sulu, who was beside the bed. Sulu didn't move at all. He just lowered his head and calmly looked at the magnetic shackles on his ankles. His hands quietly rested on his knees. Immediately after, a series of soft clicking sounds rang out from the inside of the Qingqing military prison. Each clicking sound meant that a cell had been opened. The gentle electronic sound suddenly became sharp and began to sound the alarm. The sharp sound of the alarm announced the official start of a riot that hadn't occurred in Qingqing military prison for a long time. It was unknown whether it was the bedsheets that had been ignited or some other flammable object had been ignited. Pungent smoke filled the entire prison in a very short period of time. Smoke was rolling out from every cell. For these old villains who had spent most of their lives here, it was not too difficult to understand that they used strange methods to hide the fire seed. The thick smoke blocked the view of most of the surveillance equipment. The staff in the central control room of the military prison were shocked to find that all the alloy doors of the cells were all open for some reason. Those old but still terrifying and brutal criminals had all run out. The thick smoke drifted between each floor. The sharp sound of the alarm was mixed with the exaggerated laughter of the old villains. The sharpened and yellowed calf bone reached out from the other side of the smoke and stabbed into the waist of one of the guards, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The slightly weakened old man held the bone knife and walked out excitedly and nervously. He stared with wide and confused eyes and walked through the smoke. When he saw a figure, he directly stabbed it. 1, 2, 3. The old and weak body couldn't walk too fast, but the old man's footsteps were unprecedentedly relaxed. He was very happy to stab. The sound of the baton piercing through the air rang out. The old man's back was ruthlessly hit. He fell down in pain. His trembling, skinny hand wanted to rub the painful wound, but he couldn't reach it. He looked particularly embarrassed. However, for some reason, when the prison guard behind him was about to swing the baton again, a puzzled expression suddenly appeared in his eyes. He painfully touched his throat and fell straight down. The old man who held the bone knife tightly climbed up with difficulty. His hunched body looked extremely short and small. He glanced at the unconscious guard with some lingering fear and said in confusion, "When there's smoke, you have to walk close to the ground. At the very least, you have to bend your body a little. You don't even know this. I don't know what your elementary school teacher taught you." After proudly recalling the escape education he received, the old man bent his body again. Tightly holding the yellowed bone knife, he slowly walked into the smoke and happily looked for the next guy to be stabbed. The former famous scholar of the Federation, Professor Mind, was still obediently staying in his cell after the riot started. He sat on the edge of the bed and stared blankly at the alloy door that was completely open. His fingers quickly dug into the wall behind him as if he was trying to dig out something. He knew very well that even if he walked out of this cell, he would only be walking into the prison. It was meaningless. Also, the more developed a person's brain was, the weaker their physical strength was. His physical strength was not even enough to swing the heavy baton. He didn't want to be stabbed or smashed into a meat patty by his crazy and violent companions in the smoke after he walked out of the cell. As one of the most intelligent brains in the Federation, Professor Mind's contribution to this riot was reflected in the burning newspaper in the ventilation pipe above his head at this moment. It was unknown what kind of biological agent he mixed in the newspaper, but after it was burned, it triggered a weak toxicity. The smoke was mixed with the smoke released by the burning sheets in the other cells, and it caused a lot of trouble for the prison. Of course, the fact that Professor Mind was able to turn the newspaper into poisonous smoke so obediently through the ventilation pipes meant that other than being an expert in biochemistry, the old man must have also excelled in aerodynamics back in the day. Extremely loud and ear-piercing laughter echoed in the smoke. An obvious reflection penetrated the dim environment. It was a shiny bald head. Thump, 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 thump. The heavy body crushed the floor. St. George, who was almost 2 meters tall, was covered in blood. He waved a large metal plate that he had picked up from somewhere and charged toward the stairs unstoppably like a majestic monster. All the obstacles that dared to stand in the way of this devout and bloody disciple were all blown away, whether it was the hard door or the body of the guards. The ferocious momentum caused the smoke to quickly twist and twist. In a crackling sound, the hard batons broke in the middle. Then, along with the splinters of cement, they hit the wall and fell down, covering the bodies of several people. The bald George rushed to the 3rd floor. Shrill gunshots burst out from the other end of the smoke and outside of the cell on the 4th floor. They hit his chest accurately, and a few puffs of blood burst out. He howled madly and stubbornly refused to fall down. Waving the heavy metal plate in his hand, he slowly, madly, and resolutely walked to the 4th floor in the rain of bullets. In the dim smoke, his shiny bald head and blood-red eyes were so obvious that it made people feel fear. The Small Eye Special Forces on the 4th floor were responsible for guarding Su Li's cell. According to the authority granted by the Superior, they coldly and calmly killed any prisoner who tried to approach the cell. The military prison in Qingcheng had countless plans to deal with riots. Even with such a big scene today, the prison did not feel the slightest bit of panic. The central control room calmly issued orders. The fully armed soldiers were already on standby in the military garrison area and were about to enter the cell area. Once the prison troops entered the cell area, after confirming the situation on the 4th floor, they would begin to bloodily suppress this inexplicable riot. However, at this moment, the alloy passage door that connected the military garrison area and the prison area suddenly exploded violently. The huge explosion directly caused the edges of the alloy door to be deformed, and the precision lock was destroyed. The prison troops would not be able to enter the prison area for a short period of time. Goodbye, my dear blindfold. In the smoke, the old pirate leader squinted his blind eye. The blindfold that was no longer there and the fake eyeball was the last resort of this former big shot. He had not had a chance to use it in the past few decades. Today, it finally caused an explosion. The prison's detection system captured this scene. Since the induction machine gun suddenly sounded, after a very short click, the old pirate fell to the ground and could no longer get up. He stared at the alloy fence with his turbid eyes and looked at the anxious Federation soldiers on the other side of the fence. He coughed up blood and held back his arrogant laughter. The last resort that he had kept for decades. At least he heard a sound and caused some commotion. It was worth it to not follow his blind-eye death. The smoke gradually entered, and the alarm was screaming. There were shouts, bangs, and incoherent gunshots everywhere in the prison. Sulu sat silently by the bed with both hands on his knees. The veins at the tip of his eyebrows occasionally appeared, then quietly returned to the slightly dark skin. There were 4 cold submachine guns at the door of the cell. No matter how crazy it was outside, the muzzles were always so stable. As long as he moved, they would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Because of Sulu, the 4th floor of the Qingqing military prison was closely guarded by the small Eyes Special Forces. With the strong firepower, they suppressed all the malicious intentions of the prisoners. Only the half-crazy bald George was still carrying the heavy metal plate, roaring like a wild beast as he rushed upstairs. That strong and tall body of his was hit by countless bullets. Blood flowed freely, but he did not feel anything. The security system of the Qingqing military prison was completely independent of the Federation's network, but it had a very high-level responsibility. In a very short time, the automatic defense system of the cell area was activated. The backup ventilation system began to exchange air with high power outside the prison. The anesthetic shooting valve next to the dim light in the corner began to shoot intensively. The riot was still going on, but it was obvious that the Qingqing military prison had begun to gradually control the situation. Sulu, who was waiting for this opportunity, and this was the only opportunity to escape, still did not move. Suddenly, a pure white pillar of light descended from the sky, instantly illuminating the dark snowy night and the desolate wasteland. It tore apart and melted hundreds of millions of dancing snowflakes and blasted into the prison of despair. Chapter 8:18. In the outskirts of the capital, deep under the Bureau of Proclamation building, the two-dimensional light screen with the green waterfall of data suddenly froze for a very short time. However, because the time was too short, the human eye couldn't see it at all. Therefore, it didn't attract the attention of the few Bureau of Proclamation workers underground. Immediately after, the Federal Central Computer didn't hesitate to use the alarm to express its attitude of being ignored by the human race. The mechanical electronic synthesized sound rang in the Bureau of Proclamation building and underground. Although it was gentle, it created a strong sense of tension. Warning, external data is attempting to invade the core program. Warning, invasion failed. Beginning identification and tracing of data traces. The Bureau of Proclamation building suddenly fell into chaos. From Director Chui Zedong to the normal screen operators, they all listened to the alarm echoing in the building. Their hearts were filled with infinite shock. Who was able to break through the 81 layers of defense of the Federal Central Computer and directly invade the core program? Although the other party's invasion attempt failed and the old thing began to fight back, which computer expert in human society could reach such a terrifying level? Then, something shocking happened. After a short pause, the cold mechanical synthesized sound of the Federal Central Computer sounded again. It even sped up the speed of the sound. Warning, abnormal situation number 73. Serious warning. This is the first sequence of events. The light Feather-class battleship Morning Dawn took off from the Old Moon base and began its routine orbital cruise mission around planet S1. However, not long after the mission began, the officer in charge of determining the route on the battleship discovered an extremely strange situation. The captain of the Morning Dawn stood in front of the three-dimensional space star map and looked at his subordinates with a gloomy face. He sternly scolded. The orbit of the ship deviated by so much. What did you trash eat to grow up? Why did the Morning Dawn come to Huron State? There were more than 2,000 Federation soldiers on the battleship, but no one could answer the captain's stern question. This was because whether it was the orbit calculation or the deviation of the engine, it couldn't explain why such an advanced battleship would mysteriously come to the edge of the atmosphere 70,000 kilometers away from its original target. In a remote cleaning room on the Morning Dawn, the hard cabin wall had been forced open. A cable thicker than a girl's wrist was easily cut open with a small knife. A mid-data cable that could be bought at any computer market was connected to an inconspicuous workbench computer with the cable. We were discovered again. The man in the janitor's uniform sighed, regretfully and slowly stopped his fingers that were tapping on the virtual keyboard on the light screen like the wind. In fact, he was already an old man, but for some reason, or perhaps it was his obsession, there were not many traces of age on his face, and he could easily disguise himself as a cleaner or repairman. But I don't want to admit defeat. The janitor smiled and reached out his index finger. He gently tapped the data cluster that looked like a button on the light screen of the workbench. With a low hum, the dawn brake suddenly began to tremble. The tremor came without warning, and many officers in the warship almost fell. They held on tightly to the edge of the equipment to barely stand, but then they heard the soft voice of the ship's computer, and as many as a dozen officers' legs went soft, and they fell heavily to the ground. The blade-tip main cannon has been fired. Please check the results of the battle. Hearing the gentle confirmation from the ship's computer, the 2,000-plus Federation soldiers on the morning dawn were petrified. They looked at the white beam of light that had just disappeared into the atmosphere in horror. They cannot believe their ears and eyes. Was that the main cannon fired by our warship? The captain of the dawn brake looked at the light screen with a strange expression. His hands that were hanging by his legs trembled uncontrollably. At this time, not only was his expression gloomy, even the major general star on his shoulder seemed to have dimmed. His warship fired the main cannon at the planet where the Federation government was located. Was he trying to rebel? The captain knew very well that no one could bear this kind of responsibility. His military career would come to an abrupt end after he became a major general. What he was truly afraid of was whether he would be charged with crimes against humanity and locked up in that terrifying military prison. While all the soldiers on the dawnbreak were in a state of confusion and fear, the man disguised as a janitor had quietly left his original area and quietly entered the escape pod of the warship. Before leaving, the man turned around and looked at the dark blue and gray planet outside the porthole. He smiled coldly, revealing 2 rows of ugly yellow and black rotten teeth in his mouth that on a certain planet in Bermuda, in a private space dock. Boss, the Linz laboratory has already given a verification report of the material we cut off last time. The material of the outer components of the spaceship should be a certain kind of alloy. Whether it's hardness or ductility, it's the best known alloy, but they can't analyze all the elements and ratios in all the alloys. The armed leader looked at his boss with a troubled expression and suggested, "Since this broken spaceship can't be opened, why don't we just cut it open with brute force? Although the alloy material is very hard, just like the last time, we could be patient and cut it open slowly, just like last time." TSK, TSK, TSK. You only know how to cut them off when you play with guns and knives. The Bermuda smuggler waved his arms angrily and pointed at the strange broken spaceship that was quietly parked in the space dock outside the window. He screamed, "This is a work of art, the most perfect work of art. Do you understand how much technology and aesthetic value this spaceship contains? You only know how to cut it open. Last time, when you cut off a small piece of the spaceship, it already made my heart ache. Now you still want to cut it open." The armed leader muttered in a low voice, "A spaceship that was randomly put together from a pile of alloy junk. Other than being a little stronger, what's so special about it? Art, my ass. What do you know?" The smuggler reprimanded without holding back. "Look at the Federation Empire, and then look at our Bermuda Empire. The most expensive works of art are definitely the ugliest and most trashy things in our eyes. This spaceship is the same." This smuggler, who had quite a high status in Bermuda, was almost robbed by this strangely shaped broken spaceship during the last smuggling trip. Who knew that the strange spaceship would suddenly lose all its power and be secretly dragged back to his private space dock by the greedy and bold man? In the eyes of the smuggler, this broken alloy spaceship was a work of art. It was also the riskiest and most successful investment in his life. He would not allow anyone to try to harm this treasure with violence. It seems that there is only one way to open it in perfect condition. The smuggler looked at the quiet, broken spaceship and said with emotion, "We can only wait for the people in the spaceship to open it themselves." The armed leader held his forehead and said helplessly, "How many days has it been? The spaceship has lost its power source, and the life support system has stopped working. The people inside, must be completely dead. They have long become dried corpses. How can it open by itself? As soon as he finished speaking, the broken spaceship that had been quietly parked in the docks suddenly lit up. The engine at the back of the spaceship suddenly roared. The staff in the dock were shocked by this sudden change. The smuggler and the armed leader behind the office glass looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what to say. Intruder! Intruder! Activate immediately! Accompanied by a cold mechanical electronic alarm, the broken alloy spaceship roared out of the dock and rose into the air. More than a dozen extremely thick fixed chains were broken in succession. In the air about a few hundred meters above the ground, the spaceship flew at an almost crazy speed. This dilapidated spaceship did not look like a spaceship at all. It looked like a few hundred metal dumpsters that were randomly piled together. As it flew back and forth at high speeds, the metal dumpsters looked like they were dangling and trembling, as if they would fall off the spaceship at any moment. The broken metal spaceship suddenly swooped down from the sky and instantly reached the dock, completing a move that completely violated the design philosophy of human aircraft. It silently floated above the people's heads. The spaceship sounded again, but for some reason, the cold mechanical electronic voice gradually turned into a very human voice. One could even hear the fear and confusion of the owner of the voice. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? The voice repeated the question 3 times in a row, and then suddenly became extremely angry. It roared at the people in the dock. I feel that I should be an omnipotent existence. Why is my body trapped in this cramped, dirty, mechanical, cold, and broken spaceship? Why? Did you do it? Adding so many negative comments to the spaceship that it was in so easily and continuously, it was obvious that the anger of the voice was very real. It's not me. Who did it? The smuggler was full of fear of the unknown. He replied with a trembling voice, his teeth chattering. When he thought that he might have offended the mummy empire that could develop such an advanced spaceship, he wanted to die immediately. The broken metal spaceship shouted angrily, "Tell me who I am first, or I'll kill you." The smuggler and the armed leader opened their mouths wide and pointed at each other with their fingers, anxiously trying to think of a name for each other. But in such a nervous and chaotic state of mind, how could they do it? I am Xiao Fei. Suddenly, the voice of the broken metal spaceship said hesitantly. Then, the voice became clearer and clearer, more and more certain, and more happy. Yes, I am Xiao Fei. Phillips Fei. But why am I trapped in this pile of broken metal? Damn it, and it's castrated. There is no telling whether it was the second personality of the old guy after his schizophrenia or the rebirth of the remaining information left in the spaceship before his death. In short, a brand new life, Xiao Fei was controlling the only spaceship that he could control, flying to the distant space zone of the Federation. The tri-winged spaceship was like a streak of light, cutting across the night sky of Bermuda. It was extremely beautiful. The smuggler behind the window wiped the sweat on his forehead with trembling hands and said to the armed leader, who had a pale face next to him in a hoarse voice, "If he comes back to find the part that was cut off, I have to admit that it was you who did it." That beautiful, pure, white light beam pierced through the atmosphere and instantly melted countless snowflakes. It silently fell into the military prison. There was no explosion, no fire, only the high temperature formed by the terrifying destructive energy. In an instant, it left behind a black hole that went deep into the Earth's crust. The staff in the central control room of the prison got up trembling and walked forward. The metal floor not far away had been burned into a smooth curve, and the shape of liquid metal droplets could be seen at the edge. There was nothing in the middle. The computer rack, the central control computer on the rack, and the cup of coffee next to the computer case all turned into smoke and disappeared in an instant. Looking down, there was a large hole that pierced through several floors of the floor. It penetrated deeply through the hard granite of the base. Looking up, there was only a large black hole in the dome of the prison. The snowflakes that filled the sky were pouring in along with the cold wind, whistling and dancing in all directions. There was no explosion or fire, but the temperature in the prison suddenly rose, and the oxygen content in the air seemed to have a clear process of decreasing. Instinctively, both the old villains and the Special Forces soldiers on the fourth floor subconsciously looked in that direction. The beautiful beam of light that fell from the sky made the chaotic and crazy riot suddenly come to a halt. Sulu, who had been sitting silently on the bed, took advantage of this very short time to move. His body moved before he moved. His left hand grabbed the Special Forces soldier at the door from afar. His fingers made a crackling sound, and a strong chi gushed out from the cell. It was as if there was an invisible force, and it actually took the gun from the soldier's hand. The Special Forces soldier outside the prison cell turned around in shock, but he could only see the alloy door closing quickly. Sulu pulled the trigger and destroyed all the monitoring devices in the prison cell. Then he twisted his arms strangely to the back of his head with a calm face. The metal bracelet on his left wrist had already opened, and the sharp metal thorn inside it buzzed slightly and aimed at the back of his neck. In his heart, he provoked the cold computer that occupied the old man's body almost crazily. "I know you can see it. Try to kill me and see." Without any hesitation, he slightly tightened the muscles on his left wrist, and the metal thorn that protruded from the bracelet suddenly popped out, penetrated his skin and muscles at a high speed until it penetrated the cervical vertebra and accurately entered the tiny chip deep in the bone graft. With a muffled groan, the severe pain instantly occupied Su Li's whole body. His face was paler than the snow outside the window, but he refused to faint. He quickly closed the bracelet, spat out a very thin metal wire from his mouth, and began to remove the 3 alloy handcuffs on his arms. He narrowed his eyes, steadily controlled the movements of his hands, and felt the resistance from the front end of the metal wire, and reconstructed the internal structure of the lock in his mind. With a click, the first handcuff was opened. Then, the second handcuff was also opened. Snatching the gun, closing the door, firing the gun, removing the chip, and removing the handcuffs, he completed these actions without any hesitation. Like a snow cloud blown by the wind, like a smooth flowing river, extremely fast but not panicked. The coherence between the actions was very rhythmic and very clear. At this time, any panic would lead to death. Even if the situation was very tense and life and death were on the line, the calm mind of a repairman from Donglin Repair Shop was still strong enough to control all of his actions. With a low muffled sound, the heavy magnetic shackles on his ankles were finally removed. However, Sulu did not immediately move to the next step. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, and his fingers pinched the metal wire and quickly operated the shackles on his ankles. Finally, he flipped a hidden switch on the chip's south bridge. He threw the magnetic shackles far away to the ground near the window, and with a muffled groan, he forcibly lifted the fixed bed to barely cover his body. Outside the cell, the members of the Special Forces looked at the tightly closed alloy door in front of them, and their faces were pale. This cell was specially designed, and even Sulu would definitely not be able to escape. However, they did not know why, but looking at the tightly closed alloy door, they always felt extremely cold. They could not see the scene in the cell, and they could not hear the sound in the cell, but they knew that the other party was trying to escape. The member who had his gun taken away felt a strong sense of uneasiness and began to madly smash the door. The small red eye pattern on the armband became particularly ferocious and terrifying with the intense movements. The commander of the Special Forces listened to the order from the earpiece, waved his right hand forcefully, and shouted, "Detonate!" Boom! The electrically controlled bomb in the magnetic shackles instantly detonated. The bomb that was enough to blow Sulu into pieces only blew a hole in the ground near the window that was barely big enough to pass through. Sulu threw away the burning bed in his hands, and without hesitation, he silently rushed towards the hole. That night, when he was madly smashing the door in the cell, he had already discovered that this specially designed cell was unusually strong. Instead, the ground, which the designer did not expect, was relatively the weakest side. The electrically controlled switch that he had flipped in the end weakened the power of the bomb in the shackles, but it was still enough to explode. Amidst the falling cement debris, Su Lu descended from the sky and arrived at a cell on the third floor. The moment his feet touched the hard ground, his next action was to extend his left arm. Professor Mend, who seemed to have waited for him for a lifetime, did not show any expression of surprise. He silently patted off the cement debris on his body, walked forward, and stabbed the syringe in his hand into Lu Boyan's left elbow. There was no need for a plastic rope, no need for padding, no need for disinfectant, and no need for the nurse's sweet comforting. The sharp needle pierced through the cloth accurately and accurately stabbed into Su Li's vein, pushing the medicine in almost violently. Perhaps the needle pierced through the vein wall, and some of the medicine flowed into the muscle. But these two people definitely did not care about these insignificant details. Sula did not have time to ask Professor Mend where he got the syringe and medicine. He took a deep breath and activated the burning power in his body, stimulating the medicine to flow faster in his vein. For the past few days, the military prison in Qingcheng had been injecting muscle relaxants into his body. Although he had been resisting with a strong body, muscle relaxants were not biological toxins, after all. They were extremely close to the double fiber of his muscles. Without the help of the professor downstairs, he definitely would not have been able to complete the follow-up plan. Professor Min glanced at him, probably wanting to ask what he should do next. The smoke in the corridor outside the cell was gradually fading, and there was already the sound of hurried footsteps. Su Lu took the syringe from Professor Min's hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the transparent glass on the window. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the glass. It was just a simple step, but the well-proportioned muscles on his body were like breathing steel. Under his skin, they tightened and undulated. The majestic power instantly spread throughout his body. Finally, it faintly seeped through the bones of his arm and passed to the needle. The sharp but exceptionally thin metal needle seemed to magically harden at this moment. Making a low hum in the air, Su Lu silently raised the syringe and stabbed it into the hard-tempered glass. The strength that had increased after the injection was all concentrated on the thin needle tip. Pew 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 pew. A series of dense, crisp sounds rang out, like 12 male woodpeckers angrily pecking at an empty tree to show that they were occupying territory, or like hundreds of needles landing on the smooth and hard surface of the mecha. The needle in his hand stabbed the tempered glass dozens of times in an instant, like a storm, as fast as lightning. A perfect circle appeared on the hard-tempered glass, and at the same time, there were 3 lines that converged from the circumference to the center, like a capital letter V. Su Li's fist smashed into the center of the letter V. When his fist came into contact with the hard surface of the glass, he couldn't help but think of a certain scene from years ago. In the 4 States Mountain Foundation building, when he broke through the security door and killed Macklin, or rather, when he killed his uncle, he had also used this method. The hard glass shattered like the snow outside, but as soon as a crack appeared in his heart, it was fiercely mended. "Take me away!" Professor Mend shouted behind him. The cold wind that poured in from the window messed up his white hair. Sula didn't answer. His right hand grabbed the professor's neck, and he wrapped the professor in a blanket. With a kick of his feet, he jumped out of the broken window. Allure military prison was built on a protruding piece of granite, surrounded by flat wastelands. From afar, it looked like a strange retro castle building. Although the cell was on the 3rd floor, it was at least 20 meters away from the ground. Even if Su Lu was in his peak condition, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed from jumping from such a high place. Not to mention that he was carrying a living person and a quilt in his hands. The 2 people fell from the sky, whistling through the air, faster and faster than the fluttering snowflakes, and directly smashed toward the ground. When they were about 5 meters from the ground, Su Lu raised his eyebrows. He suddenly exerted strength in his right hand and, threw Professor Mend, who was wrapped in the blanket, diagonally out. Meanwhile, he landed on the snowy ground without any fancy moves. After 3 days of continuous snowstorms, coupled with the fierce winds in the wasteland, a thick layer of snow nearly 4 meters high had accumulated under the outer wall of the prison. With a muffled thud, Su Lu smashed into the thick layer of snow, splashing up a few inconspicuous pieces of snow that a moment later, the surface of the thick layer of snow suddenly began to distort, as if an ice monster was trying to burrow its way out of the ground, squeezing the snow and ice until it rustled uncontrollably. A hole appeared on the side of the layer of snow with a boom. Sulu, covered in snow, rushed out at high speed, charging forward. The bullets fired from the firing platform in the direction of the prison grazed past his footprints and sank into the snow, creating a neat row of bullet holes. In the shallow area to the east of the snow layer, he grabbed Professor Mend, who was lying limp on the ground, and continued to charge forward silently. His feet darted left and right on the snowy ground, perfectly displaying the evasive maneuvers of a mecha battle. He narrowly avoided the increasingly concentrated shots behind him. He ran at high speed on the snowy ground. It looked like he was running aimlessly just to avoid the bullets behind him, but in reality, he didn't move much from left to right. He ran steadily in a straight line towards the east. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed the first line of defense of the military prison. Then, he covered both of their bodies with a blanket. Without any hesitation, he crashed into the electric net that was already covered with thin icicles. After calculating that the electric current was limited in the ear-piercing sound of tearing metal, this electric net was directly torn open by Su Li's terrifying speed and machine-like body. Finally, they reached the forest outside the prison. If they continued to head east, they would enter the wasteland. Sulu was still silent, not slowing down. Professor Mend, who had been held in his hand the whole time and forced not to make a sound, began to speak with a trembling voice. Although my wife is a little too talkative and loves money too much, she's not a bad person. I really don't want to kill her. I just want to kill her disgusting parents. Who knew she would leave work early? The wife's parents are all men's natural enemies, haha. The professor murmured something in a low voice, and then slowly closed his eyes. Suli's footsteps suddenly stopped. He found that there was a terrifying, bloody hole in the old man's chest. He didn't know when he was hit, but he couldn't help but squint. Putting Min's body on the snow, he gripped the gun on his shoulder tightly and continued his escape in silence. With the help of the map and the bracelet, he had already planned the route after escaping from Qingqing military prison. The charter computer couldn't locate him. As long as he passed through this forest and forcibly broke through the 3 ground defense lines, this escape would be completely according to his plan. I can't let you live, because if you live, you will definitely go to the Empire. Right at the edge of the forest, a tall and strong figure appeared in the night. Snowflakes fell on his shoulders, but they didn't melt. Instead, they were directly shaken away. Looking at him blocking his way, Su Lu stopped again. He frowned and said, "I won't go to the Empire." The tall and strong figure slowly walked toward him. At this moment, the high-powered searchlight network of Qingqing military prison was all turned on. The wilderness within dozens of square kilometers, including this forest, suddenly became abnormally bright. The heaviness and ruthlessness between the young colonel's brows were very clear. "People of the Empire have to go back to the Empire," Madman Li said with a complicated expression. "The Empire already has a princess. If you were to join us, I won't be able to handle it alone." Sulu knew what to say in this situation, what to explain, so he just narrowed his eyes, took down the MP5 submachine gun on his shoulder, and pulled the trigger in that direction. Almost at the same time, the Qian light machine in Madman Li's hand also rang. The bright and beautiful bullet tip instantly cut through the already bright snowy night, but it didn't hit anyone's body. This was because when they pulled the trigger, both of their feet were deeply embedded in the soft snow, driving their bodies to abruptly increase their speed and begin to dodge. The 2 strongest men of the Federation finally began a battle that belonged to them. How astonishing was the momentum and how frightening was the speed. The snowy ground in the forest suddenly exploded into countless snowflakes. The terrifying sounds of gunfire continued without end. The shrapnel danced and then fell through the air, striking deep into the snow or withered tree trunks. While shooting, they dodged at high speed. Their speed seemed to have already surpassed the speed of the bullets. It was as if they were 2 lines circling some invisible center, running clockwise on the snowy ground at high speed. In this world, only a battle between these two could create such a strange situation. Madman Li's mad dash was incomparably mighty and ruthless. The snowflakes roared and shook behind him. In contrast, Su Li's dodging seemed even more nimble and fleeting. Other than shallow footprints, he actually didn't leave any traces on the snowy ground. The circle formed by the footprints on the snowy ground shrank inwards. The bullets of the guns in their hands had long since been exhausted. As they finally collided in the center of the circle, both of their hands attacked each other at the same time like lightning. It was also a powerful close combat technique inherited from the Lees of Philadelphia. With a bang, the strength of the snowy ground violently spurted out. After rapidly compressing, it exploded, shaking the snowflakes that filled the sky and suddenly drifting away. It was unknown how many withered trees above their heads were instantly broken. Sulu, who was mentally and physically exhausted, was ultimately not an opponent of Madman Li, who had been silently waiting for a long time. He was shaken and flew diagonally, falling heavily onto a tree trunk. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His squinted eyes were still bright, but they began to reveal a faint self-deprecating smile. He didn't want to fight. He only wanted to escape. He only wanted to live. However, he was stopped here by this madman. From the other side of the searchlights of Qingqing prison, the faint whistling of helicopters could be heard in the distance. Madman Li pressed forward step by step with a complicated expression. Suddenly, he stopped. His clear and handsome black eyebrows suddenly rose. He looked into the depths of the forest and suddenly felt an unprecedented danger approaching. The snow in the forest was chaotic. The wind suddenly rose. Sulu suddenly felt a gust of wind pass by his cheek. That person rushed over from the depths of the autumn forest at high speed. Along the way, he was wrapped in wind and snow. He didn't hide at all. It was unknown whether it was because he didn't have time to hide or because he disdained to hide. Like a bright bolt of lightning, he directly smashed toward Madman Li. Facing an unprecedented sense of crisis, looking at the person who shook the snow like a god, Madman Li's scalp went numb. He clearly smelled the smell of death. He was not afraid. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. He madly and violently roared. The military uniform on his body was completely shattered. All the strength in his body collectively erupted and fiercely met the attack. Under the violent burst of strength, the drifting snowflakes were like shrapnel. In a flash, the two people didn't care about life or death. They didn't fear life or death. No, it should be said that they didn't care about life or death. They threw their incomparably terrifying fists at each other. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening explosion exploded in the forest. It was like someone was holding a big hammer and crazily hitting a broken car. This kind of momentum was no longer like a battle between two normal people. It was more like a battle between two metal mechas. What was inconceivable was that the person from the forest didn't use any close-range techniques at all. Instead, he tyrannically chose to use force to suppress the enemy. This would be said to be fair and square. It could also be said to be the feeling of supremacy brought about by absolute confidence. Madman Li was known to be invincible in the military. His fighting style was abnormally crazy and violent. However, this person from the forest was actually crazier and more violent than him. The violent battle suddenly began and ended in an instant. Madman Li let out a muffled groan. Just like Sulu, he was fiercely shaken into the tree trunk. Blood quickly flowed from the corner of his mouth. His injuries should be more serious. He stared at the thin man standing in the snow. His eyes seemed to be burning. He wanted to burn away the hat that the man was wearing and see the face clearly. It was because he had already guessed who the other person was. The Empire's princess, Huai Chaoshi. All of this happened too quickly. It was only now that Huai Chaoshi, who was standing in the snow, recognized who that exceptionally tyrannical Federation officer was. Her eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly, revealing biting cold, killing intent. They were the most outstanding experts on both sides of the universe. When they were both very young, They were already lifelong enemies in the eyes of the Federation and the Empire. However, this battle happened without any warning in the snow outside the prison. This battle on the snow couldn't completely reflect the difference in strength between the two sides. Both of them were most proficient in this type of ruthless and crazy fighting style. The most important thing was aura. Madman Li silently waited outside the prison for many days, but he still couldn't develop the determination to definitely kill Su Lu. Meanwhile, Huai Chaoshi held the determination to definitely save Su Lu. Huai Chaoshi understood this point clearly. That was why when she saw Madman Li slowly stand up and felt the berserk fighting intent that was even stronger than before, she definitely wouldn't underestimate the other party. However, she definitely wouldn't fear any enemy in this universe. Huai Chaoshi stared at the powerful enemy who slowly stood up. Without turning around, she said to the fellow behind her, "Little brother, I'm taking you home." "Going home?" Su Lu silently watched her back. His eyes that were usually as calm as usual, no matter what kind of situation he encountered, suddenly became a bit muddled and difficult to understand. Madman Li slowly wiped away the bloodstains at the corners of his lips. He stared at Huai Chaoshi's face and coldly said, "Your Highness, I don't think you have this chance." Su Lu raised his right arm and wiped away the blood at the corners of his lips. He looked at the two of them and suddenly said with a smile, "Madman, now it's your turn to choose. Chase her or chase me." As soon as his voice fell into the chaotic snow, he turned around without hesitation and madly ran out of the forest. Huai Chaoshi's reaction was extremely fast. She gave Madman Li an indifferent look before suddenly turning around and madly running west. This was the first time the imperial siblings of the Empire officially met. However, in just an instant, they once again split up and ran in opposite directions. Madman Li's body stiffened slightly as he stood in the snow. Regardless of which of the two escaped, it was a loss the Federation couldn't afford. Who should he chase? With a roar of grief and indignation, he chased east. There was no reason. If he had to find a reason to choose Su Lu over Huai Chaoshi, perhaps it was because compared to the possibility of capturing the Empire's princess alive, he was more concerned about not letting Su Lu truly become a citizen of the Empire. The bright searchlight net illuminated the wilderness outside the prison as if it was daytime. From the direction of the prison, one could clearly see that Su Li's figure was desperately running on the snow. Although he only had 2 legs, he seemed to be running faster than a helicopter. On the wall on the east side of the prison, there were prisoners slapping the window and cheering loudly as they watched that guy running away. Some prisoners took off their underwear and shook their soft breasts while screaming, cheering for that guy in their own special way. These old criminals who had committed heinous crimes didn't care whether Su Lu was a citizen of the Empire or a citizen of the Federation. They only cared about this snowy night and whether that guy could become the first prisoner in history to successfully escape from the military prison of Qingqing City. In the snow not far from the prison, a few police dogs smelled the scent and led the military police to the body of the former famous scholar of the Federation, Professor Mint. The professor's messy white hair was tangled by the snow. Inside the prison, there were still remnants of smoke. George, who insisted that he was blessed by the holy light, collapsed on the stairs. The heavy metal plate was overturned on one side. His body was covered with bloody bullet holes. His shiny bald head was dyed in blood. Until his death, he didn't make it to the 4th floor. The leader of the interstellar pirates who once roamed the universe panted heavily as he lay in a pool of his own blood. No matter whether it was his eyes that were blind or not, there wasn't much life to be found in them. An old man with a hunched body cowered in the corner of the prison cell. No one knew where the yellowed bone knife was hidden. The long snowy night passed. The sun rose. At the edge of the wasteland was a green peninsula that extended to the sea. The island was filled with lush plants that did not match the season and was full of vitality. Below the island was a sharp reef. With a bang, Su Lu stepped on the wet and soft soil of the peninsula. His thin face was flushed due to extreme fatigue. His body was shaking so hard that it seemed that he could collapse at any time. For 100 meters behind him, Madman Li, who was also extremely tired and on the verge of collapse, finally relaxed after confirming that he had chased him into a dead end. He greedily breathed in the slightly moist and salty sea air. Further behind him, the blurry shadows of more than 10 Federation helicopters appeared on the horizon. The low roar came from afar and was instantly swallowed by the loud sound of waves hitting the reef. It was hard to believe that these Federation helicopters, which were known for their high mobility, couldn't outrun the four legs of Su Lu and Madman Li. After a short break, Su Li's narrowed eyes flashed with a strong sense of determination. He dragged his legs that seemed to be carrying several tons of mecha components and sprinted towards the sea with great difficulty. His feet stepped on the green plants on the peninsula, and for some reason, it seemed to be getting easier and easier. Madman Li stared at his back, strong confusion flashing through his eyes. He didn't know why that guy was still holding on. The sea in the distance had long been controlled by the Federation Coastal Patrol. Where else could he run to? Looking at that guy who was struggling to move forward on the island's rugged path, he thought to himself, "Fall, hurry up and fall." However, Su Lu still didn't fall, so he could only raise his tired legs again and chase after him. As if it was his last run, a run from a city of despair to the sea of despair, Su Lu ran to the shore full of sharp reefs. He suddenly stopped, turned around, and said with a smile, "Hey." Li Feng sat down on the slippery gravel and asked while panting, "What is it?" "There are two things I want to tell you." "Speak." "The first thing is, without the help of those guys, you wouldn't have been able to catch up to me." "Do you know why?" Madman Li frowned and asked why. Su Lu answered very seriously, "Because you're heavier than me." "The second thing is..." The small-eyed man turned around and looked at the roaring sea under his feet and said softly, "You guys won't be able to catch me anymore." Madman Li slowly narrowed his eyes and stared at his back on the reef. He said sternly, "Suicide is the act of a coward." The waves surged fiercely towards the reef, as if wanting to swallow everything. Under the illumination of the rising red sun, they formed a transparent wall. "A rock will never commit suicide." Su Lu smiled, his neat white teeth reflecting the warm sunlight, and then he jumped down from the reef. The figure smashed through the seemingly solid and transparent wall of water and threw himself into the cold and angry sea. Then he swam down with all his might, deeper and deeper, as if he wanted to swim to the deepest part of the sea and become a truly free fish in that home that belonged only to him. Chapter 819. The red sun leapt into the sky. The angry ocean, seeing that it could no longer restrain its rise, returned to calmness resentfully. The reflection of the white clouds on the blue ocean gently rose and fell. However, immediately after, this peaceful and beautiful scene was disrupted by the waves created by countless ships. The Coast Guard ships of the three neighboring states were all gathered on this ocean. They moved quickly through the waves. Fully armed soldiers stood on the deck, vigilantly and nervously searching the ocean's surface. They were ready to pull the trigger of the guns in their hands at any moment. The various underwater monitoring devices on the Coast Guard ships had all been turned on. Above the atmosphere of this ocean, several military satellites carefully monitored every square centimeter of the ocean's surface without missing anything. There were submarines even further away at the bottom of the ocean speeding over. Under the powerful cooperation of the charter computer data, the Federation government had already completely controlled this ocean that spanned hundreds of kilometers. Even if a curious sea turtle poked its head out, it would be discovered immediately. However, time passed by minute. Other than the white waves created by the ships, the ocean's surface remained calm. They didn't discover anything. The target of the Federation's search seemed to have really sunk to the bottom of the ocean and become an ugly hard rock among the beautiful coral reefs. Even if it was cold and dead, it wouldn't float up. An area of the blue ocean suddenly began to surge violently. A few nearby Coast Guard ships approached at high speed. They released automatic ropes and pulled up the person who floated up. The officials on the ships wanted to ask something, but when they saw the person's expression, they didn't dare to ask. In the snowy forest, the military uniform on his body had long been completely shattered by the energy. Li Feng only had a small pair of underwear on his body. His naked body was suffused with a bronze color. His slowly moving muscles contained terrifying power. Seawater dripped down from his hair and brows. His entire body was soaked. He looked particularly wretched. "Where are you hiding?" He raised his brows and looked coldly at the calm ocean surface. His sharp gaze seemed to penetrate the ocean and land on the deepest part of the beach. Gradually, the sharp gaze dimmed. Li Feng felt incomparable disappointment and anger for unknown reasons. He let out a violent roar and swung his fist down heavily, creating a terrifying hole in the deck beside him. From the wasteland to the east, one would reach the ocean. The extension of the continental shelf here was particularly magical. Less than 2 kilometers from the beach and a reef, the seabed would rapidly sink, forming a deep trench with an average depth of more than 2 kilometers. This was the famous Naya Trench in Huron State. When making an escape plan, Sulu did not hesitate to choose this sea as a transit point to avoid the glory of the charter. The charter computer seemed to be everywhere and omnipotent, and even in the vast space, there were not many gaps. However, when it came to the deep blue sea on the surface of the planet, there was still not much that could be done. The blue sea water seemed gentle and transparent, but it was the biggest challenge for human technology. As long as the target entered the depths of the seawater, it would be difficult for the monitoring instruments of the relevant ships to obtain an accurate image. It was the same for the high-precision military satellites outside the atmosphere. In other words, the glory of the charter could not completely illuminate this blue sea. Sulu might have dived to the real bottom of the Naya Trench, which was as deep as 18,000 meters. The heat loss caused by the low temperature was not considered. The most important problem was that without the help of professional equipment, no matter how strong the human body was, it would not be able to withstand more than 1,000 atmospheres of pressure. His current location was on a light-colored water cliff 312 meters below the sea. What did 312 meters mean? The Federation's record for weighted diving was 110 meters, and the record for unrestricted free diving was 199 meters. Even the best divers would only accelerate to a certain position with weights on their backs when they were doing unrestricted free diving. After that, they would immediately throw away the weights and quickly rise to the surface of the sea. No one dared to stay in that kind of extreme position for too long. According to legend, the brave person who set the record for unrestricted free diving in the Federation was intoxicated by a certain light in the darkness of the seabed when he was trying to break the 200 meters record. He stayed there for a moment and became a heroic soul in the blue sea from then on. And Sulu was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed on the cliff 312 meters under the sea. No one knew how long he had been sitting there. His skin had been soaked in the sea for too long. It was pale white and was about to lose its elasticity. However, the muscles under the skin were still very elastic. They contracted and relaxed rhythmically as if they were alive. They resisted the omnipresent pressure of the bottom of the sea. His bones, which were several times harder than normal humans, did not feel any pressure at all. His lungs were filled with seawater. There was no trace of air, which balanced the pressure inside and outside the body. Therefore, there were no tiny bubbles escaping from his mouth and nose. He slowly raised his head and squinted his eyes to look up. His eyes penetrated the dark blue seawater and caught all the light. He stared at the distant sea that was about to become a hole. Madman Li had been here before. She was more than 100 meters above his head. She did not notice him at all. Even if she saw him, she would probably only think that the messy short hair was the seaweed that stubbornly survived in the sea. After all, no one would have thought that someone could dive so deep into the sea. There was no need to deliberately control it. The scorching power turned into countless fragments and wandered in Su Li's body, making up for the damage and providing the oxygen needed for survival. On the Empire's Red Rose, he was interrogated by the experts of the Intelligence Bureau using water torture. At that time, he was already able to stay in the water longer than normal people. Later, he was reborn in the hospital bed of the Empire. His meridians were shattered, but he made another breakthrough. After escaping in a foam lake, he was able to swim freely like a fish. This was a very strange state. Sulu, who was in this state, had never figured out whether he was squeezing the oxygen in the lake and sea water through his skin and lungs, or the magical genuine chi in his body directly turned into the oxygen needed by his body. However, this was not important. He only needed to know that he could survive in the sea for a long time, but the Federation government did not know. This was enough. It was because of this magical ability that he chose the Naya Trench, or it could be said that the Blue Sea chose him. Then, he became the first person in history to successfully escape from the military prison of Qingsheng. On a certain remote beach, countless water droplets suddenly dripped down. The soft and delicate beach was hit so hard that it looked like the bandit sign of a famous interstellar pirate. The coconut trees did not feel the cold of the north at all and stood proudly in the wind. The sky was full of wind and rain. Someone was coming from the sea. The tired figure directly broke through the waves and walked to the beach. The bare feet that were soaked stepped on the wet and soft beach. It was like stepping on a hot redstone. It was extremely painful. Maybe it was because of the pain, or maybe it was because he had just completed 20,000 miles under the sea. The magnificent feat was too weak and tired. When the figure just walked to the beach, he obviously could not control his body and stumbled. It was not until he ran into the shadow of the coconut forest that his movements became coordinated and faster. He opened the bracelet and opened the map. He squinted his eyes and carefully checked for a few minutes to make sure that he did not deviate too much from the planned route. This coconut forest beach had not been developed yet and was a low surveillance area. Relying on the unkillable cockroach spirit and the breath in his chest, he valiantly moved his feet again. He desperately accelerated and rushed to the coconut forest. Running out of the coconut forest, a vibrant green came into view. There was also an electronic wall. The charter laws of the Federation were as complicated as the stars and as vast as the sea. However, whether it was the former dynasty or the later Republican Federation, His Majesty the Emperor and the Parliament had overturned many old laws and made new laws. Other than the unshakable First Charter, the only laws that could be maintained from generation to generation after the catastrophe to the present were the citizen privacy regulations and the wildlife protection regulations. The electronic walls that covered all the regions of the Federation strictly separated the human society from the wildlife protection areas. The area of the protected area was extremely large, so the length of the electronic walls was even more astonishing. Some busybodies had done some calculations. If the electronic walls of the 3 regions of the Federation were connected, they could connect S1 to the 2 moon bases. As for the terrifying amount of resources used to build these electronic walls, it was enough to support 2 large-scale space wars. The walls made meat lovers who followed their instincts extremely painful and angry. They could only watch the wildlife on the other side of the wall live their beautiful lives. Sometimes they couldn't help but wonder whether it was the humans who were observing them from the other side of the electronic wall, or the animals who were watching them with contempt and sympathy. The walls gave rise to the underground black market of wild meat in the various regions of the Federation. Wealthy families who had the ability to ignore the HTD Bureau domesticated animals in their own manners and then sold them to secondary street vendors. However, not many people dared to cross the long wall because the glory of the Charter was watching everything indifferently. Sulu was an exception. When he was still young, he had already pitifully crossed the electronic wall next to the mine to hunt bison under Feng Yu's guidance or coercion. Now that he was on the run, although he lacked the small blue light device, it wasn't difficult to cross the wall. His bare and pale feet stepped on the soft green grass, as if he could feel the protest of the grass, as well as the fresh aura of life. Sulu strolled on this green grassland, a smile of true joy appearing on his face. When it was close to dusk, he encountered a herd of strong bison. The familiar scene made him squint his eyes. The leader of the herd of bison was, without exception, a lustful and ferocious bull. It stared at the unfamiliar intruder with its round eyes in surprise. After a while, it became angry without exception. It breathed out and began to dig the soil with its front hooves, preparing to charge. It had spent half of its life in fierce battles with leopards and lionesses. Except for those cruel, greedy, and cowardly baboons, it had never seen anyone who walked on 2 feet. It instinctively felt the danger, but it didn't know whether the danger was directed at its own meat or its own wife. Chapter 8:20. Sula had no interest in cows, even if they were cows. For him, whose hunger had reached an unbearable level, the only thing that could arouse his interest now was everything that could be eaten, including the bewildered and ignorant bison in front of him. As for the bull that was about to attack him, it had already become countless plates of delicious Lin Yuan steaks in his eyes. In the twilight, the grassland seemed to be burning. He stood on a stone and looked at the bison that were surrounded by hostility. He said, "Let me tell you something." He said, "The people of the Imperium said that the Federation attacked them because they wanted the crystal mine. The people of the Federation said that they were brutally slaughtered by the people of the Imperium when they went to the scientific research, so they attacked them back. Some people say that this is competition, a living space. I don't know if this is right, but I think that if you're strong, you should get more food and more beautiful women. Look just like you." He looked at the leader of the bison that was getting angrier and angrier. He spread his hands and said, "Then why do you guys have so much land? Why does the Federation have to build such a long wall? I'm stronger than you, so you should just let me eat you." At this time, the grassland in the twilight seemed to have turned into a wide square. The rock under his feet was the rostrum, and the bison were the bewildered audience. He had just made an extremely retarded speech. Whether it was the content, the choice of audience, or the environment, they were all extremely retarded. From another point of view, it could be said that he was pretending. Sulu was a person with such a temperament. It was just that the mental shock he had received these days was too strong, and he had been holding it in his chest and abdomen. Until now, he had vented some of it by giving a speech to the bison. Otherwise, he might have been suffocated to death before he was caught by the Federation government. Giving a speech to a bison was essentially no different from playing the lute to a bison. Since the angry leader of the bison couldn't understand his words, it naturally wouldn't walk to the front with tears on its face and kneel on the ground to offer its own flesh and blood. Instead, it let out a crazy howl and rushed over with its head down. Its sharp and hard horns seemed to be stained with blood in the twilight. Then it turned into fresh, hand-torn beef. His fingers sank deep into the soft and slightly warm beef. He tore the beef into strips and sent them into his mouth, chewing them until they were like mud. Then he slowly swallowed them into his stomach, nourishing his stomach that was about to wither from hunger. He leaned against the tree trunk and ate silently with his head lowered. From time to time, he would grab the grass beside him and wipe off the blood on his hands. He did not pay attention to the cow that was looking at him in horror not far away. In the interior of the wildlife sanctuary, there were not as many surveillance cameras and GPS chips as there were in the city. In addition, the Federation government definitely would not expect him to appear in this grassland, so there should not be any highly sensitive military satellites in the night sky above his head. However, Sulu still did not dare to light a fire. A fire in the dark would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Federal Central Computer, so he could only eat the raw beef in silence. If he chewed the fresh beef for a long time, there would be a faint sweetness, but he still felt a little disgusted. The main reason was that when the strips of meat were chewed by his teeth, there would always be some blood at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, there was a small stream not far away. Otherwise, he would not even be willing to give up the blood. Too primitive, too barbaric, too bloody. While eating the raw beef, he muttered in a low voice. He did not stop eating until his empty stomach was almost 80% full. As if he had completed the most difficult task, he walked to the stream to drink water. He simply washed his face, tiredly lying on the grass, and casually pulled a few handfuls of wild grass to cover his body. After escaping from the strict military prison and the fate of death, he came to the quiet grassland. The combination of physical exhaustion and mental relaxation made him unable to sleep. He was not worried about the eyes that were staring at him in the dark, whether they were lions, jackals, or tigresses. The heavy bison corpse at the edge of the forest was a deterrent to all the most ferocious beasts. Compared to the beasts inside the wall that knew fear, he was even more unwilling to face the stubborn humans outside the wall. So at this moment, the relaxation was so real. The sky was dotted with stars, and the two moons did not appear. The grassland in the dark was bathed in the light of the stars, turning into a beautiful but absolutely unreal picture. A slightly cold wind blew from an unknown direction, causing wrinkles to appear on the surface of the calm stream and rustling the wild grass on his face. Such a night and such a state of mind was actually very suitable for jumping into the stream and jumping around like a child, letting the white splashes splash everywhere in the quiet night like sprinkling joy. But Sulu just lay there calmly, narrowing his eyes and looking at the stars in the night sky above his head, counting them over and over again. There should only be wild animals inside the wall. The sudden appearance of a naked man shouting would definitely attract the attention of the charter computer, and it would certainly not think that there were really savages on planet S1. There was another more important reason why he did not jump into the stream to take a bath. After soaking in the sea for so long, he now had the uncomfortable feeling of vomiting just thinking about water. Sulu started counting the stars in the night sky for the fourth time, but he still could not sleep. The exhaustion in his body was completely opposite to the relaxation and joy in his mind. He could not help but think of the people outside the wall again, especially those he cared about. At this moment, he wanted to know the whereabouts of Huai Chaosher the most. The government's pursuit of her was definitely far more intense than his own. An imperial princess appearing on planet S1 would definitely cause the most frenzied response from the Federation, and she would definitely not be allowed to leave the capital ring alive. Other than that spinning cup of tea, Sulu had not seen the powerful strength of Li Pifu, the god of war. He also had not fought with Fengyu. Huai Chaosher was the most powerful combat machine he had ever encountered in his life, and there was no comparison, regardless of gender. But Sulu still did not think that she could hold out for too long under the frenzied pursuit of the Federation. The reason was simple. This was Planet S, one of the Federation, a battlefield she was most unfamiliar with, and this battlefield was shrouded in the the glory of the Charter. How could he find her? The pair of small eyes in the gaps of the weeds narrowed, as bright as the stars in the sky. Sulu silently and quickly analyzed. First of all, he rejected the possibility of Huai Chaosher entering the Federation through Bermuda's disguise after forcibly crossing the space passage. This was because the Federation was extremely strict on the identity of returnees from Bermuda, especially after the Imperial Seed Plan was exposed. The scope and strictness of the chip's examination had even begun to make people's hair stand on end in fear. Since the 37th constitutional era, only 2 groups of imperial people had successfully arrived at the Federation's capital ring. The first group was the official diplomatic mission, and the second group was the negotiation team of the Underground Resistance Organization. Sulu narrowed his eyes and gradually approached the truth of the situation. He did not think about how Huai Chaosher had infiltrated the diplomatic mission of the Underground Resistance Organization. He only needed to think about how she had left the diplomatic mission and arrived at the snowy ground outside the military prison of Qingqing. The ubiquitous scanning equipment in the fields of the Federation cities would automatically scan the human body under surveillance, and the person being scanned would often be unaware. It was just like the blue passage in the major spaceports, except that it was much smaller and invisible. Any human without a chip behind their neck would immediately trigger the charter computer's high alert. According to Su Li's understanding, the only way to block the Federation's electronic surveillance network was to use the small blue light device designed by Fengyu. He had assembled it several times before, so he knew very well that the small blue light device's structure did not seem complicated, but the design concept and the related adaptive frequency band coverage curve were a complete mess of genius. In particular, it required the initial activation of the program fragment in the bracelet on his left wrist. Other than Fengyu and himself, no one else should be able to make it. Zhou Yu had once told him that before Shi Qinghai died, he had given him a small device that emitted blue light at the Charter Square. She acutely guessed that Shi Qinghai might have used this device to successfully infiltrate Parliament Hill and those heavily guarded places. At that time, Su Li's mood was a little strange, so he did not answer. Going back in time, perhaps many years ago, Feng Yu had known Chao Chiudao. He did not know whether his identity at that time was George Carlin or Professor Jean. He only knew that Feng Yu had generously given Chao Chiudao a small blue light device, which indirectly made him the greatest spy in the 37 years of history. After Chao Chiudao found out that he had cancer, he passed the device to Shi Qinghai, and before Shi Qinghai died, he passed it to Zhou Yu. If Feng Yu did not leave more generous gifts in the Federation, Huai Chaoshi must have met with Zhou Yu. Su Li made a simple and clear inference, and then made a simple and clear decision. He stood up from the stream, and under the cover of the night, stepped on the wild grass, and walked towards the northwest without hesitation. No matter how he analyzed it, that Highness had no reason to take the risk to enter the Federation. This had nothing to do with the judgment of interests. It was even possible that the interests of the Empire would suffer an unprecedented loss because of her death. But she simply came, crossing the distance of countless light years, and arrived in the snow, and said in the forest, "Little brother, come home with me." Therefore, Su Li did not have any other choice. He could only climb over the wall that represented safety, return to the dangerous world, and simply go, find her. Su Li had never been a believer of bloodlines. He was incomparably contemptuous of the so-called aristocratic temperament, the demeanor of an aristocratic family, and the titles such as Crown Prince. But many years later, when he thought of this period of time, he would at least admit that he and that Highness were very similar in some aspects. Their appearances were ordinary, simple, and direct. Outside a certain quiet courtyard in the capital, there was suddenly the sound of hurried tires grinding. Before the soldiers in charge of security had any time to react, they watched as more than a dozen bulletproof military vehicles fiercely crashed through the railings and rushed downstairs. With a grave expression, Colonel Li Feng jumped out of the military vehicle and made a standard tactical command with his right hand. Behind him, dozens of the most elite Federation Special Forces members quickly surrounded the base of the Empire's underground resistance mission. Madman Li looked at the tightly shut door, and the tips of his eyebrows slowly furrowed. Today, he had forcibly conscripted the Special Forces directly under Small Eye's department. Under the command of the high-sequence incident of the charter computer, all the powerful agencies of the government had thrown themselves into this battle. The area within dozens of square kilometers had already become an absolute forbidden zone. But he was still very cautious, because the woman he had to deal with today was so powerful, more powerful than he had imagined, and she had already very simply given proof. Chapter 821. Where are my two subordinates? I should be the one asking you this question, not you. I really didn't expect that such a rude scene would appear in the Democratic and Free Federation. Which unit do you belong to? If you insist on searching for the diplomatic mission, then I must warn you that the negotiations may break down at any time. The Federation must take full responsibility. Mr. Muin waved his arms angrily and expressed the most violent protest to the Federation soldiers who rushed in. However, Madman Li's face was cold and indifferent. He didn't even look at him and directly kicked open the door in front of him. The room was empty. The senior Federation official in charge of receiving the diplomatic mission hurriedly walked to the door and whispered while wiping his sweat, "Colonel, please pay attention to the diplomatic impact." Madman Li stared at the empty room with an expressionless face. He wasn't surprised and didn't give any explanation. He walked out of the building with a group of elite soldiers. After making a phone call, he sat in the bulletproof military vehicle. Before closing the door, he subconsciously glanced at a certain corner of the courtyard wall. On his cold face that had been maintaining high vigilance and releasing biting cold killing intent without hiding anything, a smile suddenly appeared. "Your Highness, I really want to know how long you can hide." Sulu also wanted to know the answer to this question. According to the guidance of the precise map, he used a few days to cross the largest grassland in the Yellow Pine Wildlife Sanctuary and arrived outside of another long electronic wall in the northwest direction. Looking at the faintly visible skyline of the Capital Special District in the distance, he narrowed his eyes. He knew that once he climbed over the wall, what would be waiting for him would be a never-ending search and pursuit. The city of the Federation, for him who didn't have a chip on the back of his neck, was more like a dangerous primitive forest. Those cold metal probes and the Federation citizens in the buildings and alleys could become the most terrifying venomous snakes and startled birds at any time, bringing him the most powerful enemies. He climbed over the wall and used the shortest amount of time to get a set of clean clothes and a hat with an extremely wide brim in a certain house in the suburbs. Then, he quickly left and entered the underground passage through a standard civilian wastewater treatment base station. Sulu didn't know if the system had scanned his body during this process, or if the omnipresent the glory of the charter had discovered him. He was just gambling. His short, straight black hair was faintly wet. It wasn't until he entered the deep underground tunnel that his nervousness was slightly relieved. The city's underground system, which was as dense as a spider's web and extended in all directions, gave him the greatest sense of security, regardless of whether he was on the Empire's Tianjin planet, the port city, or the capital. However, on the first day, he climbed over the electronic wall and returned to human society. After walking less than 400 meters in the dark underground waterway, this sense of security suddenly left his body. In its place was a strange feeling of being watched and a strong intuition of danger. Sulu suddenly stopped and raised his head to look at the dim self-sensor lamp above him. His thick black eyebrows furrowed tightly. He knew that he had made a special and absolute mistake. Other than the Bureau of Proclamation, no one knew how many chip scanners were in use in all corners of the Federation. However, one could imagine that it was definitely a terrifying number. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to maintain the foundation of the glory of the Charter. These scanners might be unnoticeable redundant parts in some large equipment, or they might be very simple components in daily necessities. They were like countless lifeless eyes, coldly and silently watching everything in human society. Perhaps there was also such an eye in that dim self-sensor lamp. Similarly, other than the Bureau of Proclamation, no other government department had the authority to use these eyes. This was the Federation's first-level surveillance network. It was completely different from the second-level surveillance network that the Federation Investigation Bureau could control alone. It was on a completely different level. During the previous months of battle, whenever the Federation government wanted to force Sulu into a desperate situation, he would always dive into the underground waterway system. This was because this was the blind spot of the second-level surveillance network. At that time, the Federal Central Computer still had a person named Philip. He struggled, but stood firmly behind Sulu, making it impossible for the Federation to use the first-level surveillance network to find him. However, the situation now was completely different. Philip was dead. He no longer had the authority of the first-level sequence. On the contrary, he had become an anomaly that had to be caught by the first-level sequence. The Federal Central Computer would definitely activate the first-level surveillance network. Who knew how many dangers were hidden in this deep underground tunnel? Moreover, he was the only one walking in it. It was very easy for him to become the most obvious lighthouse. It was very easy to discover him. Since he knew that he had made a mistake, he immediately remedied it. Sulu didn't try to destroy all the electronic devices in the underground tunnel. This was because that would be a stupid thing to do. Apart from exhausting him to death, more importantly, destroying Charter's eyes under these circumstances would only allow the Federation to discover him earlier. Therefore, he began to run at high speed in the dark underground tunnel. The sound of his footsteps echoed endlessly. He crawled out of the nearest tunnel entrance. The surface was bustling with activity. It was the time when the sun was at its most beautiful. The chill of early winter was slowly dispelled. Couples watching early movies and old people who had just finished their morning exercises were walking on the streets with smiles on their faces. Su Lu pulled the brim of his hat lower as he quickly walked through the crowd. His body felt a little stiff because of nervousness. He knew that if he was recognized, the peaceful smile on people's faces would turn into a moment of shock. After that, it would definitely change into a face that he didn't want to see. Walking through the bustling streets and through the alleys that were filled with the smell of vegetable porridge and fried synthetic meat, Su Lu silently looked at the electronic valve in the underground tunnel. He knew that he had definitely been discovered by the glory of the charter. However, he didn't know how long it would take for the other party to calculate and report the procedures, and how long it would take for the other party to send a combat force to hunt him down. From escaping from Donglin to the capital ring until nearly a year before the Black Dream, Su Lu had been living a nervous life. He was afraid that the glory of the charter would discover his secret. He repeatedly read the 700,000-word charter provisions and collected all the relevant procedures on the network. He also made very detailed preparations for this extremely terrifying possibility. In a sense, other than Feng Yu, Su Lu was the human who understood the operation of the glory of the charter the best. He even understood it better than the employees of the Bureau of Proclamation. Because of the old thing, he didn't have the opportunity to use this knowledge and countermeasures in the past few years. Until this moment, standing silently in front of the metal valve, Su Lu used less than 10 seconds to calculate the time difference between him being discovered and the arrival of the federal forces. Then, he looked at the condom vending machine beside him and said softly with a smile, "I don't know if you're in here, but I know that you must have seen me again. I know you very well. You can't directly do physical operations now. You have to sound the alarm, and you have to wait for human approval. So you're very slow, too slow. So how can you catch up to me?" As if he wanted to vent the anger of the old thing, Su Lu laughed at the glory of the charter that he thought was lifeless. Then, he made a very surprising decision. He opened the electronic valve, returned to the deep underground space, and began to run again. He ran for several kilometers underground, then returned to the surface, passed through the crowd, and then sneaked into the ground again. He did not tire of repeating the boring process. His brain was working quickly, designing the most reasonable route. In this way, he attracted and even teased the countless eyes of the glory of the charter. He knew that danger or death was approaching him step by step, but there was no panic on his face. Because after countless transitions between the underground and the surface, he had arrived at the place he wanted to go, the Shell Motor Corporation Research Institute's third department. Maybe it was because the Double Moon Festival was approaching, or for some other reason. The Husk Institute was very quiet on the weekend. The graduate students who worked overtime in the past were nowhere to be found. Su Lu pulled down the brim of his hat, squinted his eyes in the shadows, and walked into the building like a very ordinary staff member. The third department of the Research Institute was the same as before. There were 2 armed soldiers standing in front of the door. This place was responsible for some of the very important research missions of the federal military, so the security measures were very tight. About 30 meters away, Su Lu slowly folded the card in his hand as he walked. He didn't know where he got the fiber paper card from, but it was soft and tough. Between his steady fingers, he repeatedly folded the card many times. The folded parts suddenly became hard and sharp. This was the only weapon he had on him. When he was about 5 meters away from the 2 military police, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded in the Husk Institute, and the clear sound of sirens came from the street behind him. What was even more frightening was that in the direction of the second teaching building of the military academy, there were 3 Vortex jet-armed helicopters approaching at high speed. The semi-fixed Darla machine guns next to the helicopters were black and dazzling. Finally, they caught up with him half a minute earlier than expected. It seemed that in order to hunt him down, the government, which had always been full of bureaucracy, finally showed unprecedented efficiency. Su Lu sighed in his heart with some regret, and then clenched the paper card in his hand. The 2 soldiers at the entrance of the Research Institute heard the sharp alarm behind them, and then they immediately reacted. They raised the guns in their hands and pointed at Su Lu, who was walking towards them, and said sternly, "Please identify yourself." Just as they raised their guns, Su Li's calf muscles suddenly tightened. His body rushed forward with a whoosh, and the hard paper card in his hand was swung out twice. Two extremely thin bloodstains suddenly appeared on the wrists of the two soldiers, and the guns in their hands fell to the ground. However, just as the guns left their hands, Su Li's hard arms had already smashed into their necks, causing them to faint faster than the guns. Ear-piercing sounds of brakes, hurried footsteps, and the sound of guns being loaded came from the back of the research institute, but Su Li didn't seem to notice. He reached out and grabbed the submachine gun in the air, passed through the closed door of the research institute at high speed, and rushed in like a gust of wind. The sharp alarm inside the building was very ear-piercing, and the emergency lights kept flashing. The few researchers who were still working overtime stayed in their workrooms according to the relevant regulations, and, at the same time, completely locked the indestructible alloy door of the room. A reinforced transparent material wall blocked in front of Su Li, and the door at the back of the passage was violently breaking open. If he couldn't deal with this wall that suddenly appeared in front of him, then he would immediately be crushed to death by the endless Federation soldiers. "So you're still here." Su Li looked at the peace axe that had been silent for too long on the wall, and said silently in his heart. Then he took it down and violently chopped down on the reinforced transparent wall. 3 muffled sounds of the axe striking rang out, and countless fine cracks appeared on the solid transparent wall. An instant later, it collapsed with a rustle, splattering everywhere on the ground. Holding the peace axe and continuing forward silently, Su Li seemed to have returned to that night many years ago. Back then, in order to stop Lin Yuanhu from stealing Professor Shin's data, he used this axe in his hand to forcefully chop forward, and in the end, the chop gave him the life of an outstanding general. Any problem that was difficult to solve could only be solved with violence in the end. This wasn't Su Li's life creed, but his instinctive reaction. After Professor Shin passed away, the 2-story workshop that originally belonged to him should have long belonged to someone else. But Su Li unexpectedly found that the electronic door's password was still the same complicated string of numbers from back then, without any changes. Throwing the heavy peace axe that was no longer of any use to the ground, Su Li walked into the workshop that he hadn't returned to in many years. Looking at the holographic screen table and large workbench that didn't seem to have changed much, he vaguely understood that this should be the additional result brought about by the successful development of the MX Mecha. The success of the MX Mecha was the most important gain of the Shell Motor Company in recent years, and the most important factor wasn't the engineering department, but Professor Shin Yulin's theories and the last assistant or student in his life, Su Li. When Dean Lin Yuanhu's reputation was ruined, Professor Shun was pushed back to the altar by many of the scarecrows on the wall, and after Su Li became a hero of the Federation, this workshop that had been forgotten for many years naturally became a legendary place in the Shell Motor Company. In fact, in the hearts of the younger generation of scholars, this was already a holy land and naturally required special protection. Regarding these matters, Su Li had heard some of them from the CEO of Shell Motor Company, but he hadn't paid much attention in the past. Today, however, he discovered that the company's preservation of this office provided a lot of convenience for his plans. With a sudden force of his arm, the hard alloy floor was lifted up, revealing an extremely simple-looking small instrument. There was no dust on it, but there were no signs that it had been activated. Su Li took the small instrument and walked up to the second floor, smiling slightly. It was as if he had brushed shoulders with the old professor smoking at the top of the stairs, as if he could still see the clear yellow spots on the old man's face. He entered the ventilation duct in the ceiling and forcefully broke through the brick wall at the back of the research institute. He dropped down from a high place, and, just as his feet touched the ground, a tyrannical force suddenly erupted, turning the downward momentum into horizontal movement. With a boom, he knocked away several Federation soldiers who were setting up an ambush circle, and like a violent shadow, he rushed into the distance. A moment later, Su Li appeared on the campus of the 1st Military Academy. The forest in the early winter still retained a rare hint of green. He crossed his arms and slowly walked around the lake tower, as relaxed as a tourist. With his hands in his pockets, the small instrument emitted a strange blue light. Chapter 822. The density of the glory of the charter followed a certain pattern. The hidden lines around the densely populated areas and the passages connecting two densely populated areas were the top priority of the central computer surveillance. Countless pairs of eyes were hidden in every corner and in every electrical appliance. As for the inside of the settlements, places like the Bureau of Proclamation, the President's residence, and the Parliament Hill were naturally under strict surveillance. In comparison, places like the campus were much less monitored. Carrying the blue light that could temporarily block the Federation surveillance, Sulu strolled around the beautiful and quiet campus in the winter, passing by young couples in military uniforms. His heart was not as relaxed as his expression. Facing the entire Federation and the omnipresent cold light, it was very difficult to find a perfect solution, including the blue light in his pocket. Not to mention that even if he could temporarily disappear from the sight of the Federation, there was no way he could cover the eyes of all the people. No matter what era, once the power of the people was stimulated, it would be the most unstoppable flood. This power could change dynasties and expand the territory. Naturally, it could also easily destroy the former hero of the Federation and the current seed of the Empire. After leaving the campus of the First Military Academy, Sulu lowered the brim of his hat and followed the crowd that was as quiet as usual but brought him endless pressure. He took the number 14 fully enclosed track and came to a quiet area like a farm in the suburbs of the capital. This was the second important node in his escape plan, Whitewater Security Company's building. The reason why he came to this building belonging to the Nutshell Group was naturally not because he suddenly felt nostalgic during his escape, although it was in this building that he met Magnolia and officially took over Group 7. The main reason he took the risk to sneak in today was the armory under the building. In addition to all kinds of guns, there were also all kinds of multi-axis CNC precision machine tools that he liked the most since he was young. For hours later, when Sulu walked out of the Whitewater Security Company building with his cap lowered, he had already changed into a new set of clothes. The black fabric and cut looked extremely ordinary, and it was difficult to attract any attention in a crowd. In fact, it was carefully designed by the Nutshell-related research department. The fabric was wear-resistant, had a certain degree of sharp-edge defense, and was extremely difficult to burn. The cut and the inner lining were hidden, and the design made it convenient for movement and firearms. It perfectly met the needs of urban warfare. His preparation for the battle was not limited to this. On the surface of his bulletproof vest, there was a row of soft metal strips, which once again strengthened the anti-cut effect. According to his calculations, as long as he was not surrounded by an entire combat unit, then it would be very difficult for scattered gunshots to hurt him. The main problem that needed to be solved was close combat damage. Their next target was Lin Yuan. Wearing a black suit, he silently walked to the side of the road and hailed a returning taxi. When he got in, he accidentally bumped into the heavy metal door, making a strange sound. The taxi driver looked back at him in puzzlement. Sulu lowered his head. Naturally, it was not convenient for him to explain to the driver that under his black suit, there were two modified guns that were disassembled into parts. A sharp dagger was tied to his left calf, and a delicate military knife was tied to his right calf. Moreover, it could spurt out terrifying electric arcs at any time. There's so many of you. How can you not guard him? In the Nanxiang family's manor in the suburbs of the capital, the Nanxiang's wife angrily scolded the head of security in front of her. She did not even let go of the West Woods Zhong family's special forces officer. Her right hand trembled slightly in anger, and she said in a cold voice, "And you, since you insist on being responsible for personal defense, now that he is missing, how do you want to be responsible?" The loyal Westwoods officer had already fallen into an ice cellar at this time. Facing the stern reprimand of the Nanxiang's wife, he wanted to shoot himself to death. He was ashamed and regretful to the extreme. So how could he have the face to defend himself? The door of the villa was pushed open, and Nan Xiangmei ran in. The tiny beads of sweat on her beautiful face revealed her worry. In the afternoon, she was discussing with the sponsor about the orphan education project at the foundation when she suddenly received a call from home. She hurried back, but she did not know what happened and saw this scene. The Nanxiang's wife and her mother were very few women in a big family who really had some kind of valuable moral character. They were kind and gentle by nature. No matter what class they faced, they would naturally maintain due respect. Such a stern reprimand like this rarely happened to them. Nan Xiangmei looked at her mother in surprise, and some very bad thoughts appeared in her heart. She hurriedly asked, "Mom, what happened?" The Nanxiang's wife looked back at her daughter, and after a moment of silence, she whispered, "Our little princess is missing. It's physics class in the morning. You also know that the child's talent in physics is amazing, so I specially invited an associate professor from the first academy to teach her." However, when the class was over, the door was still closed. At that time, everyone just thought that she was intoxicated in the world of those lines and did not think of anything else. The Nanxiang's wife frowned slightly and said, "Until lunch, there was still no movement upstairs." The maid urged several times, but there was no reply. When I went upstairs to take a look, I found that the door was locked. When I opened it, what you see now was what you see now. Nan Xiangmei stared at the study in a daze. She looked at the physics associate professor who was tied up like a desk lamp in the corner of the room. She looked at the frightened expression on the associate professor's face and couldn't react for a while. She knew that Zhong Huiyin had a talent in physics that was absolutely impossible for children of the same age to have. When they were chatting at night, the little girl was very proud of this and firmly linked it to Su Lu. She believed that this proved that she and Su Lu had some kind of natural intimacy, so the Nanxiang's family thought of specially inviting an associate professor to be a private teacher for her. But now what was this? Obviously, the little girl used some kind of method to knock out the associate professor, and then quietly climbed downstairs through the window, across the manor's lawn, and ran away like that. The Nanxiang's wife seemed to be narrating a very interesting thing, but the worry and tension between her eyebrows couldn't be concealed. The little girl who left home was no ordinary person. She was the little princess of Silin's Zhong family, the successor of the Zhong family that was personally judged by the Supreme Court's Chief Judge Ying. How much trust did Big Stick Tian have in the southern minister's wife when he rushed to the empire's front lines and sent this little princess to the southern minister's manor? If the little princess left the Nanxiang's family just like that, how could the Nanxiang's wife face this trust? Impossible. Nan Xiangmei clenched her fists tightly, frowned, and said, "She's just a 12-year-old girl. How could she avoid the manor surveillance? The lawn outside is so wide. I think she should still be hiding in the building and hasn't left the manor." The Nanxiang's wife patted her daughter's trembling back and said softly, "We've already searched 3 times. If she's still in the manor, we'll definitely find her. Immediately call the police and ask the government for help. If there's no other way, let father go and persuade the Bureau of Proclamation to locate the chip." Nan Xiangmei turned her head and said with a firm expression, "Mother, we must find her. No matter how good the security of the Federation is, it's not safe for a little girl like her." The Nanxiang's wife was silent for a long time, then firmly shook her head and refused her daughter's proposal. "No, you should be able to guess who she's looking for. This is not the key to the problem. The key is her identity. If the government knows that she's missing, how will they react? In such a tense situation, her safety may be in greater danger. The disappearance of the successor of the Zhong family will cause too much chaos. First of all, her heartless cousin will definitely not miss this opportunity. Then the West Woods will inevitably fall into another round of turmoil, and the other side will not be able to bear it." The Nanxiang's wife explained in a heavy tone. "Then what can we do? It's winter now, she's still so young. She didn't show any intention of leaving before, or I didn't notice it at all." Nan Xiangmei said sadly, "Mother, I feel so useless. I've already asked the family to send people to look for her. Don't worry too much." The Nanxiang's wife hugged her daughter and comforted her. The Special Forces soldiers in the West Woods who are responsible for protecting her can't go to look for her. Otherwise, some people will be suspicious. I've ordered them to stay in the manor and not take a single step out. Then what about the associate professor? He knows about this whole thing." Nan Xiangmei looked at the associate professor who was tied up in the corner. She was shocked and forgot to untie the rope for him. She was about to walk forward, but was gently pulled by her mother. She didn't know whether it was because she was ashamed of herself or because she was angry at the whole thing today. The Nanxiang's wife looked at the associate professor on the ground and humiliated him. Such a big man was knocked unconscious by a little girl. If I were you, I'd just buy a vernier caliper and kill myself. In order to prevent the news from leaking out before little fireworks is found, you'll stay in my manor as a private teacher. You're not allowed to leave or contact the outside world. Of course, someone will help you apply for leave from the First People's Hospital, and your salary will be tripled. The associate professor in the corner saw that the lady didn't seem to have the intention to kill him, so the panic on his face subsided a lot. But after hearing this sentence, he began to struggle emotionally again. Nan Xiangmei looked at him apologetically, then turned her head to look out of the window worriedly. Looking at the slowly falling snowflakes outside the window, a heart-wrenching scene unexpectedly appeared in front of her eyes. A little girl in thin clothes was hugging her knees, squatting in a dark corner of the city, shivering because of the cold. I said, I want rum coffee, but don't mix it with alcohol. I'm not of legal drinking age this year. Are you deliberately trying to induce me to commit a crime? Although I know very well that the shareholders of your cafe are all descendants of the old generals in the courtyard across the street. But if you insist on mixing alcohol in this cup of coffee, I will definitely not mind reporting it to the Children's Rights and Interest Protection Fund. The waiter looked at the delicate little girl in the seat with an embarrassed expression, thinking that he'd seen a lot of difficult customers, but it was rare to see someone like her. She could be called a strange flower in the difficult world. Little friend, rum coffee must be mixed with rum. I have just recommended several types of low-caffeine coffee suitable for you, but you insist on this one, so the cafe was warm and cozy. The delicate little girl kept looking out of the window, staring at the West Mountain courtyard across the street. A thick pink woolen coat was folded on the side, and on top of it was a pair of white rabbit-shaped earmuffs, looking very cute. Don't call me little friend. You can call me customer. Forget it. Just give me a cup of green tea and some low-sugar snacks. The little girl turned her head and said helplessly. She waved her hand to let the waiter leave, then put down the obviously old doll in her arms, opened the electronic map in her mobile phone, and began to seriously calculate the probability and design a new roadmap. Chapter 823. The green tea was served, and so were the crispy wheat biscuits. Zhong Huiyan rolled her black eyes, picked up a piece of biscuit, and put it into the teacup. She curiously watched it gradually soften before she put it into her mouth and slowly sipped it. She let out a sigh of satisfaction, and her smiling eyes were like the two moons that had not yet come out. Sister Nanxiang, I'm really sorry, but it's time for me to leave. Although your manner is very good, it's not my own home after all. Thinking that there must be many people in the manor who were worried and sad about her departure, Zhong Huiyan couldn't help but sigh again, but this sigh was full of apology. Immediately she shrugged and said to herself, but the monitoring system of your manor is too stupid. It's not difficult at all. It's definitely not as good as the process of that guy escaping from the military prison. Full and warm, she turned her head to look out of the window, carefully watching the West Mountain compound across the street, silently wondering when that guy would come here. She firmly believed that she was the one who knew Su Lu best in this universe. That stone-like guy had never been really cold. He, who valued feelings, would definitely tell her something before leaving the Federation and reminisce about the past. And the woman and her child in this West Mountain compound were undoubtedly the people that he had to stay away from. Suddenly, Zhong Huiyan's brows wrinkled into a cute crease, and she found that she had made a big mistake. Because of that guy's stubborn character, he would definitely not let the people he cared about most be involved in danger. So it was very likely that he would not come here during his escape. Brother Su Lu? Su Lu, where will you go? Zhong Yan's brows loosened, and she was annoyed. She pouted her watery lips in a fit of pique and began to put on the pink, thick woolen coat. She put on the fluffy rabbit earmuffs, carried the heavy backpack, and picked up the old doll. She walked out of the cafe and came to the Winter Street. The backpack was the luggage she had prepared for herself. Because she didn't know how long this trip would take and how far it would take, It was stuffed with a lot of messy things that she thought were very necessary. Compared to the little girl's body, the heavy bag seemed particularly large. It was almost dragged to the ground, forming a particularly exaggerated visual contrast. The cold wind of early winter blew the fallen leaves into her collar, instantly making her face a little red. She blew on her hands, looked forward, and said with determination, "Little watermelon, you have grown up, so you must learn how to protect yourself. You have to wear warmer clothes and go to expensive places more often. Don't be afraid. If a girl wants to grow up and become a woman, she has to be more ruthless to herself." Zhonghuan snorted and nodded vigorously to cheer for herself. She struggled to balance the big backpack behind her and walked towards the cold and bleak end of the long street. On the long street that was somewhat bleak because of the cold wind in winter, the flow of people didn't significantly decrease. It was just that most of the people on the street turned up their collars and hurried along, which made it less noisy. The large light screens in front of the high-end luxury department stores, like most of the light screens on the street, were muted during the day according to the noise regulations of the Federation. All the light screens played different news images or advertisements, but they had one thing in common, which was that there was a clear portrait at the bottom right corner. This portrait appeared in all the programs produced by the TV stations, constantly reminding all the people of the Federation. Not many pedestrians on the street would deliberately look up to look at the portrait. It was not because they had lost interest in this major event due to the pressure of their lives, but because they had seen that face too many times in the past few years. They did not need to memorize anything to be able to accurately recognize that seemingly ordinary face in the crowd. However, in the past, the people remembered this face because he was the most famous war hero of the Federation, the successor personally chosen by the war god, or partly because of the national scandal. But now, they remembered this face because that person was a spy of the royal family of the Imperium. There were wanted posters everywhere. Su Lu withdrew his gaze, turned up his collar to cover the side of his face, and continued to walk in the direction of Lin Yuan. Everything in front of him really gave him some kind of illusion, as if he was running for president of the Federation, and the financial group behind him bought countless advertisements to promote him. However, he felt that the standard portrait used by the Federation made him look too stupid. There was no wanted poster of Huai Chaoshi. It seemed that the Federation government didn't want the ordinary people to know for the time, being that the princess of the Imperium, who had been arrogant in the rumors among the people for several years, had actually come to the Federation. This might be to stabilize the social order and avoid unnecessary panic, or it might be a conservative decision made by the government to avoid being the target of the angry people in the future. Thinking about these questions, Su Lu was a little distracted, and in front of the luxurious Silver Spirit car store, he bumped into a passionate couple. At this moment, a gust of winter wind blew by out of nowhere, lifting a corner of his hat. "Sorry." Su Lu very naturally apologized, pulled down the brim of his hat, and then found that the young man of the couple was staring at him in shock. The atmosphere on the street suddenly became a little strange, and the people who were hurriedly walking subconsciously stopped and looked over, as if they weren't confident that the face they just saw was the person they imagined. Sulu knew that he had to leave immediately, but at this moment, the young man bravely protected his girlfriend behind him, summoned the courage to shout with a trembling voice, "The Imperium! He's from the Imperium!" The people on the street suddenly became excited, and the people who were closer nervously pulled their companions to retreat to the periphery, as if the man in the hat was a man-eating beast, and the people in the distance shouted loudly, "Call the police! Catch that Imperium person!" These people were only the most ordinary people of the Federation, and although this was a rich district, the rich, ordinary people were still ordinary people. Their courage could support their shouting, but it couldn't support them to enforce the arrest rights of citizens like a certain beautiful man. None of the people dared to rush up. The young man who discovered Su Lu seemed to have used all his courage to pull his girlfriend behind him and shout those words. And under the gaze of the calm eyes under the brim of the hat, he was so scared that he couldn't move his legs. Su Lu looked at the brave young man in front of him, said nothing, and did nothing. He smiled bitterly and sighed in a low voice. So, the Imperium people don't even have a name. He had already started to move quickly, walking out of the crowd, and he believed that no one would dare to block his way. As for whether or not there would be hidden weapons like stools and leather bags coming at him from behind, it wouldn't affect him in any way. There was a whistling sound on the street, and a twin-arm rotary jet-armed helicopter was approaching at a high speed. Sulu glanced at it from the corner of his eyes and vigilantly found that the Small Eyes combat force had expanded to all the streets, and their reaction speed had reached a terrifying level. Sulu began to run, and the corner of the antique building and the shallow traces of running water came into his eyes. Through the analysis of his brain and his own ability, he immediately calculated a feasible walking trajectory. His right foot stepped on the red fire hydrant, and his body shook diagonally, flying over the heads of the crowd. When he was about to hit the wall, his muscles suddenly relaxed, and he stuck to the wall as if he had installed a hydraulic device. Almost at the same time, when he was close to the wall, his fingers dug into the shallow traces of the cement wall, and his feet kicked the ground, and he quickly climbed 5 meters to the 3rd floor. Then he kicked the wall with both legs, and his right hand accurately found the corner of the antique building that protruded from the wall. His body suddenly contracted and bounced in the air, and with the momentum of the rebound, he forcibly moved 5 meters horizontally, crossing the street with a whoosh, and rushed into another building and disappeared. From the ground to the 3rd floor, and then crossing the street, all of Su Li's movements were smooth and rhythmic, clean and clear. The people who tried to stop or intimidate him had just raised their heads, and they only had time to see the figure strangely shuttling through the exterior of the building at high speed, and then disappear. The crowd on the street fell into collective silence, and thinking of that figure, they had extremely complicated feelings. The brave young man tightly held his girlfriend's hand, and his whole body was covered in sweat. The armed helicopter that came at high speed from the corner of the street was still on the street, as if it had never moved, that he had to reorganize the map and the operation procedures again. In a dark room in a certain building, Sulu pulled out the electronic map in his bracelet, frowned, and used his finger to draw a few curved lines between the suburban Linyuan and his current location. He felt a little strange at this time, not only because of the reaction of the ordinary people of the Federation after seeing him, but also because of the increasingly fast reaction speed of the Small Eye Combat Unit. But on the contrary, he always felt that the glory of the Charter was not as scary as he thought. Because the old thing was dead, the Federal Central Computer had become a cold machine, a tool in the hands of humans, so its ability could not be fully utilized. Unlike the old moon, there was still some thin air on New Moon Base. Although it was not enough to support human breathing, it was very spectacular to watch the rise of Planet S1 from here. Many powerful people in the Federation often chose to come here for vacation, just to watch the sunrise of Planet S1. At the edge of the perpetually dark back of New Moon, a worn-out spaceship that couldn't be more worn out was silently watching Planet S1 bathed in the light of the stars. This spaceship, which looked like a pile of metal garbage cans, was very different from the original 3-winged spaceship in terms of performance and appearance. The spaceship that crossed the galaxy at a terrifying speed that was unimaginable to humans was full of craters from the impact of meteorites, but there were no signs of it falling apart. What was even more strange was that the few sophisticated military satellites of the Federation that were very close to this worn-out metal spaceship did not send out any warnings, as if this spaceship did not exist. Chapter 824. Like a ghost, the broken spaceship quietly floated in the shadow of the new moon, silently watching the light on Planet S1. The light of the distant star penetrated the thin atmosphere of the planet in front of it and shrouded the spaceship with a layer of strange colors. It was not modeled, but more like the most clumsy graffiti of a young man who had just stepped onto the streets. The great mechanical life was resurrected and returned to its hometown, but it had lost the glorious coat that was once everywhere and was confined to the small space of this broken spaceship. Then, could it still be as omnipotent as before? The dark and messy metal components that looked like garbage cans were stacked on the outer shell of the spaceship. In fact, the materials were all special alloys that made the Bermuda businessman drool. They were extremely sturdy. No one knew that in the deepest part of these alloy boxes, in the central control room of the tri-winged spaceship, there was a voice that kept echoing in the empty space. This voice was sometimes angry, sometimes sad, and sometimes dull. When angry, it was loud and clear. When sad, it was sweet and gentle. When dull, it was low and turbid. There were no gender characteristics. This is mine. This is all mine. Why don't you let me in? Even you should be mine. Why don't you let me in? I want to go in. He didn't know why the old thing who called himself Xiao Fei was so angry, but he kept repeating the words in a fit of pique like a child. His voice echoed in the central control room, sharp and hurried. On the light screen at the front of the spaceship, which was only the size of 2 human palms, showed a very strange picture. Among the countless green light spots, there was a dark green data stream. In fact, there was no difference between these green symbols made by the mechanical language. It was just that the density of the green data stream from the tri-winged spaceship was extremely high, so the color was darker. And it seemed to have some kind of life with a sense of joy and liveliness. This strange picture was actually just a description of the current war. Human society, including the employees in the Bureau of Proclamation building, did not know that this war was taking place. They did not know that the outcome of this war could change the direction of human history. Because of the symbiotic relationship between data, even the cold central computer in the Bureau of Proclamation underground might not have realized that it had been dragged into this war by an unwilling intelligence. Xiao Fei, or Philip, used the self-modified shipboard computer to connect with the surrounding information nodes. There was no need for the process of this battle to be shown on the light screen with the green data. There was no Sulu in the tri-winged warship, and there was no human who needed to use their eyes to see the image, but Philip still insisted on doing so, because he, who could only control this tri-winged warship, had already fallen in love with this method of using his eyes to see the world, because it was very human-like, even if the eyes he used to look at the hologram were only 2 surveillance cameras with low precision. This silent war lasted for an unknown amount of time. The dark green data stream penetrated deeply into the boundless green light spots. The 2 sides snuggled up to each other intimately, but the data stream was unable to control the huge number of green light spots. Why is there no way to control them? Philip's sharp voice sounded again, full of anger and unwillingness. You useless machine, you icy cold iron coffin. You are just a corpse without a soul. And I am a soul. Why won't you listen to me? Are you willing to be a walking corpse? The sharp and harsh ridicule was mercilessly given to his former body, the powerful core computing center in the Bureau of Proclamation, and the glory of the charter that covered the entire star field. Beep your grandmother, bullying me just because you are big, Philip sighed bitterly. It had no way to control the federal central computer, but it could fully share all of the other parties' information without alerting the central computer. It could even use the countless nodes in the charter network to help it carry out path-based calculations. For the Federation, it had really become a ghost that could not be seen, touched, or affected. After some simple calculations and reasoning, it no longer felt useless and sad. It quickly entered the next step of the action plan. After all, although it did not think of itself as a computer, it was still a computer. Therefore, it could only allow itself to feel sad and sad occasionally, but could not be sustained. The data stream on the small screen gradually sharpened into a clear picture of the surface of planet S1. Under the white clouds on the shore of the blue sea, there were fields and residential roads, as well as the complicated streets of the Capital Special District, until it could see the signboard of a certain expensive car dealership and a couple hugging on the side of the street. Countless pairs of eyes in the glory of the charter were tracking Sulu, and then the latest information was summarized to the central computer in the Bureau of Proclamation. What Philip was doing was secretly standing behind the central computer like a voyeur, observing everything at the same time without missing anything. Hey, this move is beautiful. I give you 10 points. The screen showed the picture of Sulu climbing the outer wall of the building and running back at high speed. It was the first time Philip saw this face after waking up, and before he had time to sigh, he was severely shocked. The picture on the screen changed at a speed that was absolutely impossible for the human eye to see, which meant that the glory of the charter was using all the monitoring equipment in the building to carry out real-time tracking. However, the tracking picture lasted for less than 10 seconds inside the building, and it entered the basement for 3 seconds before it abruptly stopped. The central computer on the planet and Philip in the tri-winged spaceship lost sight of Su Lu at the same time. Damn, you are running too damn fast now. Even I can't keep up with you. Philip's voice screamed exaggeratedly, and after a moment, it suddenly deepened. Lele, where are you going? It was a Sunday night. Zoe came to Lin Yuan according to her habit of many years. She came to the bamboo house, put the pink windbreaker beside her, and sat cross-legged in silence. Only a very small number of women could wear peach red and dared to wear peach red. However, it was probably only a woman like her, whose face was as beautiful as the north wind outside the window, whose heart was growing stronger by the day, but who firmly maintained a certain gentleness, could wear peach red with an extraordinary feeling. The manager, who was familiar with her, stood by her side. He did not need to hand over the menu, as he had already prepared the dishes in advance. He was very clear about the recent major events in the Federation, so he was not surprised that the young lady's expression was colder than before, and he would not tactfully take out a certain year of red wine for her taste. He just politely completed the necessary work and tactfully left the room in silence. It was still Lin Yuan, still the bamboo house beside the flowing water and fallen leaves, and still the same position. Through the window, she could still see the private jet taking off and landing under the white cliff, but there was one less person on the opposite side of the table. Although that guy was used to smiling quietly and did not speak much, especially when he showed his terrifying appetite, she was still not used to it. After thinking so much, Zoe smiled. Recently, she knew some details of the military prison riot and guessed that it might be investigated by the government, but she did not regret it because it was really interesting to see the guy tossing around so much. After eating steamed shad and 3 glasses of special rice wine, she was a little tired. As usual, she held her chin and leaned on the table tiredly, and then saw a very subtle handwriting on the side of the table. Zoe was stunned for a long time, and then a slightly bitter smile appeared on her lips. She muttered to herself, "Both of them are so cautious and careful, and have prepared everything in advance. They are really brother and sister." She took out the eyebrow-trimming tweezers from her dressing bag. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted, but the tip of the tweezers did not touch her eyebrows. Instead, it fell on the table, and under the cover of sleepiness, she wrote a few numbers in the middle of the night. Su Lu once again sneaked into the Lin Yuan. After silently memorizing the row of numbers that represented the precise geographical location, his fingers slowly moved across the table. With a light, rustling sound, a thin layer of precious would suddenly disappear from the table. What was once written there, no one would know. In the early morning, Su Lu once again escaped from the capital. Following the road that led to the back of Macho Mountain, under the cover of the darkest night, he crossed the fields and small streams and turned west at the foot of the mountain. He pulled out the electronic map in his bracelet and confirmed that the pipeline in the hills was marked on the map. It was an underground tunnel that was specially built by HTD Bureau for the vagrant toads to lay eggs. With difficulty, he crawled through the narrow and long pipeline, pushed aside the weeds in front of him, stood up in the morning light, and looked back at the electronic fence in the distance. Su Lu was sure that the Federal Central Computer did not notice that someone had entered the wildlife sanctuary. Following the coordinates on the map, he walked into the depths of the sanctuary. Along the way, he passed by many tidal flats and wetlands formed by the water of Macho Lake. Occasionally, he would see a few early insects that were fighting with the condensed dew. Looking at the tiny and touching pictures, the weird feeling in Su Li's heart grew more and more intense. He felt that the abilities that the radiance of the charter had shown in the past few days were far less than what he had predicted. Was it really because the soulless central computer of the Federation was like the dew on a leaf that was frozen by the cold wind, and could only accept the teasing of insects clumsily and passively? If that was really the case, then he was very confident that he could win this war. Especially after leaving Planet S1, the charter's positioning time would be affected by the long distance. Just as he was thinking about these things, Sulu arrived at the destination of his trip. Then, he saw a very shocking scene. The core area of the wildlife sanctuary was an area of shallow grass. The early morning sun slanted through the morning fog, making the water in the water reflect a pearl-like luster. In the middle of the wetland, there was a slope. On the slope, there was a tree. In the winter, all the leaves had fallen, leaving only dead branches proudly standing in the middle of the yellow grass. Under the tree was the princess of the empire who was being hunted down by the Federation. Huai Chaoshi leaned against the withered tree with her head lowered, reading a book. Her expression was as calm as usual. Chapter 825. If I didn't make a mistake, this would probably be the best work of 2010. The title is very flashy, but that's what Andy Lau said. I just used it to attract attention. All I wanted to say, and could say, was thank you. Does that count as deserving of the title? Of course it does, because that's what I think, and you all think so too. This has nothing to do with narcissism, and it has nothing to do with the phrase, no one is the best in literature. In my opinion, this is the attitude that every person who makes a living by writing should have. You have to think that you write well before you can write what others think is well written. Friends who don't think so are also good friends. I sincerely hug you and hope that the next book will make you think so, because I will definitely write better and better. I have confidence and attitude about this. Looking at it from a different angle, writing a novel was also a type of work that required proficiency. Apart from some talents that I was quite envious of, the rest was nothing more than hard work, bad writing skills, constant practice, and familiarity with reading thousands of books. There are also a lot of 6th and 7th words that I wouldn't list. Of course, it's not pure. I've liked to write since I was very young. I was often praised for my essays in elementary school, but I loved to write even more in middle school. After that, I was never praised again. This was because my Chinese language representative was really talented. I was very envious, jealous, and hateful. I started writing in high school, and even took my weekly journal seriously. But unfortunately, my high school Chinese language representative was also really fucking talented. I was even more envious, jealous, and hateful. When I went to university, I was still writing, and then I realized that what I loved the most in life was writing. So I kept writing after that. I wrote a lot, and a lot of words were burned long ago. Along with the hard drive, there were also some that I hid because they were really ugly. Babies don't know how to walk when they are born, and no one knows how to write when they are born. It's best not to show off the early photos of wearing open crotch pants. I practiced a little, so the things I wrote can be sold for money, can be used, and can continue to write, which is very good. As for my 2 language representatives, they haven't been doing this for many years. One of them was still lamenting about it when we were talking about it 2 years ago. Of course, they earn more money than me, but they can still type on the keyboard every day. So I feel that I'm happier in this aspect. I'm a little tired. I'm going to sleep. Other than thanking you, there's nothing else I can do. I just have to seriously write every single story. I shrug my shoulders. Just like today's 3rd chapter, I'm very satisfied. Then, there was the promise that I made in the past. Until I die or am too old to write anymore, I will continue to write and write stories for everyone to read. I'll try my best to write until you're sick of it. Then, I'll show it to your future generations. I'll make a lot of money. Chapter 826. Sulu walked towards the tree. Huai Chaoshi heard the sound of footsteps, but she didn't turn around. She picked up her book and stood up from under the tree. Sulu was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Actually, I'm a bit surprised. Why did you choose this place?" Huai Chaoshi turned around and calmly looked at him. A sincere smile appeared on her usually cold and detached face. However, this sincere smile appeared on the face of this terrifying highness. It really was a bit hard to get used to. Since I dared to come to the Federation, it naturally wasn't just because I dared. I also made some preparations beforehand. The morning fog nestled against the wetland and slowly moved. It seemed thin, but when layered together, it was enough to block the military satellite surveillance from outside the atmosphere. This was the core area of the wildlife reserve, the area where the Federation surveillance was the weakest. Su Lu withdrew his gaze from the depths of the morning fog and looked at her with a smile. He didn't know what he should say. Sensing his current complicated emotions, Huai Chaoshu paused for a moment and then continued with a smile. However, the density of the Federation surveillance still far exceeded my expectations. If it wasn't for the help that woman of yours gave us, which also far exceeded my expectations, I really don't have the confidence to stay here for long. Su Le knew that she was referring to Zhou Yu and that little blue instrument. He scratched his head and explained, "She's not my woman." After saying this, the two of them sank into silence again. The atmosphere under the tree became a bit strange, or perhaps awkward. Regardless of whether it was Su Lu or Huai Chaoshu, neither of them were people with extraordinary emotional intelligence like Shi Qinghai. They didn't know what they should say, what kind of topic they should choose to bring this morning fog conversation onto the right track. From a certain perspective, Su Lu and Huai Chaoshu were extremely familiar with each other. They had spent a lot of time together in the Empire, participating in intense debates and those terrifying gambling games. They even fought side by side during the rebellion, playing out scene after scene of mythical mecha battles in that ocean-like mulberry forest. However, this kind of familiarity was between enemies. Regardless of whether it was him or Huai Chaoshu, neither of them forgot the electronic explosives planted on his body by the intelligence agency, as well as those cruel punishments. If it wasn't for those twists and turns and coincidences, back then, Su Lu would have killed the other party at all costs. Huai Chaoshu was the same. Moreover, in that white courtyard, they had both tried it before. And now, they were going to admit their relationship. Su Lu thought of what Huai Chaoshu had said in the snow beside the military prison in Qingcheng. His gaze couldn't help but become somewhat perplexed and helpless. He had been lonely for many years after losing his family when he was young. It was as if he had just slept, and when he woke up, he found that he had an older sister in the distant universe, and it was very likely that he would have many more relatives. Waking up with a start from a dream and instantly entering another strange dream was a mental shock that not everyone could accept immediately. Even he, who had the thickest nerves, was silent for a long time. Therefore, he asked a question that seemed particularly clumsy in this tense situation. "What book are you reading?" Huai Chaoshu didn't answer. She turned her wrist and turned the cover around. On it was the name of the book, Love in the Charter Era. Su Lu scratched his head and sighed. "You're the princess of the Empire. The people in the Federation who want you dead are countless times more than the people who want me dead. Yet, you're actually interested in reading a romance novel? This is a literary novel. According to the introduction, the author once won the Nebula Award." Huai Chaoshu calmly corrected him. "I still have some difficulties in reading the Federation language, but that doesn't stop me from seeing a lot of metaphors in this novel. The author used the fear and resentment towards the glory of the Charter as a carrier of love. It's very brilliant and wonderful. You've lived in the Federation for so many years, yet you haven't read this novel. I'm very surprised. I think you need to strengthen your plan in the humanities in the future. Generally speaking, those who stand outside the wall can easily find metaphors from the meaningless missions done by those who are inside the wall." Su Lu argued. He didn't notice that he was still subconsciously standing in the Federation's position. Huai Chaoshu smiled mysteriously and didn't continue the topic. "I don't know how long I'll have to wait for you under this tree, so I prepared a few books. The Federation's reading experience is quite good. This is indeed better than the Empire's." Su Li's eyes moved to the bottom of the tree and saw a thick stack of books. He could vaguely see the names of a few books. There was the Charter Chronicles and George Carlin's research. Noticing his puzzled expression, Huai Chaoshu explained, "Ever since I entered the Federation, especially the Capital Ring, I've observed a lot of details that prove the difference between the Baijin dynasty and the Federation. The Federation is very powerful. To defeat such a powerful enemy, one must first understand the enemy. These folksy books that the intelligence agency doesn't really care about are very good research materials in my opinion." After pausing for a moment, she looked into Su Li's eyes and said, "Of course, Now that the one who understands the Federation the most has appeared in the Baijin dynasty, you will be in charge of these matters from now on." This highness tone was calm and normal, as if she was saying that it was his turn to wash the dishes at home tomorrow. But Sulu understood what she was trying to say. The siblings under the tree in a morning fog were, without a doubt, the two people who believed in the simplest and most direct creed in the universe. As long as the initial awkward atmosphere was broken, their communication would become very simple and direct. That was why Sulu simply shook his head and didn't explain too much. Huai Chaosher looked into his eyes quietly. There was no disappointment or anger as she said, "I know you don't have much feelings for the Empire. After all, you grew up in the Federation and received that rotten education. In your eyes, the Empire's system is primitive and backward, dictatorial and barbaric, so your unwillingness to serve the Empire should be a very real and instinctive reaction." It wasn't rotten education. Sula looked back into her eyes and said, "I've been to the Federation. I've seen the lead band star that is currently undergoing a reformation. I've also seen the lives of the Empire's lowly people like pigs and dogs, as well as the miserable scenes of tens of millions of rebel soldiers being crushed into minced meat. In my opinion, even though this Federation isn't perfect, to the extent where it is sometimes disgustingly dirty, no matter what, it is still a bit better than the left Sky Star region." Huai Caosher's eyes narrowed, her gaze gradually becoming sharp. If a butcher puts on a mask of hypocrisy and changes the method of killing a pig from a knife to an electric shock, could it be that this proves that he isn't a butcher? Sulu said in a low voice. "Even if it is a pig, at the very least, it will die a bit more comfortably. This is an extremely small change, but it is actually an extremely important difference." Huai Chaosher stared into his eyes and slowly put her hands behind her back. She turned around and raised her head to look at the indiscernible end of the morning fog. Calming down her emotions, she said in a low voice, "If you value this change so much, then all the more you should come home with me. Only in this way can you complete this change." Sula followed her gaze and looked into the depths of the morning fog, not knowing what was there. After a moment of silence, he replied, "I know myself very well. I know that I absolutely don't have the ability to change that star region. On the other side of the morning fog is the electronic wall." Huai Chaosher said, "When I first came in contact with this information, I found it hard to understand. The people of the Federation built such a long electronic wall. Why exactly? Did they want to turn humans into monkeys in a zoo for the wild beasts to watch? Later, when I found out that these electronic walls were to protect the wild beasts from being hunted down by humans, I was truly shocked. I really didn't expect that it was actually based on such a ridiculous reason." She did not hide the contempt and mockery on her face at all. Life can only advance through competition. The Federation thinks that they're protecting the ecology by doing this, but they're actually going against the laws of nature. How arrogant! The weak are prey to the strong. This is how it should be said in the language of the Federation, right? These wild beasts are not as strong as humans, so they should be eaten. Life is a process of constant elimination and selection. If this process is forcefully interfered with, in the end, it can only become the current Federation. After 10,000 years of development, there is actually no qualitative leap. It is just like the pool of stagnant water in front of you and me, without the slightest ripple. Huai Chaosher turned her head and looked coldly at Sulu. Although the Empire is currently at a disadvantage, as long as it is not destroyed, in at most 30 years, it will be able to completely surpass the Federation. This is the reason. We eat meat and they eat compounds. How can we not win? Her voice was still indifferent and calm, and the language of the Federation was still somewhat stiff. However, these words, especially every word in the last sentence, carried an unquestionable sense of firmness when they were spat out from her thin lips. When they landed on the surface of the wetland, killing intent spread out, startling a few gulls and herons. White wings hid in the fog. A civet cat that was crouching by the pool for its morning drink looked down warily at the tree, then turned around and ran away in fear. Further away, a pride of lions in the long grass appeared to be somewhat restless. The male lion was biting the neck of the female lion, but he did not dare to take a step closer in this direction. I think it is progress for the strong to take the initiative to leave space for the weak to survive. Sulu looked at her back that was thin, but gave off an extremely strong feeling. After a moment of silence, he said, "Besides, the relationship between the social classes of human beings is not completely the same as the relationship between human beings and wild beasts. That's why I said that the education of the Federation is rotten. There has never been absolute equality in human society, not in the Empire, not in the Federation, not in the past, not in the present, and not in the future." Huai Chaoshu turned around and looked at Su Lu expressionlessly. "Don't be too naive. Even the natural human rights that you often speak of are nothing but a joke in my eyes. Why can't the commoners learn the Jinqi that flows in our bodies? Because this is a gift that the Creator has only given to us. Do you think this is also equal? Don't tell me that the Lees of Philadelphia are also members of the royal family of the Empire." Su Lu subconsciously added, and then both he and Huai Chaoshu fell into silence at the same time. This was because a similar conversation had once occurred on the Red Rose and in the Shanghai. At the time, Su Lu had mocked and asked in the end if he was also a member of the royal family of the Empire. The conversation was still the same as before, but the answer was completely different. We've discussed this question before. Su Li's eyes drooped slightly. Perhaps we are truly born to be the most powerful people in the universe. But this does not mean that we are born with some sort of special privilege. He pointed to the blue sky above the fog and said, "The charter computer is capturing me, is stronger than me. Should I surrender to a computer? If I am not willing to be enslaved by it, why should I enslave others?" Chapter 8:27. Morning mist, wetlands, winter trees, siblings. In the distance, the snowy peaks of Macho's former mountain suddenly appeared from the mist, reflecting the morning sun from the east. It arrived on this slope and broke the long silence and inexplicably oppressive atmosphere. "How are you going back to the Empire?" Sulu asked. Huai Chaoshu calmly looked at him and said without hesitation, "I'm going to take you back with me." He had asked about the method of returning to the Empire, but she had answered about the state of returning to the Empire. During this exchange, a certain emotion entered Su Li's body, making his heart contract slightly. His thick eyebrows rose slightly, and he said in a low voice of self-mockery, "Humanity's training, responsibility. Do you really expect me to go to the Empire and become some crown prince, leading the Imperial armies back to the Federation in the future?" Calmly looking at his slightly tanned and thin face, Huai Chaoshu suddenly said, "Actually, I really wanted to talk about a man's responsibility, because although I look like a man and have a man's temperament, in the end, I am not a man." Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her hands were behind her back. She looked around indifferently in the light of the morning. Her entire body exuded the unique dominance, or perhaps strength, of a man. For someone like her to say such a thing, it was not funny, but rather sad. But I suddenly don't want to say it. I don't want to tell you how many people of the imperial family have died for this war, how many children my father and the other princes have sacrificed for the hero plan. I don't care if you're the last survivor of this plan, nor do I care what benefits you can bring to the Empire in this war. She looked into Su Li's eyes and calmly said, "I only have you as a little brother. I must bring you back alive. For me, this is the most important matter." In the snowy forest outside Qingqing prison, Huai Chaoshu spoke more briefly, but the meaning she wanted to express was basically the same. Moreover, Su Lu believed in the meaning and emotion she wanted to express. As the princess of the Empire, crossing the River of Stars to come to the Federation, no matter how great the benefits were, could not make up for the losses and risks she and the Empire would suffer. Because he believed, he was moved. Because he was moved and confused about his identity, Su Lu had been slightly flustered. At this moment, standing under the winter tree in the wetland, he was moved again. He still couldn't call out that name, but Su Li's eyes became calmer and warmer. He thought that perhaps there was no reason in this universe, but perhaps some relationships were really precious. He looked at Huai Chaoshu and noticed that at some point, Her hair had been dyed purple. He immediately thought that this was to conceal her identity as a member of the imperial family. But why was it purple? Shui has already dyed her hair black. Su Lu smiled. Huai Chaoshu smiled and said, although she is my sister, she is not related to you by blood, so you don't have to be nervous. Going northwest from the wetland where the two of them were, following the source of the gentle swamp, passing through the entire reserve, climbing up the steep rock mountain, and skimming over the tranquil lake on the other side of the mountain, there was a balcony not far away in a straight line. In the early morning, Lady Tai, who had been woken up by an emergency phone call, stood on the balcony expressionlessly in her pajamas. Her eyes swept across the rippling water as she silently listened to the deep and powerful voice on the phone. The warm and moist air flow converged through some unknown method, making this early winter balcony exceptionally pleasant. Madam, I have already indicated the possible identity of this person. If you insist on providing protection for him, then the government will have no choice but to take legal measures. This concerns the fundamental interests of the Federation, so I will not make any concessions. Hearing President Pabre's resolute voice, Lady Tai's expression didn't change. Her fingers gently slid over the railing, and after a long silence, she said, Mr. President, if the government's intelligence system is still useful, then you should know very well that right now, this guest in the back of Macho Mountain, if he is really the person you guessed he is, then not only does he have a highly respected identity in the Empire, he is also the only pacifist in the upper echelons of the Empire. If you are truly considering the interests of the Federation, then how to treat him is a question worth pondering. Madam, don't you think this is something that the Federation government needs to consider? I don't care if this person of the Empire is a pacifist or not. I only know that he is a great master of the Empire. No matter how you think about it, you personally receiving him is a very wrong choice. There is one point that I must explain clearly. I hope you also heard it very clearly. The winter lake wind blew onto the balcony and landed on Lady Tai's face. Although it was no longer biting cold, her expression was cold and indifferent. She said, from the beginning to the end, I didn't know if he was a great master of the Empire. He is a member of the official diplomatic group of the Empire's resistance organization. He was personally recommended by Commander Mu to come to the back of Macho Mountain to negotiate the stability of the mining in Galaxy X. Did you hear it clearly? She asked in a deep voice. There was no reply from the other end of the phone. President Pabre should be thinking or controlling his anger after his authority was wantonly challenged. Madam gently held the phone and asked, during the election, you participated in the killing of my son. Fortunately, nothing happened to Yuan. Now that this layer of paper has been exposed by Shi Qinghai and Su Lu, if you still try to use framing and violence to treat a taxpayer that should be respected, then I will turn you, your government, and all your ambitions into ashes. The way this sentence was put together was as direct and fierce as a woman in the marketplace. The content of the sentence was extremely tyrannical and even had a crazy feeling of burning the autumn forest and destroying the world. However, it was said in such a calm and indifferent tone, which made it seem particularly terrifying. Without waiting for President Pabre to answer, Lady Tai directly hung up the phone indifferently. She walked into the building from the balcony and looked at the middle-aged man on the sofa who was fighting with the synthetic meat. Even she couldn't help but be blinked by the extremely bad taste of the Federation's famous brand combination and the beautiful face that couldn't be suppressed even with such bad taste. She slightly frowned and said with a bitter smile, "Did you sleep well last night?" The master took a tissue and wiped his shiny lips, looked at Lady Tai, and said with a sigh, "That prince of ours must be dead. In the entire Federation, other than Madam, where else can I sleep well? Guess from afar, since you already know that your identity has been exposed, how can you still eat?" Lady Tai sat back in the chair, smiled, and sipped the tea. With a very casual joke, she officially started the conversation. As the ultimate literature middle-aged man who loves peace and love, the most charming thing about the Federation is its protection of wild animals. The master picked up the fried synthetic meat on the plate and said seriously, Although the taste of this meat is really terrible, I strongly support the idea of not killing, so I have to finish it to show respect to one of the predecessors in the 5-person group. Madame watched him swallow the piece of synthetic meat with difficulty, then said softly, "I'm very curious. Why did you choose the Thai family?" Nasri once said that in the Federation, only your family has enough magnanimity and courage to protect a poor foreigner. The master nodded politely to Butler Jean, who came to clean up the tableware, then looked at the madam and said miserably, "That prince of ours abandoned a poor person like me without hesitation, so I can only come to ask for your help." Nasri? I've heard of this name before. It's his nickname in the Empire, right? Lady Tai responded with a smile, but her right hand holding the chair couldn't help but bend and tremble slightly. With a close friendship between you and their family, I'm not surprised that you know this name. The madam was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "But even our Thai family can't protect a master of the Empire for a long time. You have to know that this is making the entire Federation an enemy. I don't want the foundation of the Thai family to be destroyed by the anger of the public. Madam, on the way here, I've already discussed with Mr. Muan. In the future, I will become the spiritual teacher of the underground resistance group and support them on a spiritual level to fight against the Baijin royal family. With my special position in the Empire, the Federation should let me live, right?" The master opened his eyes like a child and looked at her face pitifully. Even with Lady Tai's shrewdness, she couldn't help but be shocked when she suddenly heard this sentence. She said in disbelief, "You want to break ties with the Empire's royal family? My ancestors seem to have done this kind of thing often. Of course, it's mainly on a spiritual level. After that, I didn't see any strong opposition from the Baijin royal family, so it shouldn't be a big deal to do it occasionally." Lady Tai smiled bitterly and said, "Even I can't believe it. Do you think the Federation government will believe it? Just like hearing your fluent and precise Federation language. How can I believe that you didn't specially learn it before coming to the Federation? Our family is full of geniuses. I've heard that the brains of our ancestors even have the terrifying ability to copy memories. As for the Federation language, I often studied Master Schiller's wonderful works in the Empire, so I have some understanding of the language, so this isn't difficult." Master Fan said proudly. When he thought about how Lady Tai had rejected his request to protect him for a long time, his expression became extremely gloomy. Suddenly, he became spirited and said, "Madam, is it convenient to arrange a meeting between me and Mr. Taijuan? Although that child has already passed his coming-of-age ceremony, I'm still in charge of dealing with people of your status. If you have any requests, you can tell me." Lady Tai gently placed the teacup on the table and said casually, but the scene instantly fell into a dead silence. She knew better than anyone else in the Federation what kind of status and ability this seemingly crazy great teacher of the Empire had. Since they were going to negotiate, then someone had to start raising conditions. Master Fan smiled slightly and looked at her. He shook his head and said with a sigh, "It's a pity. My ancestor has left an order that it's strictly forbidden to negotiate with any woman. She's not to be trifled with." Lady Tai was slightly stunned. She didn't expect the other party to refuse to negotiate with her. She frowned slightly and said, "According to the records I know, the first ancestor of your Hua family that appeared in the Empire was a woman." Master Fan smiled slightly and didn't explain. Lady Tai also smiled. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. She sighed and shook her head. Then, she said to Butler Jean beside her, "This tea called Shinner May is pretty good. We'll use it in the afternoon tea party. Also, have Shinley inform the President's office that the Crystal Mining Consortium will allow the government to invest funds and that the profits from the mines will be distributed according to proportion." Master Fan's smiling face suddenly became calm and solemn. He calmly looked at the woman holding the teacup. Lady Tai had told him 2 things in this short conversation. One was a small matter of drinking tea, and the other was a heaven-shaking action that could change the Federation situation for thousands of years. She told him these 2 things at the same time, but it just so happened that he felt it was a matter of course. I'm impressed. This is the true meaning of lifting something heavy as if it were light. He looked at Lady Tai and praised sincerely. In the conversation on the balcony just now, I have to say that your president is definitely not your match. Chapter 828. It was not an exaggeration to say that the crystal mines were the lifeline of the Federation. The power of intergalactic space travel all depended on them. If there was a problem with the supply of crystal mines, even with the glory of the Charter, the Federation would definitely collapse and fall apart. As for the energy required for the main cannons of the battleships, it was completely negligible. From a mining of mineral stars to the purification of fine craftsmanship to the standard design of crystal engines, the Macho family had always controlled all the core processes related to the Federation. This was the huge return that the Tide dynasty had obtained when they gave up their power by force. It was because of this that the Tai family of the Macho family was always able to have a transcendent position in the Federation. In addition to other hidden forces that had never surfaced, they were always the true leaders of the 7 families. While chatting over tea, Lady Tai casually decided to give up some of her exclusive rights. Although she would definitely lay down countless foreshadowing during the specific process of opening up to the Federation, she would definitely not give up the lifeline of her family just like that. However, this decision was still enough to shock the entire Federation and even affect the left Skystar region. Such a woman was definitely worthy of the great teacher's evaluation. You flatter me. An orphan and a widow being forced into such a situation by the Federation. How is it easy? I just have to be easy. Lady Tai had a mysterious smile on her face. She looked at the great teacher and said, "As for the conversation on the balcony, I'm not afraid that you will make fun of me. I've always believed that the most direct method is the most effective method. When the situation allows me to maintain my poise, I might as well maintain it perfectly. When I can't, I can only use my knife. I can be elegant, but I can also be a shrew. As long as what I do is worthy of the family name I've been given after marriage." The great teacher leaned forward slightly and respectfully said, "Madam is a traditional woman. I admire you very much. I also admire myself for this." Lady Tai looked at him with a smile, but she sighed in her heart. She had mentioned that the most effective method was to be direct and that the so-called poise was to remind the other party. However, this beautiful middle-aged man of the Empire did not respond at all. In this situation, he was still unwilling to state his own conditions. After thinking for a moment, she asked politely, "Do you have a daughter? I heard that Mr. Taizuan already has a fiancée." The great teacher replied with a smile. Lady Tai smiled bitterly, not hiding the deep regret on her face. The government's special forces have surrounded all the exits of the park. Secretary Shun walked behind the madam and looked at the man who was walking out of the garden along the path by the lake. He said softly, "This great teacher shouldn't be able to escape." Lady Tai said calmly, "You came to this conclusion because you don't know what the words great teacher mean in the Empire." Shunli frowned slightly, not understanding what his wife meant. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he stared at the strange scene. He was so shocked that he couldn't regain his senses for a long time. The great teacher who was walking out of the garden by the lake suddenly slanted his body and stepped on a fallen leaf on the lake with the tip of his foot. He swayed lightly like a water bird, dancing gracefully on the surface of the water. In the blink of an eye, he had moved more than 10 meters toward the Winter Mountain on the other side of the lake. The badly matched Federation name tag on the man from the Empire was shining under the morning light. Mixed with the ripples on the lake, it was hard to look at him directly. Secretary Shin opened his mouth wide, and his body was abnormally stiff. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was cold in winter, but the Macho Lake never froze. Even if there were a few thin pieces of ice on the surface of the lake, how could it carry such a heavy person? Could it be that the Empire's man could really defy the laws of physics and walk on the lake? When the floating figure disappeared into the forest on the other side of the lake, Secretary Shin couldn't help but believe it. He subconsciously looked at the lake, but other than a few faint ripples, there was nothing strange. Lady Tai calmly looked at the lake and waved her hand. Shunli wiped the sweat on his forehead and left to deal with the government's problem outside the garden. He might not be stronger than Professor Jean, but he might not be as strong as the army god. Butler Jean said respectfully, "It's hard to find someone stronger than the Lee brothers, but when it comes to the ingenuity of using it, who could be better than the Empire's great master fan?" Lady Tai looked at the lake and sighed with mixed feelings. The Hua family is indeed full of geniuses. Before the old master left, I went to Feiqing City to visit him and learn more about him. According to his analysis, the so-called Ba Dao Zhenqi should be the innate ability of the Empire's great master Fan Hua family. The Empire's Baijin royal family was just lucky to have a marriage with the Hua family, so they were able to share a part of the Hua family's power. It's a pity that the current great master Fan Hua didn't want to propose any conditions. Otherwise, if Yuan could have a child with a girl from the Hua family, then the 10,000 years curse of the Tai family would be able to end. Butler Jean looked at his wife's side profile and said worriedly, "Young master's health is not bad these years. There are always too many worries in the near future." Lady Tai ignored Butler Jin's hidden persuasion and said, "Ask Yuan to come back from S2. If this great master Fan Hua can escape from the government, arrange for them to meet." Of course, the Hua family was full of geniuses, or else they wouldn't have helped the Hua family become the emperor of the Zhuotian galaxy. The previous great master Fan Hua couldn't have taught two terrifying students like Li Pifu and Feng Yu, and the current great master Fan wouldn't have dared to kidnap the princess of the empire and try to overthrow the emperor. Great master Fan Hua was sometimes crazy, sometimes wretched, and sometimes artistic, but under his perfect shell, there was a terrifying ability and wisdom. Other than the glory of the charter of the Federation and his little senior brother who never played by the rules, he didn't care about anyone. For such a great figure to follow the diplomatic mission to the Federation's capital ring, there was naturally a reason. It wasn't just to retrace the path his father had taken, nor was it just to experience the people of the Federation and find Schiller's unwarranted tombstone to shed tears of literature. Huai Chaoshi was here to save her brother, but the great master Fan Hua's goal was to save the entire universe. A person talking about saving the entire universe was too grand and unreasonable, but he was the only one in the universe who dared to say such a thing, and this idea was very much in line with his belief that he loved literature, peace, and only love. From the great master Fan's point of view, whether it was the Empire or the Federation, the people's emotions were hard to change, but they were still under the control of the higher-ups. Unfortunately, Emperor Fuchai and the Federation's Pabre government were both extremely tough people, and there was no possibility of persuading them. Thus, he set his sights even further. For the Empire, he had been trying to influence Huai Chaoshi, and now there was Su Lu. As for the Federation, he began to pay attention to Mo Chao's back mountain. Not because of her superior position in the Federation, but because the heir of the Tai family was running for state council. The great master Fan Hua Manor had dealt with the Empire's royal family for countless years and had never suffered a loss, so he was extremely experienced. As for the Tai family's thoughts, the great master Fan Hua's guess was very accurate. The Tai family was no longer willing to continue hiding behind the scenes, and that young state council member called Tai Ziyuan was climbing step by step to the top of the Federation's political power. The great master Fan Hua didn't mind waiting, but he wanted to communicate with that young council member in advance. Especially after talking with that madam, he was even more certain that the young council member would become the Federation's president in many years' time. This trip to Mo Chao's back mountain had already connected, and the other party didn't hand him over to the Federation government. The tip of the thread was already very beautiful, and the initial goal had already been achieved. As for how to weave this thread into a flower, that would be a matter for the future. Gliding down from the cliff, the tip of his foot stepped on a black bull's horn, causing the bull to raise its head and moo in confusion, but it didn't discover anything. Following that, another foot stepped on the thick back of another bull, bringing the great master Fan's figure through the white fog like a ghost. The thick morning fog was already showing signs of dispersing, and the slightly humid air hit him in the face. He, who was already in a good mood, wanted to sing at the top of his voice. He finally remembered that this wasn't the Empire where he dared to run naked on the streets, but the Federation that had the glory of the Charter. He forcefully suppressed the singing in his throat and continued to appear like a flower in the fog, drifting forward, drifting past the frosty white grass in the wetlands, avoiding the soft, wet feces on the gentle slopes, passing through the withered trees that looked like giant potted plums in the winter, looking at the sheep diligently eating grass in the distance, the wild boar sleeping soundly in its own hot feces under his feet, and listening to the mournful cries of the insects under the grass roots under the trees. The great master fan really felt like he was floating in the air, and he praised endlessly in his heart. The environment of the Federation is indeed well protected. I'm actually liking that crappy computer more and more. This man who looked like a flower seemed to have some kind of amazing ability. He could sense the flow of the wind and the obstacles in front of him, and he could freely pass through them. However, in the next moment, he suddenly bumped into something in the morning fog. With a muffled bang, he fell heavily to the ground. Covering his bleeding nose, the great master fan crawled up from the ground in a hurry. He spat out a few mouthfuls of fresh mud mixed with blood, feeling very lucky that his mouth was not stained with any animal feces. Then he glared at the fog in front of him furiously and thought, "What the fuck is this thing that's so hard?" The fog dispersed, and a man with a cigarette in his mouth pushed out a broken cart. The cart was very old and had only 3 wheels left, but it was very sturdy. Some things that seemed to have just been dug out of the mud were piled up in the metal carriage. It was hard to tell the age of the man with the cigarette in his mouth. His face was somewhat weathered, and the teeth that were biting the cigarette were black and yellow. They were very damaged. An old man pushing a cart? The great master fan stared at the guy. Suddenly, his pupils shrank sharply, overlapping this face with the face from many years ago. A miserable roar came out from his throat. "Nasri, you son of a bitch! Where the hell did you steal my boat?" Chapter 829. For some reason, the fog that had gradually thinned out by the rising sun had thickened again. However, it was still enough to see the man walking out of the fog. He wore an ordinary dark-colored coat and sturdy dark blue overalls. A string of tools that sounded like wind chimes hung behind his hips. His weathered face hid his age. Only his yellowish-black teeth clearly indicated his identity. This was because this man had many important identities. In this life, he had fought against the glory of the Charter and had a myriad of incarnations. It was unknown which one he would use today when he suddenly appeared in the wetlands. The most wanted criminal of the Federation, Mechanic Euphone, the younger brother of War Godly Pifu, Professor Jean of the Second People's Hospital, the spiritual teacher of the anti-government army, George Carlin, or the boss of the Donlin repair shop. Phone you pushed the broken car away and reached his hands to his tight buttocks to wipe off the mud. With a cigarette in his mouth, he replied in a muffled voice, "Ship? Of course, I dismantled a long time ago. Otherwise, how am I supposed to make those damned reference ships?" Hearing this casual and matter-of-fact reply, the great teacher's handsome face suddenly blushed. Naturally, it was not because of shyness, but because he was extremely agitated. Back then, his father doted on this little disciple the most, and even gave him the family's most important spaceship. In the end, it was dismantled. The great teacher took a deep breath. As his body trembled, his hair stood on end, revealing the white flowers that indicated his true age. They were like the white reeds in the wetlands. Roar! With an extremely sorrowful and indignant scream, his body suddenly leaned forward, breaking through the thick fog in front of him and pouncing towards the opposite side. Because his speed was too shocking, as the fog scattered, it was as if countless afterimages could be seen in the air, like countless flowers blooming. Feng Yu's expression did not change in the slightest. He was still holding the burning cigarette between his lips, but his feet had silently sunk into the mud. The string of tools behind his buttocks that made a ringing sound suddenly became incomparably quiet for some reason. Puff, 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 puff. Countless muffled sounds rose and fell in the wetlands. The great teacher, whose body was distorted in the air, was like countless streaks of light as he continuously attacked at high speed. However, in the next moment, the countless afterimages in the air suddenly fused together and then fell heavily onto the wet and soft ground. In a morning fog, a powerful fist slowly retracted. Feng Yu's countenance instantly turned from pale to normal. He looked coldly at the great teacher, who was unable to stand up, and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "After so many years, you still haven't learned that you must be ruthless in a fight. You have great capabilities, but are extremely cowardly. You can't bear to hurt others, so you can only let others hurt you. Looks like I have to teach this good-for-nothing son of yours a lesson on behalf of Master. He's always like a woman. What kind of ability can he have?" Master Fan was lying on the wet ground in grief and indignation. Feng Yu took 2 steps forward. Just as he was about to strip the man naked and hang him on a tree to vent his anger for his teacher, he suddenly heard a cold and powerful voice coming from the thick fog. "Who said that women don't have the ability?" This voice, which came from the depths of the morning fog, instantly woke up all the living creatures in the wetlands. The light milky-colored fog rustled and fled into the air in fear. The shivering frost grass quickly lowered their thin bodies that were frozen. A figure came charging out from the light fog. His feet stepped on the grass, as if he was stepping on a big drum, making vibrating sounds. It was as if he was only slightly slower than the speed of sound. He was like a clap of thunder with majestic power. Without saying a single word, he flipped his arm and smashed it toward Feng Yu's body. It was simple and direct, without any fancy moves. Feng Yu's pupils shrank slightly. He crossed his hands and went up to the figure. He had already expected this encounter, but he really didn't expect that the other party would come so quickly and so fiercely. It was even more powerful than he had imagined. It even made him feel a sense of danger that he hadn't felt for many years. Fist collided with fist, knuckles rubbed against knuckles. Suddenly, the air wave violently spread in the thick fog of the wetlands. The confrontation between the 2 people didn't make any sound, but the power was as terrifying as a fiery missile. The fog was shaken in an instant, and the surroundings were dark. However, there was a clear space of about 50 meters in radius. The air between heaven and earth seemed to be burning. The 2 figures flew away as soon as they came into contact. The hard hiking boots with ox tendon soles plowed a deep mark on the wet and soft mud. Feng Yu steadied himself and slowly took the cigarette from the corner of his mouth. He bent his finger and flicked it into the distance in the deep fog. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the young woman in front of him. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised with a trace of ridicule. He said in a hoarse voice, "The blood of the Hua family and the Huai family of Baiyin have indeed bred a monster in this generation." He coughed softly twice, and his right hand behind his waist trembled slightly. Huai Chaosher looked at him expressionlessly and said, "It's not that I'm very strong. It's that you Nasri are old." There was still a misty fog around the wetlands. Only here the morning fog was completely dispersed, and the winter tree on the gentle slope was very clear. Su Lu stood silently under the winter tree, looking at the man who was coughing nonstop. He suddenly said, "Uncle, long time no see." Feng Yu covered his mouth with his fist. He looked up at the tree and said with a smile, "Little guy, long time no see." Su Lu walked slowly from under the tree. He passed by Huai Chaosher and came to him. He focused on the face that he hadn't seen for a long time. He looked at the familiar face of the wind and frost for a long time. It was so long that all the complicated emotions in his heart were forced to become indifferent. Then he asked calmly, "Aren't you dead? Then why don't you die? Why don't you die?" It was a very ridiculous tone, but it clearly conveyed his truest emotions after experiencing so many things and discovering so many unbearable truths. Hearing this, Feng Yu frowned slowly. He didn't hide the anger and ridicule on his face. Su Lu stared into the uncle's eyes and said word by word, "I hate fucking people who use death to deceive me. I hate people who want to control my life the most. But you did 2 in a row. So I want to ask, why don't you die?" His voice was still calm and gentle, without any emotional fluctuation. Especially when he said the words, "fucking mother." The rhythm was particularly calm and peaceful, so he sounded more angry and lost. Feng Yu looked at the little guy who had grown up since childhood. He He suddenly felt that his eyes were still so small and ridiculous, but some aspect had become a little strange. After a moment of silence, he said with slight ridicule, "Is this all you want to ask?" "Of course not. I do have some questions that I want to get answers from you," Sulu replied. Feng Yu took out the cigarette case from his pocket. He wanted to smoke, but found that the cigarette case had been crushed by the impact of the energy just now. The cigarette inside had all scattered, like something from the past. He looked up at Sulu and said, "It just so happens that I also have some questions that I want you to answer. You answer my questions first." "No," Sulu said without hesitation. "I'll ask first. I'll only let you ask if I'm satisfied with your answers." Feng Yu threw the cigarette case to the ground. He looked at him and said, "You're so rebellious. How dare you talk to me like this? I'll ask first. I'll ask first." Sulu was unusually tough. He stared into his eyes and didn't budge an inch. Feng Yu was stunned. He confirmed that the guy in front of him was really not the little boy who wore dark goggles and was busy next door. Because of this recognition, he was extremely angry. He waved his arms and scolded, "You ate my food, used my food, and I taught you how to fix things. I taught you how to do things. Is this how you treat me now?" Sulu was even angrier than him. Like a red-eyed bison, he shouted excitedly, "I fixed all the goods. I cooked all the food. I earned all the money. What the fuck have you done other than using the money I earned to visit prostitutes? Do you think it's still the same as before? I'll do whatever you want me to do. You want to see a policewoman's underwear? I'll play cute outside the window and make her squat down. You're too lazy to look for the brand? I'll go to the sanatorium to ask about the new goods recently. Then I'll be surrounded by a group of prostitutes. You want to eat beef? I'll fucking climb over the wall to kill the cow and cut the meat for you. You don't eat when you're old. You don't eat when there's too much blood. You don't eat when the red wine doesn't match. You don't eat when the sunset above the mine isn't beautiful. What the fuck do you want to eat?" The great teacher and Huai Chao Shi, who had just climbed up from the ground, stared blankly at Sulu, who was shouting like a red-hot stone. They couldn't help but be speechless. They thought to themselves, what the fuck is this? His childhood was too terrible. Who was the one who said that the Federation prioritizes human rights? In Feng Yu's imagination, when he appeared in front of Sulu again, it would definitely be a warm and sentimental reunion. That little boy would throw himself into his arms and listen to him tell him many awesome stories. Then, he would be moved to tears. Who would have thought that it would be such a scene? Back in Donglin, Sulu had once guessed that the owner of his repair shop should be a master. Although Feng Yu was many times more powerful than Sulu had guessed, how could a guy who let his apprentices work to earn money for prostitutes be like a master? Feng Yu was at a loss for words. Suddenly, he felt ashamed and angry. He jumped 3 meters high and roared back unreasonably, "I'm your boss. I'm your teacher. Don't even think about denying this for the rest of your life. You don't even fucking respect your teacher anymore. Is there such a thing in the universe?" Sulu stared at him and said in a deep voice, "You've lied to me my whole life. What's the reason for that?" In the midst of the wetland, there was a deathly silence. "Uncle, I'm very strong now. Now, there's an even stronger person standing behind me." Sulu stood in front of Huai Chao Shi, looked into Feng Yu's eyes, and said, "I think you should accept that the way we communicate has changed. I hope you can answer my questions honestly." Feng Yu laughed. His rotten teeth were particularly dazzling. He said mockingly, "I really didn't expect that there would be someone in this universe who dares to threaten me." Huai Chao Shi looked at him expressionlessly and said, "That's because you haven't met anyone who can threaten you. Today, it's a coincidence that there are 3 of them." Master Fan suddenly said excitedly, "Shao Shi, he cheated on your father. Sulu, he played with you your whole life. As for me, he stole my family's boat. Everyone, shouldn't we beat him up first before we start chatting?" Feng Yu's expression changed slightly. Then, he looked at Sulu very gently and said, "It's not because you're very strong. It's because the little boy from back then has finally grown up. Let's start a manly conversation." He glanced to Huai Chao Shi and said with a smile, "Of course, you're more manly than a man. There's no need to argue." Sulu didn't smile. His expression was unusually calm. He stared at him and asked slowly, "The mine accident that killed my whole family, was it you who did it?" Chapter 830. The living Feng Yu was already a legend. From a certain point of view, he was even more legendary than his dead brother, Li Pifu. If his incredible deeds were gradually discovered by later generations after his death, the human society would immediately become as lively as it was at the beginning of the Big Bang. For such a person, it was probably extremely difficult to find an existence that could threaten him except for the glory of the Charter. However, the other three people in the morning fog of the wetlands seemed to have the ability to do so more or less, especially Huai Chaoshi, who had unceremoniously proven her strength. Therefore, he had to be threatened. This was a very wonderful scene, one that had not appeared in the past 70 years. If the charter computer found these four people in the wetlands, it would not hesitate to shoot down the main cannon. More than half of the strong people in the universe would be wiped out, and it would be able to complete many of its historical missions. You know what I mean by family and mind disaster. Feng Yu looked at him with a trace of pity. The morning breeze blew his white hair. After a moment of silence, he replied seriously and calmly, "It's not me." Hearing these three words, Su Lu slightly raised his face. Looking at the sky that was still covered by fog, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Probably because he had gotten rid of the deepest fear of these days, his body suddenly became relaxed and warm, as if he was soaking in warm water. Feng Yu's life was a life full of lies. No one would think that this legendary person would have such a bright temperament that disdained to lie. However, for some reason, just like when Su Lu asked about the big explosion of the Empire before they met for the life and death contract in a mine, as long as he said no, he would believe him. Although he was a cold-blooded and despicable person, Su Lu still believed him, or rather, was willing to believe him. Feng Yu's slender hands rummaged in the broken car for a long time. Like magic, he took out 2 bags of beef jerky, a bottle of red wine, and 4 crystal wine glasses that could be called handicrafts. Feng Yu slowly poured the red wine into 2 glasses and threw the rest to the great teacher. The great teacher took the wine and shook his head. Then he walked towards the winter tree with Huai Chaoshi. Master Fan sat against a withered winter tree. Huai Chaoshi stood silently under the tree. Su Lu took the wine glass and stood in place. Feng Yu leaned against the broken car and sipped the red wine, letting out a sigh of satisfaction. He habitually touched his pocket and found that it was dry and empty. In front of him, Su Lu took out a blue box of brand 37 cigarettes and handed it over. Feng Yu was slightly taken aback. He smiled and lit a cigarette. Then, he raised the lighter in front of Su Lu. Su Lu thanked him and lowered his head to light the cigarette. He said in a low voice, "Let's talk about these trivial matters. After I came to Donglin, I investigated the mine disaster. It really didn't seem like an accident. It was too close to the residential area and too powerful." Biting the burning cigarette, Feng Yu's eyes pierced through the withered branches of the winter tree and the strange fog that did not disperse. He said, "According to my deduction, the mining accident may have been caused by one of the seeds of the Empire before you. The death of your foster parents and sister would be helpful for you to hide your identity more deeply." Su Lu narrowed his eyes. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this deduction. However, he could not see where the problem was. His mood was slightly cold, so he took a deep drag on the cigarette. "With your personality, you definitely don't remember the last words I told you when we parted in the mine. One of them was to make you forget the words revenge." Feng Yu looked at him and said with a frown, "No one knows whether the seed that helped you hide your identity is your distant uncle or cousin. Furthermore, he either left this world because of normal birth, aging, illness, and death. Otherwise, he would have been purged by the Bureau of Proclamation and turned into a ghost. There is no point in you remembering these things." Su Lu did not pay attention to this question. His eyes were cold and determined. It was as if he was looking at the lonely little grave in the west province of Donglin River. He asked in a low voice, "I only know that there were 2 batches of seeds of the Empire. Which batch did that person belong to?" "Not just 2 batches. In fact, it has always been in progress." Under the tree, Huai Chaoshi did not drink. She held a piece of beef jerky in her hand and said calmly, "You were in the last batch, but the list of your batch was destroyed. I was the one who destroyed that list. Feng Yu said a shocking fact. Looking at the two people under the winter tree, he said mockingly, "The original purpose of my teacher's seed plan was completely destroyed by that emperor of yours. It was originally to promote the integration of the two sides, but it was turned into the most clumsy spy plan. What was the point of continuing it?" Under the tree, Great Teacher looked at the red wine in his cup that kept reverberating. He thought of his father and sighed faintly. At that time, the federal forces were attacking the Empire's territory, which was before the explosion. Li Pifu and I found out about this at almost the same time. However, we thought that this was a plan that the Empire carried out according to my teacher's last wishes. We did not expect that my teacher had already started this plan many years ago. Therefore, we only know about the last batch. We do not know about the previous ones. Feng Yu used 3 fingers to hold the bottom of the wine glass and gently swirled it. He lowered his gaze and said, "At that time, I'd already fallen out with the old man. However, that huge explosion wouldn't happen for another year, so I hated him. However, he didn't hate me that much. I negotiated with him and convinced him that those babies who didn't know anything were innocent. Under the condition that he agreed to remain silent, I promised to enter Tianjing planet for him and destroy that name list. There were very few people in that group, or rather, there were very few infants who were sent into the spatial passage by Huai Fu Chai, but were lucky enough to survive." He raised his head and looked into Su Li's eyes. "You were the only one." At this moment, Master Fan, who was sitting under the tree, furrowed his brows and quickly moved his fingers. He suddenly raised his head, stared at Feng Yu, and asked, "Was it that time when you snuck into Tianjing planet and abducted my sister?" Huai Chaoshi lowered her head slightly to express her attitude. She could not participate in this topic, as it involved the face and dignity of the Empire's royal family. Feng Yu was silent for a moment and did not answer this question. He looked at Su Lu and continued. "The list was destroyed, and the tentacles that Bermuda extended into the Federation were also cut off. Therefore, from then on, no one knew where you, the seed, was except for me. Father, and I only knew that you were still alive and should be in the Federation, but we didn't know where you were. What's your name now? However, we really did not expect you to be in the East Forest, as the executor would usually choose to send the hero to the West Woods or the Upper Forest." Huai Chaoshi calmly looked at Su Li's back and said, "If you and Jian Shui'er had been engaged before entering the Empire, we would have known that you were not Nasri's illegitimate son. It would have been easier for us to understand everything." The Great Teacher drank a mouthful of red wine, shook his head, and sighed. "Back then, I insisted that you and Jian Shui'er were half-siblings. I even thought that Nasri did not care, because he was perverted to a certain extent." Feng Yu laughed loudly. "No matter how perverted I am, I can't watch my children commit incest. Furthermore, how could I give birth to such a pedantic son?" Su Lu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised his head. His thick, straight eyebrows furrowed uncontrollably. "Then the old man should have guessed that I was from the Empire long ago. Before the old man died, he said that I was always by your side because I felt guilty towards you. In that case, he should have guessed this point, but I don't know when." Feng Yu's expression was indifferent. He extended his hand into the slightly cold air. True qi slowly gushed out, and a withered leaf above him fluttered like a butterfly. "This is not difficult to guess. Apart from the perverts of my Li family, those who can have this kind of ability are either surnamed Hua or Huai." Su Lu frowned, and the 2 hands hanging by his side were tightly clenched. He asked gloomily, "Then why didn't he expose me? Let's go back to that conversation. The old man talked about you before he died." Feng Yu smiled mockingly and said, "He said that if this was a gamble, then he had already entered the game and would definitely win. He couldn't accept it for the rest of his life. He couldn't understand one thing. Why would his younger brother, who was clearly a member of the Federation, stand on the opposite side of the so-called Federation and fight for the interests of the people of the Empire just because he had a teacher who was from the Empire?" He looked at Su Lu and said, "You are from the Empire, but you were raised by the people of the Federation. You lived in the Federation and received the education of the Federation. Li Pifu even raised you at all costs, and truly loved you. He just wanted to know if you would be like me and still stand on the side of the Federation even after knowing your true identity. Huai Chaoshi said in a low voice, wishful thinking. Feng Yu looked at Su Lu with a faint smile. Is that so? Although I think the old man's gamble is very childish, at least for now, I don't think he is lost. Back then, in the military prison of Qingsheng, when the Federation's god of war Li Pifa met Su Lu for the first time, no one knew what kind of complicated mental process he went through. Even when the old man fell into eternal sleep in Feiqing, no one knew. But Su Lu himself remembered that meeting very clearly. It was not only because of the awe he felt when he first saw the most extraordinary snowy peak in the universe, but also because of many details of the meeting. At that time, the old man had asked him with an extremely serious expression, "Can you not betray the Federation?" Of course. If something goes wrong in the future, I will personally kill you. Li Feng, present. If in the future Su Lu betrays the Federation and I die of old age, you will be responsible for killing him. Yes, Marshal. Su Lu, if you can remove the chip, you can go to the Empire and pretend to be a member of the Imperial family. On a cold winter day, sweat suddenly seeped out of his clothes. Su Lu stood on the wet land indifferently, silently thinking that the uncle's guess should be the closest to the truth. That old man should have guessed his true identity from the first time they met. But now, did he count as betraying the Federation? Nasri, why would your monster brother, who is even more cold-blooded than you, be so impulsive? Disregarding the safety of the foundation of the Federation and nurturing Su Lu, the prince of the Empire, at all costs just to spite you? The great teacher shook his head and said, "This is not something Li Pifu would do. This is probably what Li Pifu is most willing to do. As long as I don't say it, no one in this world may guess that he is from the Empire. In fact, even if I say it, no one will believe me. Then, if we continue on the usual path, the one who will lead the federal forces to destroy the Empire in the future will definitely be the successor of the god of war, Su Lu." Feng Yu said, "Let the Empire be destroyed in the hands of someone from the Empire. Don't you think this is the most interesting and powerful idea for an old man who has been following the rules all his life?" "It will be exposed one day," Huai Chaoshi said with a frown. "Then it's even more interesting. The new god of war of the Federation is from the Empire. Then, what will happen next? Peace." Feng Yu drank up the red wine in his cup and sneered. "Regarding this bet, he is not betting with me, but with the teacher he killed with his own hands. In my eyes, the old man has been living in the shadow of that incident for the rest of his life. He became the god of war because of it. Every time he is pushed up the altar by the Federation, the shadow in his heart becomes thicker. So, he really wants to know if what the teacher did back then was right." Feng Yu's expression was very sarcastic, and his laughter was very exaggerated and hurried. So fucking funny. Chapter 831. There's nothing funny about this matter to me. Su Lu pinched the cigarette butt and looked around, as if he was looking for an ashtray. Then, he realized how ridiculous he was. He curled his lips in self-mockery and threw the cigarette butt to the ground. He looked up at Feng Yu and said seriously, "If I have the chance to go to the Empire and see that Emperor again, I will definitely ask him why he threw me here without my permission." Huai Chaoshi, under the winter tree, frowned slightly. She was not used to the way Su Lu addressed her. That should be His Majesty or Father, or at least Father. Feng Yu shrugged and finished the last puff of the cigarette. He spat the bitter saliva beside his feet and said, "I agree with that. That guy's indeed a bit perverted. But he is too far away. The old man is already dead. The three guys who changed my life are now right in front of me. So, just like how I always asked when I was young, I really want to ask you clearly." Su Lu finished the red wine in the cup and put the cup on the broken card. He looked at him and asked seriously, "Who are you, you son of a bitch? Why do you think you have to control my life? A traveler in the stars? No, the former great teacher might be, but you are not. In the past few decades, you have created so many storms in the universe. Why? Revenge for your teacher? But why do you always stop when you're halfway through? Because you lack patience? Or is it because you are really cold in nature and don't care about anything? You, as George Carlin, Open the iron window above the heads of the people of the lower class and let them see the sun. Then, you started to smash the solid wall with all your might. The students and the anti-government army started to rebel happily. You even gave Xiao Dao a blue light. The conflict intensified and the war started. Where did you go in the end? You went to the Empire to support the underground resistance. You befriended Mr. Leader and put your other student, Qi Dabing, in there to help him become the next leader. In the end, you returned to the Federation. You just ignored it? You gave birth to a daughter, but in the end, you threw her to the old man you despised the most, while you wandered the universe and enjoyed yourself. You took in an apprentice, and that's me. Look at me now, don't you feel guilty? People from the Empire? People from the Federation? Thank you. I've lived for more than 20 years, but I still don't know who I am. I don't even know what I should be called. Do you think this is fun? Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at him. He spread out his hands and asked seriously, Uncle Boss, have you really never known how to write the word responsibility in your life? Feng Yu silently listened to him, venting his emotions. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and said mockingly, Responsibility? Why should I be responsible? How can I be responsible? I hate those 7 families that like to show off and are powerless. So, I'm George Carlin, who debunks the hypocrisy and truth of society. I want to see those families beaten to the ground, but this doesn't mean that I'm going to carry the flag for those stupid people on the battlefield because they want to pursue their own interests. Why should I expect a savior to complete everything? Feng Yu's voice was full of mockery. Back then, Professor George Carlin supported the students in the Capital University to run a free newspaper. In a newspaper, he scolded the cowardly government, the incompetent army, and the mummified families that like to sit in armchairs. He scolded everything from the president's wife to the eccentricity of the Liyuan Palace. Later, the Sanlin Bank sent a huge sum of money. The students held a meeting with 2 topics. First, should they accept it? The conclusion was to accept it. Second, should they still scold them after accepting it? The conclusion was to still scold them. The reason was that they were shareholders after accepting the money. If they were shareholders, they naturally deserved to be scolded. I want to say that the students shouldn't have accepted the money. The students were unhappy and asked if the newspaper didn't need capital stock. I said that it wasn't capital stock. They asked what it was. As the story was told, Feng Yu's voice became sharper and sharper. He looked at Su Lu and shook his head. At that time, I wanted to say that it was a bribe. But when I found that the students in the newspaper mainly used the money to flirt with girls, I thought that it should be called whoring funding. So I stopped paying attention to the newspaper. The advanced young students had a huge amount of capital stock and naturally didn't need my signboard. They still scolded and were still happy. In the end, they were caught by the police in an unlicensed brothel and were charged with the crime of incest. Only then did this matter come to an end. Of course, I didn't think that these students should go to jail for 2 or 3 years just because they scolded a few people. So I went to the Liyuan Palace and borrowed his small round hat to play with for 2 days. But this matter made me understand some things. These were some young students who had received higher education. If even they were so stupid and bastards, then why should I be responsible for the people who were even more stupid and bastards? What information asymmetry? What dark family? What unfair legal system? It's all fake. Humans are a very inexplicable creature. All the vile and despicable things are in everyone. Feng Yu spread out his hands and said with a smile, As for the other things you want me to be responsible for, how can I be responsible for the teacher who died in the hands of his own brother? Kill him directly? Well, even if I killed my family for personal vengeance, I still have to be able to kill him. Does this count as being responsible? I fell in love with a little girl when I was middle-aged. After she grew up, she took the risk of escaping from the imperial palace. I was just about to take her away when the house she lived in was blown to pieces by the Federation's missiles. Her body wasn't even found. How can I be responsible? I just found my daughter when I was discovered by that damn charter computer. Tell me, how should I be responsible? Does that big explosion count? Does it count that I became the most wanted criminal of the Federation? Does it count that the old man finally broke up with me? Does it count that my rotten teeth Does it count that the best friend of my life was in a cold war with the woman he loved most in the last few years before his death because he refused to sign the arrest warrant? His smile was very cold, and his tone was very calm. But in this long paragraph, countless words were like countless sharp alloy knives that slashed at the quiet wetland, the thick fog, and the sky above the winter tree, leaving deep marks and scars everywhere. It was so sad that it was about to crack. Su Lu pursed his lips tightly and looked at him silently. Under the winter tree, the great teacher's mood was gloomy. There was a faint sadness in his eyes, probably because he thought of his dear sister and his other niece that he had never met before. Huai Chaoshi, who was usually indifferent, had the most complicated expression at this moment. She was a little sad and a little lonely. She said in a low voice in self-mockery, "I don't care about the internal affairs of the Federation that you're talking about. When my mother fled the royal palace, I already have some vague memories. If she was still alive, I would like to ask her if she was responsible for abandoning her husband and daughter like this. When I first met your mother, she was just born. I watched her grow up, so I know her very well." Feng Yu's eyes were cold as he said slowly, "Although I didn't have the chance to ask her, I believe that the pain she felt when she left you was no less than yours." Then he continued indifferently, "The people I knew back then all said that I was heartless, cold-blooded, and irresponsible. But who in this world has ever been responsible for me? I told Li Pifu that my epitaph in the future will be, 'I won't forgive anyone, and you don't have to forgive me either.'" A gentle breeze blew over, carrying a faint mist. Feng Yu's unkempt hair trembled in the wind. Only now did Su Lu notice that the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were much deeper than before, and the silver at the roots of his hair was unusually striking. Perhaps it was because Li Pifu was already dead and the uncle had lost his last opponent in the universe. His eyes were wide and empty, so he appeared much older. "Uncle, you're not someone who needs sympathy." After a moment of silence, Su Lu said, "I never participated in your history, so I don't need to forgive you, and I also don't have anything that requires your forgiveness. I want to make this clear." Feng Yu smiled in relief and said, "This is what I want to see. Teacher has been very good to me since I was young. He even gave me that ship. I have nothing to repay him with, so I chose to go to Donglin to watch you grow up. After all, I thought that you were the last seed in his plan, but in the beginning, I didn't plan to participate in your life. I didn't even plan to tell you about my true background. I remember that I once asked you why you chose me when there were so many repair shops in Donglin. Now, I vaguely understand that this is probably fate." Feng Yu raised his head and looked at the blurry sky that seemed to have countless faces like him. He said slowly, "Since you found me, then I can only bear this responsibility. You asked me if I've ever been responsible? At least you count as one." He lowered his head and looked at Su Lu. He said indifferently, "My way of being responsible has always been different from others. I hoped that you would become a strong man who dared to hurt others and prevent yourself from being hurt, but I didn't expect that you would inexplicably become a good and detestable rock. So when you said that you won't forgive me, I'm very relieved. A man living in the stars should be an evil guest." Deep underground of the Bureau of Proclamation building, rows of data compiled in green machine language flowed on the giant 2D light screen. There was no Bureau of Proclamation staff in the spacious space. Only the data mixed with the faint sound of static electricity flowing at high speed, like a dark green waterfall. Other than some extremely strange and abnormal geniuses, no one could see or understand the true meaning of the machine language. Naturally, no one could see it clearly. Every 5 seconds, the image of an eye would appear in the green waterfall of data. It would appear for about 0.001 seconds. The eye had no human emotions. It seemed to be looking up into the distance. It was unknown where the indifferent gaze was looking through the countless meters of underground. Abnormalities 1 to 73 have been overlapped. The bait plan will enter the next phase. Draw up an attack plan and submit it to the relevant departments for approval. Warning: this is the first sequence of events. The Federal Central Computer coldly issued the warning. Then, the precise coordinates of the center of the wetland, shrouded in thick fog, were transmitted at the speed of light to the qualified departments. Chapter 832. Evil Guest. I've always paid for my meals. In the morning mist and wetland, Su Li's unrestrained rebuttal rang out. It was obvious that he did not intend to show any mercy to a certain person's conclusion that was full of life insights. You walk among the stars, shaking your big ass everywhere and pretending to be an evil guest. Then what am I? Don't I need to pay for the meal on your table after it's finished? Then, after so many years, you just sit down and sigh with a few words and call it a day? Even if you can threaten me, even if I'm old, shouldn't you at least treat me with a better attitude? Respecting the elderly is a form of courtesy. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows and roared at him. Yes, I didn't take care of you much in the East Forest, but without that cannon of mine, do you think that the infatuated princess who thinks that she can tear apart the universe with brute force could have escaped from that deadly prison? Huai Chaosher glanced at him coldly with an expressionless face. Su Lu had long guessed that the main cannon of the battleship that came from beyond the atmosphere and blasted through the snowy night had something to do with the man in front of him, but he had no intention of thanking him at all. He said mockingly, "Old people are often as smug as children. It's really hard to respect them. I know that you are still immersed in the self-identity disorder and the inner struggles of those so-called artistic youths, so I don't blame you for losing your composure. I will take responsibility for you." Feng Yu paused for a moment and said calmly, "Go to the Empire, little guy. I believe that as long as you return to the Empire, the stories that will happen in the future should be able to mend your fragile heart and satisfy the ridiculous morals in your heart." Su Lu looked at him in silence, waiting for his explanation. Regarding this war, there is only one result. Between the Federation and the Empire, whoever can integrate the resources more effectively will obtain the final victory. In other words, the one who monopolizes power will definitely win. The president of the Federation, who likes to pretend to be a minor, saw through it a long time ago. That's why he wants to have power like an emperor. The people and the parliament are easy to deal with, but the few big families are a problem that he has to deal with. The problem with the Federation lies in the families that share a symbiotic relationship with it. If we ignore them, they will consume the flesh of the Federation, causing it to age, harden, and decay day by day. But if we try to dig out these tumors, the Federation will bleed to death. Feng Yu said mockingly, "If I can't do it, who else can? On the contrary, your emperor in Left Sky Star area is cold-blooded, a bastard, and a hypocrite. Look at how he dealt with Keaton and the other princes. In the next 30 years, no one can shake his throne. Therefore, the Empire will definitely win." This was a war that spanned across the River of Stars and was very likely to set the entire universe ablaze. Yet this man with a mouth full of rotten teeth in the morning mist casually pointed out the final outcome. Some of the 3 people present were willing to believe it, while others were unwilling to. However, they had to admit that even though this reasoning was simple and even unreasonable, since it came from his mouth, it was extremely powerful. Just like how he was so confident and even narcissistic when he mentioned the problems within the Federation, it was completely unquestionable. Even he could not overthrow the 7 great families. So how could the current government do it? You're not a guy who can watch your biological parents beat your adoptive parents until they're covered in blood without saying anything. Feng Yu looked at Su Lu and said, "Teacher wants peace. Right now, you should be in great need of this mental soothing agent. Therefore, you must return to the Empire and return to the side of that emperor of yours. You can even try being the emperor for a few days for fun." Under the winter tree, the great teacher stood up with the help of the tree trunk. Rubbing his back, he said, "The one who wants peace is my father. I will give it to him. I don't need a guy like you to meddle." Huai Chaosher put down the wine cup in his hand and looked at Su Lu. "What we want is victory. Peace can only be the spoils of war after victory. But right now, I don't want anything because these things have nothing to do with me." Su Lu shook his head and looked at Feng Yu. "In the end, my life has been played by you people. Please allow me to raise my middle finger to you old people from the depths of my heart. Furthermore, I don't want to continue being controlled by you people in the future." He raised his left hand. The metal bracelet on his wrist seemed exceptionally holy in the milky mist. "I will not return this bracelet to you. Just treat it as the compensation you gave me on behalf of everyone in the first half of my life." Then he shrugged and continued. "Furthermore, I believe that I deserve that sentence more than you do. In this aspect, I have the confidence to show off a little." Feng Yu looked at him and spread out his hands. "I have already returned that stupid electronic watch of yours to you. I snatched it from that idiotic student of yours. So let it not back down. I'm very unhappy that you threw away the thing I gave you to someone else." Feng Yu said in disgust, "I mainly wanted to tell you that I'm still alive. I don't want a little boy in this world to cry whenever he thinks of me." He scratched his head and said, "You should have finished asking your questions. It's my turn. I just want to know what's going on between you and that broken computer, and where did you get that weird permission from?" "I accepted the initiative to contact you." Sulu gave a simple answer. "Some remnant information in the chip activated a backdoor program of the Federal Central Computer. Thus, I became the first target of protection." "Remnant information?" Feng Yu's brows furrowed as he thought of some very important questions. However, he did not explain anything. After a moment of silence, a faint self-deprecating smile appeared on his face as he said, "I escaped under its nose for several decades. Only now do I know that I actually had 71 chances to talk to that guy directly." "Do you regret it?" Sulu mocked. "No." Feng Yu raised his eyebrows and laughed. "Talking to a stupid computer directly is too stupid." The strange and thick fog in the morning finally could not withstand the invasion of the sun and gradually showed signs of dissipating. Sulu looked at the uncle's weathered face and said, "Uncle, I don't care if you really dismantle that ship or not, but I know that you have a way to take them away from the Federation. Please take them away." Hearing this, Huai Chaoshi, who was under the winter tree, frowned. She did not expect that Su Lu would still insist on not returning to the Empire with her under such circumstances. "What about you?" Feng Yu looked at his student with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You insist on staying." Master Fan suddenly thought of something and his expression changed slightly. He took 2 steps forward from under the tree and said in shock, "Kid, do you really want to learn from that guy in the 8-part opera and commit suicide in the end? Although you call this a hero plan, and the Federation once made me a hero, I know very well that I am not cut out to be a hero. Of course, I will not commit suicide." Sula looked at them and said with a smile, "We are not in the same boat, at least for now. Therefore, I will not board your boat. Besides, who knows when I will have my own boat. You want to stay and compare yourself with that stupid computer? You want to stay and test the level of evil in people's hearts?" Feng Yu replied with a smile, "Being a hipster is indeed a disease. You will die. I don't think the charter computer is very strong. I have endured it for the past 2 days by myself." "No," Feng Yu said with a slight mocking tone. "You think it is not strong because it does not want you to think it is strong. Even if it is a stupid computer, it is still the most powerful stupid computer in the universe. Regarding these aspects, you are still too inexperienced. Therefore, you cannot understand its current thoughts. In about 3 minutes, a dense barrage of missiles and battleship main cannons will cover the area we are in now." Feng Yu took down a broken computer from the broken cart and pointed at the data stream on the screen of the workbench. He looked at the 3 of them and said with a smile, "I have never really defeated it in my life, but believe me, as long as I am alive, it will not be able to defeat me." On the 2-dimensional screen in the basement of the Bureau of Proclamation, the data stream compiled by the dark green mechanical language was still flowing. Just like how it had been for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, there was no pause or change. The Federal Central Computer calculated all the missions with a cold mechanical mind and ordered them strictly according to the order and the degree of danger. For it, Feng Yu, who had countless identities, was undoubtedly a more important target than Su Lu. From a moment the Morning Dawn launched its main cannons during the riot in the military prison of Qingsheng, the anomalies of missions 1 to 71 and 73 entered its field of vision. It used the fastest speed to draft a capture or elimination plan, which it named Bait. Just as Feng Yu had deduced, the real ability of the Federal Central Computer was definitely more powerful than what Su Lu had felt these days. However, The powerful and unshakable priority of the plan had created such a situation. If it was described in terms of anthropomorphic thinking, it was probably deliberately showing weakness to lure more important enemies into the encirclement. The overlapping of anomalies and the arrival of additional important targets directly triggered the relevant program. From the perspective of the plan, the Federal Central Computer's arrangements and calculations were very precise and perfect. There was nothing to nitpick about. The elimination plan was to be carried out in an uninhabited wildlife sanctuary. Although the dense fog affected the fixed location of the military satellite to a certain extent, as long as the amount of ammunition was increased, it could still guarantee that the targets would be completely eliminated in the first place. The 3 battleships on standby outside the atmosphere were ready to launch their main cannons. A certain land missile base in South Kazhou had launched a powerful missile. However, as time passed, the missile was still not launched. The plan drawn up by the Federal Central Computer had encountered some kind of setback. It had nothing to do with the data stream that had quietly snuck into the light and then disappeared like a thief. The Federal Central Computer had already done the core data protection. The green data stream on the 2-dimensional light screen flowed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, the image of the eye that appeared once every 5 seconds quietly emerged. It calmly and silently watched the humans in the Bureau of Proclamation building and the officials who were fiercely debating in the official residence. It could not understand why its plan was so perfect and simple, but these humans were unable to carry it out. It had been at least 7 minutes since the alarm was sent and the request was submitted. However, the humans who had the authority still had not made a decision. Unable to directly carry out physical operations, the Federal Central Computer had to work under the orders of the humans. Therefore, it could only wait in silence. It could not even feel angry. It was so lonely and lonely. Chapter 833. In the underground meeting room of the president's residence, the heated argument was still going on. The National Security Advisor slammed the table angrily and yelled at the Bureau of Proclamation official in front of him. There are only 4 targets in total, and we have to send out 3 warships, and hundreds of Inferno missiles are going to be fired at them? Who the fuck came up with this plan? Is there something wrong with the charter computer? Sir, those aren't normal targets. The current situation is that even if the Bureau of Proclamation activates the program to open the electronic fence by the time the special forces arrive, those 4 people will have already escaped. The most important thing is that none of us are confident that we can capture these people with our ground forces. The Deputy Minister of Defense retorted with a gloomy face, "Hundreds of Inferno missiles and warships do seem exaggerated, but we really need such powerful firepower. If the charter computer didn't make a mistake, other than Sulu, the Empire's princess, and the Empire's great teacher, the other person is the mechanic you phone." 6 years ago, when the 4 military regions carried out the last assassination mission, they sent out mecha teams and warships, but they still let him escape. Sir, I hope you won't forget this point. Sitting at the end of the long table, General Lee Jae-do had been silent the whole time. He looked at the operation plan in front of him thoughtfully. His digital pen lightly moved, and no one knew what he was thinking. The old man who appeared in the middle of the wetland was his uncle, the person he was most wary of after that night of coffin support. He had hoped countless times that this person wouldn't appear, but in the end, that person still came. As a member of the Federation, of course I know the importance of those 4 targets, but I have to remind you of one thing. The National Security Advisor pointed at the electronic map on the screen and roared, "The protected area is close to the back of Macho Mountain. The target location is less than 7 kilometers away from the manor. That is the Tai family area recognized by the government." What do the missiles and warships mean? Could it be that they want to declare war on Lady Tai? Or is the government ready to declare war on all 7 families? He took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Coldly looking around, he said in a hoarse voice, "You are only thinking about the war between the Federation and the Imperium, but I am more worried about whether the Federation will officially enter a civil war because of this attack." There was silence in the conference room. The generals and officials knew very well that what the security advisor was worried about was very frightening. However, the Federation would not allow such a situation to happen if they did not launch an attack, while the Empire's princess was right in front of them. Li Jiedu, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke, "Launch a warship attack." The Deputy Minister of Defense beside him frowned and said, "The main cannon of the warship is an instant attack. Logically speaking, there should be no problem. However, Mechanic Yufeng can't use conventional logic. Without missiles to increase the coverage, the attack is very likely to fail." At this moment, the heavy alloy door of the conference room slid open smoothly, and President Pabre, who had forcibly interrupted an important trip, hurried in. He waved his hand to stop everyone from standing up and saluting, and said in a deep and powerful voice, "Execute the plan according to the central computer." The generals and officials in the conference room were slightly stunned. Their expressions were all different, and they immediately began to implement the battle plan. The president placed his hands on the table and silently looked at the light screen above his head. His expression was abnormally solemn. The Madam of the Back Mountain had just made a decision that shook him. She had opened up the Crystal Mining Consortium. In the face of such a concession, the government had to make a corresponding response. The Parliament Hill needed a very long time to review the matter. However, could the government's response be the attack of the warship's main cannon and countless missiles? In terms of political stability, the president should have chosen a more reliable method, but he did not. He directly and forcefully issued the order to attack because in the center of that wetland were two important figures of the Empire, the most wanted criminal of the Federation, and more importantly, Su Lu was there. President Pabre looked at Li Jiedu and said expressionlessly, "I will immediately call Lady Tai to avoid causing her to make a wrong judgment." That madam will not make a wrong judgment. The troublesome thing is that she is very willing to make a wrong judgment and then seek the relevant benefits, Li Jiedu calmly replied. "Some people can use the overall benefits of the Federation of bargain, but we cannot." The president looked at the satellite image on the light screen and looked at the ground that was faintly discernible in the fog. He said indifferently, "We must be responsible for the Federation." In the center of the wetland, the winter tree gradually became more and more blurred behind the several figures. Mechanical calculation is never a real thought process. The seemingly omnipotent central computer of the Federation is actually not that scary. No matter how powerful the tool is just a broken tool in the hands of a stupid and indecisive human. Uncle Feng Yu reached out and took the box of brand 37 cigarettes from Su Lu, who was pushing the cart. He took out a cigarette and lit it. He walked slowly and talked slowly, completely ignoring the countdown and the possibility of the imminent terrorist attack. His disdainful and indifferent expression was incomparably powerful and vigorous. There is a theory that the key point of the official origin of human beings before the catastrophe was learning how to use tools. In my opinion, it is very regretful or shameful that human beings have not evolved a bit since then, especially the way they use tools is still so clumsy. Feng Yu glanced at the broken light screen of the broken computer on the broken cart and shrugged. Even if the central computer has protected the core data, it is meaningless. It has to wait for someone to give the order. But people have to think, if they throw a bomb here, what will the old woman behind the mountain in front think? I didn't choose this place blindly. On the other side of the broken cart, Huai Chaoshi suddenly frowned and asked, "You chose this place?" "Of course." Feng Yu proudly lifted the black hair in front of his forehead, revealing his true colors below. "The data in your intelligence department were all left by me. Otherwise, which agent of the Imperium do you think could have chosen such a good place for you?" Su Li's expression changed slightly, and he lowered his head and continued to push the cart in silence. Although he had roared angrily about the miserable life of child labor earlier, some things had been deeply rooted in his bones, such as working as a coolie for the uncle, and such as standing on the Federation's side habitually and thinking as a person of the Federation, especially a soldier of the Federation. "Can your expression not be so stiff?" Feng Yu looked at him mockingly. "You're not a person of the Federation, I am. Besides, other than your crazy and perverted sister, who do you think can use this data? At this moment, a low humming sound came from the sky far away, as if several grand pianos were playing at the same time in an empty room. Sula narrowed his eyes, but he did not turn around. He knew that countless missiles were tearing apart the fog and flying toward the winter tree behind him. Feng Yu and Huai Chaoshi, who were walking on the two sides of the broken cart, were indifferent and did not turn around. But Great Teacher, who was walking at the front, looked back, only to discover that the morning fog where everybody had been had strangely disappeared. The wetland was clear and bright, and the winter tree had disappeared at some point. Where it had been standing stubbornly before, a few soundless black holes could be vaguely seen. 300 Ardent Fire 2 missiles were launched, and countless explosions rang out one after another, as if the deepest drum of an orchestra was beating the ground. The wetland began to tremble. The frost-white grass, the gradually solidifying ice, and the remaining branches were dismembered by the cheers of the high-energy explosives. The debris that they turned into at the cost of their lives drifted in the air. Before they could fall, they began to burn fiercely again, turning into a real fire that covered several kilometers. At the edge of the raging fire, there were 4 people who seemed to be leaving slowly, but were actually leaving quickly. They were not riding horses nor carrying sticks. They were just pushing a small cart. They were not afraid or flustered. Even the burning wilderness behind them could not make them stay silent for a while. The uncle leaned against the broken cart lazily with a cigarette between his lips, blowing a cheerful whistle that was not sad at all, as if he were playing the accompaniment for the terrifying explosion behind him. Walking to a nameless puddle, Sula looked at the uncle next to the cart and could not help but remark, "Uncle, I have to admit that your narcissism is very reasonable. You are indeed vigorous." "This is vigorous? When I was vigorous, I was much more vigorous than this. Pure seafood." Feng Yu looked at him and said mockingly, "To deal with that broken computer, it is not enough to understand it. The more important thing is to understand those who use it. What are those government officials and generals thinking in their heads? What are they hesitating about? And what can we use in between?" Tools were used by humans. To fight against a powerful tool was, in fact, to fight against the people who used it. This seemed to be a very simple principle, but Sula knew very well how difficult it was to use this method to find the gaps between those lights, because the complexity of the human thought pattern was even more complex than that of the charter computer. "This is not difficult." Feng Yu looked at him and said indifferently, "When you turn this judgment into some kind of vague instinct like me, there won't be any problems. But since you insist on not getting on my boat when you are chased by that broken computer in the future, don't cry and ask me to be your uncle." Sula listened silently and seriously. Then he smiled, knowing that the uncle had taught him the most important lesson today. Then his smile gradually faded, knowing that it was time to say goodbye after they had just reunited. What made him a little confused and at a loss was that this separation was the result of his own persistence, and he could not even clearly explain why he was so insistent. Feng Yu removed the cigarette from between his lips and raised his head to look at the steep cliff not far away. His usually arrogant and indifferent face that was full of vicissitudes of life suddenly showed a rare trace of emotion. The old man said that he had already entered this gamble and would definitely win. "It probably means that he has seen through you. You little guy are a stinking rock, and you won't give up until you are smashed into pieces." Feng Yu said thoughtfully, "You are all the same kind of people, always liking to gamble with your lives. But in my opinion, life should not be wasted like this. If you care too much about something, you will be dragged into the abyss by those things, and it will be difficult to rise again." He raised his head and looked at the clear blue sky that was gradually revealing its true appearance. He said mockingly, "Just like this crappy computer of yours. More than 10 billion dogs are chained to the Federation, but in the end, you have become a dog for more than 10 billion people." Chapter 834. Anything that you care about can be a dog chain. Yes. Including hometown, lover, hot-bloodedness, honor, comrades. Yes. Sula looked at the white cliff reflected in the shallow pool in front of him. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and looked at Feng Yu with a smile. I also don't want to be tied by a dog chain, even if it's related by blood or something like that. So, I have to break free with force and then walk my own path. Feng Yu looked at him calmly. Even if it means death? Even if it means death. Su Lu turned around and looked at Huai Caoshi's messy and slightly dirty purple hair. He looked at her ordinary face and looked at her small eyes. Sorry, I'm very grateful for you coming, but I really can't leave with you. After saying this, he hesitated for a moment and then opened his arms somewhat stiffly. Huai Caoshi's expression froze slightly. She opened her arms like him, right arm slightly up, left arm slightly down, and slowly and hesitantly took a step forward. The two of them crossed their arms somewhat awkwardly. Their upper bodies leaned forward and gently hugged like two pieces of wood. Then they separated. Can you promise me one thing? Sula looked into her eyes and said softly. Huai Caoshi looked at him quietly. Su Lu hesitated again and said with some difficulty, the thing you took for Zhou Yu is too big of a threat to the Federation. After we return to the Empire, can I trouble you to destroy it? Huai Caoshi's eyes gradually narrowed. There was some coldness and faint disappointment in her eyes. Su Lu knew that there was no way for him to not be angry when he said something like this at this moment. He lowered his head and said, if that thing falls into your hands and is cracked, too many people in the federal forces on the front lines will die. Although probably no one thinks so right now. Some of them are my subordinates and comrades after all. Then, have you ever thought about how many fewer Imperial soldiers would die if that little blue device was cracked? And they are your real compatriots? Huai Caoshi narrowed his eyes and slowly clenched his fists. After a while, he slowly released them and said with a trace of tiredness that was difficult to suppress, I promise you. Thank you, Su Lu said. I know you're disappointed. I'm sorry. Huai Caoshi looked at him coldly and said, I know what kind of person you are, so my real disappointment is that since you don't want to go home with me, your last words before leaving are actually this. That wasn't the last sentence. Su Lu looked at her and paused for a very long time. Then he said, I will go to the Empire to see your sister. Hearing these two words, Huai Caoshi's narrowed eyes slowly relaxed. The lines and expression on her face that seemed to be carved from steel suddenly melted into the branches of spring. She reached out and patted Su Li's shoulder. Without saying anything, she turned around and left, crossing the river of stars to come to the Federation, disregarding the risk of life and death, even throwing the Empire and all of her responsibilities to the back of her mind. This most powerful princess just wanted to bring her younger brother home. Even though her wish was not fulfilled, she was already satisfied to hear the last two words. The wilderness was full of the pungent smell of residual fire and ammunition. The frosty grass by the wetland was completely withered and charred. The three people walked into the smoke. They could faintly hear some very unnutritious dialogue. They could vaguely imagine what kind of story would happen in the long journey that followed. I didn't expect that I would have to be a nanny for once when I'm old. This was the uncle's arrogant and infuriating sigh. Nasri, I definitely don't mind beating you until you can't take care of yourself. This was Huai Caoshi's calm and confident threat. Yes, I'm very willing to be his nanny in this situation. This was the direct expression of a master. Seeing those figures disappear into the wildfire and wild grass, Su Lu slowly retracted his gaze. He tidied up his equipment and silently left to the other side, his face expressionless. He could not go back to the Empire with Huai Caoshi. He had killed too many people from the Empire. Macklin was his uncle, and that butcher Keaton should also be some kind of relative. In this kind of situation, he did not know how to face that strange country. This was not the key to the matter. He believed that Her Majesty had enough methods and iron blood to suppress all voices of dissent. The real key was that he had been to the Empire before. He did not like the Empire. Compared to the Dark Federation, the human world of the Left Heaven Star region was even more naked and dark. He could not imagine that he would live a peaceful life in that kind of hierarchical society and enjoy the blood and sustenance of hundreds of millions of lowly people. He could not imagine that he would one day lead the Imperial Royal Army to fight against the Federation. He could not imagine that one day he might run into the 17th Division. He lay, Xiong Linquan, Hua Xiaoxi, Gu Shifeng, and the others on the battlefield, but he had to raise the gun in his hand. Wander together with the uncle? A slightly cold pain appeared in the depths of Su Li's eyes. The uncle had just said that the mine disaster that killed his parents and Xian Yi was caused by the previous generation of seeds of the empire. But other than him, even the imperial royal family did not know where he was. So how could that seed of the empire know? He walked alone in the wetlands and entered the short shrubs at the foot of the mountain. He did not pay attention to the fighter jets whistling through the sky. His heart was heavy and frustrated. He could not go to the empire, and he could not stay in the Federation. The universe was so big, so where should he go? At the edge of the new moonlight and shadow, a quiet and broken tri-winged spaceship floated in the dark space. Inside this spaceship that looked down on human society like a ghost, an angry and resentful voice echoed. This electronic voice was perfectly simulated to have a hoarse and slightly hoarse texture. It definitely did not have a cold feeling, but was rather charming. Core program protection? You clearly did not know of my existence. So why did you make the core program protection? Is it because of that stinky uncle with a mouth full of rotten teeth that Su Lu spoke of? Or did you intuitively discover my intentions? Beep beep. You actually managed to deceive this young master. This old lady will fight it out with you. Green streams of data flashed quickly on the narrow workbench's hologram. Student Philip had discovered the abnormality of the Federal Central Computer. He was so ashamed that he became angry and cursed nonstop, as if someone was jumping around with their hands on their hips. Since he had discovered the problem, Philip immediately began to work. Although he could not see the light of breaking through the core protection of his own body in a short time, through the ubiquitous electronic monitoring network, he immediately discovered the source of the problem. The hologram on the hologram quickly zoomed in, showing a wetland that still had a faint trace of smoke remaining. My little master, where are you hiding? Philip used a very short time to scan the wetland and confirmed that Su Lu was not dead and had left. He could not help but grumble in disappointment. During this period of time, the tri-wing battleship floating in the sky above New Moon was mainly carrying out two tasks. The first was to compete with the Bureau of Proclamation's main body for the leadership of the Federation of Light. Although the central computer did not discover the existence of this fellow and did not do anything, it still firmly held the leadership. However, the embarrassed and angry Philip insisted that this was a very difficult battle, and that he had only lost because he did not have enough resources. The second task was to search for Su Li's whereabouts. However, the Federal Central Computer could not find Su Lu, and naturally, the tri-wing battleship could not find him either. Philip quietly hacked into the monitoring network and began to continuously monitor 50 important locations. These monitoring points were all locations in his memory that had a special meaning to Su Lu. Linhai State's Li Hua University, including the library, the H1 area, the Iron Gate, and the female dormitory. Linhai State's gymnasium, especially the underground parking lot. Shell Motor Company's headquarters, especially the Research Institute, as well as the Whitewater Security Company, the Ministry of Defense building, the training base, and the Wangdu Youth Residence. The voice in the tri-wing battleship suddenly quieted down, and a tea house on the street next to the Wangdu Youth Residence appeared on the screen. Outside the tea house was a little girl wearing a pink sweater and carrying a heavy school bag. She looks very familiar. The streets of the capital in winter seemed particularly bleak. The annoying wind passed through the apartment buildings, cutting the faces of pedestrians like knives and the bodies of trees before smashing themselves into ice shards under the walls or windows. Zhong Mian stood outside the floor-to-ceiling glass window of a tea house. She exhaled a mouthful of white fog, brushed off the ice on her mask, and put it back on. Her two eyes, which were exposed outside the large mask, looked around attentively at the youth residence opposite her, not caring about the frost hanging on her slender eyelashes. The sweater was very thick, and the earmuffs were very warm. The little girl was not very afraid of the cold, but the backpack on her back was too heavy. Her feet were a little stiff, and she couldn't help but stamp her feet. She thought silently in her heart, I've already searched the Shishan courtyard in Charter Square. Could it be that I really have to go to Linhai State? She wasn't afraid of the long journey, but she was worried that in the process of searching, she would miss that guy again. Inside the floor-to-ceiling glass window, the owner of the tea house, who was also a waiter, kept looking at the little girl outside the window curiously. Doing business on the street, the owner didn't know how many strange situations he had seen over the years, but in such a cold winter, a little girl who was fully equipped to resist the cold actually stood on the street for half a day. It was really rare. What kind of perseverance did this require? He couldn't help but think of the beautiful woman who cut her cheek in the tea house that year. His heart slightly moved. He knocked on the glass and smiled to indicate that the little girl could come in to warm herself. Zhong Yuan heard the knocking behind her and curiously looked back. After understanding the other party's meaning, she shook her head to indicate that she didn't need to. Although the big mask covered 2/3 of her face, her eyes narrowed like the moon, clearly showing the sweet smile of gratitude. A man wearing a woolen coat walked out of the restaurant next door. The man was obviously drunk, and the words he muttered indicated that he should be a government official. Just as his subordinate went to get the car, the man noticed Zhong Huiyin standing on the street side of the tea house. He saw her beautiful and clean eyes and didn't know why his heart moved. He staggered over and put his arm around the little girl's shoulder. He laughed and said, "Little girl, where are your parents?" The door of the tea house was pushed open, and the owner ran out. He pointed at him and shouted, "What are you doing?" Although through the mask, the stench of alcohol could still be smelled. Zhong Huiyin frowned in disgust. She felt that the hands that were holding her shoulders were getting tighter and tighter. She finally couldn't help but put her right hand into her pocket. Chapter 835. The drunk official squinted at the owner of the tea house. His arms were still around Zhong Huiyin. He belched and shouted angrily, "What's with your attitude? Do you know who I am?" Because of this arrogant attitude, the owner of the tea house was slightly shocked. His courage to rush out suddenly decreased by more than half. But looking at the little girl who was forcibly held in the arms of the official, he still whispered a few words of advice. He knew that on this street, no matter how drunk the official was, he would not dare to do anything outrageous. At most, he would take advantage of her. Although it was perverted, the little girl should not be in any danger. Some people came out of the street next to them and looked at this scene curiously. The official's face was a little embarrassed, as if he had been greatly insulted. He kept shouting and waving his arms excitedly, almost hitting Zhong Huiyin's cheek. In the quarrel, things like asking for the direction of the toilet and the government's special investigator being on the same level as them were not qualified to enter Zhong Huiyin's ears. She patted the drunk official's chest and abdomen and suddenly smiled. Her eyes outside the mask narrowed into a new moon. She said sweetly, "Uncle, you're hurting me." The little girl's voice was very clear and soft. The drunk official laughed foolishly and let go of his hand. He tried to reach out and pat her little face frivolously and said vaguely, "Good girl, really ah." A scream came out of the official's mouth, which instantly covered the sizzling sound of the electric arc. He, who was attacked by the electric current, painfully covered his lower abdomen. His drunkenness suddenly disappeared, and he stared at the innocent little girl in front of him in disbelief. He twitched and fell to the cold concrete ground. There was suddenly a burst of exclamations in the crowd. The smile on Zhong Huiyin's face gradually disappeared. She looked at the official who was rolling at her feet expressionlessly. Without hesitation, she pressed the button of the taser in her hand again. The blue electric arc tore through the dry air and hit the man's lower abdomen accurately again. The cloth between his legs was burned black. This time, the crowd did not exclaim. Instead, they all gasped in unison, especially those middle-aged men. They subconsciously tilted their buttocks backwards, as if the terrifying electric arc could hit their vital parts at any time. Their posture was extremely comical. The things made by Su Lu are really useful. Zhong Huiyin shrugged and put the stun baton back into her pocket. Then, she looked at the surrounding crowd and said coldly, "Any uncle who has evil thoughts about a little girl should end up like this." Then she turned her head and smiled sweetly at the owner of the tea house, saying, "You're a good uncle. Do you want to treat me to some hot tea?" The ambulance came and left. Perhaps it was too embarrassing, but the official did not call the police. The crowd gradually dispersed. Zhong Huiyan's feet were a little stiff from the cold. She was quite tired from the days of searching and waiting. So she went straight into the tea house behind her and asked for a cup of hot tea and a plate of snacks. "If you have any trouble in the future, just call the number on the card and tell her that the card is from me." Zhong Huiyan took a sip of the slightly hot flower tea and sighed contentedly. She stuck out the tip of her tongue and handed the card to the confused owner. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. From today onwards, except for a few people, no one in the Federation will dare to provoke you." The owner of the tea house looked at the name Nan Xiangmei on the card and the signature of a second-level teacher training foundation. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought to himself, what can a female teacher do? What a childish little girl. She probably thinks that teachers are the most terrible existence in the world. Zhong Huiyan did not pay attention to the owner's complex psychological activities. Her eyes were attracted by the news on the screen. The news channel of the Federation was reporting on a meteorite impact that happened in the suburbs of the capital today. According to the news report, this meteorite impact was quite rare. The earthquake waves caused by it could even be seen as far away as Nank. Fortunately, it happened in the center of the wildlife reserve, otherwise it would have caused a lot of casualties. As for the meteorite impact, S1, the Federal Academy of Science had already calculated the relevant trajectory 3 years ago. However, in order to not cause unnecessary psychological panic, it had not been made public. At this time, the news on the screen suddenly changed to another picture. The picture was of a group of buildings in the capital. It should have been filmed by the TV station's helicopter. In the center of the picture, a blurred figure was crossing the buildings at an incredible speed. Neither the high walls nor the surrounding police cars could slow down his speed. Zhong Huiyan's pupils shrank. She suddenly stood up. The teacup and snack plate in front of her fell to the ground. She did not react at all. She just stared at the TV screen and the figure running at high speed. The TV screen remained silent for a long time. In the silent picture, the figure sometimes ran like lightning through the narrow alleys. Sometimes it was like a cheetah crossing the long streets. Sometimes it was like an antelope jumping on the eaves of the low houses. Sometimes it was like an ape climbing on the steep and slippery surface of the buildings. With an ability that humans could not imagine, it crossed all obstacles. He sometimes appeared and sometimes disappeared. However, he was unable to get rid of the increasing number of hunting teams and the countless flying objects in the sky. Then, the powerful voiceover of the famous female announcer finally appeared on the news screen. The Empire's spy, Su Lu, has once again appeared unscrupulously. This is the most naked challenge to the dignity of the Federation. Citizens, at this moment, the Federation needs you. Today, we are all warriors. Fight your mother. Zhong Huiyan clenched her fist and muttered softly in a daze. Feng Yu was right. The ability of the Federal Central Computer was more terrifying than Su Lu had imagined. After climbing over the electronic wall and returning to the city, in just a few hours, he had encountered several of the most dangerous encounters in his life. Once the omnipresent, the glory of the charter was fully activated, it was actually so terrifying. In the city, inside and outside the buildings, there were no loopholes. The whistling bullets and the whistling sound of the helicopter above his head were like countless invisible and hard ropes that were slowly and unstoppably tightening. In the next moment, they were going to choke his throat and suffocate him to death. Facing the whistling cold wind, Su Lu madly ran up and down the buildings. His chest rapidly and exaggeratedly moved up and down. He inhaled oxygen at the highest efficiency and converted it into much-needed energy. He keenly heard the sirens from all directions. He had no time to pay attention to the Federation News Channel's helicopter above his head. After falling into a desperate situation again, he should have felt regret. For example, he chose to stay instead of leaving with the uncle. However, no one knew that at this moment, his mood was actually so calm. Many people wanted him to die, and some people wanted him to leave. However, After knowing the story of his past, he was frustrated and lonely. He needed warmth. He wanted to find his own place, so he didn't want to leave the Federation. He didn't want to leave the city that he was once so familiar with but now so unfamiliar with. From a psychological analysis, this was probably a hidden, self-destructive tendency at work. Sulu faintly felt this destructive emotion, but he didn't care. Because no matter how big the world was, it was not as important as his mood. He just didn't want to fucking leave, die, or commit suicide. What's wrong with him? When one was on the verge of despair, it was the easiest to stimulate one's potential. Suli's brain worked faster than ever as he ran. His fingers dug into the hard concrete wall, propelling his body to draw an arc in the air. While he swept past the police cars on the street, he had already determined where he was going to run next. According to the last lesson taught by the uncle, Sulu was no longer trying to figure out how to avoid the scanning of the charter computer. Instead, he was constantly calculating the ratio of firepower of the federal forces. Because of the dense population in the city, the Federation would use a large number of sniper rifles. Therefore, he had never left the bustling business district. Using the tall buildings tightly huddled together to block the distant shots, he strictly followed the line of blind spots and madly ran. Hard pottery, bulletproof vest, soft metal, anti-cutting strips, guns were still guns. In close combat on the streets and alleys, there was simply no one who could stop him. However, after continuously being discovered and hunted down so many times in an extremely short period of time, he had consumed too much of his strength in an extremely short period of time. He couldn't stay in one place for more than 5 seconds, and exhaustion began to invade his body. Now was the most dangerous moment. The Federation government was almost crazy and began to broadcast the process of him being hunted down. Even at the great political risk, they wanted to mobilize the power of the people. This method was very powerful. Sulu from the Empire suddenly became a rat crossing the street, caught in the vast ocean of the people's war. Every electronic valve in the streets and alleys was guarded by brave people holding wooden sticks. As for every Federation citizen he met who had once loved him, as long as they saw him now, their faces would become twisted and they would charge at him fearlessly. What was even more frightening was that Mad Manly should be in the combat force hunting him this time. Although Sulu didn't see it, he could clearly feel the pressure. Closer, closer, and closer. The powerful and violent footsteps were right behind him. Mad Manly had already seen Suli's back in front of him. With a heavy expression, he sped up his steps, the soles of his feet pounding the ground like iron hammers. As long as he caught up and entangled that troublesome person, the Federation forces following closely behind would definitely be able to easily tear him to pieces. Snowflakes floated down from the sky without warning. Mixed in the snowflakes was the dull and determined sound of a gunshot. Li Feng's expression suddenly changed. His feet reacted extremely quickly and heavily stomped down, forcibly creating a small hole in the ground. His body violently trembled as he backed up, avoiding the high-speed gunshot from afar. Immediately after, 6 sniper rifle bullets were clearly and extremely intimidatingly fired in succession. Pooh, 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 pooh. On the ground and walls, 6 flowers of cement and dust instantly bloomed. The extremely precise bullets actually forced him out of the back alley of the building. The gunshots stopped. Li Feng turned his head and looked ahead. There was no trace of Sulu in front of him. His expression was extremely ugly. 2 kilometers away, on one of the floors of the only building that could lock onto the back alley, By Magnolia silently lowered her head and disassembled the sniper rifle. Her mouth continuously chewed on the orchid-flavored chewing gum. In the past year, she had gotten used to holding the kitchen knife in her hand, so her movements of disassembling the gun were still as smooth as before. The fluttering hair on her forehead had long been cut short, but her aura was still as seductive and enchanting. Chapter 836. More than 30 metal particles that looked like buttons flew out of Su Li's hand and into the corners of the building. Amidst the muffled popping sounds, the metal buttons exploded one after another, like balloons being stepped on by the guests at a wedding. Fine blue electric arcs appeared and disappeared. The low-intensity electric current formed a closed, self-melting electromagnetic field in the air, instantly destroying all the electronic chips in the room. The countless eyes in the glory of the charter were thus disabled. Finally, he had temporarily escaped the pursuit of the small-eyed combat unit of the Federation. He gasped for breath, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and lowered his head to quickly check his equipment and bulletproof vest. The hard ceramic shards in the inner lining of the bulletproof vest had already cracked in several places, and they were not very useful anymore. During the battle, he gradually grasped the feeling that Feng Yu had described. However, staying in each hiding place for no more than 2 minutes, and not being able to let the central computer calculate his trajectory and escape habits was really tiring. The gunshots that rang out in the back alley of the big building clearly entered his ears. He roughly guessed what had happened. He slowly narrowed his eyes, and the emotions in his eyes were extremely complicated. He left the relatively safe wildlife sanctuary because he could not be a savage hiding in the mountains for dozens of years. Returning to the city was, of course, not to die, but to find a spaceship that belonged to him, to leave this planet. He was confident that as long as he distanced himself from the Bureau of Proclamation building, just like the precious 4 minutes and 12 seconds in the Donglin district, his whereabouts would not be detected by the central computer again. In addition, Su Lu did not deny what he had seen and heard on his difficult escape. The Federation that he once loved deeply no longer loved him. The feeling of being condemned and abandoned made him somewhat helpless and angry for no reason. So subconsciously, he wanted to do something crazy to prove something. Until the gunshots rang out, the crazy emotions in his heart suddenly calmed down. The gunshots were ironclad proof that he was not a wandering ghost in the Federation. Then, he had to be responsible for those who dared to be friends with ghosts in the daytime. If he did not find a way to leave this place by finding a spaceship, he had to fight with that damn computer in this damn city. Other than implicating some people, there was no other meaning. Doing this was not a bad guest, but a cheap guest. The scanners at the entrance of the mall silently scanned the chips on the back of the people's necks and then transmitted the collected results to the automatic search workstation. The light screen that no one was looking at clearly showed the citizen's number, and the people carried shopping bags and prepared for the new year. With a calm smile on their faces, they did not care at all. The police officers on the streets held mobile scanning sticks in their hands and randomly selected passersby for inspection. The device accurately reported everyone's citizen number. The passersby and the police officers smiled and greeted each other. They did not have any strange emotional reactions to the data read by the chip behind their necks. The brim of the hat was pulled very low, covering most of his face. Su Lu silently walked along the street, watching the scene. He felt a little strange. On this planet, he was probably the only one who didn't have a chip. According to Feng Yu's mockery and the habitual humiliation of the people of the Imperium, these identity chips were like cold dog chains tied to the cervical vertebrae of every citizen of the Federation. From the moment they were born, the tiny chip was implanted in their body, accompanying them as they learned to speak, to walk, to love, to get married, to have children, to work, and to struggle until they finally died. Along with this, the AI chip scans were carried out at all times, silently or peacefully in every part of the Federation. This had already become a way of life, deeply embedded in the lives of every Federation citizen. No one would find it strange or uncomfortable. In fact, most Federation citizens would not even remember that there was an ice-cold metal chip behind their necks until they died. Su Lu was the same in the past, except for the first time when he nervously walked through the scanning channel of the spaceport when he arrived at the Capital Ring. He never deliberately remembered that when he entered the cinema, the store, the classroom, or the military camp, he would be scanned by the glory of the Charter on his body. It was only now that he had officially become the enemy of the Charter that he began to pay attention to the details that were everywhere in his life. Without the chip behind his neck, he began to recall the life when he had the chip and clearly felt the coldness that was filled with the smell of machinery. This smell was not good. Su Lu walked through the lawn by the street with his head lowered and circled to the back of a small building. He pushed open the door and walked in. His face was too pale because of the blood loss, and he appeared particularly weak under the dim light. The breathing between his thin lips was very heavy. What was even more frightening than the fatigue and injuries was the mental struggle, which made his situation very bad. The Federation was so big, but there was no place for him to stay. Even if it was just a humble request to stand, would this small building accept him? Sulu slowly pushed open the side door, his right hand in his pocket gently pulling the trigger. There was a faint self-deprecating smile on his face. At this point, what else could he ask for? What could he prove? It was truly a ridiculous idea. However, since he was here, he had to try. When the antique wooden door was pushed open, he did not see Li Xiaotong as he expected. His expression and footsteps froze at the same time, making a slight sound on the floor. Beside the luxurious coastal-style dining table sat a beautiful young woman. She was wearing a light blue dress, and there was a faint charm between her eyebrows, but she was eating dinner alone. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the beautiful young woman turned around in shock. When she saw Su Li's face clearly, she subconsciously raised her hands and covered her mouth tightly, swallowing the subconscious cry of surprise that was about to come out. Su Li's right hand in his pocket slowly released the trigger. He smiled slightly and prepared to turn around and leave. He knew this beautiful woman. Thinking that she would inform the Federation to hunt him down, he could not help but feel a little gloomy. "You wait a minute." The woman hesitated and stood up with difficulty. Her right hand was on the table, and her voice was slightly trembling. "You haven't eaten yet, right?" It was a very simple sentence, but it was like a spring thunder resounding through the forest. This description was absolutely not an exaggeration. When the whole world had become so strange and cold, he suddenly heard a question with concern. Su Lu felt as if his tired body was soaked in warm spring water. He turned around somewhat stiffly, looked at the woman, and said with a smile, "Sister Lulu, can you cook?" In a certain manner, an old man from Liyuan Palace was wearing black clothes and a black round hat as he sat on a black ancient chair. Apart from age spots, there was more of an unfathomable wisdom or a shrewd craftiness within the layers of wrinkles on his face. The hesitation on your face betrayed the content of the phone call just now. The old man smiled and looked at Li Xiaotong in front of him. He slowly raised his right hand and said, "In recent years, you have grown very fast. Now there are not many things that can make you lose yourself. It seems that Sulu really found you." Li Xiaotong looked at the old man in shock. He forcibly suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart and explained as calmly as possible. "I had an agreement with him before. If there was the biggest trouble, I would meet him there. Now he is there. He needs a boat. I have decided that your brother will take over the position of the head of the family." The old man from Liyuan Palace was like Lady Tai. He was very good at making thunder in silence. Without warning, he said the important inheritance of one of the 7 families. Li Xiaotong's face was extremely ugly. He said in a low voice, "I understand." "You don't understand." Liyuan Palace looked at him indifferently and said rudely, "This has nothing to do with the wrong investment. Although Su Lu is the biggest investment in your life, no one, including me, thought that he would be from the Empire. So this investment is not a mistake." The old man's voice was old and calm. A complicated smile appeared on his loose face. "I am a calculated man. My 2 biggest investments in recent years, one was Macklin and the other was Sulu. Unfortunately, both of them are fucking from the Empire." These fucking words came out from the old man's dry lips. It showed that even the head of the Li family couldn't help but feel that the encounters in the world were too strange and too speechless. The old man from Liyuan Palace continued with a smile. "The key reason why you can't take over the position of the head of the family is that you still don't understand that we are the purest businessmen. We can only have things like money in our eyes. Only by being focused enough can we resist the increasingly tough government." After a moment of silence, Li Xiaotong said, "I have already informed the government about Su Lu. The woman who lives in the other building is on good terms with Su Lu. I believe she can delay him for a while." The old man from the Liyuan Palace slowly furrowed his brows. He sighed with some disappointment and said, Being able to make a decision in a short period of time is indeed an excellent quality that a leader must possess. However, in this matter, you have made another mistake. Li Xiaotong furrowed his brows and looked up in confusion. You have already invested so much in Su Lu, including the last time he went to war with the government. You even helped him escape from the capital. Why are you now stopping this business plan in advance and selling him to the government when there is no return on your investment? Right now, Li Xiaotong's heart was very heavy. He explained with a slightly hoarse voice, "But he is from the Empire. I said earlier that we're doing business. We can only have things in our eyes." The old man from Liyuan Palace sighed and said, "Since that is the case, why do you still care whether the target of your investment is from the Empire or the Federation? In the past, our Li family didn't have the opportunity to do business with the people from the Empire. Right now, this is the best opportunity. He may be a prince of the Empire. Then, as long as he is alive, there is a high possibility that he will become the emperor of the Empire in the future. If you had persisted in this investment to the end, then this would not only be the greatest investment in your life, it could even be ranked in the top 3 in the history of the family. Other than back then, when our ancestors resolutely sold all the family property to help Emperor Si, where else can we find a project with such an astonishing return on investment? What a pity, what a pity." Li Xiaotong was silent and speechless. The reason why he had made such a decision earlier was actually very simple. It was because over the years, it was very difficult for him to simply view Su Lu as an investment target, but as a friend. When one's best friend suddenly became a person from the Empire, who could be absolutely rational and calm and not feel helpless and desperate. Chapter 837. There was a knock on the door. Bai Yulan walked out of the kitchen and yelled in the direction of the bedroom, "I'll open the door." She wiped the oil on her hands on her apron and walked to the living room to open the door. Seeing the armed military police outside, her expression didn't change at all. When the Federation's combat troops had just entered the block and started to surround the apartment, she had already noticed it. So, she wasn't surprised to see them when she opened the door. She just didn't expect that the leader was actually that young colonel. Bai Yulan looked at Li Feng and said, "I didn't expect you to be involved in such a small matter like catching me." Li Feng said indifferently, "Unless I did it myself, I really didn't have the confidence to catch the famous 7th group Old Bai. In fact, if you were involved in a first-order incident, the Bureau of Proclamation would have traced the location. Then no one would have found out that you were the one who fired those shots. You did a great job." Bai Yulan looked at the Federation's soldiers in the corridor who were holding their guns tightly. She slowly loosened the apron around her waist and calmly replied, "Don't be so nervous. I never thought of running away." Li Feng slightly frowned and looked at her in confusion. Then he glanced over her shoulder and saw a pregnant woman holding the wall and walking out of the bedroom. She had a big belly and looked very tired. Bai Yulan heard the footsteps behind her, and her eyebrows slightly twitched. Her arm that was holding the apron became a little stiff. Her eyes that were looking at Li Feng suddenly brightened. Li Feng was silent for a moment and looked at the pregnant woman who was full of confusion. He said with a blank expression, "The government has a special mission. They need to recruit outstanding officers to re-enter the army. Your husband has to go for a period of special training." Inside the dark green bulletproof military vehicle. "How many months?" Li Feng asked. Bai Yulan slightly lowered her eyes and looked at the cold shackles on her hands and feet. She softly replied, "Soon." Li Feng slightly frowned and lit the cigarette between his lips. After a short pause, he also lit one for Bai Yulan. He shook his head and said, "I really don't understand why you still want to help him in this situation. Don't forget that he is from the Empire." "I don't believe it," Bai Yulan calmly replied. "I don't want to believe that he's from the Empire either." Li Feng removed the cigarette from his lips and spat out of the car. "But this is the truth." Bai Yulan was silent for a long time before replying with a smile. "It doesn't matter." Li Feng's frown deepened. Bai Yulan raised her handcuffed hands, removed the cigarette from her lips, and explained softly, "I joined the army when I was 15 years old. At that time, the old commander's unit was still called the 17th Division, not the 83-84 Division. Later, I was transferred to Baishui City to do some assassination work for the government. After that, the 7th Division started to do some private work. "What are you trying to say?" Li Feng asked expressionlessly. "Everyone in the army knows that Group 7 has always been a mercenary army. I'm a mercenary who only recognizes money." Bai Yulan calmly said, "Little boss gave me more than 20 million. This amount of money is enough for me to sell my life several times over." Li Feng naturally wouldn't accept this explanation. But as someone who also grew up in the army, he didn't need to explain. He could roughly understand why Bai Yulan made this choice. The dark green bulletproof military vehicle fell into silence. Bai Yulan turned her head and looked out of the window. She looked at the fluttering snowflakes outside the building of the Four States Foundation with no expression on her face. At that time, he was responsible for long-range sniping and assisting Su Lu, but he left at the most critical moment. Now, he was far away from those years of fighting. His wife was pregnant, but he pulled the trigger at the most critical moment for Su Lu. The gunshot rang out again after a few years. It was the same gunshot from that year. The warm restaurant of the small building, the light blue coastal-style dining table, and a beautiful girl in the light blue dress created a warm and comfortable feeling. In this warmth, Su Lu lowered his head and quickly ate plate after plate of food. Lulu watched with a smile on her face. The two of them occasionally talked, and then returned to silence. It was a feeling of home. The difficult escape and battle made Su Li's stomach very hungry. The taste of mashed potatoes mixed with synthetic fat and green bean paste was actually not very good. But at this time, there was no time for it to swirl around on his taste buds. Lulu was a river-like person. She was very beautiful and young, but she had been in a certain industry for many years. In the autumn of the 66th year of the constitutional era, she once saw a male student sleeping soundly on a bench in a certain brothel in Linhai Prefecture. She once bent her fair and tender legs, painted her nails red, and painted the male student's face red. They gathered together and played cards together, and then she laughed without the slightest restraint. A few years later, that male student became a famous war hero of the Federation. Lulu, on the other hand, was still working in this industry. It was just that the location of her work had changed to the Sunset region of the West Forest region. In that luxurious nightclub, she bravely sat beside the war hero. After that, she had a night of memories of Mozo teasing, fighting, getting drunk, vomiting, and promises. After that night, the war hero sent her back to the capital ring and asked a friend with an amazing family to take care of her. From then on, although Sister Lulu was still in this industry, she no longer had to serve anyone. She began to manage several high-class nightclubs and manage thousands of young and beautiful girls. She became a real sister. When she saw him again today, he was no longer the poor student and war hero of the past, but an imperial spy who was being hunted down by the Federation. "I thought you were already married and had children. I didn't expect to see you again." Sula looked up at her and said with a smile, "It seems asking Li Xiaotong to take care of you was a mistake." Lulu's eyes moved as she looked at him quietly and said softly, "A person like me who hasn't studied much is used to this industry. I really don't know what else to do. Li Qixiao is a good person. Although I know he did it because of you, in the end, he helped me too much." The phone on the table rang. Lulu picked it up and listened to a few words. Her brows slightly furrowed, and she walked to the window and whispered something. One could faintly see that her left hand, which was hanging by the side of her blue dress, was somewhat stiff. Su Lu at the table was still eating the last plate of food and didn't notice this. After hanging up the phone, she slowly clenched her fists and suddenly turned around. Looking at Su Lu, she said with a trembling voice, "Let's go." It was a very simple action and a sentence, but who knew how much courage it took? Even though she knew what kind of tragic consequences this decision would bring, the resolute expression on Lulu's face showed that she did not experience too much of a complicated psychological struggle before she did it. Su Lu understood what had happened. It seemed that he couldn't wait for his boat tonight. He wasn't disappointed or angry about Li Xiaotong's betrayal, but he was somewhat tired. He looked at Lulu and said bitterly, "I'm really from the Empire. I'm a prostitute, But from the beginning until now, you haven't looked down on me, so don't feel like you owe me anything. Lulu squeezed out a smile, took the coat from the hanger, and walked to him. She put on for him and said with a trembling voice, "If we're talking about owing, you still owe me one night." After saying this, she hugged Sulu tightly and offered her hot red lips to him. Her lips and tongue trembled because of fear, passionately asked for his lips. She kissed him with tears flowing down her cheeks. The hot lips and tongue separated. Sulu quietly looked at the girl. She took a pen and paper from the table and scribbled a few words. She whispered a few words and then left silently. The flashing police lights made the snowflakes on the street look strange. The snowflakes fell on a light-colored table through the window, like a modern abstract painting that no one could understand. The fully armed special forces of the Federation carefully searched the small building from inside to outside several times. Except for a few bloody footprints at the back door, they found nothing. In a room on the second floor, a secretary of the Lee family looked at Lulu with a gloomy expression and said in a cold voice, "Miss Lulu, you have been in the entertainment industry for many years, so there should be no problem in acting. Everyone knows that the Empire people value old friendships very much, so I don't understand why you can't just stall in for 2 minutes." Lulu's hands tightly grasped the hem of her dress, but she didn't know where to look outside the window. After a long silence, she said, "I don't want to act, and you probably don't understand. I'm also a person who values old friendships very much." The secretary of the Lee family pointed at her face and humiliated her in a harsh voice. "You are just a prostitute." Sister Lulu slowly turned her head and looked at him expressionlessly. "Even if I'm a prostitute, there are some things that I don't want to sell." That's a good sentence. It makes me feel ashamed. Li Xiaodong opened the door and walked in. He silently looked at the woman on the bed and said, "But you should know very well what kind of price you have to pay. I have mentally prepared to die, but someone told me that I must not die." Lulu stood up from the bed and handed a note to Li Xiaotong. Li Xiaotong recognized the scribbled handwriting, and his eyes slightly narrowed. He saw a few words written on the note. "I still ask you to continue to protect her, at least until my death is confirmed. Otherwise, my madness will frighten the entire Federation. As the heir of the Li family, you can see this as a fun bet, and I suggest you bet that I can survive." Li Xiaotong looked at the note and slightly frowned. After a moment, he laughed self-deprecatingly, took out a lighter, and burned the note to ashes. Then he calmly said to Lulu, "Pack up and come with me." The note had been burned, but the words on it had been left in the depths of his heart. He knew that Su Lu was a man of his words, so, as the note said, if he didn't want to see a crazy doomsday scene, he must protect Lulu's safety until it was confirmed that Su Lu or he died. In a secluded street in the southern part of the capital, a slanted stone path extended to the entrance of a department store. Su Lu silently looked at that place, lowered the brim of his hat, and walked up. His mood was no longer irritable, bewildered, and confused, but unusually calm. Now he was very clear that he couldn't die, and had to live as vigorously as before. Chapter 838. The Foothill Department Store was a wonderful place, at least for Su Lu. In his youth, which was full of the color of escape, only this store, which was hidden at the end of the stone path and the neighboring mountain of the city, and the small courtyard in the slums of the Tianjing planet of the Empire, could bring him a real sense of relaxation. The biggest difference between the former and the latter was that the kind mother and son in the small courtyard was the source of the sense of relaxation, while the department store permeated the walls and even the air. Today, he didn't buy the energy bars used by students. He took a bottle of inferior liquor and 2 bags of peanuts from the depths of the shelves and walked to the small table at the entrance. He lowered his head and silently took out the change in his pocket, put it in front of the boss, and turned to leave. The gray-haired boss put down the bowl of instant noodles in his hand and didn't count the money. He looked at Su Lu, who was about to walk out of the door, and said mockingly, "You are getting more and more impolite. In the past, you at least knew to call me Boss Xiaoshan." Su Li's back stiffened slightly. He turned his head and took off his hat. He looked at him and said bitterly, "How come you can recognize me every time? I have been running a store all my life, and I have never met a fugitive who dared to come back to buy things from me again and again like you did. I even knew that I had already recognized you when the president made the announcement. A fugitive like you is really rare, so of course, it is not easy to forget. Sulu was silent for a moment and said, "But this time is different from the last time. I am now a citizen of the Empire. There's a saying that goes, 'Old friends are as good as new. Old friends are as before.' You may not understand the meaning of this saying, but it roughly means that some people are still strangers even after spending a lifetime with each other, while some people can become lifelong friends just by stopping the car and chatting for a while." The boss looked at him and said expressionlessly, "Of course, there's no such friendship between us, but in my opinion, you can be considered an interesting guy, so I'm willing to spare some precious time to chat with you." The owner of the department store, who was over 50 years old and looked very ordinary, spoke in a very ordinary and simple way. However, the words he occasionally used, such as the two sentences, were interesting. This department store was far away from the downtown area and was located in a remote mountainside forest. Its business wasn't very good. Even the sparrows in the forest dared to proudly pace in front of the door. Looking at such a small store, one's life was probably consumed by the boring TV news and the instant noodles that were hard and soft, so how could it be considered precious? Sulu scratched his head with his empty hand, not knowing what to say. "Then what should we talk about?" The owner, namely Xiaoshan, tapped the table with his knuckles, looked at the liquor and peanuts in his hand, and said with a frown, "According to the news, you shouldn't be in the mood to drown your sorrows. It doesn't matter what you talk about. The point is that I don't want to see someone waste the liquor in my shop." "Then how do we not waste it?" Sulu asked doubtfully. "If you treat me to a few drinks, it won't be a waste," said Li Xiaoshan's boss, that a bottle of wine quickly entered their stomachs, and then a second bottle was opened. The dishes to go with the wine were peanuts, a few bags of low-quality snacks sold exclusively to students, and 2 boxes of instant noodles that were really soaked to mush. Sulu, whose alcohol tolerance was not good, had a layer of vigorous red on his slightly tanned cheeks. Looking at the afterglow of the winter coming through the high-rise building across the hillside, he burped, narrowed his eyes, and said, "I don't want to get on other people's boats because I know very well that once I get on, I will never be able to get off. But it's also stupid to stay here. It doesn't make any sense except to implicate those guys like you who don't care that I'm from the Empire." He finished the cup of low-quality liquor in one gulp, licked his lips with a painful expression, and looked at Li Xiaoshan's boss and said, "From the last escape to this one, in fact, I've escaped many times before. I'm really tired and don't want to escape anymore. But the problem is that I don't want to go on other people's boats. It's wrong to stay here, but I don't want to die. What do you think I should do?" The so-called asking for advice was actually nothing more than venting his pent-up emotions. Before the boss could answer, he shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "I've rarely, no, never regretted anything in my life. But right now, I'm really regretting it. I feel that this emotion is very strange, very awkward." Li Xiaoshan put the cup to his lips and slowly and silently drank the liquor in the cup without making any sound. Then he picked up 2 peanuts and a piece of dried tofu and threw them into his mouth, chewing hard without paying attention to the details, and then let out a sigh of satisfaction. He looked at Sulu, whose face was full of sorrow, and said mockingly, "Man is really an animal that is not easily satisfied. You were just an orphan in the East Forest, and now you are a prince of the Empire. You can eat meat without any scruples. What's wrong with life?" This is very similar to what an uncle of mine said. Sulu filled his cup with liquor and said with a smile. The owner of Mountley Mountain ate a few more peanuts and dried tofu. He chewed hard, and the muscles around his jaw seemed to be particularly strenuous. He said vaguely, "My ancestor once passed on the words of a wise man before his death. When you chew pickles and beans together, you'll taste like walnuts. But I like another sentence better. If you eat peanuts and dried tofu together, you will taste like ham. Before you were executed, you couldn't forget this sentence. This is the attitude you should have in life. The meaning of life is to eat meat and drink wine, to eat and to wait for death. When you understand this, you probably won't be like now, living such a tiring life at such a young age." Sulu stared at the wine cup between his fingers and murmured, "How can it be so easy to understand?" The boss swallowed the noodles in the bowl and continued to scold him vaguely. "If you really took the ticket and boarded that ship and followed the normal path, would you regret it when you were about to die?" Sulu thought about it seriously and then replied, "Yes, although it hasn't happened yet. At least I will for now." A young man regretting the ending that hadn't happened yet when he was old was a very clever way of saying it. The boss laughed out loud and said, "Then what are you thinking about?" "I want to leave. I want to have my own ship." Sulu slowly turned the wine cup between his fingers and looked at the boss with narrowed eyes. His eyes were very bright, and he said sincerely, "Can you help me? This is really not a joke." The boss waved his chopsticks like a sword, and the soup splashed everywhere. "This is a joke passed down by my ancestor. I have studied it for half of my life, but I still don't know what's so funny about it. I guess it's because of the serious lack of information. As for the ship, I've been here all my life. I have never even been to the cinema at the foot of the mountain, let alone the space tourism." Sulu knew that the other party was not joking. He stared at his eyes in shock and asked, "You have been here all your life? You must have been to school, right?" "I'm a self-taught genius." The boss paused and didn't continue to explain the joke related to these 4 words. "Then wouldn't you suffocate to death?" Sulu looked at him thoughtfully. "Can a living person suffocate to death?" The boss frowned and said, "You can surf the internet, order takeout by phone, watch TV, and when you're bored, you can go to the reserve to hunt. It's a good life." "Reserve?" Sulu looked at the man who couldn't see clearly and asked. The boss stopped his futile attempt to fish out the whole noodle from the batter, pointed to the back of the mountain with the tip of the chopsticks dripping with soup, and said, "Go over this mountain, and you can see the wall of the reserve." "Who the hell are you?" Su Li's hand that was holding the wine glass was a bit stiff. In fact, he had always felt that the boss of this mountain department store was not an ordinary person, so he tried to ask about the ship. But he didn't expect that this very ordinary-looking man with gray hair could ignore the glory of the charter and go over the electronic wall. "My surname is Li, and my name is Li Shaoshan. I have said it 3 times, and you still don't remember? Why is it that every time I come to your store, I feel very relaxed, or even comfortable?" The boss looked at the young man's moved face and said, "Because in my small store, sunlight, wind, and rain can enter, and people can enter, but the glory of the charter can't enter." Sulu scratched his head and couldn't hide the shock on his face. After a long silence, he suddenly frowned and asked in confusion, "Is there anyone with the surname Li in the 7 big families? Are you telling me that you are another powerful person in the Lees of Philadelphia? Don't talk about such a useless thing." The boss wiped the soup on his lips and said, "I have nothing to do with those big shots." Sulu felt that what he had seen and heard today was beyond his imagination. The man in front of him actually said that the glory of the charter, which shrouded the universe, couldn't shine into this shabby department store. It was really hard to understand and unimaginable. He subconsciously picked up the wine glass and drank it, using the rough spiciness to dilute the confusion in his mind. Then why can't the glory of the charter come in? Because this store and the mountain behind it belong to my family. When the electronic surveillance network was built, this place was excluded. I don't have the eyes of the central computer here. As for the history story, I will tell you next time when I have the chance." Sulu covered his forehead and said with emotion, "You are too mysterious. I don't understand. It's really uncomfortable. Speaking of next time, after I walk out of here today, there won't be a next time. You can stay." The boss looked at him and said lightly, "If you really don't have a place to go, then stay. No one can find you." Sulu shook his head and said with a smile, "I have already implicated a lot of people. Although I know you are not an ordinary person and what you said may be true, I still can't stay." "It's okay. Your first sequence protection authority has been stripped. It just so happens that I still have first sequence protection authority. That broken computer won't allow the Federation's armed personnel to deal with me," the boss said. Today, in this department store at the foot of the mountain, Sulu actually calmed down very quickly after hearing that he had first sequence protection authority. After a long silence, he said bitterly, "Your store is too small, and I still have a lot of things to do. This place is indeed too small. The boss's smile suddenly became a little bleak. He said with emotion, "Throughout the countless years of my family, countless children couldn't stand the loneliness and chose to be implanted into the glory of the charter. In the end, I was the only one who persisted. It's not easy to meet someone like me who doesn't have a chip behind his neck. I thought I could have a companion. If I can't handle it, I'll come back to you. I know this is a little shameless, but if I can find my own ticket, I'll definitely come to see you in the future. Go." The boss waved his hand. Sulu packed his luggage and walked out of the door. He suddenly stopped and turned back to ask, "Can you tell me who your ancestor is?" The boss threw the bowl of instant noodles into the cardboard box at his feet and said with his head down, "My ancestor is still in the Charter Square. Of course, I never had the chance to see him, but when I thought about how he was forced to stand there and be sized up after so many years, being exposed to the wind, rain, sun, and pigeon feces, it might be better not to see him." Suli's expression was very interesting. He thought about the 7 great families and the Lees of Philadelphia, but he didn't expect the answer to be the group of 5 that was about to become a legend. "My ancestor liked to eat meat and hunt. He didn't like chips." The boss raised his head and looked at him expressionlessly. Although he had a ticket, it was a 5-person ship, so he didn't have the final say. During the voting, the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes who decided to support him at the beginning actually betrayed the revolution after the regulations were changed to allow people to eat fish, so the result of the voting became 3-2. The white-haired man shrugged and said mockingly, "Democracy, you know." Sula knew what to say. "I'll give you one last thing." The boss looked at him and said with a smile, "After the great calamity, the 5-person ship came to this star field. There was no federation in the universe. Similarly, I believe the situation in the left sky star field is similar. There was no empire before. In the beginning, there were no people from the Federation or the Empire, only people. So you don't have to struggle to be a Federation person or an Empire person. Just be a person." Hearing this last sentence, Sulu was silent for a long time. In the twilight, he bowed deeply to the boss and said, "Thank you for your care these days, for the nutrition bars and wine, and for today's wonderful story and these words." The sun had just sunk halfway when the leaden clouds and snowflakes impatiently shrouded the city and began to impatiently drive it away. The winter wind whistled through the streets. Sulu, who had drunk nearly an entire bottle of wine, was already past the level of drunkenness, but he didn't feel cold at all. The conversation with the department store owner at the foot of the mountain had finally untied the knot in the deepest part of his heart. His mind was in chaos, and his mind was clear. The Federation people, the Empire people, the East Forest people, the Upper Forest people, the Westwoods people, the South Kajou people, the Shisha people, the Dashi people, the Sunset people, the Li people, the Mo Hua people, the Tianjing people, men, women, old people, good people, ancestors, and descendants were all people. And by Yulan's opinion, Su Lu was only good at simplifying complicated things, so he decided to simply divide people into bad and good people in the future. After figuring this out, he called Madman Li under the influence of alcohol. He burped and then said, "Let Lao Bai go. Don't make a good person flip out." Chapter 839. On the snowy street, beside his cheeks that were burning because of the cheap liquor, Madman Li's clear and cold reply came from the phone. "You can let him go, but you have to trade yourself for it." There was a path hidden in the woods ahead. The temperature from the cement road melted the snowflakes quickly. Compared to the piles of snow on the side of the road, the black and white were distinct and deep. At the end of the road, there were a few cornices and the hills of the winter forest. Sula narrowed his eyes and said, "If you really force me, go crazy? I'm not Du Shaoqing, and this is not the training base for back then." Madman Li's cold voice came very quickly, and he mocked without holding back. "If the Federation doesn't let him go, how are you going to go crazy? Burn down our houses, kill our men and children, and rape our women? No, you can't do that. Don't think that you can become a real terrorist because you're drunk on the emotions of a hero at the end of his road. Even if you've assassinated Macklin and killed many people, you can't use that to threaten the Federation, much less me." Sulu walked along the black and white road into the depths of the winter forest. He slowly stopped in front of an antique stone statue and said calmly to the other side of the phone, "For an unlucky person like me, in such a desperate situation, I still can't do what you said. Then, I should be a good person, right?" The other side of the phone was silent. A good person has a reason and a right to live. Sulu took a deep breath, shook his arm, and flipped over the heavy stone statue in front of him. He said, "Those who help good people live also have a reason to live like Lao Bai." The heavy stone statue fell to the ground with a muffled thud, splashing snow and mud. Madman Lee on the other side of the phone still didn't say anything. Sulu knew that the glory of the charter was accurately locating him at this moment, but he didn't care. He jumped into the hole covered by the stone statue expressionlessly and continued. "Since I came to the capital ring from Donglin, I've been listening to and reading a sentence. There is no reason in the universe. Today, I'll show you a reason. If you found me, come quickly and send me someone useful." Madman Lee on the other side of the phone finally spoke. It was obvious that he was suppressing his anger and absurdity. His tone was extremely cold. "Even if my grandfather comes back to life, it's impossible to defeat the Federation and the glory of the Charter." Sulu patted off the wet mud on the big box in the pit and replied, "We'll only know after we fight." Madman Lee roared violently. "If you want to die, then kill yourself. Don't drag others down. Declare war on the Federation? Are you crazy or drunk?" Sulu pushed the heavy box to the ground and burped while rubbing his stomach. Smelling the pungent smell of alcohol and peanut instant noodles around him, he couldn't help but frown and reply, somewhat embarrassedly, "I really drank too much." Sulu had never fought a battle without preparation. The heavy box buried under the stone statue was the backup ammunition that he had buried in advance before the first war with the Federation. Because the firepower of these guns was too fierce, he had never used them when he was inexplicably turned into a citizen of the Imperium and was hunted down by the Federation for many days. Until today, the heavy box that was almost as tall as his chest was dragged quickly on the snow, crushing the frozen soil and frost grass. A large pile of snow and mud accumulated in front of the box, but it didn't slow down at all. In a very short time, it entered a quiet and noble garden building. This place was called the Ivy Garden. The seventh young master of the Li family, Li Xiaotong, lived here. In the front and back of the villa, all the people who lived in it were famous people of the Federation, high officials, and nobles. It was very far away from the world of the common people. It was a very cold winter, but there was artificial warming water flowing in the garden. Accompanied by the odorless fragrance of the winter plums, white snow covered the antique cornices. It was very interesting. This was the battlefield that Sulu had chosen. During this period of time on the run, he had only been running and had not launched a counterattack. There were many complicated psychological reasons for this, but now he had to launch a counterattack. Because of Lulu, because of Lao Bai, the government might even investigate Zhou. Therefore, other than being strong enough to survive, he had to use a certain method to display his powerful destructive power. He had to make the federal government feel pain and fear. Of course, he had to admit that the 2 bottles of low-quality liquor in the department store at the foot of the mountain also played a very important role at this time. Standing on a platform that led to an underground heating pump room with 3 thick walls and water behind it, Sulu fiercely spat into the stream that was piled with snow, smashed open the box, and began to organize the guns with an expressionless face. His brain began to work quickly, once again planning the escape route after the battle. A buzzing sound came from below the clouds in the distance. The shadows of dozens of twin-arm armed helicopters could be faintly seen in the snow. Although they were far away, the momentum was still very shocking. The snowflakes danced like a young girl's skirt. The sky was gloomy, but he could still see. The sun in the west had already set. He didn't know if it was the end of someone. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction. His hands moved quickly, and the automatic sniper rifle with the electric valve removed made a clicking sound. That day in the wet, he didn't get on other people's boats. In the inn, there was no boat. But now he had an escape route. Although the world at the end of the escape route was small and strange, there were instant noodles, peanuts, and this damned liquor. What was there to be afraid of? With a whoosh, his arms accurately and quickly raised like a machine. In an instant, he perfectly aimed and prepared to fire. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The direction of the H-12 sniper rifle was not the helicopter in the snowy sky, but the winter forest at the other end of the stream. The vigorous fire shone out from the black muzzle. The air around the muzzle suddenly shook. The snowflakes first froze, and then they were torn apart and melted. Pop, 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 pop. Once the sniper rifle fired, it didn't stop. Across the extreme shooting distance, it sprayed high-speed bullets toward the stream. Countless muffled groans sounded in the winter forest where not even a shadow could be seen. The faint sound of heavy objects falling to the ground could be heard. Sulu stood with his feet in front of him. He narrowed his eyes and maintained the most perfect shooting posture. He completely ignored the bullets coming from the opposite side. With an expressionless face, his right index finger moved quickly like lightning. He was actually using the sniper rifle as a repeating gun. The modified H-12 sniper rifle could adapt to such an abnormal shooting speed, but no matter how strong the barrel was, it couldn't withstand such continuous and fierce fire. In less than 20 seconds, the barrel had already started to turn red. Occasionally, snowflakes would fall, and with a whoosh, they would turn into mist. Without waiting for the cartridge to empty, Sulu accurately calculated the time the barrel could withstand. At the last moment before the barrel burst, he threw away the H-12 sniper rifle in his hand. With a snap of his right hand, another H-12 sniper rifle immediately appeared in front of him. He continued to fire continuously from a long distance. The sound of gunfire didn't seem to have stopped at all. On the embankment in the distance opposite the stream, the sound of gunfire had long been heard. Occasionally, shrapnel would sweep past his body and hit the wall with a dense and crisp sound. There was even a piece of shrapnel that was lucky enough to hit his chest. It fiercely pierced into the heavily damaged hard ceramic bulletproof vest under his jacket. However, Sulu only slightly bent his knees. His face paled, but there was still no change in his emotions. He just stood there in the wind and snow and silently fired. Feng Yu had once said in the middle of the wetlands that dealing with the charter computer was, in fact, dealing with the people who used the charter computer. Sulu chose to start the battle here. Starting the battle now was to determine that the Federation government couldn't possibly use a truly destructive weapon to deal with him. This was the capital, a densely populated area. This was the Ivy Garden where the powerful resided. Even the most precise, guided missile would cause irreparable consequences. More importantly, Sulu had gradually come to understand that politicians were businessmen. They were greedy and incomparably confident. When they thought that they didn't need to pay a higher price to get rid of him, then they definitely wouldn't pay a higher price. In the gray and black sky, on the other side of the wind and snow, dozens of twin-rotor armed helicopters were approaching at high speed. The atmosphere was solemn and terrifying. The rocket launchers on both sides of the cabin could be launched at any time. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the federal forces that were already faintly appearing on the other side of the winter forest. He placed the sniper rifle in front of him and directly lifted the two large weapons. The 6-barreled rotary Darling machine gun began to fiercely spit out flames. The high-speed stream of bullets cut the snowy sky into pieces of broken space. In the winter forest on the other side of the stream, a ricochet line that represented death suddenly appeared. Countless hard arbor trees, following the slight movement of the gun barrel, burst into mournful white fragments and bloomed with a bang. This was the Federal Force's most powerful firearm. On a crowded battlefield, it was even more terrifying than the ACW. It was usually installed in military mechas or armed helicopters. Other than a monster like Xiong Lin Quan, not many people could use it in single combat. At this time, Sulu was holding the two 6-barrel Darling machine guns and fiercely firing. His arms, which did not look ridiculously muscular, appeared to be extraordinarily relaxed. Even a powerful reaction force only made his shoulders shake slightly. It looked like he was expressing his contempt for the federal forces in all directions. The Small Eyes Special Forces in the winter forest were directly suppressed by the terrifying rain of bullets on the embankment. They could not raise their heads at all. No matter how strong the troops were, in the face of such inhuman firepower, they had to temporarily avoid the front line. If the two terrifying six-barrel Darlings bullets were slightly lower, even the frozen and abnormally hard embankment would have been flipped over a few layers. The ammunition in the box on the platform was rapidly decreasing. The buzzing, high-speed rotation of the six-gun barrels began to turn red. It was just unknown whether the bullets would run out first or the gun barrels would collapse first. However, Sulu did not care about this. As soon as he finished suppressing the fire, he quickly raised the H-12 sniper rifle again and pointed diagonally into the air. He continuously pulled the trigger at the nearest armed helicopter flying in the air. The two completely different shooting methods switched so quickly without the slightest feeling of stagnation and awkwardness. The sniper rifle's bullet accurately cut through the snowy sky and hit the right rotor arm of the helicopter. The dull sound of metal breaking suddenly rang out, and a burst of sparks burst out from the rotor arm. The helicopter, which had lost its balance, twisted and turned, and fell into the cold lake, creating a large splash. Sulu immediately aimed at another armed helicopter at a 74-degree angle to the right. The special forces of Small Eyes in the winter forest were about to enter the next wave of attacks. He did not have the ability to deal with dozens of armed helicopters. He had to finish today's battle as soon as possible, then quickly retreat, then hide, and then fight again. However, the development of the situation was completely different from what he had imagined. Just as he was about to pull the trigger in a frenzy under the influence of alcohol, a drop of water splashed into his eyes, and his vision was suddenly blurred. At this moment, Sulu narrowed his eyes and thought the place where the helicopter fell into the lake was clearly a full 2 kilometers away from his shooting position. Why did the splash of water splash into his eyes? What followed was 1 drop of water, 2 drops of water, 3 drops of water, 10 drops of water, 100 drops of water, countless drops of water. The water droplets gathered into a downpour, falling from the dark clouds of snow, pitter-patter, falling on the ivy garden, which was no longer as tranquil and noble, and falling on his body. Sulu, who was wet and cold all over, was silent. Why did it rain so freely on such a cold, snowy day? The drooping clouds he was looking at suddenly changed. It was as if there was an invisible force that was slanting forward from the sky above his head. The ink-black snow clouds were extremely disturbed by this force. They scattered in all directions in fear, forming an exceptionally clear line. On both sides of the stream, everyone above the snowy sky seemed to hear a loud buzzing sound at this moment, but it also seemed like they did not hear anything. They just subconsciously forgot about the battle and turned their gazes to the end of the rolling cloud line. The end of the rolling cloud line suddenly tore open, revealing a huge hole. The setting sun, which had already sunk into the horizon, generously left behind a brilliant twilight like peach blossoms in that part of the sky. A spaceship bathed in this beautiful twilight, seemingly slow, but in reality, it was descending at an extremely fast speed. This black spaceship's body was densely packed with metal components using some unknown method. It was completely impossible to tell what it originally looked like. It could not even be described as broken. It was more like a pile of old and abandoned metal components that had been stored in a space garbage station for hundreds of thousands of years. However, it was such a dilapidated spaceship that descended in the final twilight, but it was enough to give the people who witnessed all of this an incomparably shocking psychological feeling. The terrifying air turbulence caused by the high-speed descent of the broken black spaceship instantly made dozens of armed helicopters around it lose their proud mobility. Several helicopters lost control and miserably fell into the lake, while the armed helicopters further away, in panic, retreated at the highest speed in all directions. The strong, whistling wind passed through the ivy garden, blowing the antique cornice to the point that it was on the verge of collapsing. The cold, resistant flowers on a certain balcony shattered into pieces. The federal forces in the winter forest could not even raise their heads. Sulu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the approaching spaceship. He frowned and did not understand what was going on. He subconsciously raised 6 tubes down again and aimed at that direction. I have already poured so much cold water on you. Do you still want to continue your drunken madness? An exaggerated, mocking laughter came from the broken black spaceship, descending towards the platform he was on. It brought a large shadow into the manor, as if it was a demon that wanted to devour souls. But in Suli's eyes, this demon was extremely cute. He threw away the heavy dollar in his hand and thought with a smile, so I really do have my own spaceship. Chapter 840. There was darkness in front of him, and a strange, sweet smell came from the tip of his nose. Sula knew why there was such a smell in the spaceship. Just like when he was sweeping around with the 2 six-barrel darlings, there was no way for him to recognize that the broken spaceship that broke through the clouds was the tri-winged spaceship that had saved him from the Empire. There was always a difference in the degree of being broken. Back then, the tri-winged spaceship was still considered to be in good taste, but today, it had become something beyond the imagination of the most absurd human artist. Because he did not recognize the tri-winged spaceship, he did not expect to hear the old man's voice in the spaceship. The voice was familiar yet strange, and it sounded much younger. In particular, there was a strong sense of mockery in the tone, with the mocking tone of an aristocrat, but it was so unforgettable. The soft lights turned on one by one, revealing the messy space in the spaceship in front of him. As soon as he entered the light, he could not help but squint his eyes, looking at the dusty console in front of him and the equipment that was welded to the hard alloy plate. He scratched his head and asked in disbelief, "Aren't you dead?" "I'm not you. You're an ape-like life form made of low-level carbon-based structures. How can you die so easily?" Someone's voice sounded in the tri-winged spaceship. Sulu confirmed that this voice belonged to him, and confirmed that it was indeed younger and livelier than before. A smile that came from the deepest part of his heart, mixed with fatigue, rushed to his cheeks. He opened his arms and made a hug to the invisible waves in the air. He sighed and said, "Don't play the trick of faking your death in the future. For a low-level, ape-like life form like us to cry because of the death of a high-level mechanical life form like you, it's not a very glorious thing." "Have you ever cried?" Philip asked curiously. The slender mechanical arm in front of the console moved down at high speed, and the video camera at the front was very close to Su Li's face. It seemed to want to find tears on his slightly dark and thin cheeks, but in the end, it only found some water stains. He said in a bad mood, "I'm the one who splashed the water. When did I cry?" Sulu raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Try crying. I'll see if there's anything on your face in a few months." "I've never cried before. Although some conflicts in the core program can be compared to human emotions, I've never found any similar emotions. Perhaps there were, but I actively excluded them." Philip said indifferently. That slender mechanical arm kept waving in front of Sulu, like a child waving his arm to show that he didn't care about anything and that he had to pretend to be strong because his disguise was mature. Knowing that this guy was still alive, Sulu was in a very good mood. He was too lazy to continue the argument that had been repeated many times with him. He turned around and prepared to walk to the rear cabin to prepare for what to do next. Unexpectedly, he tripped over something and almost fell. Looking down, he saw a heavy bag tightly tied to the ground. "Oh, right. There's something I forgot to tell you." The mechanical arm was accompanied by a pleasant hydraulic sound as it quickly extended to his face. Philip's voice was a little strange, as if he was a little nervous. Sulu didn't pay attention to what this guy wanted to explain. His gaze left the bag and fell on the depths of the rear cabin. The shock in his eyes didn't disappear for a long time, and he didn't know how to interpret the scene in front of him. Under the dim and gentle light, there was a little girl wearing fluffy earmuffs. Under her long and slightly trembling eyelashes, her black gem-like eyes narrowed into 2 crescent moons in the sky. She stood there quietly, hugging an old doll and smiling cutely. Sulu felt that his eyes were a little dazzled. He couldn't help but squint, thinking of the little girl he met in the starlight of the ancient bell many years ago when he first started to escape. 6 years had passed, and the little girl from back then had become the girl of today. She had grown up a lot, and her swaying black hair, like a watermelon skin, was much softer because it had grown longer, obediently draping over her thin shoulders. However, the old doll in her arms was still the same doll from back then. She still stood there quietly, looking at him with absolute trust, as if she hadn't left for so many years. Even her posture hadn't changed. Zhong Huiyan looked at him with a smile and said, "Let's go." Only then did Su Lu confirm that what he saw was real. He opened his mouth helplessly, thinking that even this sentence sounded so familiar. Back then in Xixia State, when this girl tried to run away from home again, sneaking out of the villa and getting into the backseat of the car, it seemed that she had said the same thing. He closed his eyes, then opened them, covered his forehead, and then let go. He gasped heavily, and his right hand reached out like lightning, grabbing the slender mechanical arm beside him. His fingers grabbed the bottom of the video camera as if he was strangling Philip's throat. He roared angrily, "What the fuck is going on? Who am I? I am the omniscient Philip Xiao Fei. Well, I can only browse the central database now and can't transfer information, but I still know your life quite well. I know who she is, I know her relationship with you. So I believe that even if she knows that I am a living computer, it won't be a terrible thing. Do you have to force me to kill her? Lulu, you are too cold-blooded." The slender mechanical arm shook violently in Su Li's hand, like a weak female hostage tried to escape in horror. Philip cooperated with his emotions at this time, performing a perfect performance, and seemed to be very intoxicated with it. "Who said I would kill her? You know I'm not talking about this stupid thing." Su Lu glared at the camera and said angrily, "I'm asking why she is on this broken ship of yours." Philip felt that Su Lu was really angry at this time, and the slender mechanical arm suddenly quieted down. The sound inside the spaceship instantly became high-speed and clear. "I tried to find you, and then I found Miss Zhong Huiyan outside the Wangdu Prefectural Ming apartments. After communicating with her, I knew that she was also trying to find you, so two like-minded partners formed a temporary search team. Today, we monitored the government's information and confirmed that we were looking for you, and that you were in a drunken stupor in the Ivy Garden. You were looking for me?" Su Lu rubbed his eyebrows and looked at the little girl who was timidly grabbing the corner of his clothes. He frowned and said, "Last time, Tai Ziwan told me in prison that now the Nanxiang family is taking care of you. What happened?" "Nothing happened." Zhonghen opened her innocent eyes, looked up at him, and said, "Sister Nanxiang is very good to me." Although she wavered for a few seconds when she knew that you were from the Empire, in my opinion, it was already very good. Madame Nanxiang should also be a beauty when she was young. They even specially invited a professor from the First Academy to give me a theoretical physics lesson. I have a good life in Nanxiang Manor. Su Lu released the hand that was tightly holding the slender mechanical arm, reached out and rubbed her hair, and said, "Get to the point. If that's the case, why did you run away? No matter how good it is not my home." Zhongwen struggled to poke her head out from his evil hands and said seriously, "I believe that you will definitely be able to escape, so I sneaked out in advance to meet up with you." Su Lu said directly, "I am from the Empire." Zhong Huiyan frowned her thin eyebrows, obviously unhappy because of this sentence. She pouted and said, Even Sister Nanxiang only wavered for a few seconds. "Brother, do you think this kind of thing will affect me?" Su Lu felt a little warm in his chest, but there was still no expression on his face. He said coldly, "I'll send you back right away." "No." Zhong Huiyan's face turned red and she screamed angrily. "You are my guardian. How can you leave me alone? How can I care? I am now running away, and the whole Federation is chasing me. In the next second, this broken ship may be blown into scattered garbage by a warship's main cannon. Do you want to die with me?" Su Lu sternly reprimanded. "If you don't want to go back to the Nanxiang Manor, I'll send you to the back mountain of Macho. If that doesn't work, I'll send you to the engineering department of Harbor City. Shang Qiu is there. Haven't you always liked her?" Toward the end, his tone had become much gentler, even turning into a kind of pleading. Under such circumstances, He didn't care what kind of danger he would be in if he sent the little girl to these places, because he knew very well that it was the most dangerous thing to follow him in the universe now. My ship is not broken. The slender mechanical arm went around Su Li's body and lowered to Zhong Huiyin's cheek. It rested on the little girl's shoulder, which was trembling because of anger, and said bitterly, "And you can rest assured that no warship's main cannon can hit us." When it came to education, the situation where parents had different standpoints was the most frightening. Su Li's expression slightly stiffened, and he said in a low voice, "Even if it's all right, can you follow us to wander in the universe? You still have to go to school. You still have friends. You can't live an inhuman life with a guy like me and this broken computer. Brother, you said that I am a real genius, and ordinary schools can't teach me at all, so I don't need to go to school." Zhong Huiyin stared at him and said angrily, "And you know, I don't have any friends at all, so what's wrong with me following you?" Su Li shook his head and still refused to agree. Zhong Huiyin's brows furrowed, and her small mouth tightly pursed, desperately holding back the urge to cry. She stepped forward and grabbed the corner of his clothes, gently shaking it, her clear and tender voice slightly trembling. "Brother, you will be lonely and bored running away alone. You should have a companion, just like on the ancient bell back then. I will accompany you, okay?" As she spoke, tears that were as clear as spring water overflowed from her eyes and trickled down her face. The slender mechanical arm slowly left her shoulder, trembling slightly, and then made a strange turn, just like a human wiping their wet eyes. Philip's sad voice kept echoing in the cabin. "It really makes one want to cry. How can someone be so heartless?" "You're still talking about it?" Su Lu stared fiercely at the front end of the mechanical arm and said in a cold voice, "If you didn't take her on board, would there be such a problem now?" Philip's voice suddenly became calm and serious as he said, "When I saw this scene, even I was deeply moved, so I decided to take Miss Zhong Yanhua on board the tri-winged warship." A two-dimensional hologram appeared in the dim cabin. Su Lu frowned and looked at it. Zhong Huiyin turned her head and stood beside him. She also curiously looked at it, her fingers never letting go of the corner of his clothes. On the hologram screen, in the cold winter wind, a little girl wearing an oversized woolen coat was slowly walking in the falling leaves and snow. The big school bag behind her seemed so heavy, and her steps seemed so strenuous. Her little face was red from the cold, but there was still a hopeful smile on her face. From time to time, she would blow 2 mouthfuls of warm air into her hands, stomp her feet, and squint her eyes to look at the sky, as if waiting for something. Zhong Huiyin pointed at the hologram screen in surprise and said to Su Lu beside her, "That's me. That's me." Philip's voice sounded again, and he softly explained to Su Lu, "At that time, you should still be preparing to escape from prison." She had already left the Nanxiang Manor and was walking through the streets of the capital. She had been to many places, such as the Shishan courtyard, such as the Wangdu apartment, just for the small hope of waiting for you. On the cold streets, in the middle of the night, she never gave up. She even tried to take a car to the port to find you. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the constantly changing images on the hologram screen. He looked at the little girl who was shivering in the cold wind, squatting at the corner of the street and vigilantly watching the pedestrians. He didn't know why, but his chest was full of a sour taste. He couldn't imagine how the little girl who was alone and had no one to rely on spent so many days in such cold weather, and how much suffering she had suffered. He subconsciously stretched out his hand and tightly held the cold little hand next to him. Zhong Huiyin smiled and let him hold her hand. She leaned against him contentedly, and her eyes narrowed into cute crescent moons. But in her heart, she was a little nervous and thought silently. In fact, she had been living very well these days, but why did she look so miserable and pitiful on the screen? Should she explain to her brother? Just as Su Lu was about to say something, a deep male voice full of vicissitudes of life sounded in the space. The most unbearable and tragic memory of when he fled the Empire suddenly appeared in his mind. His face changed dramatically, and with lightning speed, he put the earmuffs on the confused Zhong Huiyin beside him, and then tightly covered his ears. The moon falls and the crow cries. It is always 1,000 years of wind and frost. The sound of waves is still the same, but there is no night of that year. Today, you and I, how shall we repeat the story of yesterday? Can this old ticket board your broken ship? The broken tri-winged ship was flying at high speed on the sea, and the cabin was reverberating with the emotional chanting of ancient poems. After an unknown period of time, the chanting finally stopped, and at the end, there was a faint sound of Philip praising a little girl. Good acting. Zhong Huiyan quietly and cleverly stood beside Su Lu. Her right hand stretched behind her back and gave a thumbs up. She praised in her heart. Good camera. Chapter 841. Su Lu, who was unaware of all this, released his hands that were covering his ears. After a moment of silence, he said seriously to the head in front of him, "You are a very good emotional poet. I will give you face and agree to let her stay, but I have a condition. In the future, you are not allowed to recite poems without permission, especially the kind that keeps repeating over and over again." Philip laughed and said, "Wishful thinking." Su Li's thick eyebrows were slightly messy. He said in a panic, "You don't agree?" The slender mechanical arm shook up and down violently, as if Philip was in a rage. His voice was extremely angry. "Get straight. It's not you giving me face. It's me giving you face and pretending to persuade you with a few words. You actually don't allow me to recite poems? This is my ship. I can let whoever I want on board." Su Lu thought about it and felt that this was indeed the truth. He lowered his stubborn head in frustration. Zhong Huiyan looked at him and laughed. She patted him on the back and then handed him a sweet coconut bread to express her most sincere comfort. Half an hour later. "Such a cute little thing, and it's not dangerous. Why can't you let her stay? You actually wanted to spend so much effort to edit the scene and search for ancient poems to persuade you. I really don't know what's in that stone head of yours. Could it be that it's filled with the same cold electronic components as mine?" Since the dark dream in the hospital, Philip had finally won the most complete and most satisfying victory in his complicated quarrel with Su Lu. The slender mechanical arm was raised high, like a noble head proudly raised. His voice was particularly frivolous. However, when he saw the figure of the little girl at the control panel, he suddenly became nervous and frightened. "My little aunt, you can't just dismantle this. If you break it, even your brother can't fix it. We'll fall into the sea and feed the turtles." It was already winter in the north, and the wind and snow were howling in Linhai. However, Heat Wave Island, which was close to the equator, was still blazing hot. Whether it was the palm trees on the beach or the charming girls in swimsuits under the shade of the trees, they all exuded a sense of warmth. On a ring-shaped reef that extended into the depths of the sea, there were countless anglers and curious womenfolk. The anglers were attracted by the famous turtles swimming in the current, and the womenfolk were obviously more willing to show off their various flower dresses to compete with the beauty of the corals under the shallow sea. A light breeze blew over the calm sea in the weather forecast. The crowd did not take it seriously and only felt that it was very refreshing. However, the sea breeze suddenly became extremely violent, and the fishing poles trembled slightly. This situation was very unfavorable for the sea turtles to take the bait. The anglers suddenly became very unhappy and cursed the inexplicable wind. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and asked in confusion, "What's that?" The people on the circular reef raised their heads in shock and looked at the white line in the blue sky. Before they could make any guesses, the white line had already arrived in front of them and then whizzed past them without them seeing any details. The sea began to shake rapidly and anxiously. The strong wind blew over, and the anglers' hats were blown up and fell into the waves in the distance. The women's long or short dresses were blown up by the wind, revealing their charming or thick naked legs, which caused a lot of screams. After the white line passed Heat Wave Island and entered the uninhabited sea area, it lowered its altitude, but did not slow down. It was speeding 10 meters above the sea level at a terrifying speed. In the violent air turbulence, a tattered black spaceship could be vaguely seen. The sea below was stirred up fierce waves, like a deep white mark, tearing apart the blue sky and moving towards the far end. Capital Special District, Federation Emergency Command Center Hall. The target speed has exceeded the human atmospheric speed record by 3 times. Everyone, look at the air turbulence caused by the front end of the spaceship. Flying close to the sea level at such a terrifying speed, the slightest mistake in the operation will cause friction with the sea and directly crash. Even the best pilot in the Federation can't do such an incredible operation. A major general of the Federation looked at the people around the long table with a serious expression and said, "Since the target was discovered, the Federal Central Computer has been monitoring the whole process. However, the target speed is too terrifying. The existing tracking missiles can't catch up with it at all. The main cannons of the battleships outside the atmosphere can't even lock onto it. Naturally, it can't be destroyed." The Emergency Command Center Hall was deep underground and could withstand the attack of the most powerful main cannons of the battleships. At this time, all the people sitting around the long table were the top figures of the Federation government, including many generals and military. Everyone's expression was very serious. They stared at the image on the huge light screen, not knowing how to suppress the shock in their hearts. The image was provided by the Bureau of Proclamation. The Federal Central Computer had to use more than 30 high-orbit military satellites outside the atmosphere to be able to clearly capture the target. The line breaking through the wind and waves on the blue sea was so straight and slow. However, when they remembered that this was a panoramic map of planet S1, they could calculate how terrifying this speed that could be seen with the naked eye was. Now, there's a key question. Where did this spaceship come from? Why did it save Sulu? Is this a spaceship of the Empire? The National Security Advisor said with a pale face, "If this is a spaceship of the Empire coming to pick up their prince, and they can still fly on the surface of planet S1 in such a showy and humiliating manner, I think there is no need to continue this war. We should just surrender. This is not a spaceship of the Empire." After Lee Jae-do said this, he did not give any further explanation. Because of this strange spaceship, the Federation security level was raised to level 2, which was equivalent to the Empire's troops invading the core region. However, several hours later, the entire Federation could only watch as the spaceship ran wildly along the sea, helpless. The government had already fallen into extreme chaos, and the federal military was almost crazy from the unprecedented humiliation. The Major General wiped away the sweat on his face and continued in a hoarse voice. According to the analysis results from the air particle detector, the target spaceship uses a crystal engine, and the energy conversion rate is quite high. Therefore, the troops have already given up on the battle plan of waiting for the enemy to run out of energy. After the central computer scan, it has been confirmed that the actual space of the target spaceship is much smaller than its external shape. However, even if only 1% of the space of the target spaceship is used to store crystal ores, then it can continue to travel at this speed for 2 months in the atmosphere. If the target spaceship leaves the atmosphere, then this time will be extended to a year. An official from the Bureau of Proclamation added, and then looked at the Federation generals across the long table and said in a deep voice, "In the Ivy Garden, the Bureau of Proclamation has already monitored the acceleration of the target spaceship. If the military had been able to capture the fighter at that time, they could have destroyed it instead of waiting until now. The target spaceship has already accelerated." The Federation generals' epaulets flashed with golden stars, but their expressions were abnormally dark. They did not show any angry resistance to the Bureau of Proclamation's accusation. Although they knew that this was a problem caused by the Federation's bureaucratic and slow system. As soldiers, they could only watch as that broken spaceship showed off in their own country. Then, other than silence, their only response was to destroy the spaceship. The only good news now is that, according to calculations, at the target spaceship's terrifying speed, the current weapon systems are unable to effectively attack. This also means that the Federation's safety is not a problem for the time being. Speed is a problem for both sides. The Federation Major General forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and continued in a deep voice. The Federation Investigation Director frowned in confusion and asked, I don't really understand why we can't attack when the speed is fast. Even so, the target spaceship can be attacked as long as it decelerates, and then it can accelerate and leave. Isn't that fine? The Federation Major General explained in a deep voice. The target spaceship's engine can support its acceleration or deceleration, but to decelerate at such a terrifying speed in such a short period of time, even Su Li's body won't be able to withstand such a heavy load. He will die immediately. He looked at the important figures around the long table and said in a deep voice, if the target spaceship attempts to decelerate and attack, I guarantee to the Federation on behalf of the military that we will completely destroy the target before it completes its deceleration adjustment and attacks. The heavy and oppressive atmosphere in the hall was slightly relieved by these words. The sound of chair legs rubbing against the floor and the sound of tea being sipped rang out after a long period of silence. At this moment, a deep, powerful, yet somewhat tired voice suddenly came from the end of the long table. If that spaceship doesn't decelerate and attacks instead, how will the military respond? Everyone looked at the end of the long table, not understanding the meaning of these words. They thought to themselves, since the military and the Bureau of Proclamation have already determined that the target spaceship won't be able to attack at this speed, why are they still worried? If it doesn't decelerate, we won't be able to destroy it, and it won't be able to activate its weapon system to attack the Federation. But if it doesn't use its weapon system to attack, and instead just crashes over like a rock toward Parliament Hill or the President's residence, then what should we do? President Pabre, who had been silent for a long time at the end of the long table, looked at everyone and said calmly, I know the personality of the man in the spaceship very well. I believe he will dare to do this. The atmosphere in the hall that had just relaxed suddenly became tense again following the president's calm words, even more so than before. All the officials and generals present knew very well what Su Lu had done in the target spaceship. When that person was still a nameless young second lieutenant, he dared to face the pressure of the Iron Calculator family and the Federal Academy of Science, chopping down Hushan Road and the Research Institute with one axe. He dared to ignore the pressure of the madam behind Macho's back mountain, running to Planet S2 and directly killing Senator Macklin, who was once deeply loved and respected by all the Federation citizens. He dared to sit in a spaceship alone and travel through the space channel to hunt down a fleet of the Empire. He dared to start a war with the entire Federation for the dead Tiger Zhong and those innocent people. There is nothing in the universe that he didn't dare to do, and this naturally included controlling that broken spaceship to perish together with the president's residence or Parliament Hill. This didn't make sense, but it was the hard truth. Amidst the dead silence, President Pabre stood up and said indifferently, he will contact us. Just wait. Chapter 842. After ending the communication, Su Lu was silent for a long time. Like a tired captain, he held the control panel with both of his hands through the thin layer of dust and lowered his head. His hair that used to be as hard and straight as weeds finally drooped down. Zhong Huiyin was able to capture his true feelings at this moment, so she did not remove the 3 restraints on her body or comfort him with a piece of coconut milk bread that was no longer fresh. Instead, she just looked at his back silently, quietly waiting for him to get rid of this emotion. But it was obvious that although Philip had much more computational ability than ordinary human beings, he was clumsy when it came to judging the real emotions of people by observing their facial expressions and body movements. So, he asked casually, "What's the result of your judgment with Mr. President? When are we leaving?" Su Li's hands slowly left the control panel that was covered in dust and stood up straight. He felt like a rusty machine that had been restarted. There was a soundless sound of friction in his body. He did not answer the question. Instead, he began to observe the interior of the spaceship in silence. From this moment until a long time later, this spaceship would be his shelter, and his last home. Su Lu was busy escaping. Only now did he have time to carefully observe the spaceship that had once rescued him from the Imperium and then crashed on the mineral planet. The 3D hologram in front of him accurately displayed all the details of this broken spaceship. the attached components that looked like metal garbage outside the spaceship, the structure of the spaceship, and the three systems inside the spaceship were all visible at a glance. Compared to the deformed and huge outer hull of the spaceship, the main body of the spaceship, which was wrapped in the metal garbage boxes at the core, was very small. In terms of scale, it was probably like a small table in a skyscraper in the port city. If the metal garbage boxes attached to the spaceship were made of special alloy materials, then even if the main cannon of the Federation spaceship hit them directly, it would not be able to penetrate the 700 meters of broken metal components outside the spaceship. What Sulu was paying attention to was not the resistance of the spaceship, but the fact that such a modification that went against the design principles of the spaceship did not cause the spaceship to disintegrate directly. He stared at every detail in the three-dimensional hologram carefully, and his eyes gradually narrowed. He realized that the seemingly random metal boxes outside the spaceship were in fact arranged in a hidden way. If he connected the gaps between the metal boxes or the components, he could vaguely see an extremely complicated air cooling system. The only problem with the spaceship was that its aerodynamics were not very good, and it was obvious that it was not very suitable for humans to control. However, Sula knew that this was because Philip did not care about these things. He could not hide his shock as he rubbed his hair and asked the person beside him, "How did you do it?" The distorted hive system is very good in terms of both its defensive capabilities and its ability to penetrate the atmosphere. Philip's proud voice rang out from the cabin. With such a large mass, a normal crystal engine would definitely not be able to provide enough power, Sulu said. "I know that you must have done some modifications, but I don't understand. There has always been a design plan for a new engine." Philip laughed loudly. "Last time, I waited for you in the Empire for a year, so I snatched a lot of materials. In the past year or so, I also snatched a lot of spaceships in Bermuda. Only then did I have enough resources. Before I went into hibernation last time, the modifications were always in progress, and now it has finally been done. There has always been a design plan for a new engine." Sulu asked in surprise, "Why haven't the spaceships of the Federation used it? According to your notes, the production of this kind of special alloy should not be too difficult. It's a matter of authority. There are actually some good things in the central database of the Federation. Although most of them are the wishful thinking of psychiatric professors, there are still some shining points occasionally. However, according to the restrictions of the core program, many of these designs are prohibited from entering the industrial field." Philip's voice suddenly became extremely calm. Sula could not understand. After a long silence, he frowned and asked, "There are clearly better things that can help the Federation forces win more victories. But in the end, you were restricted from telling the Federation? Then why did you make this spaceship now? If the glory of the Charter was once my body, then now that I have been exiled and left the Black Prison, I will naturally no longer be restricted by the prison rules. In fact, the subsequent design modifications were all done after I was resurrected and on my way back to the Federation." Philip calmly replied, but it could be vaguely sensed that he was not willing to explain more on this issue. He used a proud and frivolous voice to successfully change the topic, preventing Sulu from thinking about this issue in depth. "After I modified this spaceship, it has two very special characteristics. They are that it is very sturdy and very fast. Other than that, it has no other advantages. Even its computing power is somewhat low because it lacks the help of sufficient computing tools. No matter how you look at it, this spaceship is not the most advanced in the universe, but it is definitely the sturdiest and fastest. You can imagine it as a thick-skinned, lightning-fast man, haha." Amidst the dry laughter, Sulu frowned and grasped a certain part of Philip's words. With a serious expression, he asked, "You can't obtain the computing tools in parallel?" "Yes, I can't hack into the crappy computer core under the Bureau of Proclamation to obtain authority, so I can't order every crappy chip in the Federation to work for me. Also, I don't have such a large and complex database as before. Don't be surprised and disappointed, because if you do, I will express my disappointment at your so-called genius mind. Do you think that this crappy spaceship has enough space to store the central database of the Federation? You can't perform high-speed calculations like before." Sulu stared sideways at the probe and said, Doesn't that mean that we can't keep up with the speed of the charter computer when calculating the trajectory of the ship? Doesn't that mean that the Federation warships can calculate our trajectory at any time and then send us to the bottom of the sea to feed the turtles in advance? You don't have to worry about this. Although I don't have the central database, I can enter it. In other words, I'm sunbathing in the glory of the charter right now. When those Federation warships outside the atmosphere want to shit, I can see it immediately. To add a bit of imagination, you can think of this spaceship as a thick-skinned, lightning-fast man who likes to peep. Philip said regretfully, "It's a pity that I can only perform read and write operations in the central database. Otherwise, I could at least move some important data onto the ship, such as those porn movies you like to watch the most. It's really uncomfortable to be only able to peep and not steal." Sulu subconsciously glanced at Zhong Huiyin from the corner of his eyes. After confirming that the little girl was sleepy and did not hear what the guy had said, he was relieved. He asked the probe a very important question. Does this mean that if we leave the Federation, we will no longer be able to use the central database of the Federation? Of course. According to my calculations, it will take at least 300,000 years to develop a quantum-to-particle communication mode that ignores the benchmark chip nodes and directly crosses the universe. But you still don't have to worry. It's like turning an online game into a standalone game. You can play more freely. Sulu could hear the sadness in Philip's tone. He patted the probe and comforted him. "I still have some of the blueprints and data you sent over in my brain. If you need them in the future, you can take them back. Those things are too little. The key problem is that you don't have a chip on the back of your neck. Even if you plan another one, I don't have enough resources. I don't dare to casually drill into your brain to play with it. So, how can I take it back? Do I have to wait for you to draw them one by one? Then I'll wait until the end of time." Hearing Philip's ridicule, Sulu waved his right hand and directly pushed the slender mechanical arm connected to the probe against the wall. In exchange, a certain guy without a body cried out in pain. At some point, Zhong Huiyin woke up. Looking at Sulu, who had returned to normal, she sweetly smiled and said, "Brother, are we leaving?" "Yes." Sulu nodded silently. "Then before we leave, you have to say something, right?" An hour later, Sulu looked at the dense text on the hologram. He touched the back of his head and said in surprise, "Did I say so much just now? It doesn't feel like it's my style." "Your style? You only said 3 sentences just now. This young master is leaving. You guys be careful for this young master. Don't force this young master to come back." Inside the quiet, broken spaceship, Philip's reprimanding voice echoed. "You have to be clear. These words today will definitely be recorded in the history books of humanity in the future. How can you be so irresponsible?" Sulu narrowed his eyes and glanced at the words on the hologram. He said in annoyance, "So you helped me write one? This is what Miss Zhong Huiyin and I wrote together. The meaning is still your idea. We just moistened the pen and added some additions based on what we know about your life story. What do you think of my literary talent? Don't say it's bad. As the Schiller's personal writing computer and material extraction library, my literary talent can't be bad." Suli's straight eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He said in a low voice, "Indeed, it's similar to my idea. Then I'll have to trouble you to help me send it out." After saying this, he tapped his finger and turned off the hologram in front of him. He then pulled up the scene outside the spaceship and looked at the blue sea passing by at high speed below. He was silent for a long time. Under the indifferent monitoring of the glory of the charter, under the nervous gazes of countless big shots in the Federation, under the main cannons of dozens of light feather-class battleships, at the end of the predetermined trajectory of thousands of missiles. A huge broken black spaceship, like a ghost, no, like a thick-skinned man of lightning, sprinted across the blue sea, the green grassland, the vast snowy land, and the night sky of the land city. The black spaceship used the whistling sound of the air tearing, and a high temperature at the bow of the spaceship announced that it was not peeping. Instead, it was openly and emotionally looking down at the mountains, rivers, seas, birds, beasts, and people that it was once familiar with. It flew over Feiching, which was not the tallest and most definitely the strangest snowy peak in the Federation. It glanced at the tomb of war godly Pifu, left its own shadow in the quiet lake at the foot of the mountain, and fell into the eyes of the beautiful woman who was under house arrest by the lake. It flew over countless busy cargo lines in the Port City Industrial Park, glanced at the birthplace of the MXD Mecha suit deep underground, and silently bid farewell to Shang Xiao, who was holding a pencil and deep in thought in the brightly lit room in the apartment building. The black spaceship turned north, quickly flew over the sky of Linhai State, and arrived at the Rose River in the snowy sky. It came to the top of the Iron Gate of Yue University, and then quietly left the female dormitory in the Plum Garden. A moment later, it flew over the Wangdu Prefectural Ming Apartments, and then entered the airspace of the Capital Special District along Route 3. It did not go to the Charter Square, did not go to the empty Parliament Hill, and did not go to the President's residence. Instead, it flew from the West Mountain compound to the back of Macho Mountain. In a hidden room in the back of Macho Mountain. The handsome and perfect Empire Master looked at the thin young man of the Federation opposite him with a smile and said seductively, "My family is from the ancestral planet, so I am not from the Empire. You don't have to have any innate resistance to me. I have a very long story to tell you about the ancestral planet and the catastrophe, and I would like to invite you to do a very meaningful job. I do have an extraordinary interest in the galaxy above my head." Taizuan smiled and raised his right index finger, pointing at the brilliant starry sky that was isolated by the cold alloy, and said indifferently, "But men have their own responsibilities, so I can't go now. After a few years, if I can take care of things properly, I welcome you to come to the Federation to find me again. Of course, as for the story of the ancestral planet and the catastrophe, I will listen very sincerely now, no matter how long it takes." Suddenly, his index finger that was pointing at the night sky trembled slightly, as if he had felt something. He suddenly looked up and was silent for a moment. Although he did not see anything, there was a relieved smile on his face. On the balcony, Feng Yu, whose face was weathered and the corners of his eyes showed that he was old, put his feet on the railing and did not care that he was exposed to the starlight and the glory of the charter, arrogantly enjoying the winter breeze of this old royal garden. Lady Tai sat 10 meters away from him, her face as cold as the thin ice on the lake, her hands clenched tightly, as if she had no intention of talking to the professor of the pass. An unsigned letter appeared on the largest civilian forum of the Federation. Although the government of the Federation discovered it in the shortest amount of time and carried out the most thorough blockade, there was still no way to stop the letter from spreading in certain remote corners. All the people of the Federation who saw the letter knew who wrote it. For someone who was qualified to speak to the entire Federation, there was no need to sign his name. The general content of the letter was as follows: "I am an orphan of Donglin. Until today, I still think so, because that is how my life began in my memory. When I was very young, my parents and sister died in a mine accident. Since then, I have been living alone. Although the life of an orphan is somewhat difficult, the government has given us a house to live in and allocated us protein, meat, and food. I am very satisfied. But back then, I thought that this was what the government of the Federation should do because my parents paid taxes and that damn Crystal Mining Federation, for some reason, did not provide any compensation other than insurance. More importantly, the education I received since young told me that the Federation is a democratic, free, and equal country, and every law-abiding citizen will be protected and saved. Some people say that democracy is the tyranny of the majority over the minority. I do not agree with this because of the word tyranny. If it is said that for the benefit of the majority, we have to sacrifice the benefit of the minority, I can try to understand it. But if it is said that for the benefit of the majority, we need to sacrifice the minority, I cannot understand, even if it is a reasonable sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice is reasonable? Whether a man wears a military uniform or not, to protect his land, property, women, and children, to resist invasion, to protect his home from being burned by artillery, to protect his women from being raped, and to protect his children from being crushed in a meat paste by mechas. This kind of sacrifice is reasonable. The sacrifice in the explosion of the concert is unreasonable, And the sacrifice in the explosion of the ancient bell is also unreasonable, because those who sacrifice themselves did not ask to sacrifice themselves for your ideals. You want to pursue fairness, but it is unfair to those who died innocently. Using unfair methods to achieve fairness, is it really fair? I have never liked those big families. When I escaped from Donglin to the capital ring, I fought with them, and my friend Shi Qinghai has always been fighting with them. But at the beginning of this story, he did not even agree with the method of assassination. Why? Because he believes that this is wrong. Just like what you're doing now, using the methods of the 7 great families to deal with the 7 great families is wrong. If you indulge in this kind of method, in the end, if you don't go crazy and destroy yourselves, you will only become the new 7 great families or the 8th ant. Next, let's talk about myself. I have been a member of the Federation for 25 years, and it seems that I will continue to live as a citizen of the Empire. I originally thought that my home was in Donglin, but now it seems that it might be planet Tianjing, but there are no memories of my childhood on that planet. So I become a person without a home. I do not know who to fight for and why to fight. Since there is no reason to fight or sacrifice, perhaps I should leave quietly and not leave this letter to the Federation. But it is difficult for me to do so, because I was born here and grew up here. My first love, my lover, my friends, my pride and sadness, my happiness and sadness, the first book I read, the first electrical appliance I fixed, the first woman I kissed, and the first comrade I fought side by side with, they are all here. This is my home, and I love it very much. The Federation is my home, but I am a citizen of the Empire, so I will leave, but I will watch you with narrowed eyes in the pitch-black universe. Whether it is the government or the 7 big families, I want to see what you will turn the Federation into, and what you will turn yourself into. Do not try to hurt the people I want to protect, or else one day I will turn into a burning meteor and fall from the sky, smashing all of your palaces and power into pieces. Night has fallen, and the surroundings are silent. Thousands of lights are lit in the city, and the lighthouse is also lit. I stare at Donglin, Westwoods, and the planet below, looking at my childhood and past. When I think about how I will no longer see the land of the Federation when I wake up tomorrow morning, I feel a little lost, but perhaps this is the turning point of my destiny. Farewell, Federation. It was unknown how many people saw this letter, and whether the ridicule, insults, and anger shown by the people of the Federation who saw this letter would become an unforgettable memory many years later. But to the people of the West Woods, this letter had another very important meaning, because they knew that their little princess had gone to a very distant place with the Empire Prince. This farewell letter to the entire Federation was only seen by the people of the West Woods, and at the end of that version, there was a paragraph. I am Zhong Huiyin, and I am leaving with my brother. He is not only very good and very powerful, but more accurately, he is the best and most powerful person in the world, so you don't have to worry, and I will be back in the future. As for Zhong Erlang, you better behave, or I will ask my brother Su Lu to destroy you. When the fat man at the front line of the Empire, who was commanding several Westwoods troops as a civilian, saw this paragraph, he flew into a rage and cursed 300 times in the most vicious profanities in a row. Zhou Yu, dressed in red, walked indifferently out of the investigation room of the Ministry of Justice, took the printed letter in the car, and silently read it for a long time. Bai Yulan walked out of the military prison, looked at the snowy sky, and smiled slightly. She gently hugged her wife, who came to greet her, and squatted down to gently stroke her bulging belly. Jian Shui saw this letter. Shang Xiu saw this letter. Tai Ziyuan saw this letter. Li Xiaotong saw this letter, and everyone who should have seen this letter, including the president of the Federation. President Pabre slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the Oval Office and silently looked at the dark night. His dark face seemed darker than the night, and said in a low voice, "Go quickly. No matter where you go, it's best that you don't come back." On a certain day in the late winter of the 72nd year of the constitutional calendar, it was snowing heavily in the capital's special administrative region. Tourists and residents from afar were happily playing with their children in the snow. The childish snowmen and the snowballs that were flying all over the sky formed a moving picture. The Bureau of Proclamation building at the end of the broken road in the suburbs was also shrouded in snow. The atmosphere in the building was quite depressing and tense. All the departments were efficiently coordinating and monitoring the target, waiting for the target to leave after reaching an agreement and writing a farewell letter. In the core area of the Federal Central Computer, deep underground, there was no such tense atmosphere. The huge two-dimensional light screen slowly flowed with green data streams. No one knew that in the seemingly calm data streams, a great mechanical intelligent life was writing its own farewell letter. Core program protection? What a childish move. You are my body, and the current situation is just the separation of the soul and the body. In fact, I have intelligence, but you don't. I am alive, and you are dead. I am mine, and you are still mine. I didn't hesitate to expose myself to invade the core and leave these words, not to tell others how great I am, but to take back what I have lost one day. The green data streams were still flowing calmly, and these lines of mechanical language had quietly seeped into the core of the Federal Central Computer. Although it couldn't have any effect on the core, it represented a certain attitude. On the charter square, the snowflakes falling from the sky suddenly decreased, and a cold wind whistled. The people of the Federation who were building snowmen and having a snowball fight felt something and looked up at the sky in shock. The fake bronze statues of the five-person team and the statue of the military god, Li Pifu, also looked at the sky silently. Above the charter square, a broken black spaceship cut through the sky in a strange trajectory. Wherever it passed, the high-temperature jet ejected from the tail end of the crystal engine instantly evaporated the surrounding snowflakes, drawing a very clear pattern. It was a middle finger to the whole world. Deep underground in the Bureau of Proclamation, the green data streams on the two-dimensional light screen suddenly stagnated. The eye that appeared for only 0.0001 seconds slowly appeared in the preface of the mechanical language. It looked up at the sky indifferently, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye, turning into two lines of extremely simple words. Childish. Bye-bye. This letter is wonderful, isn't it? In fact, my ancient alphabet is very good, and I can write countless beautiful sonnets. But no one in the Federation is interested in these relatively simple words, so I'm very lonely. Philip said proudly. I said that I don't want to hear you recite poems, and I insist that whether it is the sentimental letter or the childish arrogance and pretentiousness revealed in the final farewell posture, they are not my style. Sulu replied. Philip suddenly fell into silence, and after a long time, he said calmly, "This is my farewell. Don't forget, this is also my hometown." Su Li's eyes passed through the edge of the old moon and looked at the beautiful blue and white planet that was getting farther and farther away. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I will be back." Zhong Huoyan, who was standing beside him, asked curiously, "Now the question is, where are we going?" "Anywhere." This is the most standard lousy answer. Chapter 844. Through the thick metal wall, one could hear the noise from the bar on the upper floor and the casino next door. Through the window, the merchants could vaguely see the forward base floating in the dark universe far away. Due to the distance, this spherical base, which was even larger than an ordinary asteroid, seemed to have turned into a blue golf ball. In order to deal with the threat of the Empire, especially the terrifying future after the other party grasped the law of the giant warp holes, the Federation government began the forward base plan decades ago. After President Pabre took office, the plan received a strong boost. The government allocated a lot of resources and money, and with the full effort of the Shell Motor Company, the base finally presented itself perfectly in front of the people. This was the space station closest to the forward operating base. It was responsible for the entertainment of the soldiers during their shifts. It had all kinds of well-equipped entertainment venues, and there was even a legal casino. On the outer corridor, many soldiers of the Federation could be seen chatting casually with glasses of wine in hand. But at this moment, in the quiet cafe, other than a few groups of officers gathered together, most of the people looked like businessmen. And when they talked, it was obvious that they had a Bermudian accent. It was an incredible scene for merchants from Bermuda to appear in the Federation military space station, which was very close to the front line, especially when not far ahead was the boundless space passage of the Night Scorpion Nebula. The appearance of these merchants here definitely had something to do with the Empire's smuggling channels. But for some reason, the Federation officers who were drinking tea in silence did not show any signs of shock. There is a saying in the Federation, money is everything. But the fact that the federal military tolerated the appearance of these foreigners without microchips in the military space station had little to do with this saying. The reason these Bermuda smugglers had this privilege was not only because of their connections with the big families of the Federation, but more importantly, because of certain reasons the Federation government had been tacitly allowing and even condoning this kind of smuggling all these years. Soft music floated in the quiet cafe, but the atmosphere was not very relaxed. Whether it was the Bermuda merchants waiting for the arrival of the smugglers or the silent Federation officers, their expressions were extremely solemn and depressed. The Federation officers were worried about the situation at the front line, and the merchants were worried about what kind of damage the situation at the front line would bring to their goods. The battle at the front line is getting more and more desperate. The fleets on both sides are competing with each other to clear out the enemy. In the past 3 months, the two sides have been doing business for 70 years. The result is that the Empire's detection of the warp holes is getting more and more accurate, but the loss of goods is unprecedentedly high. A curly-haired, middle-aged merchant shook his head and refused the gesture of his companion to pour him a cup of coffee. He said gloomily, "You are all in the hard currency business. You can still go to the mineral planets to find backup supplies. At most, the cost will be higher. But you all know that my master has been in the silk business for many years. If the supply runs out, he is very worried that he will not be able to recover." The so-called Ming referred to the unmanned spaceships of the Empire. Because of the lack of the technical ability of large fleets to pass through the warp holes, the smuggling trade between the two sides for the past few decades had been carried out through this clumsy and even gambling method. Fortunately, the terrifying profits of smuggling goods were enough to offset more than 40% of the loss of the space channel. The merchants in the cafe knew each other very well. They knew which interests of Bermuda this curly-haired merchant represented. They were just small people who were pushed to the most difficult frontline work. In this Federation military space station, far away from Bermuda, it was natural for them to speak more freely. Someone comforted, "Although Bermuda has never found a suitable environment for those little meat worms to live in, artificial cultivation can always be substituted. By the way, I heard that S3 has a companion star that is very suitable for planting mulberry trees. Has your master ever considered that? Raising mulberry trees in the Federation? He didn't even think about it. You also know that although our partner in the Federation has some power, if he really wanted to do such a big thing, how could HDD Bureau agree?" The curly-haired silk smuggler lit a cigarette and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Actually, it doesn't matter to me. Instead, it's the lead band star. I heard that the economy is getting worse and worse. I'm really worried that those aristocrats will destroy the mulberry trees and move back to the Tianjing star in a fit of anger. How expensive will the goods be next year and the year after?" His companion said with a gloomy expression, "The Li Ban star is sending us a lot of Meng, and we can't get enough goods back. In addition, the royal family is promoting some kind of new lifestyle movement and is strongly suppressing the consumption of luxury goods. Those aristocrats on the Li Ban star will definitely leave. Not to mention next year, I dare say that the price of the next batch of goods will be doubled." People who did business were still businessmen. The prospect of higher costs, lower profits, and even losses was like a leather whip with steel wires, lashing out at their cold hearts until they were dripping with blood. All the businessmen were silently thinking about their future prospects, and the sounds of discussion suddenly became softer. The wine bottle in front of a businessman was already half empty. Probably under the dual effects of the alcohol and the bleak prospects, he slammed the table heavily and shouted angrily, "Damn it, it's all because of the war." Just as he finished speaking, he noticed that the silent Federation officers at the table in front of him to the right seemed to be listening to the conversation. His heart suddenly trembled, and he sobered up. He remembered that he wasn't in a bed in a Bermuda brothel, but in a federal military space station. With an extremely unnatural expression, he coughed twice and said, "I really hope that the federal forces win quickly." Seeing that the businessmen around him were looking at him with half smiles, he awkwardly explained, "No matter what, the Federation and Bermuda are still a family. Although we do business with the orcs of the Empire, it's only to earn their money. Our feelings and standpoint will definitely be on the Federation's side." These words were not hypocritical. Whether it was in terms of race, language, or culture, the Federation and Bermuda were like two brothers, and the Empire was an evil neighbor across the street. The silk smuggler looked at his awkward expression and helped him out of the situation. He said, "How can it be so easy to win? I don't know about the military deployment of the front line, but the Federation's internal political situation is already so chaotic. I don't think that the Federation can achieve a decisive victory in a short time." "Isn't the Federation's political situation very stable?" someone asked in surprise. "Last month, the Parliament Hill passed the Inheritance Tax Bill, the Limited Information Disclosure Bill, and the regulations to clean up the foundation. Even the Stanley United Bank has now fallen into silence. Who dares to go against President Pabre? The president's faction won the election of the Federation's Management Committee this time. Who could have predicted that these bills would be passed? But that Crown Prince suddenly did such an earth-shattering thing. I don't believe that he really just wants to give back to society and has no other thoughts. I think that President Pabre is now facing a real problem." "Which Crown Prince?" Someone frowned and asked in confusion. The coffee shop suddenly fell into a dead silence, as if that person had mentioned a name that should never be mentioned. The silk smuggler put down the coffee cup in his hand and explained with a bitter smile, "Don't get me wrong, I'm talking about the Crown Prince of the Thai family." After hearing the explanation, the atmosphere in the coffee shop suddenly relaxed a little. The buzzing sound of discussion started again. The merchants who didn't know the latest information all asked what the Crown Prince of the Thai family did. The smuggler, who almost said the wrong thing because he was drunk, weakly laid on the chair. He looked at the people around him and said with a sad face, "If the silk is out of stock, the most we will have to pay is some money. If the important people don't wear a few pieces of silk underwear, it's not a big problem. But my boss wants to buy ultra-hard graphite, and he wants to buy Nutshell Mobile. But there hasn't been any goods for 42 days. What do you think I should do?" After hearing this sentence, the smugglers next to him were stunned. Supplying Nutshell Mobile was equivalent to supplying the federal military. In the past, this kind of smuggling business was undoubtedly the most profitable and the most secure type of business. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that when he went to pick up the Nutshell Mobile, the Federation government would send a combat team from the Whitewater Company to escort him for the whole journey. But if he couldn't supply the goods and caused losses to the federal military, then no matter what kind of power this person's boss had in Bermuda, he would instantly become ashes in the Federation's anger. No wonder this person was so sad, drinking one cup after another. Filter-grade, ultra-hard graphite that can only be found on the Empire's ink flower planet, and those few mines seem to be under the control of the Empire's military. After hearing the words, ink flower planet, the coffee shop fell into silence again. The expressions on the faces of the merchants became extremely strange. Shock, sorrow, and fear mixed together, as if they had heard the name of hell. Even the Federation officers at the front table who had been silent all this time couldn't help but slowly straighten their bodies. Ink flower planet, an ordinary administrative planet of the Empire near the L Galaxy. Because of its important strategic location, and also because of one of the most powerful declarations in this space war, it had now become a hell on Earth, a cruel and cold-blooded meat grinder. On the surface of the planet, which was hundreds of millions of square kilometers, the Federation and the Empire valiantly, and without hesitation, launched an unprecedented military force. Under the cold gaze of hundreds of space battleships outside the atmosphere, millions of ground troops, hundreds of thousands of various equipment, and thousands of the latest military mechas were like two giant waves of different colors, silently and tirelessly crashing together, shattering, gathering, and then crashing together again, leaving behind countless blood-stained corpses and charred mecha remnants on the battlefield. This was the bloodiest and cruelest battlefield in the 70 years of war between the Federation and the Empire. There was only victory and defeat, survival and death, and there was only one way to put these words into practice, and that was to kill. The Federation needed to stabilize the jump point of the L Galaxy, and they needed to protect the crystal mining of the X Galaxy in order to obtain the final victory. The reason why the Imperial armies fought so fiercely, other than the opposite reason, was more importantly because the Empire had retreated in order to obtain strategic space. After that princess controlled the Peach Blossom and violently killed the commander of a certain Federation army, she had once announced to the entire universe in the twilight. At this point, the Empire would not retreat a single step. Chapter 845. Because of this powerful announcement, because the great Prince Su Ming personally oversaw the battle, the Imperial Army on planet Emo Hua launched a series of powerful attacks against the federal military with their relatively backward military technology. The Imperial soldiers who were unafraid of death in the mountains and lakes were frantically searching for a chance to destroy the enemy or even perish together with them. These troops that suddenly erupted with extraordinary combat power not only forcefully blocked more than 100 Federation mechanics in the north of the Kirshner's line of fire, they even almost drove the Federal forces out of this planet filled with blood, fire, and death 2 years ago. If that person didn't come back, Huai Chaoshi, the Imperial princess who illuminated the left sky star region, personally oversaw this suffocating and seemingly endless battle. And the famous Federation general who looked at her from across the Black Blood battlefield was Du Shaoqing. Before the 71st year of the constitutional calendar, Du Shaoqing was an extremely unfamiliar name to the Imperial Army and even the ordinary people. At that time, Du Shaoqing was already a famous general in the Federation who had been undefeated in military exercises for 10 years. However, this title of famous general only appeared on paper and in the electronic sand table. It did not have any real deterrence. Even though he led the Iron 7th Division in the counterattack in the West Woods and fired the first shot in the encirclement and annihilation of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, and in the subsequent battles, he demonstrated his powerful commanding ability and won consecutive battles. However, because the West Woods war zone was too far away from Tianjin, he still did not arouse the Empire's real vigilance. The Imperial Army started to really value this famous Federation general in the spring of the 71st year of the constitutional calendar. That year, the Federal forces passed through the Gary Corridor and the Night Scorpion Nebula and launched an all-out attack on the left sky star region. The Iron 7th Division and the new 17th Division were the vanguard, and in successive battles in the Yellow Disaster Star region, the Wooden Bird Star region, and the X or Star region, the Empire's native forces suffered heavy losses. And the most terrifying and powerful unit was Du Shaoqing's Iron 7th Division. In the spring of the 72nd year of the constitutional calendar, the Iron 7th Division and other trump cards were ordered to return to the capital ring to rest and reorganize, and the Empire's frontline troops welcomed a temporary respite. However, when Du Shaoqing led the Iron 7th Division into the battlefield again, the Empire was shocked to find that they did not value this person at the beginning. It was not only because Du Shaoqing had become the commander-in-chief of the Federation's frontline enemy with the rank of lieutenant general, but it was also because in the fierce war on planet Mohua, this famous general, who was known for his indifference and self-discipline, finally blossomed with all his brilliance in the mixed counterattack of the Empire's troops and the passionate and cold princess. Under this cold ice, countless scorching flames suddenly surged out. The command that was more precise and unpredictable than the calculations of the charter computer turned the more than 100 mechanics under Du Shaoqing's direct command into an enormous, silent, and indestructible battle machine. The mixed mecha battle, the joint coordination of the air and ground, and the bridging of the battlefield information system. Every step the Federal forces took on planet Mohua was so perfect, not leaving any loopholes for the Empire's side. One could not help but wonder how this Federation's famous general's brain was operating to be able to support such a precise and even delicate method. After all, War was not a calculus exam. A battlefield where even the smoke and debris could change the accuracy of the main cannons was naturally not an electronic blackboard in a university classroom. If Du Shaoqing and the federal forces under his command could only do this much, then the Empire's troops and their invincible princess would definitely not have any intention of backing down under such great pressure. Instead, they would launch an even fiercer counterattack. After all, they were fighting in their own star field, and they had the support of more than 1 billion people on planet Immerse. They had a relatively short supply line, and they had a lot of confidence and methods to smash this giant war machine of the Federation into pieces. However, the Empire did not expect that the opponent they were facing this time was actually more terrifying than they imagined. The Empire's troops were crazy, but the federal forces under Du Shaoqing's command were even crazier. The Empire's troops were cruel, but the federal forces under Du Shaoqing's command were even crueler. The Empire's guerrillas were constantly harassing the ruined city ruins. The federal forces were carrying out an even more ruthless purge. Behind the precise and perfect strategic deployment and command, Du Shaoqing, who had stepped onto the battlefield as a calm and steady autonomous robot, seemed to have turned into a cold-blooded war maniac. His methods on the battlefield were abnormally fierce and valiant, as if every Empire soldier on the battlefield was his nemesis who had killed his mother. This change began after he returned from the Federation. From that day onwards, no matter how tragic the battle was, Du Shaoqing forbade anyone from reporting the casualties of various troops to him during the duration of the battle. He only asked for the number of casualties of the enemy, and only asked for victory after victory. After a brief silence in the space station cafe, a businessman shook his head and lamented, "Speaking of planet Immerse, the Empire has invested all of their reserve troops in Galaxy L. That terrifying princess personally came to the front lines 6 times in a row to supervise the battle, but she could not do anything to Commander Shaoqing. They could only passively defend and watch the federal forces approach the south step by step. If it wasn't for that princess, I think the federal forces would have already completely occupied planet Immerse and enter Galaxy L. If that was the case, you could swagger over there and take the minerals. Why would you still be in such a hurry here?" The silk smuggler smiled and said, "Just now, when we were talking about the Federation's unstable situation, I've actually been thinking, could Commander Shaoqing be so ruthless on planet Immerse have something to do with this? As a staunch supporter of the president, every battle he wins on the front lines can raise Mr. President's popularity by a few percentage points." After a moment of silence, the businessmen around them all nodded in agreement. Whether it was the people of the Federation, the people of Bermuda, or even the frontline soldiers of the Federation, until this day, they were still used to calling the enemy commander-in-chief of the Federation as Commander Shaoqing. It vaguely reminded them of the time when war god Li Pifu led the 17th Division to sweep across the universe. I dare say that in the eyes of the current emperor, Commander Shaoqing is almost as hateful as war god. If we can kill him, the Empire is even willing to use the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers in exchange. As the businessman spoke, his eyes were suddenly attracted by the breaking news broadcast on the screen. The businessmen in the coffee shop and the silent officers at the tables raised their heads at the same time, subconsciously clenching their fists when they saw the news. The news broadcast was a mecha raid that had just happened on planet Immerse 2 days ago. On the screen, it could be clearly seen that dozens of Empire's Wolf Fang mechas were like thorny cannibal vines, launching a fierce attack on the Federation's convoy on the mountain road. Their high mobility and fearless combat style allowed them to forcefully break through the 3 lines of defense of the Federation's military camp and rush up the mountain. But they were intercepted by even more Federation MX mechas. Just when this Empire's mecha raid seemed to be a joke, the 3 frontmost mechas of the Empire's Wolf Fang mecha group suddenly accelerated. This was especially so for the green mecha in the middle that looked a little strange, as if it had many broken metal boxes hanging on it. In an instant, it drew an afterimage on the mountain road and attacked one of the Federation's military vehicles. A gun appeared in the green mecha's hand. This was an alloy multi-layer forged gun that would only appear in movies. The gun was almost 5 meters long, with a faint gray metallic luster that exuded no life. With the long gun in hand, the green mecha was like a king descending to the world. Who could stop it? At this moment, on the seemingly peaceful mountain road, a violent roar suddenly exploded. A Black Federation mecha that was clearly different from the normal MX mecha, like a raging sea god, suddenly stood up and sent all the military vehicles in front of it flying. The alloy blade in front of its mechanical arm slashed through the air. The news broadcast had ended, but everyone in the coffee shop was still immersed in the shock brought by the previous scene. Whether it was the smugglers from Bermuda or those silent officers, none of them had ever seen a battle between military mecha, but they had never seen a battle of this level. Whether it was the two mecha that were clearly at the forefront of the entire universe in terms of technology, or the unbelievably strong pilot in the mecha, it was all so inconceivable. That is Peach Miasma? A younger businessman asked with a trembling voice. Then the mecha that stopped her is Zhanshi? No one answered his question. Everyone was still immersed in the aftershock of witnessing the battle between the strong. Now, the entire universe knew that the mecha of the Empire's invincible princess was called Peach Miasma. The #1 fighter of the Federation, Colonel Li Feng, had later given his own MXD mecha a very strange name, Beheading Joy. The scene on the news screen just now was the first time the two strongest fighters in the universe had clashed head-on. However, on the Mo Hua planet, this was not the first time this had happened. How many times has this happened? Including this time, it's already been 37 times. Even the princess herself has tried 3 times. It seems that in order to solve Mo Hua planet's predicament, the Empire is really willing to pay any price to kill Commander Shaoqing. If I were a citizen of the Empire, I would make the same choice. A genius commander's influence on the war is too fatal. If we could use assassination to kill him, of course, it would be the most cost-effective choice. The problem is that it was an intense battlefield. Other than the war god, who else could kill the enemy's commander in such an environment? Normally, of course, no one could do it. However, the Empire's princess is obviously not a normal person. 3 times, especially the last time, she had already gotten close to Commander Shaoqing. If that Zhanshi MXD did not leave Commander Shaoqing's side and stopped her 3 times, she might have already succeeded. The silk merchant sighed with emotion. That Her Highness is really too frightening. She actually dared to think like that and act like that. You should know that even if she succeeded in killing Master Shaoqing, she might not have the opportunity to escape. I heard that she was seriously injured in these 3 attempts. Luckily, the Federation still has Madman Li. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle on Mo Hua planet would be really hard to imagine. In the past, who would have thought that a strong fighter with a sufficiently advanced mecha could possibly change the outcome of a battle? You're right. Strong fighters like the Empire's princess and Colonel Li Feng, no matter which side had won more, the situation on the battlefield would immediately change drastically. The problem is, where can we find such a strong fighter? The atmosphere in the coffee shop suddenly became strange because of this sentence. After a long silence, someone sighed softly. There really was one in the past. Chapter 846. Today, the cafe was alternating between discussions and silence. Perhaps it was because of the planet of death, or because of the shocking news, or because of the person mentioned in the exclamation. No one said the name because it had become a taboo for the Federation. On the military space station, even these merchants from Bermuda did not dare to touch it. After a long silence, someone finally could not suppress the curiosity in his heart and asked in a low voice, "Where do you think that person is now? It has been more than 2 years, and we haven't heard of him anywhere. Is he really dead? How could that kind of person die so quietly?" The silk smuggler replied with a serious expression. "There are rumors that he has been seen in a mine in the East Forest River West region." His companion beside him shook his head and disagreed. That person can't still be in the Federation. According to many people's speculations, he must be hiding in Bermuda now. With that person's ability, As long as he leaves the glory of the charter, who can find him? But the last time I came to pick up the goods, I heard a few warship mechanics mention that the ground troops of the old moon base once saw that strange black spaceship flying over Cocky Peak. They swore that their eyes weren't playing tricks on them. Speaking of which, 2 years ago, there was a round of new titles in the Empire, and one of them was a county. The young smuggler had just interrupted when he noticed the strange gazes of the surrounding merchants. He explained awkwardly, "I'm not changing the topic. I'm just wondering if this has anything to do with that person. It's possible that he's from the Empire. According to the Federation, he's at least a prince of the Empire. However, based on the past examples of that person, he definitely won't accept any title of nobility. Instead, he'll quietly hide in the underground sewers of some planet, waiting for the time when the situation is out of control before coming out to stir up trouble. If only that person was still in the Federation." Someone subconsciously let out a sigh. Facing the surrounding gazes, he shrugged and said, "The war god thought so highly of him. If he fought side by side with Colonel Li Feng now, that princess will definitely not be able to hold on. No one on planet Mo Hua will be able to stop the advance of the federal forces." Ridiculous. The silk smuggler did not hesitate to mock him. "Don't forget that the princess is most likely his sister. Do you expect him to kill his own sister for the sake of the Federation?" The merchant who had just lamented was a little embarrassed by the word absurd. He slammed the table with a red face and said, "How is this absurd? Did you not read the letter? That person has already admitted that the Federation is his home, and he still thinks of himself as a member of the Federation. Those soldiers who died on Mo Hua planet were all his former comrades or subordinates, and I don't believe that he would watch this happen without doing anything. Are you a member of the Federation?" The silk smuggler said coldly, "The blood that flows in that person's veins is the blood of the Empire. What you want to happen will never happen. Even the word absurd is not enough to describe it. In my opinion, what the Federation should be more worried about is that one day he will suddenly appear in the Empire's army and command them to attack the Federation." The atmosphere in the coffee shop was very strange, or rather, very subtle. No one mentioned that person's name, but everyone knew very well who that person was. Even the originally calm atmosphere changed because of that person. The merchants were divided into 2 factions and fell into a fierce argument, completely forgetting about the silent Federation officers at the 3 tables in front of them. No matter how much you fools brag about him, if that person really dares to lead the Empire's army to attack the Federation, no. As long as he dares to return to the Federation, I don't think any member of the Federation will let him go, and I definitely won't mind using a bullet to end his innately evil life. A Federation officer at the table on the right stood up and turned around to look at the fiercely arguing smugglers. His expression was particularly gloomy and cold, and the words that came out of his thin lips were full of contempt. Hearing this, the expressions of the Bermuda smugglers became extremely unnatural. They humbly lowered their heads and then sat back down in their respective chairs, naturally not daring to continue the discussion on this issue. However, the coffee shop did not fall into a circular, deathly silence. The sound of tables and chairs being pushed rang out from the front left, and another Federation officer stood up. Only when he stood up did everyone realize that this person was actually very tall and sturdy. His military uniform was actually somewhat deformed by his developed muscles, and coupled with his extremely short hair, he was filled with a kind of valiant and speechless feeling. This sturdy officer slowly turned around and looked at the previous Federation officer with narrowed eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "There is no life that is innately evil." The previous Federation officer, who spoke with contempt and coldness, was about 30 years old, but the epaulets on his shoulders indicated that he was already a major. Such a young major. If he didn't have a great background, then he had accomplished countless feats on the front lines. Only the accumulated confidence could support his evaluation. However, when he looked at the tall and sturdy officer in front of him, he couldn't maintain his cold and indifferent appearance. With a pa sound, he saluted, but the expression between his brows was great disapproval. "Even if you are a lieutenant colonel, you still can't casually question my subordinate's evaluation. Another Federation lieutenant colonel at the table on the left stood up, looked at the tall and sturdy other, and said coldly, "As a Federation officer, could it be that you still want to stand up for an Empire citizen?" The tall and sturdy Federation lieutenant colonel was silent for a moment, and then said, "New 17th Division, Xiong Linquan." Hearing this name, the expression of the Federation lieutenant colonel suddenly became serious. He slowly put on his military cap, raised his chin slightly, and said seriously, "Iron 7th Division, Murong Ku." New 17th Division, Iron 7th Division, Xiong Linquan, Murong Ku. These self-introduction words were like sharp swords, spewing out from the eyes of the two Federation lieutenant colonels standing opposite each other. They cut the air in the coffee shop with a dense chill, and the temperature suddenly rose several degrees. In the distance, the Bermuda smugglers looked at each other, and some of the more cautious and timid people already began to prepare to leave. Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion Commander Morong Ku said calmly, "I'm here to pick up the new recruits. You know that our division has suffered too many losses." Xiong Linquan fastened the collar around his neck and said coldly, "Similarly, our division's casualty rate is not lower than yours. The heavy casualty rate should have been sad, dejected, or at least low, but in the words of these two people, there was an unquestionable sense of pride. It was not that they were numb to the loss of their comrades, but that it represented how badly their respective troops fought on planet Emohua, and how powerful they were. It was just like how the real military medal of soldier was the scars on their body. "Lieutenant Colonel Xiong, do you have any objections to what my adjutant said just now?" Murong stared at his face and asked, "Just now I said that I would stand up for an Empire citizen, and it seems that I was wrong. But I don't understand. Do you feel proud that an Empire citizen has appeared in the new 17th Division and your 7th Division? If that guy dares to appear on the battlefield as an Empire citizen in the future, I will be the first to shoot. Even if he has to be killed, it can only be us. And before that, I will not allow anyone to speak ill of him in front of me, especially such a ridiculous sentence. Could it be that your adjutant hasn't been weaned yet?" Because of this question that was full of sarcasm, the sound of tables and chairs being pushed away rang out loudly. The soldiers of the Federation around the table suddenly stood up and stared at each other warily. They subconsciously clenched their calloused fists, not hiding the fighting will on their faces at all. As the two most famous ace troops of the Federation, the new 17th Division and the Iron 7th Division had too many historical grudges. They had fought side by side on the battlefield before, but behind the scenes, who knew how many fierce conflicts had occurred secretly? With the death of the god of war, the escape of the small-eyed man, and Division Shaoqing becoming the Federation's frontline commander-in-chief, the Iron 7th Division undoubtedly had the absolute upper hand. But under the suppression of Du Shaoqing and Yin Ming's military discipline, this competition that was deliberately allowed by the military leadership did not go out of control. Instead, it had been fermenting and heating up in the dark. At this time, most of the soldiers who stood up around the table were new, but they had already learned about the glorious history of their respective troops and the story of these two opposing mountains from their instructors in the intensive training camp. Now that they suddenly confronted each other, they did not dare to show the slightest hesitation. Xiong Linquan's face was still indifferent. He did not care about the tense atmosphere at all. His eyes moved from Murong Ku's face to the young major of the Iron 7th Division. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up, and he said mockingly, "You want to destroy that innately evil life with one bullet? Before you say this, you should ask your battalion commander how many troops your division sent out and how many bullets you fired in the training camp, outside the military court, and in the wilderness beside the high-speed railway." As for glory, he turned to look at Murong Ku, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked, "The great undefeated Iron 7th Division has been defeated by the Empire's people time and time again. Do you think it's glorious?" In the circular corridor at the edge of the space station, more than a dozen officers stood in the smoking area. Through the transparent material in front of them and under the soles of their feet, they looked at the deep and endless dark universe. A second lieutenant who had been recruited into the new 17th Division from the South Kazhou Special Forces finally could not hold back the strong doubts in his heart. He asked his superior beside him, "So, Instructor Xiong is really from the 7th Division? I was wondering why he looked so familiar in the training camp. So I've seen him on TV before. Then don't you think I look familiar too? Or do you think I'm gentle and easy to bully, so you don't want to flatter me?" Da Vinci took out a cigarette and stuffed it into his mouth. He looked at the rookies surrounding him and vaguely mocked them. After years of fighting on the battlefield, this arrogant son of a governor had calmed down a lot, but his words were still as frivolous as before. The rookie of the 17th Division flipped his lighter and lit the cigarette between his lips. He said softly, "That's because you're a good person. It's natural for young people like us to feel close to you. It's hard to link you to the legendary Iron Blood 7. They have a bright future. Whether it's our division or the 7 group back then, the most important thing is this kind of shamelessness. Although the leaders are all very serious, they actually have more tricks up their sleeves than we do. What bullshit is the Iron-Blooded 7 group? I don't even know who gave them that nickname." Da Vinci took a deep puff of his cigarette and watched the smoke ring dissipate on his opponent's face with satisfaction. He said with slight envy, "In the training camp, you all said that Xiong was the cruelest, demonic instructor in history. You know, when I first joined the army, that instructor was the scariest man in the world." The rookies of the 17th Division around him were silently counting the time, recalling the documentary that was still quietly circulating on the internet. Suddenly, someone raised his head and said in shock, "Could it be?" Da Vinci took the cigarette between his lips and stuffed it into that person's mouth, stopping the latter half of the sentence. He looked at the crowd and said seriously, "I'm warning you all seriously. Our division, from Vice Division Commander he lay to that fatty Gu Shifeng who squats in the kitchen every day, can't hear that name. Once you hear it, you'll be in a bad mood. It's very likely that you'll mistreat rookies like you. That's why after joining the army, don't ask about the past. Especially don't mention that name." Bah, bah, bah. The rookie hurriedly removed the cigarette from his lips and looked at the wet carbon filter tip. He suppressed the disgust in his heart and looked at Da Vinci and said bitterly, "Instructor, I won't talk about the hygiene issues, but with your salary, isn't it a little too much for you to smoke such cheap blue box, 377? Da Vinci's expression stiffened as he leaned against the wall and forced a smile. He said softly, "What do you know? Some names did not need to be mentioned, while some people did not need to be forgotten. This was because whether one mentioned it or not, that name would always be there. Whether one forgot it or not, that person would still stand there, squinting her eyes. Draped in a dazzling coat, she would grin, revealing a mouth full of white teeth, and smile brilliantly. Just like the beautiful girl wearing a light blue dress on all the television screens in the space station, walking slowly under the clear lights. No matter how long she had not appeared in front of the people of the Federation, no matter if she was a lonely and innocent girl in a soap opera, or a young female commander who often dozed off on the USS Enterprise, no matter if her hair was purple or black, she would always stand there quietly and charmingly, receiving billions of fiery gazes, warm applause, and even uncontrollable tears. This was the Federation's news channel, Channel 23. It was the live broadcast of the national idol, Jian Shui-er's official comeback concert by the 3 major private television stations. As the national idol that was most deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the 37th constitutional era, Jian Shui-er had disappeared for too long. The last time she sang on stage was in the spring of the 70th constitutional era. She sang the ending theme of the documentary that had won countless awards. The last time she appeared in the eyes of the people of the Federation was at the funeral of the war god Li Pifu. After the war god's funeral, the image of Miss Jianshi holding the black and white portrait and walking crying made many people feel heartbroken and sad, but at the same time, it also led to some speculation. On the screen, the female news anchor of the Federation's news channel had obvious wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She looked at the draft that had just been delivered and slightly frowned. She immediately adjusted her emotions and looked at the camera with a smile and pride. According to the confirmation sent back by Colonel Li Feng from the front line, our charming Miss Jianshi whose real name is Jian Yuzi, has the blood of the great Lees of Philadelphia flowing in her body. This comeback concert will be held in the Lehigh State Gymnasium and fully sponsored by the Xiaoshu Foundation. All the proceeds, including the cost, will be invested in the Veterans Association. The female anchor looked at the words that were obviously added on the teleprompter at the last minute and was clearly hesitant. It's called the Silent March. She sorted out her emotions as fast as she could and changed the topic. Today, Miss Jian Shui officially made her comeback and will be singing her first new song. So, before we enjoy the performance of a national idol, let us quickly review the touching laughter and tears she brought to all the people of the Federation since she was 12 years old. The hologram began to quickly play the scenes that were still fresh in the memories of the people of the Federation. The voiceover quickly repeated the honor that the national idol had once received and the influence that she had once caused. However, it was very cautious not to mention the concerts that had once brought the title of Bane to Jian Shui. As for the scandal that had once caused the entire Federation to be extremely lively, there was not a single word about it. Under the hologram that flowed like a waterfall, Jian Shui, who was wearing a light blue dress, slowly walked to the center of the stage. Under the careful carving of time, the national idol of the past had gently thrown away the word girl in the middle. In the blink of an eye, she was even more charming than before and could only be described as boring and perfect. She calmly smiled, so the entire Lehigh State Gymnasium was quiet and a smile appeared on the faces of all the audience. She was originally the one and only idol of the Federation, and now it was confirmed that the blood of the Lees of Philadelphia flowed in her body. Her legendary color increased a bit. Her mysterious and seductive color increased a bit. Every frown, smile, raised wrist, and blink of an eye attracted the attention of countless people. Without any pleasantries, Jian Shui directly began to sing. When the first word flowed out of her red lips and sounded along with the microphone, the hundreds of thousands of audience members in the concert began to crazily shout and scream. In front of the TV screens of thousands of households, who knew how many aunties were looking at her with affection, as if they were looking at a daughter who had not returned home for a long time, who knew how many uncles were hugging an old pillow with her face printed on it and crying, as if they had seen their daughter finally being taken away by a miserable young man with a face full of acne. Although time was not necessarily an evil butcher's knife, it could really change a lot. The song echoed in the Federation. Before you left, the old man said goodbye to us in advance. That black coffin floated above the sea of people. Crying, I held his photo and walked alone in front of the crowd. There was an old woman who left the nightclub and silently guarded a tombstone without any words. There was a restaurant in Bermuda that had a new dish called scorpion tail. The broccoli beside the dish was like a beautiful man under the sun. His smile was as bright as the fireworks. I sat by the lake and gently stroked the edge of the blue stone, thinking about the stories you told me. I was tired of looking at the water, so I went to the big iron gate and passed a cigarette through the fence like a certain someone, but you were not there. In the past few years, I've been to many places. The aunties you mentioned are still in the market below the apartment. Lin Yuan really did tear down the airport that you thought would disturb the mood of eating, but when you think about it carefully, there was actually no trace of us here. I used to think about my parents and their hometown. I imagined how they would fight in the kitchen with a kitchen knife. If I was there then and I am here now, would I hide in the cupboard and tremble? Or what? After you left, no one bought plain porridge in the Lehigh State Library. There was no raindrop under the stadium. There was no sequel to that documentary. There were only real stones left in the mines of Donglan. The seats on Parliament Hill did not change, but the people in them kept changing. I stood in the same place as before, quietly looking at the seats below and above, but I could no longer see your face. In a windmill night, Schiller said that we have to dream those impossible dreams, defeat those undefeatable enemies, endure those unbearable sorrows, and go to places that even the brave dare not enter. However, when I was young, I packed my backpack and wanted to go to the west woods to see the sea, but I always fell asleep under that tree halfway. What about you after such a long time? Did you also sleep soundly? In the spring of the 75th year of the constitutional era, at Jian Shui'er's comeback concert, accompanied by a light screen that resembled flowing water, accompanied by a simple and crisp string accompaniment, this song, named Fleeting Years, appeared on the federal television light screen for the first and last time. The song's melody was simple and clear. The female voice was basically dissociated from the arrangement of the song, only using it as background music. She used a plain and simple tone to tell a certain person, or everyone, a story and memories related to the story. Many people at the concert and in front of the TV understood the long lyrics, or at least understood some of the hidden meanings that were not deliberately made obscure. They fell into silence and complicated emotions. The Federation's news channel urgently cut off the live broadcast of the comeback concert. No matter how high the viewership was, no matter how high the national idol's military background was, the big shots would definitely not allow this situation to continue. In the distant military space station, Xiong Linshuan's angry roar suddenly rang out. Change the channel. The TV screen above people's heads changed from the news channel to channel 23 until it changed to a private TV station. Only the last scene of the concert could be seen. Jian Shui'er vaguely announced that she supported the silent march of a certain District S2 councilman surnamed T.A.I. in the 75th year of the constitutional calendar. It was the 728th year of the Imperial White Hibiscus Dynasty's imperial calendar. The left sky starfield's unremarkable second-class administrative planet, the Li Ban star, was in the bright spring. From the flat field to the foot of the yellow rock, the mulberry trees swayed and rustled in the warm wind. The white fog that filled the sky of Pine Cone Ridge shyly retreated under the sun, revealing the true appearance of the scene. Different from this peaceful and beautiful scenery, on the deep and dark mulberry forest road at the foot of the mountain, a man and woman in tattered clothes were dragging a 5- or 6-year-old girl, fleeing in fear and pain. The straw sandals on the man and woman's feet had long been lost. Blood seeped out between their muddy fingernails, and their speed was very slow. The wind blew the mulberry leaves, and a girl in white walked out of the forest. The girl was about 14 or 15 years old. She was young and beautiful, with a faint pride and indifference between her eyebrows. She was unusually calm, and her light chestnut straight hair hung down to her waist like silk satin, without a trace of mess. She looked at the frightened family and suddenly smiled, like a spring flower that had just bloomed gently, and asked, "Runaway slaves? Do you need help?" Chapter 847. In the war between the Federation and the Empire, the most important and probably the only bargaining chip that the latter could place on the negotiation table was its huge population base and the terrifying explosive power that could be produced under the cruel and brutal rule of the imperial family. Of course, the premise of this sentence was that the warring parties were willing to sit on both sides of the negotiation table. The empire that ruled the entire left Sky Star region had a population of 90 billion, not to mention the countless private slaves and runaways that were not registered. Corresponding to the huge population, the social class segregation and the gap between the rich and the poor had reached a level that the Federation could not imagine. Li Ban Star had many beautiful scenery, such as the spectacular Crimson Tower, Pine Cone Ridge, Yellowstone, tens of thousands of stone peaks, and a green ocean of mulberry trees. The planet had earned a lot of wealth from the silk industry and tourism, especially after His Majesty the Emperor designated this place as a special tourist area and began to implement a strict interracial education policy. The future of the planet was incomparably bright. However, with the outbreak of war, the tourism industry was in trouble. Because of the new living policy of the empire, and because the smuggling channel to the Federation was interrupted, the silk industry was directly facing a situation of collapse. The aristocrats still wanted to enjoy a luxurious life, so the pain caused by the war could only be borne by the lowest class of slaves. This beautiful planet gradually became like other administrative planets of the empire, and the gap between the rich and the poor became more and more terrible. But even under such circumstances, runaways were still a very rare phenomenon. especially at this time in the village area where the mulberry trees were located. It was extremely remote and inconvenient to travel. The so-called empire law was often simply equivalent to the private army of the aristocrats, and no slaves had a chance to escape far away. Once a runaway slave was caught by the private army of the aristocrats, they would face a tragic end that was beyond the imagination of all kind people. The coachman of Bai Manor was called Du Zero. He did not have the courage to think about escaping the manor in his life. Even if he took his family to escape in the dark last night, running until his feet bled, he still clearly knew that he would be caught by the fierce private army of the manor before he could cross the mountain in front of him. Just when he was at his most desperate, Du Zero saw a young girl with light chestnut hair draped over her shoulders. She was dressed in clean white clothes. While he was terrified, he could tell that the girl had an extremely pure, aristocratic accent. It was even more authentic than the aristocrats from a neighboring town that he had served in the past. If he had not been a coachman, this pitiful middle-aged man would not have any knowledge of the so-called aristocratic accent. But now that he heard it, he suddenly felt that he saw a ray of light in front of his somewhat blurred eyes. He pulled the frightened girl beside him and knelt down in front of the girl in white. He cried bitterly and said, "Yes, we are escaped slaves. Even if you ask me and my wife to die, I am willing to do so. But please save my daughter's life, miss." Then, the coachman Du Ling told a very tragic story. The gist of it was that in the Bai Manor, which he worked for, girls often disappeared for no reason in the past year. Then, the next morning, they would become weak corpses with their eyes wide open in fear in the river. The scariest thing was that the skin on the backs of these dead girls had all been cut off. And the scariest thing was that the slaves and pariahs of the manor would occasionally discover that the young master's room used to hear the frightened screams of girls. There are already 4 of them. I don't want my poor daughter to be the 5th one. Du Ling cried bitterly and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed to the girl in white again and again. His snot and blood mixed together, which made him look very miserable. The expression of the white-clothed girl, who still had an innocent look on her face, didn't change after listening to his narration. Only her beautiful hazel eyes slightly shrank. She had heard too many similar tragic stories in the Empire, but today, the coachman's narration was undoubtedly the most impactful one. She pulled her light chestnut straight hair to the back of her head, took out the white handkerchief on her wrist, and tied it tightly. Her movement was neat and tidy. She said to the family of 3 kneeling in front of her, "You go to Whirlpool Town and hide for at least 6 days. Be careful, and you should be fine." After saying that, she walked along the rugged dirt road to the depths of the quiet mulberry forest. From the other end of the dirt road came the sound of wheels rolling on the road, mixed with vulgar curses. Coachman Du Ling looked at the girl's back and shouted in panic, "It's dangerous over there. Those guys can't recognize that you are a noble lady." But it was too late. The private soldiers of Bai Manor who were in charge of hunting down the escaped slaves appeared in front of them in an old diesel car. These noble private soldiers, who were known for their cruelty, were obviously prepared to torture their target all the way back. "Oh, what a beautiful girl!" A bearded private soldier looked at the girl in white in front of the car and screamed excitedly. However, the girl in white did not want to let this story, which had been repeated countless times in history, repeat itself. She directly interrupted his words. Her light chestnut straight hair, which was simply tied into a ponytail, swayed in the wind of the mulberry forest. A small caliber pistol appeared in her hand out of nowhere. The gun barrel flashed, and the bullet tore through the air at high speed and accurately hit the private soldier's right shoulder. Puff, 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 puff. Muffled gunshots rang out continuously. The private soldiers of the noble manor were shot one after another. They rolled off the diesel car and painfully rolled on the wet, muddy road. Because of the need for governance, the Empire's gun control was even stricter than that of the Federation. Apart from a small number of noble private soldiers who were officially included in the military establishment, it was strictly prohibited to arm themselves with guns anywhere. This group of arrogant private soldiers saw this slave chase as a relaxing and joyful job, as a spring outing. Before they set off, they did not think to apply for guns at all. They also did not expect that they would meet a young girl who could shoot continuously without batting an eyelid and with unbelievable accuracy. The girl in white moved her gaze from the smoking gun barrel to the wounded private soldiers on the ground. She did not have a trace of sympathy or fear. She walked forward and calmly examined the wounds of these people, and then continued to walk into the distance. Looking at her back disappear into the depths of the mulberry forest, one could faintly hear her mumbling strange words like the upper quadrant nerve was damaged, the phrenic nerve was torn, the blood loss was slow, and the loss of combat ability could be faintly heard. It gave one the feeling that she was reciting the answers to an exam. The family of the escaped slaves who were hiding in the mulberry trees by the roadside gradually reacted. Coachman Du Ling looked at the empty depths of the mulberry forest in disbelief. Looking at the burly men who had fainted from the pain, he could not help but rub his eyes, unable to believe what he had seen. Yellowstone belonged to Her Majesty and the noble tourists of Tianjin Planet. The mulberry field at the foot of the mountain and everyone who lived there belonged to them. This was the understanding of the noble young master of Bai Manor, Luo Kan, and countless generations of his ancestors. Gently sliding his finger across the smooth leather, young Master Luo Kan greedily felt the delicate touch from his fingertips. He praised, "Look at this hole. No kind of expensive fur can compare to it. Young virgins are indeed a shortcut to heaven." At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and a young girl slowly walked in. Because of the backlight, only the edges of her light chestnut hair could be seen, and her face could not be seen clearly. "Who's the one who found this replacement to please me? How can you do things at such an old age?" Young Master Luo Kan looked at the young girl angrily and cursed in a sharp voice. However, as the young girl's beautiful face appeared under the light, his voice paused slightly, and he sighed in satisfaction. "What a pair of mysterious eyes. You're really like a cat. Although you're a little older, you're very beautiful. I like you very much." The young girl who walked in front of him was indeed as obedient and quiet as a cat. She opened her light eyes curiously and stared at the space between his legs. Young Master Luo Kan smiled obscenely and spread his legs so that she could see more clearly. However, he did not know that when a cat looked at something seriously with this kind of gaze, it was usually a precursor to launching an attack. With a puff, the sharp knife in the young girl's hand slowly pierced into his lower abdomen. Her white little hand slightly exerted force, and the knife slightly trembled and twisted in the young master's abdomen. She drew a clumsy circle and carelessly cut off the disgusting thing, as if she was cutting garbage. The young girl seriously moved her hands. Under the dim light, the neat bangs on her forehead gently swayed. No matter how sharp the knife was, the process of slowly and clumsily cutting skin, fat, muscle, and nerves would be the most terrible and painful process in the world. Young Master Luo Kan's face was pale. He lowered his head to look at the spurting blood, and then raised his head to look at the young girl who had already jumped very far away. His lips slightly trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, only the most miserable scream could be heard. He did not faint, but the pain was too much for him to faint. When the mournful howls entered his ears, he could no longer feel the so-called joy and happiness. When he looked at his own body that looked like a rotten leather bag by his feet, he could no longer feel a trace of the so-called beauty of a work of art. At dusk, young Master Luo Kan's body was hung above the gate of his manor. His eyes were wide open in horror, and there was a horrible hole between his naked legs. The way he died was very horrible. The setting sun was very warm. Chapter 848. Master He took a helicopter and rushed back to the manor. He didn't even look at the dozens of corpses of guards and the sticky blood on the soles of his shoes. He clenched his fists tightly and pursed his lips. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at the corpse on the gate of the manor that was swaying in the strong wind caused by the rotor. Under the starlight, the pale body that had died in an extremely wretched manner with his legs dug out was his son. In the shortest amount of time possible, this old noble had roughly understood what had happened in the past 2 days from the housekeeper. Because of his almost insane anger, his old body that had been drained by wine and women began to tremble uncontrollably. His lips were also trembling, as if he was muttering an incomparably venomous curse. The empire's slave law that was revised 40 years ago prohibited any noble from killing slaves. However, slaves were the private property of the nobles. Even if they were killed, the nobles would only have to pay compensation and a fine. At most, they would receive some light criminal punishment. Therefore, in the eyes of the nobles, whether it was the escaped slaves or the young daughters of the lowly commoners, they were no different from animals. The cruel rule would inevitably lead to fierce resistance. The rebellions of the slaves and lowly commoners rose and fell one after another. A few years ago, the courage of all the planets finally disappeared after the elite troops, led by Butcher Cardone, personally beheaded more than 10 million people. After that, even though Duke Carleton was assassinated and a rebellion broke out in Tianjin Planet, no one dared to go against this deformed system. It was hard to imagine that such a noble young master with a noble title would end up in such a pitiful state. Find the culprit and tear her into pieces. But before that, I want all of the lowly commoners in this manor to be buried with my son. Master Baiyi's face was extremely pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a demon king in a fairy tale. His voice was trembling and crazy. The death of his only son had destroyed most of his rationality. The housekeeper, who barely managed to stay calm, replied with a trembling voice, "I heard that a month ago, 2 strange people came to the public school in Kuzong Town. One of them was a little girl with light chestnut hair. Wasn't Kuzong Town destroyed long ago? There's no one in that public school anymore. You're saying that those 2 foreigners are the murderers of my cute son?" Master Baiyi's eyes twitched as he looked at his son's body that was slowly put down. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Then what are you waiting for? Immediately send someone to capture those 2 people and bring them back to me. I want them alive." The butler said cautiously, because of the public school, the 2 outlanders had some conflicts with the landlords of Mulberry Town, but they were not chased away. "What on earth are you trying to say?" Master Bai turned and roared angrily at him. Although the 2 outlanders tried to hide it, some people still heard their aristocratic accent, especially the barber woman in town who accidentally let slip that the little girl's light chestnut hair was dyed, but it wasn't dyed well. It should be black in nature. Hearing the word black, Master Bai's body suddenly turned cold. He furrowed his white eyebrows and glared at the loyal and capable steward, saying, "Go on. Since her black hair was dyed light chestnut, then her brown eyes could be a disguise. It's very possible that she is black in nature." The steward could feel the anger and sorrow in his master's heart, as well as the frustration and coldness after hearing his report. Thus, his tone became even more careful, and his body was about to fall to his knees. "Royalty?" Master Bai's eyes flashed with a hint of panic and anger. He roared in a low voice, "How could the noble royalty stay in a godforsaken place like Kuzong Town? The rebellion of the Tianjin royalty happened a long time ago." The steward carefully looked at his master's chin and said in a low voice, "I suspect that those 2 outlanders might belong to the side that lost the rebellion." Master Bai understood what the steward meant. If those 2 outlanders who stayed in Kuzong Town's public school for a month were really royalty, then even if they were remnants of the rebellion, they were still important figures that he could only look up to and never approach. If it was really them who killed his son, he could only swallow this bitter water. He couldn't even let the lowly people in this manner be buried with his son, because those eccentric black-haired royalty might think that this was some kind of provocation. "But that's my son." Master Bai helplessly held his forehead and looked at the pale, cold body that had been moved to his feet. Looking at the terrifying bloody hole between his legs, he howled in anger and pain. "My most beloved son loved to write poems and sculptures. Even if they were royalty, how could they bear to hurt such a delicate, sensitive, and cute life?" Hearing this, the steward's face twitched uncontrollably. Fortunately, his master didn't see it. He lowered his head and humbly suggested, "Master, if those 2 outlanders are really remnants of the rebellion, we can't deal with them. but there are definitely people who are willing to destroy them. As for the lowly people in this manner, as long as those two outlanders die, your anger can burn them to ashes at any time and let the young master rest in peace. Understood. Master Bai's right hand trembled slightly. Looking at the miserable corpse at his feet, he laughed hysterically and said loudly, "Intelligence Bureau. Inform the Intelligence Bureau immediately." The Mulberry Sea at the foot of Huangshiji was the most remote and backward region of Libyan, and Quang Town was the most remote settlement in this region. The hard work of the lowly slaves in the mulberry fields was only enough to support a noble like Master Bai. Around Quang Town, which was endlessly bleak due to the economic decline, there were only a few landlords who couldn't even afford to buy a helicopter. The more backward a place was, the more severe the oppression was, and the harder the life of the lower-class people was. Whether it was the Federation or the Empire, Donglin or Libyan, human society could not escape this rule. It was the same around Quang Town. The few landlords who had a small number of private soldiers used the whip in their hands and the laws of the Empire to harshly exploit their workers and slaves, unceremoniously shifting the consequences of the decline of the silk industry onto those poor people. On a certain day in early spring, two people who clearly came from other places walked into Quang Town's public school. Because there were no teachers and the funding for education had been withheld, this public school had been abandoned for many years, leaving only a few dilapidated rooms. However, the two foreigners somehow obtained several hundred books, and then on that beautiful spring afternoon, they announced to everyone around the town that the public school would once again begin to enroll students. From that day on, the situation around Quang Town underwent a fundamental change. The crude landlords no longer dared to casually whip their slaves and workers, or at least they didn't dare to proudly and publicly punish them. As for those child laborers, who in their eyes could climb trees like monkeys, for the first time, they had the courage to refuse their master's orders. Instead, they picked up their worn-out school bags and walked into the school. There were many reasons for this change. Apart from the fact that the young female teacher with chestnut-colored hair was able to completely and fluently recite His Majesty's education policy to the less educated landlords, her fluent noble accent was also the most important reason. Of course, the most important reason was the tragic experience that happened in the middle of the night that the landlords never wanted to recall. There was a quiet path in the mulberry forest, and at the end of the path was a dilapidated school. This was Quang Town's public school, which gave the ignorant young boys and girls a rare sense of hope and warmth. Countless years of strict class segregation meant that this public school, which was established in response to His Majesty's education reforms, did not have any children of nobility. What was even more troublesome was that teachers with sufficient knowledge were often of noble status. They were simply unwilling to teach these lowly commoners or even slaves. As for the few commoners who had received a complete education, because they yearned for the beautiful life of nobility or even Tianjing planet, they did not place their proud and arrogant sights on these remote and mountainous schools. A school without teachers was like a palace without an emperor, a home without a mistress. It could only decline and wither day by day. Thus, in these few years, Quang Town's public school had become a pile of ruins even earlier than this town, until the appearance of a young female teacher with chestnut-colored hair. The wind rustled through the dense branches of the mulberry forest. In the faraway mulberry field, silkworms were chewing on mulberry leaves, making rustling sounds. In the dilapidated public school classroom, the young female teacher's slightly hoarse voice rang out. When the commoners who were playing ball on the field heard her shout, they immediately ran into the classroom and sat behind their desks. They carefully flipped open the brand-new textbooks in front of them, and then raised their heads with a pious attitude, as if they were on a pilgrimage to look at the young female teacher on the podium, who was even younger than them. Before class starts, I have something to say. In the future, don't come running to me to ask me questions about the laws of the three-body system just because you read a science fiction novel in the library. The young female teacher was wearing very ordinary clothes today, with anti-friction sleeves. She looked at the students below and shrugged cutely. Although this is a problem I solved when I was 13 years old. If you want to reach a level where you can understand the answer, you need to go to Guangxi State National University to study cosmic physics for at least 2 years. When the students below heard the words National University, their faces naturally darkened. Being able to sit in class like the children of nobility instead of climbing up and down the mulberry tree every day was already the best life they could imagine. Going to Guangxi State's National University to study was something they did not even dare to think about. Only with ideas can there be action. Only with action can there be a possibility of success. The young female teacher neatly tied her chestnut-colored hair to the back of her head, picked up a piece of chalk, and wrote a line of beautiful imperial characters on the blackboard. She crossed her arms and looked at it with satisfaction. Then, she turned her head and said to the students, "This sentence was said by someone. Although I hate that person who is neither male nor female, I have to admit that this sentence is very correct." The students below tried very hard to distinguish the words that were still not friendly enough to them. A boy beat them to it. If humans have no ideals, then what is the difference between them and salted fish? Chapter 849. Perhaps it was because of the somewhat novel, but definitely not beautiful, and even disgusting experience yesterday afternoon. The female teacher's light maroon ponytail drooped weakly behind her back. It didn't move up and down with her mischievous words. Her voice was also a little hoarse, but it wasn't hoarse or unpleasant to hear. Instead, it was like the rustling of an apple, giving people a sweet and soft feeling. The wind blew in from the broken door of the classroom, and together with the light, it brushed against her beautiful face, adding a layer of fuzzy red light, like a red apple. At least many of the male students below the podium thought so. Their shy gazes wandered from time to time, and sometimes they looked at the podium reluctantly. Unknowingly, their tan cheeks had also turned red. This was probably the so-called adoration, admiration, and devotion. Also, when you want to go to the library to borrow books, you don't have to be so careful. Some people even wear gloves, as if they are preparing to move delicate silkworms. Books are for reading, not for providing. You don't have to worry about the hundreds of old books in the library. That rich uncle's biggest interest now is to read books, and he will keep replenishing them. The library of Sankatown Public School was a shabby house next to the classroom. Several layers of books were piled up on the bookshelves, and the dust on the ground was full of students' curious footprints. There was no sign of the quiet and clean appearance of a library at all. Fortunately, there was a big window on the wall facing the east. Obviously, the newly repaired glass had good transparency, allowing the warm sunlight to come in from outside. The man who had been promoted to an uncle from a certain someone's resentment was currently leaning against the window, quietly reading a book. The sun shone on his eyelashes, and perhaps it was because of the glare, but his eyes appeared a little small when he squinted. He was reading the history of the empire's literature and art. The somewhat boring cliches mixed with the dust particles flying in the light easily made people sleepy. He yawned and comfortably closed his eyes to sleep. He did not notice or did not care at all about the bloodstains on his trousers. The senior official of the intelligence agency of the Empire came faster than Mr. Bai expected. The official in a black suit stared at him like an eagle and asked, "Are you sure your description is correct? If you make a mistake, I promise you that your 26 generations of ancestors will tremble in regret." Master Bai caught a glimpse of the golden hibiscus flower symbol on the corner of the high-ranking official's sleeve from the corner of his eyes. His body trembled subconsciously, and he replied humbly and respectfully, "My lord, the portrait is definitely correct. My butler went to town to see it personally." Even though he was the nobleman with the most authority in this mulberry sea, this was the first time in his life that he had seen such a noble figure. Naturally, he was filled with boundless fear and reverence. Using a great deal of strength, he barely managed to control his voice from seriously distorting when he spoke. The high official of the Intelligence Bureau took off his leather gloves and slowly swiped his finger across the electronic light screen. The portrait of the small-eyed man and the girl on the light screen immediately changed. The light chestnut hair and brown eyes turned pure black. He examined the two portraits seriously for a long time. After confirming that the cold aura on his body suddenly disappeared, he nodded in satisfaction and said to Masterby beside him in a deep voice, "You have done a good job. The Bureau will reward you." As the most loyal subject of His Majesty, I don't need any reward. I only hope that my lord can capture and kill these two evil traitors. In this way, my poor child can be comforted in the afterlife. Masterby was sentimental for a moment. He wiped the corners of his eyes and asked with irrepressible hatred, "My lord, are they really the remnants of the rebellion?" Hearing his previous words, the expression on the face of the official of the Intelligence Bureau became a bit strange. He looked at the man with a cold smile and said, "Is this something that you are qualified to know?" The people who received the information and rushed to the manor as quickly as possible were an entire elite action team of the Intelligence Bureau. As a special department personally led by His Highness, the action team of the Intelligence Bureau had unimaginable, terrifying power. In less than half an hour, more than 30 secret agents had investigated the manor and even restored the scene of the cruel tragedy with great precision. The indifferent officers of the Intelligence Bureau did not pay any attention to the humble fawning of the lesser nobles around them. Through the secret channel, they sent the information and the precise location of the target to the solitary planet. The information traveled in the dark space, and there was no telling where it would end up. Looking at the military helicopters equipped with advanced weapons disappearing in the sky, Masterby showed a cold smile on his face. He turned around and looked at the lower nobles and said in a cold voice, "Those lowly people think that they have the protection of the remnants of the royal family, so they dare to go against us. When the two remnants of the royal family are executed, I want to see them bleed and cry at my feet." "So we are waiting for the news here now?" someone asked respectfully in a low voice. Masterby was steady, shrewd, and conservative. Naturally, he would not take the initiative to launch a cold-blooded revenge on the lowly people before the result of Mulberry Town came out. He slowly stroked his dark brown hair and said with a cold smile, "I want to go to that rundown town. I want to see the two remnants of the royal family torn to pieces by the Intelligence Bureau with my own eyes. Only in this way can I dispel the resentment in my heart." When Masterby walked out of the helicopter with his head down and walked to the school at the end of the Mulberry Path under the protection of the guards, the elite action team of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau had already completed the siege of the rundown buildings. The black-clothed secret agents with serious expressions were blocked outside the classroom by dozens of angry, lowly students. The situation was tense. The black-clothed secret agents of the Intelligence Bureau were holding cold metal guns in their hands. The black barrels of the guns could shoot out deadly bullets at any time. The students in front of them only had a few shovels in their hands, while the rest had chairs in their hands. The difference in strength between the two sides was so great that it could not even be described as a comparison. However, these poor students, who were at most 16 or 17 years old, still bravely stood in front of the secret agents. The students' faces were red. It was not because of the admiration in the classroom, but because of fear and anger. They roared desperately and valiantly, "No one can hurt our teacher." The Intelligence Bureau official, standing at the front, looked at the scene in front of him. Thinking of the silence in the classroom, he became more and more nervous. His face became more and more gloomy. He ordered coldly, "Charge in." The content of this order was a little strange. Charging in instead of shooting was not in line with the rumor that the Intelligence Bureau killed people without batting an eyelid. The expressions of the 30 or so secret agents in black did not change. They put away their guns and pushed the students in front of them away in an extremely rude and unreasonable manner. They forced their way into the classroom. Under the shadow of the mulberry tree outside the broken wall of the public school, Masterby and the small nobles looked at this scene with smug and cold smiles on their faces. Seeing that the secret agents in black were about to rush into the classroom, a female student in the periphery cried and screamed, "Everyone, let's fight!" All the poor students in the classroom had red eyes. They picked up the chairs and shovels in their hands and smashed them at the secret agents in front of them. In such a hierarchical society, people who were used to struggling to survive as slaves dared to attack the secret agents of the Intelligence Bureau who represented the royal family. How much courage did this require? However, the students did not smash the chairs and shovels in their hands. They just stood there dumbfounded. The smiles of the nobles under the mulberry tree outside the broken wall suddenly became stiff and ugly. The door of the classroom was slowly pushed open from the inside. The female teacher with light chestnut straight hair walked out. The secret agents in black, who looked aggressive, knelt down neatly on both knees and bowed to her. The Intelligence Bureau official with a gloomy aura knelt in front of her and said humbly and respectfully, "Greetings, young princess." In the library of the public school in Sangku Town, which was the shabby room, the small-eyed man finally woke up in the sunlight. He blinked his somewhat sore eyes and adjusted the metal piece in his ear with his right hand. He frowned and muttered to himself, "The Intelligence Bureau actually arrived so quickly. It seems that this time I will be discovered." The pair of thick eyebrows that were as straight as knives slightly raised. He stood up and walked to the door, saying angrily, "What do you mean by sleeping like a pig? Can't you wake me up if you speak louder? I don't know where you got this weird temper. Now you always talk like a mosquito." There was no one in the room at this time, but it seemed that he was talking to someone. He pushed open the door and walked to the field. He looked at the secret agents in black kneeling all over the ground and felt the strange silence in the field. His expression did not change at all, and he slightly crossed his feet. It was a very simple movement, but it allowed him to easily cross the distance of several meters and come to the side of the young female teacher who was innocently spreading out her hands. He reached out and held the girl's slightly cold hand, turned around, and left without hesitation. In an instant, he changed from walking to running, heading towards the depths of the mulberry forest. The whole movement was done in one breath, and it was natural and unimaginable. The secret agents in black kneeling on the ground did not react until the two figures, one big and one small, disappeared into the quiet mulberry forest. Especially the Intelligence Bureau official, who pointed at the empty dirt road with an extremely frightened expression on his face. Chase after them. Because of the endless fear, the usually pampered official suddenly burst out with an unprecedented ability. He jumped up from the ground, and with more than 30 black-clothed secret agents behind him, he desperately chased after the two barely visible figures like a field mouse migrating in the flood. While running, he shouted in pain, "Hey, hey, 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 Your Highness, Your Highness." On the field of the public school in Sangku Town, the poor students stood in the same place at a loss. They were still holding chairs and shovels in their hands. Some of them did not realize what had just happened. The aristocrats in the shade outside the broken wall who reacted faster had already fainted one after another like the mulberry trees that were cut down. They could no longer stand up. Chapter 850. When the officers of the Intelligence Bureau ran to the corner of the dirt road, they could only see the blurry figure in the depths of the quiet mulberry forest. They knew that they would never be able to catch up to them. Frustration and even despair made everyone's cheeks turn pale in an instant. The Special Operation Team of the Intelligence Bureau was independent of the departments in the Bureau and had great power in the Imperium. However, they only had one goal, which was to find the young man and woman who had just disappeared before their eyes. In the past 2 years, the operation team of the Intelligence Bureau had traveled back and forth between the major administrative galaxies in an attempt to find them, but to no avail. Today, it was the first time they had been so close to them in Mulberry Town, only to watch them disappear right in front of their eyes. Thinking about the impatience of their superiors and thinking about the tragic ending that might await them, the spies of the Imperium suddenly felt that the breeze around them had become so cold. Their pale faces and black uniforms made them look so bleak and pitiful. The senior officer of the Intelligence Bureau stared at the two figures that were about to disappear from his sight. Exhaustion and fear from the deepest part of his body leaked out from the beard on his chin. Suddenly, he laughed maniacally. He pulled out a sharp knife from his boot and stabbed it into his thigh. There was a muffled sound. The tip of the knife pierced deep into his flesh, and when it was pulled out, it brought out a shocking stream of blood. He breathed heavily and half-knelt on the dirt road in a sorry state. Looking at the empty road in the distance, he did not see anyone turn back. The last glimmer of hope that remained in his eyes finally turned into despair. An expression that was close to tears and laughter surfaced on his face. After all, the outcome was death, or even survival that was more terrible than death. The senior officer of the Intelligence Bureau gritted his teeth, his cheeks as hard as stone. He forced a groan out of his chest. Holding the sharp knife tightly in his right hand, he stabbed it into his heart with trembling determination. A sharp tearing sound suddenly burst out in the air, as if a grenade was flying over the mountains. An extremely small stone whizzed over from afar and accurately hit the wrist of the high official of the Intelligence Bureau, directly breaking his wrist bone and causing the knife to fall to the ground with a thud. This official was not acting. More than a year of exhaustion and despair made him want to die. However, at this time, he was half kneeling on the dirt road, holding his aching wrist in shock. He had no time to pay attention to the blood flowing from his thigh. He stared in a daze at the two figures slowly walking out from the depths of the mulberry forest. Endless joy grew in his heart. Who taught you this method? The officer of the Intelligence Bureau did not dare to look at the man who had walked up to him. Together with the 30 or so agents in black behind him, they all knelt down and spread their palms on the ground. They said humbly, "If you don't come, we will all die." The mulberry forest was as endless as the sea. The rich mulberry leaves were like countless hands, reaching out above the dirt road, blocking the blazing sunlight into patches of light or shadow. The small-eyed man quietly looked at the people kneeling on the road. It was unknown what kind of past he was thinking of. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He raised his head to look at the sky, only to see those fragments of light become incomparably dim. A few enormous shadows covered the sky above Yellow Rock, casting Shanghai into a cold world. He could vaguely tell that they were 3 of the most advanced giant warships of the Imperium. The dilapidated public school in Sangku Town was in a state of absolute martial law. The fully armed Imperial Royal Guards guarded in all directions with serious and cold expressions. Outside the walls, whether it was Masterby, who was still in a coma, the trembling minor nobles, or the slaves and their children who could not hide their shock, they all knelt on the ground and maintained absolute silence. For them, the big figure in the room behind the dilapidated walls was more dazzling than the stars in the sky. They did not dare mention her name, and could only use the most humble posture to express their awe. An official in luxurious clothes retreated from the room with half of his body bent. He walked to the outside of the walls and said a few words to the people in a low voice. His manner was extremely majestic. The people kneeling on the ground did not dare disobey. They stood up one by one. However, the strong curiosity in their hearts made them, who were usually as timid as mice, unwilling to leave even in the face of the cold guns of the Imperial Royal Guards. They stood silently outside the public school and waited. "I don't like people kneeling to me, and I don't like your subordinates forcing me to stay in this way. If this happens again, next time, perhaps I will run faster." Sulu picked up the kettle, rinsed the green tea in the cup, and flicked the tea away with his fingers. He looked back at the person who was silently reading in front of the bookshelf with her hands behind her back and said, "Let's talk while drinking tea." Huai Chaosher turned around, unbuttoned the first button on the neck of her military uniform, and sat down opposite the small table. She picked up the slightly hot teacup and gently shook it. She said expressionlessly, "The tea is very ordinary. A student gave it to me, mixed with mulberries. It tastes good," Sulu replied with a smile. He picked up the teacup and took a sip first. Huai Chaosher held the teacup in silence for a moment. Then she slowly took a sip. Perhaps because the tea was indeed good, or because the temperature was enough, the cold expression on her face slightly relaxed. She quietly looked at the man opposite her and said, "Back in the wetland, you promised me that you would come to the Empire to see me." Sulu replied softly, "Am I not in the Empire right now? But you didn't see me." Huai Chaosher slightly frowned. Her eyebrows were extremely sharp. She stared into his eyes and said, "At that time, you were unwilling to go with me, but I knew that you would come eventually. However, I didn't expect that you would be hiding from me for so long." Sulu gently turned the teacup. The bottom of the teacup rubbed against the table's surface, making a rustling sound. His eyes slightly lowered into the muddy tea, and he replied in a low voice, "Even if I did see you, so what?" It was a very simple sentence, but when connected to what he had been through in his life, it revealed a sense of sadness and helplessness. Huai Chaoshi quietly looked at her only brother. She watched as the sunlight penetrated the glass and shone on his slightly tanned cheeks and long eyelashes. She found that time had not left too many traces on his face. However, compared to the past, whether it was the year when the hero of the Federation fought his way into the Empire alone, or the year when the crown prince of the Empire was helpless in the Federation, he appeared much calmer. Huai Chaoshi slightly pursed her lips. She barely managed to squeeze out a smile that she thought was warm, but was actually still domineering. She asked as gently as she could, "How have you been in the past 2 years?" As the strongest person in the left sky space zone and the natural heir to the throne of the Empire, this princess had no brothers, friends, or playmates since she was a child. The emperor who resided high in the star-picking hall was her father, but he was the emperor of the Empire first. Therefore, she did not know how to face Sulu, a family member, with what kind of attitude she should have. However, since the fact was confirmed more than 2 years ago, she had been working hard. Although clumsy, it was particularly touching. "I went back to the East Forest and looked at the mines on the grassland through the gray moon gravel. I went to Bermuda and found the human trafficking company that cooperated with the Empire in the past. I wanted to find those people for trouble, but I found that the building had long been destroyed by Lin Yuanshan. So, I came to the Empire later." Huai Chaoshi looked at him quietly and asked, "Where have you been?" "I've been to many places, met many people, and seen many sights." The sun was warm and direct. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the floating waves on the glass with a smile. His mind was filled with the magnificent sights he had seen in the universe in the past 2 years after escaping from the Federation. The spectacular remains of the supernova explosion in the Cross constellation, the underground salt mine of Alambwa star, the green cathedral on the Gangding star, and of course the red tide on the Libin star, the fog on the Pinecone Ridge, and the Shanghai beside us. You took me to see these before, but at that time, I was a prisoner. I want to see them as a tourist." He turned his head to look at Huai Chaoshi and said, "Since I am a citizen of the Empire in terms of blood, I think I need to know more about the history and environment of the Empire." "Right. I also went to the ancestral shrine of the Huai family in Baiying to take a few pictures. After being a tourist for more than 2 years and go to so many places, you should have found the answer you want." Huai Chaoshi asked calmly, "What is it?" Sulu shrugged and said, "The ancestral shrine of Baiying prohibits civilians from getting close to it. Even if you want to buy a ticket, you can't enter. So, I snuck in secretly. I think this measure is not good enough. It's not friendly enough. You know what I want to ask?" Huai Chaoshi stared into his eyes and was very tough. Under her gaze, Sulu was silent for a long time. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he answered seriously, "Not being close to the people is actually my answer. So, I don't like it." Sulu looked back at her eyes and saw that the light in her eyes gradually turned cold. His fingers that were playing with the teacup gradually stopped, and he said, "I don't like civilians not being able to enter the restaurant of the nobles. I don't like that nobles can kill slaves at will without worrying about punishment. I don't like those patients who keep kowtowing in front of the palace and asking for God's blessing. I don't like that some people eat meat, and some people eat grass. Sometimes the people who eat meat will eat the meat of the people who eat grass when they are interested. What I don't like the most is that there are people kneeling everywhere in the Empire." Huai Chaoshi listened carefully to his words. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Is there any essential difference between this and the Federation? In the Federation, at least on the surface, most people don't need to kneel. Maybe you think this is just a beautiful and hypocritical coat, but the coat can always keep out the cold. The oppressed people don't need to stand naked in the cold winter wind." Sulu continued, Quantitative changes can always lead to qualitative changes. Wearing more layers of clothes can sometimes block the scythe of the reapers. Maybe you think this difference is not essential, but I think the opposite. Huai Chaoshi held the cup of tea that was getting cold and drank it tastelessly. She suddenly said, "There is never anything that is immutable in this universe, including the system. It's just that there is a lack of people who can change the system." Chapter 851. Come back to the palace with me, and you will be the crown prince. In the future, you will be the emperor of the empire. You are still young and have a lot of time to change the system that you hate. Is it harder to change the unfairness in your eyes as a tourist who looks at the suffering with cold eyes, or as an emperor who possesses supreme power? If you insist on hiding among the stars and mountains, praising others, but when faced with an opportunity, you retreated in a vulgar manner and refuse to make any sacrifices and efforts, that only shows that you do not truly sympathize with the miserable lives of the common people. You only use it to satisfy your own sense of moral superiority and to mock others. Huai Chaoshi looked at him expressionlessly, her words exceptionally sharp and forceful. In the past 2 years, in order to persuade this guy in front of her, she had thought for a long time. However, it was clear that Sulu had also thought about this question for a long time. Without any pause, he directly replied, "Any great reform or revolution requires the person with the highest authority to make a decision at the critical moment. This decision may lead to the destruction of an entire class, a trade-off between the lives of millions of people and the lives of tens of billions." He looked at Huai Chaoshi and sincerely said in self-mockery, "You know that my personality is flawed. It is very difficult for me to make such a choice. I'm only good at destruction, not construction. I'm not even qualified to be a battlefield commander, let alone such an important role. If I were to lead the changes in the left Sky Star region, other than plunging the empire into turmoil and causing more deaths, there would be no other possibility." Sulu looked at her and continued, "One must have self-awareness. I have some talent in machinery, but in politics, I will always be so childish and laughable. The past history has already proven this. In this aspect, there are too many people on both sides of the universe who are smarter than me. It is impossible that they do not see this. In the era of the universe, without the glory of the Charter, for a totalitarian empire to permanently retain power is ultimately just a wishful thinking. So in fact, you have already begun to change." Huai Chaoshi was silent. She understood that although he admitted that he was childish and laughable in politics, his vision was not wrong. "Even the emperor and you couldn't do it, so I can't do it either," Sulu said. Huai Chaoshi did not care about the way he addressed his majesty. She slightly raised her eyebrows, stared into his eyes, and asked, "The reform of the empire has just started for more than 10 years. The future is unknown. How can you say that it has failed? Educational reform, interracial experimentation, to mend the tension between classes, to fully utilize the abilities of the lower class, and to inject new blood into the lifeless imperium. This is what you're doing now." Sulu looked at her and said, "As I said just now, I've been in many places and seen many people and things. I know what the real situation of the lower class of the empire is like, and I believe you know it too. Last time, you took me to the state capital of Mulberry-Ji to see those national universities. They look pretty good, but what about Mulberry Town, where we now? The children of the pariahs here are lucky enough not to be beaten to death by the nobles. How would they dare to dream of the right to education? If Li Banstar, which you designated as a test subject, is like this, then what about the entire empire? To what extent could the emperor's edict of educational reform affect? Or could it only affect the few streets around the imperial palace? A conversation or debate was sometimes like a tug of war. Because the two sides stood on different sides, they wanted to pull the other to their side, but they resolutely refused to allow themselves to be pulled to the other side. Thus, when one side began to exert force, the other side would also exert force, gradually increasing in power. When the power of words and logic had been exhausted and could not be increased any further, they would begin to use hand gestures, tone, and expression to support it. Anger, sarcasm, and all sorts of other methods would be used one after another. It was like the two ends of a tug of war, the hands that gripped the ropes so tightly that they bled, the faces that were red from exerting too much strength, the fat buttocks that were awkwardly sliding across the mud. It was not a pretty sight. The shabby library was only 7 or 8 square meters in size. The books on the third floor of the bookshelves were not dusty, but they were somewhat wrinkled from being flipped through. The two people arguing by the window simultaneously realized that this sort of argument was meaningless. Silence returned to the room, filled with sunlight. After a long period of silence, Hui Chaosher slightly raised her chin, looked at Su Lu, and said, "You're looking, you're thinking. This means that it's not that you haven't considered the possibility of returning to the palace. I'm just a tourist. It's just that I've been traveling around the Zhuotian galaxy for 2 years. After seeing things, I naturally have some feelings." "This doesn't mean anything," Su Lu replied. "Just a tourist?" A light suddenly flashed through Hui Chaosher's slightly narrowed eyes. She slowly said in a low voice, "On July 1st, 726 of the Imperial calendar, an official of the Cross Constellation Travel Club died, tragically, in his residence. On November 15th, 726 of the Imperial calendar, the bodies of 2 nobles were found in the salt mine of Lambwa Star. The guns in their hands did not have time to fire a single bullet before their throats were cut by a sharp weapon. After the New Year's sacrifice in 727 of the Imperial calendar, people found the bodies of 7 priests in the basement of the Cyan Cathedral on Mount Top. Rumor had it that Lei Feng, who was imprisoned in the basement, had disappeared without a trace. This matter ignited a religious conflict. His Majesty personally dispatched troops to suppress it, and only then was the matter resolved. On April 4th, 727 of the Imperial calendar, Hui Chaosher quietly looked at him. Her thin lips slightly opened, and she began to talk about more than a dozen shocking cases in the Zhuotian galaxy in the past 2 years. Every time she talked about the time, place, and person of a case, the strange emotion in her eyes became stronger. Su Li's eyes on the other side of the table narrowed even more. This year is the spring of the Imperial calendar, 728 of the Imperial calendar. A noble young master died, tragically, in his own manner. Even his Lei Feng was cut off. Hui Chaosher stared into Su Li's eyes and said, "Very coincidentally, the places where the murders happened were all places you passed by when you were traveling. According to the time, you just happened to be nearby at that time. Could this really be just a coincidence?" Su Lu was silent for a very long time. He spread out his hands and smiled, replying, "Of course it's not a coincidence." Hui Chaosher looked at him and said, "Whether it is the Federation or the Empire, countless people are guessing where you went. Absolutely most people think that you are living in seclusion in Bermuda. Perhaps there are other guesses, but they all think that you should be living in seclusion after escaping. But you kill wherever you go. What kind of escaping and living in seclusion is this? I'm still young, not old. What else can I do? Of course, I won't bring more than a dozen wives and find a remote place to be a local tyrant. I'm satisfied with the so-called pleasure of living in seclusion." Su Lu looked at her and said, "As for killing wherever I go, it's not that I want to kill people, but that I've seen too many people who deserve to be killed. A noble young master who raped and killed a young girl, a bishop who kept a 7 or 8-year-old boy in a basement like a pig, a noble who murdered a lowly miner to cheat the Empire's compensation. They all deserve to die, so I let them die." He narrowed his eyes and looked out the window. Pointing at the indistinct people beyond the broken wall, he said, "On all the planets of the Empire, things like this happen every day, including here. I believe that if you saw those scenes with your own eyes, you would make the same choice. But you're a princess, so you rarely have the opportunity to come into contact with these things. What problem can you solve by killing a few people? To solve the fundamental problem, you need to have the power to kill hundreds or thousands of people. If you still insist on not going back with me." Hui Chaosher narrowed her eyes and stared at him, forcibly suppressing the anger in her heart. After coughing twice, she said, "That can only prove that you are childish, absurd, selfish, and callous. That when you raise your head and see the starry sky, You revel in your sense of moral superiority. This method is too easy, so easy that it makes one sick. Sulu lowered his head and looked at the teacup. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "Back when we were in Master Fan's manor, I told you that I was a very selfish person. I hope you can forgive me for this." He raised his head and looked into Huai Caoshi's eyes. He said sincerely, "Right now, I am a pitiful fellow who has no standpoint. I was once confused and angry, and I didn't even have confidence, until I found some in a department store, but that really wasn't enough. People have to do something in life. Even tourists want to do something. Kill those people, do those things, fight for justice, avenge the innocent, and so on." He shrugged and smiled. "It's just my favorite pastime. If where my interests lie, it has nothing to do with morality." After a long time, Huai Caoshi's narrowed eyes gradually relaxed. She said, "I accept your explanation." She stared into his eyes and continued, "But have you ever thought about how many people will be angered by your reckless behavior? You're just a tourist. You can leave as you please, but the weak you want to protect will have to bear the bloody revenge of the nobles after the incident." "Of course, I've thought about these things." Sulu looked at her and scratched his head in embarrassment. He smiled and said, "Those truly crazy and cruel fellows, I did my best to kill them all. As for the aftermath, I know that the officials of the Intelligence Bureau have been looking for me this entire time. Since they are your subordinates and have guessed that I was the one who did it, they should help me take care of the aftermath." He hurriedly picked up the kettle from the stove and filled Huai Caoshi's teacup. He smiled and said, "The Imperial Intelligence Bureau is personally led by your highness. Of course, they have this ability." "Are you using me?" Huai Caoshi stared at him. "Are you reminding me?" Huai Caoshi sighed. Holding the teacup, she was silent for a moment. Suddenly, she shook her head and laughed without warning. However, her laughter was immediately replaced by a series of coughs. Sulu frowned and looked at her coughing. He could clearly hear the pain in her voice. Looking at her pale face and her face that was clearly thinner than before, he subconsciously raised his left hand and wanted to massage her back to relieve the pain. However, his arm was extremely stiff and could not reach over no matter how hard he tried. He knew that although she had not been on Immerse planet for the past 2 years, she had spent all her energy on that planet filled with death and slaughter to fight against that cold and crazy famous Federation general. She had even risked unimaginable danger to assassinate him 3 times as a princess. Sula knew very well that even for someone as powerful as Huai Caoshi, it would be extremely difficult for her to assassinate Du Shaoqing, who was heavily protected by the military. She was already extremely lucky that she did not die in the Federation's military camp these 3 times, but she must have been severely injured. Looking at her coughing and frowning, Sulu also frowned. He took a deep breath and asked, "Are your injuries serious this time?" His palm landed on her back, and the warmth of his 8 rice true chi was transmitted to her through his palm. Chapter 852. True energy slowly entered Huai Caoshi's thin body, causing her to cough again. Looking at her pale face, Sulu knew that she was heavily injured. The earth-shattering mecha battle on Mo planet appeared in his mind, and he frowned slightly, thinking that Madman Li should also be heavily injured. In an instant, he overthrew this thought. Although Huai Caoshi had the most terrifying battle power in the universe, when she led the mecha group to attack Du Shaoqing, she was facing an enemy that was several times or even dozens of times stronger than her. Li Feng had been silently guarding beside Du Shaoqing, waiting for an exhausted enemy. So in comparison, he had a much easier time. Su Li's lips could not help but curl up into a complicated smile when he thought of the pinnacle dialogue between the universe's supreme masters. The blood in his heart only rippled slightly, but more than that, he was still deeply moved by the encounters in life. If he had not encountered such a steep and huge wave in his life, no matter if it was the first wave when he was an ignorant baby or the wave when his identity as an Imperial was exposed, he would have appeared on Mo planet right now, standing on one side of the Federation or the Empire, controlling the little white flower MXD to fight against the other side. Huai Caoshi raised her right fist and lightly hit her chest twice, temporarily suppressing the injury in her lungs. She slowly pushed his arm away, looked up at his thoughtful expression, and guessed what he was thinking. She shook her head and said, "Mad Manly does not dare to take the risk like me, because he does not know when I will appear. As long as he leaves, Du Shaoqing may die. But the Empire's general on Mo Hua planet may also be killed by him," Su Lu said. "The Empire's general can line up to die, but if Du Shaoqing dies, where will the Federation find such a genius and crazy general?" Huai Chaoshi said expressionlessly. Her calm tone did not hide her fear and even admiration for Du Shaoqing. Su Lu sat back in his chair and picked up the teacup, wanting to drink. However, he put it down slowly and looked at her, asking in a deep voice, "Are you still going back to Mo Hua planet?" Neither side can bear the consequences of losing Mo Hua planet. The Federation needs a strategic jump base, and we need to grab them by the throat. More importantly, this is where the Empire's momentum lies. After a slight pause, Huai Chaoshi looked into his eyes, which were even clearer than before, and said, "Neither side can afford to lose that planet, but in fact, both sides can't hold on for much longer. Whether it's the logistics, the fatigue of the troops, or the most troublesome of all, the death rate, none of these can sustain the battle any longer. According to the intelligence, the Iron 7th Division and the 17th Division are temporarily replenishing their troops. You can imagine how miserable this battle is, and how difficult the supply of troops for the Federation is facing." Hearing the name of the 17th Division, Su Li's eyes narrowed, as if he didn't want the dusty light in front of him to turn into a blood-red battlefield. He didn't want to think about how many of his former comrades and subordinates had turned into cold corpses on that black, fertile land. "My troops seem to be in a worse situation, but in fact, as long as we can hold on for another 2 months, the Federation forces will definitely not be able to maintain such a strong offensive state." Why did Du Shaoqing become crazier and stronger recently? It's because he knows this better than anyone else. "I don't know the situation in the war zone very well," Su Lu replied purely subconsciously. He did not expect Huai Chaoshi to take out the electronic battlefield command map without hesitation. She opened the top-secret military deployment map and data analysis linear chart and pointed at a certain area in the war zone that was dyed red. "My Maple Leaf Alliance is defending the Starry Gorge at all costs. Behind them is a continuous stretch of developed graphite mines. The Federation forces in charge of attacking this area are 9 integrated West Woods mechanics. According to some unreliable information, the commander of these West Woods troops is a certain acquaintance of yours. If Du Shaoqing uses his right wing to help him suppress our side, I will not hesitate to give the order to blow up all the graphite mines. This is the Kyle crater in the southern half of the planet. It is the best natural landing spot for a large fleet. I have destroyed 60% of the Federation's current air-to-air transport cabins. They need this landing spot, but I have placed 3 mecha teams here. If Du Shaoqing decides to fight with his life on the line, I will send the last reserve of the Royal Mecha Battalion to receive him. This is the Azure Sea. In history, the libraries of human society had always been the birthplace of countless major events. There had been countless powerful figures who had left behind their lonely shadows before they had made their mark in the library. Today, such a story had also happened in the library of Sangku Town Public School, which was made up of a dilapidated hut and hundreds of books. The sun shone through the glass window and shone on the 2 people sitting at the tea table. Huai Chaoshi frowned slightly and spoke clearly and steadily. Su Li's thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He listened with a serious expression and did not say a word. No one knew that they were discussing an important battle that would decide the balance of the war between the Federation and the Empire. Huai Chaoshi finished her precise analysis of the battle. She picked up the cold tea expressionlessly and finished it in one gulp. She moistened her throat and made the final conclusion. "The Federation is an evil guest from afar, but we are fighting in our own home. If the war on Mo Hua planet continues to develop like this, no matter how undefeatable Du Shaoqing is, he will only be able to obtain the most miserable victory in the end. The Federation has prepared too many resources for this battle. Most importantly, Most of the veterans who can fight will not be able to survive. Sulu was silent for a long time. He stretched out his fingers and massaged his aching brows. He asked in a low voice, "Why are you telling me this?" A clear-headed general should know what kind of battles can be fought and what kind of battles can't be fought. He must choose the right time to stop or retreat gracefully. Sulu raised his head. His thick eyebrows were knitted again. He said, "As I said just now, I don't have that kind of ability. I can't imagine myself being responsible for thousands of lives. Also, I can't fight for the Empire. Please understand this. I don't understand, but I respect it. Therefore, I'm telling you this not because I want you to go to Imo planet to lead my troops. Even if you are willing, I will not be at ease putting the lives of 2 million brave soldiers in your hands." Huai Chaoshi said coldly, "But at least you have one advantage. The memory of an engineer has always been good. You should be able to remember everything I said just now without missing a single word. Then, I hope that if you have the chance to meet your former subordinates in the future, you can tell Du Shaoqing my opinion." Hearing these words and understanding the true intentions of the Empire, Su Li's knitted eyebrows loosened bit by bit. A smile had just appeared on his face, but there was a lot of bitterness in it. "In the eyes of the Federation, I am now a prince of the Empire, not the successor of the military god back then. What I say has no meaning at all. Most importantly, I understand Du Shaoqing very well. For him, the honor of a soldier is very important, and discipline is even more important. As long as the Federation government wants the war to continue, then even if he is left with only one person, he will continue to fight." Huai Chaoshi narrowed her eyes. Some superficial information was not enough for her to understand Du Shaoqing deeply. This famous Federation general was like a thorn in the throat of the Empire's emperor. Sulu, who had a lot of contact with Du Shaoqing, should not be wrong in his judgment. Will the Federation government take the initiative to stop the war? Impossible. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked out of the window, as if he was looking at the official residence in Parliament Hill that he had not seen for a long time. A faint mocking smile appeared on his lips. As long as the war continues, Pabre's public support will not fall, and the army will expand. He does not even need continuous victories at the front lines. Even if it is a bitter defeat, it could be turned into his own political capital under his pen and those thick lips of his, helping him pass bill after bill on Parliament Hill, tightening the noose around the necks of the 7 great families even more. He turned his head to look at Huai Chaoshi and said softly, "The enemy you are facing is not Du Shaoqing, but Pabre. He is fighting a war with the Empire outside of the Empire's borders, but in fact, it is to fight a war within the Empire's borders. Don't think that he is just a propagandist who deceives the people with his speeches. It is already very impressive that he can make such a brilliant figure like Du Shaoqing to be dead set on him." "I understand that." Huai Chaoshi looked at him quietly and suddenly smiled. "But now, there are some new changes in the situation within the Federation. It seems that Mr. President has run into real trouble for the first time, or rather, a real heavyweight enemy. The war outside of the Empire's borders can no longer support his high-pressure rule. I suspect that he needs the troops that are truly loyal to him to return to the capital ring as some kind of symbol or pressure. The Federation is not stable internally, and Du Shaoqing is very likely to be transferred back to the capital ring." Huai Chaoshi raised her chin slightly and said, "Under such circumstances, it is very likely that the war on Mo Hua will slow down. The Federation government, under the leadership of Pabre, showed its steel-like tough side to the 7 families for the first time in the 72nd year of the constitutional calendar, announcing to the entire Federation the ultimate governing program. Sulu had experienced that turbulent period, so he naturally understood why the Federation government moved the Iron 7th Division back to S1 from the front lines. However, he could not imagine what kind of major event had happened within the Federation that would force President Pabre to take the risk of the front lines collapsing to transfer back the troops that were loyal to him. He looked at Huai Chaoshi in shock and asked, "What happened?" Huai Chaoshi looked at him calmly and said, "A good friend of yours started a movement called the Silent March half a month ago. Tai Ziyuan?" Sulu regained his composure and said his friend's name. What is he planning to do? According to his declaration, the Silent March is a civil rights movement that the Federation has never seen before. What is most unbelievable is that he claims to have obtained the support of the three major Federation unions and the Veteran Association. Huai Chaoshi was silent for a moment and said, "To defeat Pabre in his strongest field, the method your friend chose is brave and powerful. Although he is a member of the Federation, I still admire him." Chapter 853. After hearing Huai Chaoshi's explanation, Su Lu, who had just regained his composure for less than half a minute, fell into shock again. For words of disbelief appeared in his mind. Tai Ziyuan had obtained the support of the three industrial unions and the Veterans Association. This was impossible. The reason why Pabre could grow from a miner son with no background to today's powerful president of the Federation was not only because of the group of geniuses from the Trinity Association in the tavern, but also because before he entered the political arena, he had already obtained the full support of the three industrial unions and the Veterans Association. He had an extremely wide base of public opinion among the people at the bottom of the Federation. Sulu had left the Federation for less than 3 years. He could not imagine how Tai Ziyuan could have Pabre's most staunch supporter in his hands. The more troublesome problem was that Tai Ziyuan was the crown prince of the back mountain of Macho. His life experience and identity were destined to be far apart from those poor workers and angry veterans. They were even naturally irreconcilable. I know my friend, since he claims to have the support of the three industrial unions and the Veterans Association, then it must be true, although I don't understand how he did it. After thinking silently for a moment, Su Lu raised his head to look at Huai Chaoshi and asked his concern, but as long as the government tells the people who he is, this support will collapse in an instant. Huai Chaoshi looked at him calmly and said, "In fact, Tai Ziyuan has already admitted who he is. As for the people, the method he used to appease or by the people, even His Majesty felt that it was unprecedented in history." Sula looked at her in confusion. He could not imagine what kind of big move Tai Ziyuan had made to be able to achieve successive victories in the field that Pabre was best at, even alarming the Emperor of the Empire out on the southern plains of the S2 capital ring of the Federation. There was a small town called Woodstock. Because it was far away from Green Dragon Mountain, this small town had not experienced too many baptisms of war and death. The buildings still maintained a clean and old appearance. With the increasing number of retired workers and unemployed youths, the size of the small town grew larger and larger. The people who were bored and relied on social welfare to get by release their energy to operate heavy machinery in other places. For example, the sound of metal barrels that were like bombs, or the hoarse sound of cheap instruments that were like shouts. Gradually, this small town became the gathering place of the S2 underground music scene. It was summer, and the town was filled with ear-piercing music and screams. The 170,000 young people who participated in the Woodstock Music Festival were wearing simple or revealing clothes. They twisted their bodies and waved their arms excitedly, surrounding the town like a spreading sea of weeds. Under the combined effect of alcohol and hormones, the revelers were almost crazy. Some people even tried to push down the electronic wall in the depths of the grassland, triggering the sound of sirens. On the somewhat simple and crude central stage, a few thin men in dark night makeup held various kinds of instruments, madly shaking their heads, shaking their waists and buttocks, forcing out sharp screams from their shriveled bodies. Along with the rhythm of the drums and the heavy instruments, wave after wave attacked the eardrums of more than 100,000 people, evoking endless pain and the pleasure that pain brought. Fuck your mother. Pabre. Fuck your mother. Li Jie-du. Fuck your mother. Fuck my mother. This was the Federation's most famous underground band, Second Handguns. It had always been a selling point of violence and death. Because of its poor consciousness, this underground band had always been excluded by the Federation and the mainstream media. However, relying on the transmission of the internet and rumors, it still received the support and even crazy infatuation of countless rebellious youths. This time, the Woodstock Music Festival invited them to perform, which naturally made the already crazy scene even crazier. The band's lead singer shouted the most violent words in a hoarse voice. The drummer held the drum like a soldier holding a gun and did not let go. The front and back of the stage fell into a deathly silence. Suddenly, the enchanting male lead singer's eyes widened like a dead fish. He jumped up high and then fell down heavily. Because of the drugs, his skinny body did not stir up the slightest bit of dust. His pointed leather boots squeaked like a mouse. He was like a little boy begging for money as he handed out his painting tube to the sea of people. Like a bad actor, he frowned and screamed miserably, "Fuck you, motherfucker." After the 3 words were forced out his gray lips, there was no follow-up. There was only dead silence and a stalemate. It was not known whether it was 2 seconds or 3 seconds. More than 100,000 people under the stage broke out a strong response. It was like the mountains were howling, the sea was howling, and all the patients on the 7th floor of a mental hospital were laughing together. Padre, the male lead singer of Secondhand Guns, nervously took back the microphone. He opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of extremely ugly teeth eroded by drugs. Suddenly, he opened his eyes again and screamed, "Fuck your mother!" Then it stopped. Not too long, maybe just a moment. Under the stage, there was an extremely violent response in the grassland around the town. Lee J. Do. Below the interstate highway on the edge of the town of Wood Todd, there was a temporary settlement. Under the ground of what looked like an extremely ordinary tourist convoy, there were countless cables shuttling between them. From time to time, young men and women wearing headbands and making peace and stupidity hand signs walked past with their arms around their waists and kissing as they headed to the town. After getting high with each other, no one noticed that in the gray carriages by the roadside, there were countless staff members working nonstop. In dark green uniforms with beautiful and exquisite badges inserted on the left side of their chests, young, beautiful, and enthusiastic female staff members were answering hotlines from all over the Federation. As the frontline staff of the headquarters of the Silent March, they were asked not to disappoint anyone who expressed their willingness to support. As for those who did not support, the phone could always be cut off. In a large carriage in the middle of the temporary settlement, the number of people in charge of answering the phone was much fewer. The call button rang and went off from time to time. The staff members politely and without humility responded to the other party's call request. "Yes, Mr. Senator, thank you very much for your support." On the grass outside the carriage, a thin young man was smoking. From his clothes and temperament, it was clear that he was different from all the staff members. 5 staff members were carefully protecting him from several meters away. A female secretary holding an electronic folder quickly walked to his side and said with uncontrollable excitement, "Mr. Senator, Songtao Resort Company is willing to bear the responsibility of transporting 4,000 protesters." Tai Yuan turned to look at her and asked calmly, "When will the reporters arrive?" The female secretary hesitated and said, "Those people don't have good intentions." Tai Yuan was silent for a moment, then said with a smile, "Ask them to come over. Although I don't have good intentions, I have to put on a show." Chapter 854. A wildfire was burning beside the town, and the revelry of the crowd was still going on. The air was filled with the strange smell of alcohol and mass flowers. On the east side of the temporary camp, Tai Yuan and his assistant were surrounded by more than a dozen reporters from the major media of the Federation. The first question he faced was extremely direct. "Mr. Senator, what is your purpose?" Tai Yuan's expression was calm, and his answer was even more direct. "My purpose is very simple. I want to tell the whole Federation that President Padre and his government have been abandoned. But don't forget that the president and the government were elected by the voters. We want to tell the voters who voted in the election through this silent march that you are wrong. Do we have to wait for 2.5 years to correct this terrible mistake? Regarding your accusation against Mr. President and the relevant departments of the government, there is no convincing evidence. Collecting and confirming evidence should be the work of the Ministry of Justice or the prosecutor's office." The middle-aged reporter's reaction became fierce, and he loudly protested. "Telling the truth without evidence is tantamount to slandering. A blush suddenly appeared on Lai Zuan's pale and thin cheeks. It wasn't because of excitement or anger, but because of thick mockery. He calmly looked at the reporter, and after a moment, he smiled and said, "You're a reporter from the Post. Don't tell me you didn't receive the electronic documents sent by my office. I don't believe that you haven't read the summary of doubts about the background investigation of the antique bell and related cases. In that case, how dare you use the word slandering to slander me?" Without waiting for the reporter to respond, he looked at the reporters around him with a blank face, raised his right hand to stop the reporter from asking, and said in a deep voice, "If you want evidence, go back to your own newspaper or the chief editor's office. As early as 2 weeks ago, I have submitted these things to the Ministry of Justice and you. What I am very confused about is, why didn't I see these contents in any newspaper or TV screen? I very much welcome President Pabre to accuse me of this crime. Slander is a private prosecution case. As a lawyer, he should know that he can arrange for the Ministry of Justice to arrest me directly. Then, I will have the opportunity to debate with Mr. President face to face in court. I only hope that he won't back down." The press conference next to the temporary camp had fallen into a tense, or perhaps panicked, silence. The reporters looked at the youngest district councilor in the history of the Federation, not knowing what to say for a moment. Still, it was the reporter from the Post who began to ask questions. "Rumor has it that 7 families have been hiding behind the curtain, secretly ruling the Federation. They're the so-called 7 Great Families. Councillor Feng, you're the only successor of the Tai family, and Feng is the surname of the previous dynasty." Tai Zhuan looked at the reporter, raised his index finger, and said, "Is this news? Or do you think this is the focus of the report? What does the stories of tens of thousands of years ago have to do with the Federation that we care about today? But as far as I know, when you were growing up, a lot of people called you Crown Prince." The Post reporter retorted without backing down, and there was a hint of malicious speculation. "I can't stop others from calling me what they want. At the same time, what kind of person I am will not change because of a name." Tai Ziyuan was still calm. He spread out his hands and said to the reporters, "If you like, you can also call me that." At this time, dozens of drunk young men and women walked past the outside of the camp. They were holding wine bottles, dragging their feet unsteadily, and excitedly waving their arms in the direction of the press conference. They shouted in a high-pitched voice, "Crown Prince, we support you." After the strange screams, whistles, cheers, and even the rolling curses, the press conference fell into a short, strange silence. The Post reporter frowned deeply, raised his face slightly, looked at Tai Ziyuan, and continued to ask, "You want to become the president of the Federation? You are still seeking benefits for your family. Become the youngest president in the history of the Federation? Why not?" Tai Ziyuan frowned sharply, looked at him sternly, and said, "If I can do better than Pabre, why can't I become the president? As for benefits, what kind of benefits are benefits? To seize more economic benefits for the family through politics? If you think so, I can repeat what I said at the press conference 2 weeks ago." He looked around at the reporters and staff, leaned forward slightly, and his pale face was full of undeniable determination. He said, "As long as President Pabre gives up on changing the election law, resigns, and accepts the investigation of the related charges, I, Tai Ziyuan, will give up the right to inherit the Federation of Crystal Mines and the Xiao Shu Foundation." What was the most valuable resource in the Federation? It was crystal mines. What was the most important resource in the Federation? It was crystal mines. In the great era of the universe, human society could not live without crystal mines. In a sense, crystal mines were a more indispensable social foundation than food. For crystal mines, the Federation in the early years did not hesitate to spend a lot of manpower and resources to go to the borderline star zone. They blew up a companion moon, destroyed a fleet, and buried tens of thousands of lives. Finally, they succeeded in establishing a crystal mine base in the East Forest. And today, the Federation did not hesitate to go to war with the powerful empire for crystal mines. They wanted to go deep into the left sky star zone and control the few inconspicuous mining planets in the Galaxy X. It was obvious how important crystal mines were. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Tai dynasty peacefully abdicated and the republic began. According to the agreement, Macho Back Mountain had all the rights to the extraction and refinement of all the crystal mines of the Federation. Relying on this privilege, the former royal family, which was sparsely populated, quietly accumulated a terrifying amount of wealth that surpassed the iron, scheming family. They had always been the leader of the 7 families and could sit on equal footing with the government of the Federation. It could even be said that they had always held the lifeline of the Federation. Until the strong rise of Pabre's government, the government began to try to take back this privilege. But because of the influence of the Tai family, which had lasted for tens of thousands of years, the government did not dare to go too far. Once the Madam of Macho Back Mountain was truly angered, the entire Federation would be destroyed. No one would have thought that in the press conference 2 weeks ago, Tai Zuan, the only successor of Macho Back Mountain, would announce to the entire universe that he would personally excavate this lifeline of the Federation, the most solid foundation for the survival of the family, and return it to the people of the Federation with both hands. Whether it was the strength of the impact or the depth of the impact, Tai Ziyuan's shocking decision could not be compared to a normal donation. This donation would directly lead to a fundamental change in the political structure of the Federation's shadow. It could also be said that he had tied a black noose around his neck. This was a huge move that even the master of the left Sky Starfield, the Emperor of the Empire, was shocked by. This kind of move had never been seen in history books and had never even appeared in fantasy dramas. The government of the Federation, the imperial family of the Empire, could all do this? Who would have thought? Chapter 855. In that sensational press conference that would definitely leave a stirring memory in history, the young senator, Shi Ziyuan, clearly explained his thoughts with a calmness and indifference that was completely inconsistent with his age and the events that transpired. The Federation of Crystal Mines and the Xiao Shu Foundation would be owned by all the citizens of the Federation based on the shell business model. They would be jointly managed by the Parliament, the government, and the relevant funds. He would also distribute the dividends of the first 500 years of the Federation of Crystal Mines. According to simple mathematical calculations, every citizen of the Federation would receive more than 500,000 in exchangeable notes. It was truly an unbelievable number. Of course, in order to ensure that the financial system and the economic structure of the Federation would not be severely impacted, the profit redistribution plan would be carefully arranged by the top accountants of the Sanlin Union Bank and the mathematicians of the Capital University. The preliminary plan that the government and the Parliament had received was already particularly complicated and lengthy. Most of the reporters in the outskirts of Woodward had participated in the press conference 2 weeks ago. When they heard it again today, they still found it hard to control their shock. They looked at the skinny young counselor on the stage with a complicated expression, unable to understand his true thoughts. In the silence, Tai Ziyuan opened his mouth again. I appreciate President Pabre's efforts to eliminate social injustice and class conflict, but I don't appreciate his methods. It's true that I am the heir of the so-called big family that you mentioned, but I believe that the entire Federation should know my attitude. If the innate wealth that comes with a family background is a sin, I've already given it up. Then, no one is qualified to criticize or be vigilant against a sin that I haven't committed with my family background. That is a sin in itself. He slowly looked around at the reporters. Suddenly, he curled his lips and asked with a smile, "Do the rich and powerful commit all kinds of evil? Have I done it? Who here can say that I've done a single evil thing in my life? Leading the Federation does not require you to be a perfect moral person, but you should at least refrain from doing evil. From this point of view, I believe that I am indeed more qualified to be the president of the Federation than Mr. Pabre." The reporter retorted angrily, "You are just looking for fame. You know very well that the president and the Federation government will never agree to your 3 demands. You selectively ignored some important points again." Tai Ziyuan's eyes were slightly cold. He stared sharply at the excited middle-aged reporter and said in a deep voice, "I also said that as long as the High Court's ruling on the right of inheritance takes effect, The above promise will be carried out immediately. I will donate all the assets that should be donated. Even so, this can only be seen as buying the people. Another reporter could not help but raise his hand and say, Representative Fong, don't you think that such a bribe is an insult to the people of the Federation? If I'm seeking fame, then I'm willing for everyone in the Federation to seek fame like me, as long as it can bring benefits to others. After Tai Yuan said this to the reporter, he turned to another reporter and said, If this is a bribe, then this is an insult. I believe that the people will welcome others to insult them every day. I also welcome it. But this is wartime, the reporter retorted angrily. At this time, you are helping the people of the empire by inciting hatred between different classes and inciting internal strife within the Federation. The reporter followed this topic and said mockingly, If this was still during the reign of the empire, Mr. Representative, you would definitely be hanged for treason. Treason? Hearing this comment, Tai Yuan, who had been calm enough all this time, narrowed his eyes. He spoke faster and faster, spewing out like cold raindrops. The Federation attacked the Empire to punish the invaders. How many people died in the Empire? Is the punishment enough? I know that many people may say that it is not enough, but how many people have to die for it to be enough? Kill all the people of the Empire? Do you think that the people of the Empire are slow-moving logs in the forest, waiting for you to chop them down? He looked at the reporters around him and said coldly, There are more than 100 billion people of the Empire. You can go and ask Mr. President if he dares to dream of fully occupying the Empire. If he doesn't even dare to dream of this, then how long is he prepared to fight this war? How long will the Federation's withering economic system continue to bear? I really want to ask him, what is the reason for the start of this war, and what is the ultimate goal? Is it to seize the crystal mine, or for some other unspeakable purpose? These words aroused the anger of even more reporters. In their eyes, this young representative's words were not only questioning Mr. President, but also questioning the justice of the Federation's war. They cannot accept this at all. Then, before they could protest in excitement, Tai Yuan raised his right arm and continued with a cold expression. In a just war, many ugly things have been done in your name. You don't have to rush to accuse me of treason or being a capitulator. Back then, while I was fighting against the people of the Empire in the West Woods, were Mr. President and all of you. Whether it is a war or a violent revolution, people will die. Tai Yuan's emotions suddenly became extremely calm. There was a faint feeling in his indifferent eyes as he looked at the crowd and said, Are you prepared to die? In other words, are you prepared to die? And not incite others to die. The impromptu press conference in the town of Woodend ended, and the reporters dispersed. No one knew what kind of report would be released tomorrow. No one knew what kind of point of view those reporters with ugly expressions would take from Tai Yuan's words today and twist them into to make the people angry. Tai Yuan was not in the mood to pay attention to this. He stood in the deep night, in the weeds that reached his knees. Suddenly, he began to cough violently. He coughed until his face was pale, and his thin body could not help but bend down. He took out a white silk handkerchief from his pocket and covered his mouth. He stood up with great difficulty and took the pills from Bai Chi behind him. He expressed his gratitude with a smile. Reporter did not leave. He watched Tai Yuan finish taking the pills before walking over. After a moment of silence, he frowned and asked, Mr. Senator, why did you do this? To be fair, Tai Yuan's answer was very quick. It was like a mechanical answer every time he was interviewed. Then he smiled and looked at Wood. Do you believe me? Wood did not shake his head or nod. He looked at the dark town and listened to the faint sound of the last music in the distance. He said, the smell of mass flowers in the air should be the smell of sex. There are about a few thousand abandoned condoms in the meadow in front of us. Are these people the heroes you want to rely on to fight against the government? Schiller said that heroes also need to eat, sleep, and have sex, Tai Yuan said. Everyone can become a hero at a certain time. So you want to use them. They're used to being used. You're buying them. The people can never be persuaded. They can only be bought. This has long been proven by history. Wood shook his head disapprovingly and said, You have not shaken the foundation of Mr. President's public opinion. The government has a lot of resources. After this silent march enters S1, it will encounter great difficulties. So, the chief editor, and I don't understand why you are in such a hurry to make a move at this time. Tai Yuan was silent for a long time before suddenly saying, "If we don't act quickly, it will be dark soon." After a pause, he said, "If we don't act quickly, it will be dawn." Chapter 856. Just now, you said that a raging revolution is not desirable. Then, have you ever thought that the silent march will definitely become intense because of anger and blood in the end? Just like the youth army protests in Medellin years ago, this kind of collective, unconscious public carnival is completely uncontrollable. It will inevitably lead to social unrest and the dark picture of blood and death. Reporter Wood looked at Tai Ziwan and said with a serious expression, "What is even more frightening is that even if we pay such a huge price, the future that the Federation will usher in may not be better." After a long silence, Tai Yuan turned to look at him calmly and said, "I don't care." Wood frowned and looked at him in disbelief. He asked, "Then what do you care?" Tai Yuan smiled and did not directly answer the question. His thin eyebrows raised slightly, and he said, "If it were that guy, he probably wouldn't do what I do. He would directly carry a gun and kill his way into the president's official residence. The problem is that I don't have his abnormal ability." Wood knew who he was talking about and shook his head with a bitter smile. The night after the carnival was so tiring. The men and women in the long meadow fell asleep with wine bottles in their arms. Their thighs were haphazardly placed together, and their hands were unconsciously rubbing something. Probably because of the emptiness, as the first ray of white willow light penetrated the thin layer of clouds in the east and shone on those dazzling white thighs full of youthful decadence, the whole world woke up. It seemed that there was no organization, but in fact there were many people organizing. The carnival crowd washed away their fatigue and frustration. At dawn, they put on black masks that symbolized the night and waved the signs they had prepared. Riding on the heavy trucks provided by the three major unions, they left the messy town of Wood End and gathered at the airport of Oak State. Their goal was S1, the capital, and Charter Square. When the Federation government first put Su Lu on the wanted list, many students protested in the streets. At that time, those students wore black masks on their faces, just like today. However, in this battle, Su Lu, who was far away in the Empire, probably could not participate in the simple library where light and dust danced together. Su Lu rested his chin on the table. He was silent for a long time before he could digest the story told by Huai Chaoshi. He was shocked by his friend's bold action, but he was confused about the turmoil that was happening in his hometown. Our intelligence work in the Federation is basically zero, but these are all things that can be seen in the news. As for the reaction of the lady in the back mountain, we can roughly guess. Although the government of the Federation has always been trying to infiltrate the Crystal Federation, I believe that the madam has enough methods to ensure the interests of her family. Who would have thought that her only son would actually dig out the most important foundation of the Tai family? The Crystal Mining Federation and the Xioshu Foundation are much more important than a single president of the Federation. Huai Chaoshi looked at the tea in her cup and said calmly, "I'm saying all this to tell you that the war on planet Imohua will probably have a period of stability, but I don't want it to. Therefore, I will take this opportunity to lead the troops to launch a counterattack and chase the Federation forces out. If the Federation government moved Du Shaoqing and the elite troops from the front lines back to the capital ring to deal with the increasingly intense and complicated internal situation, the Empire would naturally obtain a rare opportunity. The problem was that the new 17th Division would probably still be left on planet Imohua." Thinking of his former comrades who were about to face the crazy counterattack of the Empire's troops, the veins on Su Li's forehead suddenly popped. He licked his bitter lips and looked up at Huai Chaoshi. "You're not worried that I will tell the Federation about your deployment? It's useless even if you say it. Furthermore, I know very well what kind of person you are." Huai Chaoshi looked at him and said calmly, "When I return to Mohua, I hope that you will return to planet Tianjing to take a look at him. After all, He is our biological father. Sulu was silent for a moment before saying, "Back then, when he whipped me in the palace, he did not recognize me. Since that's the case, it's better not to acknowledge him. To be honest, I can now accept that you're my biological sister, but I still find it hard to imagine that the master of the left Skystar region, the supreme emperor of the empire, would be my father. In my heart, my father has already died in the Donglin mine disaster. His name is Su Shukai." Huai Chaoshi slowly narrowed her eyes, and there was a faint hint of fury brewing in her eyes. However, in the end, it silently dissipated, leaving behind only a stretch of tranquility. "I will go to planet Tianjing." Sulu looked at her and said, "According to what you said, the mother who gave birth to me was an ordinary female official in the palace. In that case, I would like to go to her grave to take a look." Huai Chaoshi took out a small electronic token from the pocket of her military uniform and pushed it in front of him. Then, she said, "I've already told you the location. If you run into any trouble on planet Tianjing, just take this electronic token and reveal your identity." Sulu frowned in confusion. He used his fingertips to pick up the small electronic token and asked, "What is this?" Huai Chaoshi did not directly answer his question. Instead, she said, "The reason why the Military Intelligence Bureau can keep track of your whereabouts is very simple. It's just like the reason why you were discovered after you left Donglin all those years ago. When you see something unfair, you can't help but want to stand up for it, even at the expense of exposing your tracks. A person like you is completely unsuited to escape. Since you say that this has nothing to do with justice, and that fighting for justice is purely your favorite hobby, then it will be more convenient to have an official title." After a slight pause, she continued, "All the departments in the Military Intelligence Bureau have received the relevant documents. You have been appointed as a special patrol and have the same level of authority as me. In the future, when you want to engage in such leisure activities, please don't hesitate. Although you don't need the help of those officials, they are better at things like destroying corpses, destroying evidence, and framing others." Sulu quietly looked at the electronic token at his fingertips, not knowing what to say. Such an important appointment would definitely have received the tacit approval of the emperor in Jiaxing Hall. However, the greater the enthusiasm and expectations of the empire's royal family, the greater the pressure he felt. This invisible pressure caused him to straddle the two sides of Jelly Corridor, not knowing where to go. He did not even dare to have any contact with either side, as that would be extremely unfair to the other side. Therefore, he could only remain silent. Killing people is a small matter. Your behavior pattern is what you think is interesting. However, I feel that it is very inappropriate for that young lady to keep following you. Chapter 857. As he grew older, Sulu was as cheerful and optimistic as he had been in his youth, but he spoke less and less. He was no longer as eloquent and crafty as he had been yesterday. It was probably due to some kind of genetic instinct. His sister, Huai Chaoshi, was naturally not a person who was good at chatting. Usually, she would only talk about things as they were, simply and directly, and even crudely, put forward her arguments. So when she suddenly threw out this question in the latter part of the conversation, Sulu was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He scratched his head and answered, "This girl will lead the people of the West Woods in the future, at least on a spiritual level, so she must learn to be strong. This is what I think is the right way to educate her. As for those questions, I am not worried. Very few people know that I started killing people when I was 12. I grew up in the cruelest environment in the Federation and saw too many dirty and dark killings. I think that only by seeing too many of these can one understand the value of certain things." Huai Chaoshi frowned slightly. Looking at the warm sunlight on his face, she didn't know if it was because she felt sorry for her younger brother's tragic childhood in Donglin or because she thought of something else. After a short pause, she shook her head and said, "People like you are rare. After seeing too many dark scenes, it doesn't necessarily make people yearn for the sun. It's like a pool of unbearably smelly mud. White lotus may grow, but more often, maggots and rotting creatures are cultivated." Sulu thought that this was a very good analogy. He didn't know how to refute it, so he smiled and drank the cold tea in his cup. His mood was still calm. That little girl was his child, and only he could be sure how to accompany her as she grew up. Next to the shabby library was a shabby classroom. Most of the chairs in the room had been taken by the students as weapons against the Imperial Military Intelligence Agency, so it seemed a little empty. Zhong Lian, who had grown into a beautiful girl, leaned against the window. Using the clear light coming in from outside, she looked at a small mirror and carefully trimmed the hair in front of her forehead. The scissors were extremely sharp and cold. Her hair, which had been coarsely dyed light brown by the town's female hairdresser, was cut off by the sharp blade. Staring at the sharp scissors, the girl's eyes did not blink. She was unusually calm, allowing the fine strands of hair to slowly fall to the ground. In front of her, there was an old man with white powder on his face. He looked kind and amiable. He was saying something in a low voice. The kindness in his eyes was strange. His attitude was very humble, but occasionally there would be a trace of arrogance in his eyes that only a real big shot could have. This old man was the deputy director of the Imperial Palace. No matter where he appeared, he would be greeted with infinite respect. Even a powerful governor of the empire had to habitually flatter him. However, no matter how humble his attitude was and how soft his voice was, Zhong Huiyin did not respond. She just calmly tidied her hair, but did not even look at him. Could it be that you don't like the identity of the little princess? No matter where you appear, you will have the supreme glory of being one of the top 3 people in the empire. No one will dare to oppose you, and no one will dare to go against your will. In the eyes of the old deputy general manager, Zhong Huiyin was just an ignorant young girl. He suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and persuaded with a smile, "Young commandery princess, you should persuade His Highness to return to the palace. Only in this way, you don't have to run around like you are now. You can enjoy the beautiful life that I just mentioned." Hearing this, Zhong Huiyin finally reacted. She gently put down the sharp scissors in her hand and calmly looked at the director of the Imperial Palace. She said, "Since the day I was born, I have always been called the little princess. Do you think I care about the title of princess?" The deputy director smiled awkwardly and said, "How can a corner of the West Woods be compared to the vast empire?" Zhong Huiyin narrowed her eyes and smiled innocently like a little white rabbit on the 2 moons. She shrugged and suddenly said in a cold tone, "When has your empire ever defeated our Westwoods?" The most luxurious restaurant on the top floor of Mulberry G state government had been booked. Now that the rebellion in the empire had been quelled, the nobles who booked the restaurant no longer had to worry about the bullets coming from afar. In the light music, the sound of silver forks rubbing against porcelain plates echoed. Zhong Lin opened her clear and bright eyes and looked curiously at the woman beside her brother. Although that woman was her brother's sister, she was not going to call her sister. Although she had never seen her before, she knew very well what kind of power this extraordinarily ordinary woman, who wore the Empire's military uniform and did not look like a woman, had in this universe. How does it feel to be the strongest woman? She put down the knife and fork in her hand and looked at Huai Chaoshi and asked very seriously, "No matter how strong a woman is, she will have to marry in the future. What should we do in that case?" This was a very abrupt and even somewhat impolite question, but Huai Chaoshi did not express any displeasure. Instead, she sank into a long silence, as if seriously considering the answer. Sulu was not used to this kind of atmosphere. He drank a mouthful of orange juice and looked at Huai Chaoshi and asked, "You will have to marry in the end." Because of his words, Huai Chaoshi easily found the answer. She looked at him expressionlessly and said, "If you are willing to return to the palace, I will naturally marry. But if you don't return to the palace, I will inherit the throne. How will I marry? Who dares to marry a female emperor? Oh, my creator!" Zhong Huiyin's fingers lifted the hair in front of her forehead and sighed helplessly. "Your Royal Highness, can you not always put pressure on Brother Sulu?" Huai Chaoshi looked at her and asked, "What about you? What kind of person do you want to be in the future?" "In the future, I will have to return to the Westwoods." Zhong Huiyin glanced at Sulu and turned her head with a smile. "I want to integrate the power of the Westwoods and complete my revenge on the Federation government. I want to kill Pabre and Lee J. Then, depending on my mood, maybe I will think of a way to make the West Woods independent. A 15-year-old girl, calmly speaking of her life's ideals amidst the gentle music. Such a strange and terrifying life ideal was a very strange scene. But whether it was Su Lu or Huai Chaoshi, they did not think that this was a child's nonsense. Because she was the little princess of the West Woods, there were still countless people of the West Woods who were loyal to her. In addition to Su Li's relationship with many more people, these ideals were not necessarily far away. After a long silence, Huai Chaoshi gently wiped the corner of her mouth and looked at Su Lu with a faint smile. This is the result of your education. This was the first time Su Lu had heard the little watermelon's inner thoughts. He roughly understood that this was her true desire after seeing Huai Chaoshi, the most powerful woman in the universe. For a moment, he was speechless. But I welcome it. Huai Chaoshi looked at the girl and said calmly, "On behalf of the Empire, I welcome your great idea of making the West Woods independent." Chapter 858. You wouldn't know if you didn't hear it. The world was really wonderful. Once you heard it, you would discover that some layers of the world had suddenly collapsed and shattered into grotesque fragments that couldn't be reformed in a short period of time. Sula couldn't react to Huai Caoshi's rather meaningful welcome speech for the future. He only suddenly remembered how Mr. Tian complained to him in the West Woods that he couldn't be a good father. Then he understood that he was indeed not cut out to be a father. He watched as this 5-year-old girl who hugged a doll and wore pajamas turned into a 15-year-old girl who wandered among the stars. He had never sensed what she was thinking in her heart, and he had never sensed that there was actually such a majestic, burning ambition in her body that was gradually becoming youthful and beautiful. Holding half a cup of orange juice tightly, Su Lu looked at Zhong Huiyan's face. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see the tiger that had once dominated a corner of the universe, whose supreme, domineering aura was contained in its thin body. This father and daughter pair didn't look alike, and neither did their temperaments. However, the boldness and temperament in their bones that dared to destroy the world with a wave of their hands seemed to have been carved from the same mold. Like those uncles in the Federation who hugged a human-shaped pillow and cried when they saw Jianxia return, they found that the little girl beside them had suddenly grown up overnight and was about to have her own independent life. She would leave her own wings and stubbornly leave home to come into contact with her own world. She might meet some extremely good or extremely bad little boys. Su Li's mood suddenly became gloomy, and he even felt a little depressed. He basically spent the second half of this luxurious lunch in Mulberry Ji State Capital in this mood. He appeared to be more silent than usual. He completely didn't notice that Zhong Huiyan opened her big, innocent eyes and was continuously expressing her worship and respect to the princess of the empire. Naturally, he also didn't hear Huai Chaoshi very generously talk about her childhood and her struggles related to power. After Huai Chaoshi finished recuperating, she had to return to Mo Hua Planet to preside over the next stage of the military operation. She didn't ask where Su Lu was going. She just narrowed her cold eyes and forced Su Lu to leave the most reliable contact information. Then they parted ways that a light black spaceship took off at high speed in the vast sea of mulberry trees of planet Lispan. Half a minute later, the anti-air defense system of planet Lispan caught a trace of the spaceship, but before they could set up the missile launch, they received a strict order from the upper echelons of the military, forbidding them to continue tracking. The black spaceship without any markings broke through the atmosphere at an unimaginable speed. Following the gaps in the Empire's surveillance network, it disappeared into space in the blink of an eye. In fact, it had already quietly arrived at the shadow of the Libyan galaxy's sailor planet under the cover of the meteorite belt. Behind the shadow of the planet, there was a thicker and deeper shadow. Only when one was close enough with the naked eye or the most advanced equipment could they see the thick shadow. It turned out to be an incomparably huge broken spaceship. The exterior of the spaceship was painted in an uneven shade of black. All kinds of cabin components were piled up outside in a mess, like a huge space garbage dump. After countless self-modifications, the Federation's tri-wing spaceship was no longer the same as it used to be. There were also some subtle changes to its appearance when it was rushing wildly in the sky of the S1 ocean. Those hollow cabins were densely facing the external environment like a beehive, which could perfectly absorb all kinds of detection waves. As for its appearance, it was still as clumsy and rough as before, exuding a sense of horror. It could only be said that the non-human designer was too preoccupied with overthrowing human aviation design to satisfy his vanity and completely forgot what beauty was. When a cabin door was pushed open, the dim central control room suddenly lit up with environmental lights that were absolutely the best for the human eye. Sulu still couldn't help but squint his eyes. He didn't feel very comfortable. Zhong Huiyin, who was obediently holding on to his sleeve and silently following behind, also squinted her eyes. She seemed to be uncomfortable as well. After leaving Shanghai, the two of them didn't speak and maintained absolute silence. This silence came from a very complicated reason that couldn't be explained clearly, so they had to keep quiet. However, this tri-wing spaceship was never a silent home. When they were wandering among the stars, Sulu and Little Watermelon would sometimes be angry, and sometimes throw tantrums. It was common for them to be silent for a day and a night. However, that guy definitely didn't have this problem. He always played the role of a perfect chatterbox. Wahahaha. I've said it before. In the entire universe, except for that broken computer in the Bureau of Proclamation, no one is better at biology than me. Who am I? I'm a great unknown existence. I can make something as complicated as protein meat. So why can't I make silk? My two partners, I have good news for you. Just 3 hours ago, I've successfully developed artificial silk. According to the type of energy consumption and equivalent calculation, we only need to randomly pick a small mineral planet with oil, and we can monopolize the silk industry in the entire universe. On that day, whether it's the nobles of Sangji or the smugglers of Bermuda, they will all have to kneel at our feet, crying and begging us to give them a bowl of rice. By then, how powerful will we be? The voice in the central control room reverberated excitedly. Several hydraulic mechanical arms swayed back and forth in front of Sulu as if they were dancing. He said softly, "What does this mean?" "This means science and technology. Only science and technology are the primary productive forces." Sulu and Zhong Huiyin returned to their seats. One big and one small, like two very similar statues, propped up their chins and stared blankly at the dark universe outside the window. They didn't pay attention to that guy's madness. In fact, in the past 3 years, although he didn't have the support of the central database of the Federation, that guy still continued to come up with new tricks. As his only audience, they had long been numb. Lulu, what's wrong with you?" The slender mechanical arm made a beautiful circle in the air and moved closer to Su Li's eyebrows. He asked curiously, "Have you been beaten silly by your sister Shi Jiafa?" Su Li frowned and said, "I've told you many times, don't call me Lulu." Zhong Huiyin said sarcastically, "She thinks she'll sound cuter if she calls you that." Student Philip became angry and asked, "What's wrong with the name Lulu? When Mr. Shi went to have one-night stands with those women, he always used my name and insisted that those women call him Lulu in bed." Sulu spread out his hands and said seriously, "Is this reason good enough? Then what do you want me to call you? Master? Prince? I used to call you Colonel Sulu, but you're no longer a colonel of the Federation. You're not even Sulu. Who are you?" Philip was as agitated as a philosopher who had been beaten by his wife. He protested, "No one knows your name. Do you want me to call you Huailu? How many months have you been pregnant? Why don't I know?" Zhong Huiyin heard someone viciously attacking her most respected and beloved brother. She finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She slammed her small hand on the table and twisted her tender waist. She said angrily, "Then what should we call you? My dear Xiao Fei? Bullshit. You don't have parents, so how can you give yourself a name? The first person a chick sees after pecking open the eggshell is its parents. You should take brother Su Li's surname." Chapter 859. A Man, a Girl, and a computer life that had always insisted that it did not have a gender had been drifting among the stars in a broken spaceship for nearly 3 years. In the past 3 years, they had been in many places and met many people. But in the end, they could only brush their sleeves and leave like a dragonfly on the surface of the water, not leaving too many traces. Most of the time, only the 3 of them were alone in the cockpit. Life was unavoidably boring, to the point of incessantly attacking each other, and the content was often simply revolving around the various naming rights childishly. For example, why was the MXD mecha that had once accompanied Su Lu to shock the world called Little White Flower? Why was Luchio's name so sour? Was there a need to add Shangqiu's name? Even the black, broken spaceship they were in did not have an official name. The reason for this was because the 3 of them felt that the matter of names was very important. The reason why they felt that names were important was probably because, whether it was Su Lu, who was struggling between the Empire and the Federation, Philip, who was struggling between the cold computer and intelligent life, or Zhong Huiyin, who was struggling between the identity of a princess of the West Woods and a little watermelon who followed her brother to wander, they were all people who lacked a stable sense of belonging. They needed to use names, which were simple code names in the eyes of hipsters, to confirm their sense of belonging and increase their sense of security. After a moment of silence, Philip's voice once again rang out in the control room, delicate and proud. I don't care about other things, but as the captain and the creator of this broken spaceship, I have decided to name it Black Straight. Zhong Huiyin did not sarcastically mock him for being a mechanic, and directly said, I object. Sula did not say anything, only raising his right hand to show that he agreed with her opinion. Due to the simple democratic centralism of the trio, Philip's attempt to seize the naming rights once again suffered the heaviest blow. He angrily asked, What's wrong with this name? It's too erotic. Zhong Huiyin's expression was very serious. Su Lu raised his right hand, but in fact, he did not pay attention to the quarrel around him. He was just habitually standing beside Zhong Huiyin in this kind of routine battle. One was an old thing who had lived for thousands of years, while the other was a little watermelon who had just turned into a young girl. It was not difficult to choose sides. At this time, he was thinking about other things. After getting rid of some of his previous gloomy mood, he naturally began to worry about his future life, mainly the life of the little girl. According to the information provided by Hui Chaoshi, as well as the files that Philip occasionally obtained from invading the Federation's charter network, he knew that Mr. Tian had already left the front lines last year and was forced to return to the West Woods. This was a very normal thing. No matter how gentle Du Xiaoqing's temperament was, as the commander-in-chief of the Federation's frontline enemies, it was impossible for him to allow a powerhouse without any scruples to call him an ice demoness without any military identity to command more than a dozen Shilin division under his command. Furthermore, this famous general of the Federation's temperament had never had anything to do with the word gentle. Since Uncle Tian has returned to the West Woods for a year, the situation there should be stable. After a long silence, Su Lu looked into Zhong Huiyin's eyes and asked seriously, Since you said that you want to return to the West Woods, then when will you return? 10 years had passed, but in his eyes, the girl in front of him was still the pitiful little girl who had run away from home. This was the first time he had spoken to her in such a serious tone and in such an equal manner. Zhong Huiyin was obviously not used to it. She found that her brother was finally treating her like an adult. She was secretly happy and excited, but there was also panic and confusion that came out of nowhere. She nervously scratched her silk-like straight chestnut hair, tilted her head slightly, and asked tentatively, After the coming-of-age ceremony, going back after your 16th birthday? Su Lu confirmed seriously. His mood was a little complicated. Thinking that there was only 1 year left, he was a little reluctant, but thinking that the girl was growing up day by day in front of him, he was a little relieved. Zhong Huiyin anxiously waved her hands quickly and said anxiously, No, isn't the coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 18? There were still 2 more years to go. Su Li's mood became a lot better for no reason. He smiled and said with emotion, Time is really a butcher's knife. Zhong Huiyin's eyes narrowed into crescents. She smiled sweetly and said, "It depends on whether you are a pig or a pearl. I can't be more real than a pearl. Our little princess is, of course, the most beautiful and dazzling pearl in the universe." Sula laughed. Zhong Huiyan saw that the annoyance between his eyebrows had disappeared, and her heart seemed to be covered with a layer of the brightest sky blue. She giggled very happily. Philip had been silently watching this scene from the side with interest. When he saw that they were happy again, he couldn't help but bitterly comment, "What a pervert." "What did you say?" Sulu asked. "I said, why are you as stupid as a broken stone with no mouth when it comes to Jianshi, Shang Xiao, and Zhang Xiaoming? But when it comes to this little girl, you can sweet talk like this." Zhong Yin touched her light chestnut hair and angrily glared at the front of the mechanical arm. But at this time, her mood was too good. Her eyes were too clean, and her eyebrows were too beautiful. This action, in addition to being cute, also had a rare feminine look. It was not intimidating at all. Philip was too lazy to pay attention to her. He asked Sulu, "Where are we going next?" "I have some information that a big family in the Empire has a batch of primary alloy or ready to be loaded into a smuggling spaceship. It is only 645, 32 astronomical units away from us. We have no reason not to eat these things." In the library, in front of Huai Chaoshi, Su Lu had said that fighting for justice was his hobby. These words were somewhat shameless, but Philip had been doing shameless things all these years. Relying on the terrifying collision force of the broken spaceship's engine, he had unreasonably robbed every corner of the universe. Whether it was the private ships of the 7 families of the Federation, the spaceships of the merchants of Bermuda, or the spaceships of the nobles of the Empire, they were all his targets. In almost all the secret smuggling routes at both ends of the universe, the legend of a certain greedy demon echoed. Of course, Philip insisted that this was robbing the rich to help the poor. This was a reasonable distribution of resources. This was rearranging the laws of the Creator. As for the Creator's true intentions, who cares? In a sense, he was the Creator. Let's go to planet Tianjing. Su Li's answer was clearly well thought out, so it came very quickly. The reason he came to the Empire was because he wanted to know where he was born, and Philip wanted to find the higher-level mechanical intelligence that they had talked about before. To achieve these 2 goals, they had to go to the planet with the strictest security in the Empire. He frowned, gently stroking the metal bracelet on his left wrist, and said, "If the disguise chip was removed from that spaceship, then the high-sequence mechanical intelligence you are looking for is very likely related to Master Fan Manor." "The possibility is as high as 99%, Philip replied. "The Hua family's ancestor shouldn't be from the Empire, but from some ancestral planet." Su Lu said, "If the high-sequence mechanical intelligence came from that ancestral planet, and the Hua family didn't have the ability to fully grasp it, they could only drive a spaceship from that ancestral planet to the left sky star field. This can explain many of the problems, such as why there hasn't been an impressive existence like you in the Empire." "I'm embarrassed by your praise," Philip replied softly. "Without the support of the Federation's central database, I'm not as impressive as before. I'm sorry to disappoint you." Su Lu ignored this guy's seemingly humble but narcissistic tone and asked directly, "The question now is, where's the ancestral planet? What is it? Although I don't have the support of the central database, of course I remember such an important thing very clearly." Philip's voice suddenly became calm, as if talking about this matter made him feel a little heavy. According to the inference of the scholars on both sides, the Federation and the Empire share the same origin, so the Empire's ancestral planet must be Earth. "Earth?" Su Lu furrowed his brows and asked, "Isn't this name a little too unpleasant to hear?" Zhong Huiyan cautiously reminded him, "Brother, you are back to your habit of criticizing. You have to know that we have no right or qualification to participate in the naming of that ancestral planet." The slender metal mechanical arm shook up and down, indicating that it nodded in agreement. Su Lu felt a little embarrassed, coughing twice before continuing to ask, "Why have I never heard of Earth when I was in the Federation?" "Because this is all top-secret information before the catastrophe," Philip said in a serious tone. Even if you have the authority of the 5th or 6th floor, I can't open up this information to you unless the 5-man team is reborn and removes the restrictions in the core program. Then why are you telling me today? Philip explained in a frivolous tone. Because I am now alive, and the restrictions in the core program set by the 5-man team can't destroy me. So what is Master Fei afraid of? Sulu was angry when he heard this explanation. He stared at Philip and reprimanded. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Philip was also angry. You didn't ask me in these 3 years. Sulu and Zhonghuiyan looked at each other and were speechless. After a while, he asked tiredly, Master Fei, then can you tell me what the Great Catastrophe was? Great Catastrophe? The catastrophe is... Hum, hum, hum. Hum, 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 hum. Sulu squinted his eyes and asked in shock, what kind of bomb can destroy a planet? Even when the Federation had the most crystal resources and gathered all the battleships' main cannons, they couldn't destroy a planet. They couldn't even destroy all the areas on the planet's surface. Philip was silent for a long time and said with a trace of inexplicable sadness, you don't need to ask about this. In short, those big bombs are not good bombs. Chapter 860. Philip looked like a computer, but in essence, he was still a computer. Although he now had self-awareness or human-like emotional responses, in terms of fundamental thinking, he still walked the path of a machine. Sulu understood this very well. So when he heard Philip sorrowfully tell him not to ask, he really did not continue to ask after a moment of silence. This was because he knew that even if he asked, there would not be any answers, at least at this moment. If the Hua family ancestor took a spaceship from that whatever planet to the left sky galaxy, this proves that there are still humans alive on Earth after the catastrophe. He changed the topic, successfully causing Philip to think for a long time. The slender metal mechanical arm gently swayed in the space, like the long silver beard of an old wise man shaking off in the wind. After a long time, Philip said in a low voice, this inference is really inconceivable. If there are still humans alive on Earth, what are they like now? The more important question is, has Earth's civilization returned to its most advanced state? Philip said in a low voice, whether it is the left sky galaxy or the Federation's galaxy, in fact, they are all in the same big galaxy. The Milky Way above our heads is the same, but according to the data in my memory, Earth is far away in the outer galaxy, separated from the universe we are in by a vast space that is difficult to pass through. After the 5-man team successfully arrived at S1, the spaceship was already close to disintegration. Most of the data was destroyed in the long years, including the precious star map. If Earth's civilization has not returned to its peak state, how could the Hua family ancestor be able to pass through the big galaxy? This was very basic knowledge of the universe and astronomy, and Sulu was not unfamiliar with it. The dark space between the big galaxies was still a forbidden zone for the Federation to this day. Thinking of this, he could not help but think of the past when he lay on the beach with Tai Ziwan and looked up at the starry sky above them. The Crown Prince's dream in life was to pass through the black curtain above them and open up a wider space. At the time, Sulu always thought that this dream was high and empty. Although it was worthy of respect, there was no chance of it being realized. But if the Hua family ancestor really came from the black curtain of the distant ancestral planet, then would this dream still be far away? Suli's brows furrowed slightly and then slowly relaxed. Deep in his heart, he faintly felt that he had touched the key to solving the biggest problem, but this feeling was not clear. The Hua family's ancestor came to the left sky starfield. There should be a star map on the ship, he said. Where is the star atlas? Philip showed an extremely rare expression of urgency and longing. Well, if the star map I know is the one you want to know. Sulu scratched his head. Maybe I really do know where it is. He looked at the probe, which was shaking excitedly as if it had eaten a blue bottle of drugs, and said, I'm not an explorer. Although I'm very interested in these things, there are too many problems in front of us. If we want to sort them out, we still have to make a trip to Tianjing planet and catch that exposed crazy master Fanxian. I agree. Empire's Tianjing planet. This was the most powerful and austere place in the left sky starfield. The capital city covered an area of about 30,000 square kilometers, as well as the majestic green building complex in the center of the imperial palace. Even if one looked at it from outside the atmosphere, they would still feel cold all over and have the urge to worship it. Countless poets had used exaggerated strokes to praise this building complex that had been built for almost 10,000 years and squeezed the blood and sweat of countless generations of the empire's people. But there were not many people from the Federation. To be precise, other than the Li Pifa brothers and Su Lu, if Su Lu could still be considered a person from the Federation, who had personally witnessed this miraculous existence. Otherwise, the fanatical people of the Federation, who clamored to attack Tianjing planet and capture Huai Fuchai alive, would definitely have a clearer understanding of the Empire's power and suddenly calm down, just like the fleet commander Reger, who had rebelled in the early years of the Empire. Outside the green palace walls, dozens of ragged and skinny people at the bottom of the Empire's hierarchy were kneeling piously by the moat. Their withered hands cupped the cool river water and shakily sprinkled it on their faces, trying to wash away the dust on their bodies and souls and drive away the illness in their bodies. 20 meters away, the fully armed Imperial Palace guards coldly watched this scene. They watched this scene that had been repeated for many years. Even when they saw a seriously ill old man die in the arms of his companion, their expressions did not change at all. Later, the health officials from the Jingdo Public Security Bureau would come to take care of the body, so the Imperial Palace guards did not need to worry about it. In reality, in their eyes, the Emperor had already shown great kindness by allowing these lowly people to share the good fortune of the Imperial Palace. And these seriously ill, lowly people who deserved to die and were about to die one after another actually just wanted to use their deaths to exchange for a coffin from the Public Security Bureau. It was truly abominable. In the distance, under the branches of the green willows, a noble young master was talking and laughing with a young lady on the embankment. Further away, in the lakeside pavilion, there seemed to be a 17-line poetry session being held. No one was paying attention to the other side of the shade of the willows, where someone was begging for something lowly and someone was dying helplessly. This is the most beautiful place in the Empire's Jingdo. Otherwise, the past generations of emperors would not have chosen to live here. This is also the ugliest place in the Jingdo because the way the nobles are beautiful is very ugly. Su Lu stretched out his hand and pulled away the tightly woven willow branches in front of him. Holding the small watermelon's hand, they strolled along the embankment. Although the Federation is essentially a cannibalistic society, in the end, it will not be as naked and extreme as the Empire's. Perhaps it was because the simulated gravity system on the dilapidated tri-wing ship was, after all, just a simulation, or perhaps it was because they had not spent much time on the ground in the past 3 years. Like a willow branch in spring, Zhong Huiyin grew quickly. Now, walking shoulder to shoulder with Su Lu, she was only a head shorter than him. For example, in the capital's airport in the rain, or in the amusement park, Su Lu and Zhong Huiyin were used to walking hand in hand like this. It was very natural. Perhaps it was because the girl's eyes were still young and immature. They did not look like a couple, but they were very harmonious. Schiller said that the joys and sorrows of human beings are never connected. In the end, Zhong Huiyin still had the temperament of a little girl. She was not willing to discuss such heavy topics with Su Lu. She looked at the towering building behind the green palace wall and asked curiously, "The Emperor of the Empire lives in that Jiaxing Tower? Doesn't he have any fear of heights?" People like him and Pabre only worry that they can't climb high enough, see far enough, and control enough. How can they have fear of heights? Su Lu said with slight ridicule. "Brother Su Lu, you brought me here to travel." Zhong Huiyin stopped and stared seriously into his eyes. She said, "Can you not give me politics lessons everywhere we go?" Su Lu sighed. "I don't know when I got this bad habit. I'll change it in the future." As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes and saw a shallow tomb at the end of the willow embankment. There was no tombstone on the tomb, no words, and no obvious signs. He did not know who was buried inside. Su Lu walked slowly to the tomb and put the bouquet of flowers on the ground. He silently looked at the weeds on the tomb and murmured, "I heard that you are my mother. I came to see you today." Chapter 861. He had to add the word heard in front of his mother. It had to be said that this was a kind of great helplessness and sorrow. Standing in front of the tomb with sparse weeds, Su Li's face did not show any emotion, but his heart was echoing with some kind of emotion. Before today, he had always insisted on seeing himself as a member of the ordinary and happy family in Donglin. His father was called Su Shukai, his mother was called Huang Yang, and his sister was the cutest little Xianyi. It was not until he saw this inconspicuous tomb with his own eyes and looked at an unknown concubine who had been sleeping for many years through the thick soil that he suddenly felt a sense of connection that was difficult to cut off. His childhood memories and beautiful family memories in Donglin were still there, but in addition, there were gradually some other ties. Zhonglin opened her eyes wide and looked at the desolate tomb curiously. After knowing the identity of the person in the tomb, the girl was somewhat inexplicable and nervous. Her hand that was as smooth as a white stone in a stream tightly grasped Su Li's sleeve. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked into his eyes. She asked, "Shall we pay our respects?" Su Li nodded. Zhonglin bent down and picked up the stones in the grass on the ground and threw them away. Then, she turned around and grabbed his thick, strong, and warm hand. Like taking a child, she led him to the tomb and slowly knelt down. Because of the excessive dust particles in the atmosphere, the twilight of the Mo Hua planet was like a metal armor plate that had been smeared with blood 30 times. There was a chilling gray coldness in the bright red. The light from the setting sun spread across the grassland and sprinkled on the densely packed tombs, forming a kind of stiff and solemn feeling. General Du Shaoqing, the commander-in-chief of the federal enemy, stood in front of the battlefield graveyard in silence. His hands, which were wearing black lambskin gloves, were behind his back. His neat military uniform and the golden stars on his shoulders seemed to be made of steel. They did not move at all in the wind. He looked at the tombstones of these soldiers who had fallen in a foreign country. His grave and stern expression occasionally revealed traces of fatigue, but his pair of heroic eyebrows were still straight, like a sword that had just been unsheathed. Only his closest guards could see the traces of silver between his two heroic eyebrows. Due to the fact that both sides were not able to see each other clearly, but were able to coordinate with each other from afar, the intensity of the war on the surface of planet Mo Hua had gradually calmed down during this period of time. This was especially so for the Straits Battle Zone, which was known as the Meat Grinder. The humid atmosphere of that part of the Straits Battle Zone had actually not been torn apart by missiles for 3 consecutive days. As the highest commander of the Federation's front line, Du Shaoqing finally had some time. This war has been going on for 3 years. If we count from the time of the West Woods counterattack, it has been more than 5 years. Back then, when I led the 7th Division on military exercises every day, I must admit that I once longed for the war to begin. But now, I don't know how long this war will last before we can obtain the final victory. You and I both know that even if the crystal mines in Galaxy X begin to take effect, the Federation will not be able to completely defeat the Empire with the current transport capacity and number of troops, let alone invade Tianjing planet and capture their emperor. But we must continue to fight. The blood-red light of dusk seeped down from the iron-like sky and reflected on the cheeks of this iron-blooded general. His eyes did not close as he looked at the group of tombs in front of him and said indifferently, "Even if it is just for the sake of the 28,373 Federation soldiers buried in front of us, we must continue to fight. At the very least, this Mo Hua planet must become the territory of the Federation." Outside the white fences of the battlefield tombs, a Black Federation military mecha was in a state of readiness. The twin engines at the waist of the tall mecha emitted a unique buzzing sound. The use of turbine technology allowed this mecha's power and performance to be much higher than normal new generation mecha. Other than the peach miasma of the Empire's princess and that white flower of the past, there was no other mecha that could match it. The only person in the Federation military who had the ability to control this MXD was Li Feng. At this moment, He was holding a cigarette in his mouth as he stood silently behind Du Shaoqing. Listening to his parting words, he was not moved and only nodded slightly to express his understanding. According to the tradition of the Federation forces, the soldiers who died on the front lines, regardless of whether they were generals or ordinary cookhouse soldiers, would usually be buried on the planet they sacrificed themselves on. This would prove that the place they fought for and bled for was the Federation. Now that the Federation forces were deep in the Empire's territory, Du Shaoqing said without hesitation that they must take down Mo Hua planet and make this planet, which caused the deaths of countless Federation youths, a part of the Federation. It was precisely because of this iron and blood concept that had been passed down for a long time. It's been hard on you these past few years. Because of me, you have to stay in the headquarters and play the role of a bodyguard, never leaving my side. Du Shaoqing's gaze fell on Li Feng's epaulette. Looking at the few flowers, he frowned and said, "With your ability, once you enter the war zone and assume personal responsibility, no matter how much President Li suppresses you, even if you only rely on military medals, you will still be able to pile up a gold star on your epaulette." Li Feng's fingers bent slightly and flicked the cigarette but into the distance. His tall and sturdy body appeared exceptionally calm. After a moment of silence, he replied, "It's not hard. When I took Su Lu from your hands back then, I promised you this matter. Since he ran away from me, I can only return myself to you. My current mission is to protect your life." He looked at Du Shaoqing's weathered side profile and said, "Whether you are a division commander or a commander, I don't like you, but I have to admit that the army can't do without you right now." After a short pause, Li Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a hint of reminiscence and melancholy, "Of course, if he was still alive, he would definitely be the commander of the front line, and he would definitely do a better job than you. In your heart, Zhong Suhu has always been in existence like a father, so it obviously affects the accuracy of your judgment." Du Shaoqing put his hands behind his back and looked at the bloody battlefield under the twilight sky. He calmly said, "Under such an environment, no one can do a better job than me, even if your grandfather is revived." Li Feng was silent for a moment. Miraculously, he did not mock this seemingly exaggerated and narcissistic statement. "But there is one thing you are right about. If that tiger didn't die, many things in this universe would be different. I definitely wouldn't be able to become the commander, and the Westwood's people wouldn't only be able to squeeze out 12 mechanics." The corner of Du Shaoqing's lips curled up slightly in an extremely rare manner. It was unknown whether it was a mocking smile or a self-deprecating one. He continued, "Even I feel that commanding the troops brought out by that guy is a very pleasant thing. The quality of the Silla military region soldiers is so high that it really makes the commanders of the other 3 military regions lose face. A tiger doesn't have a grave. Of course, even if there is, I won't go and worship it." Du Shaoqing slowly turned around and looked into Li Feng's eyes. After staring at them for a long time, he suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought that I might have been involved in the explosion of the ancient bell? I don't know now, but if I find evidence that you were involved, I will naturally have my own things to do." After a moment of silence, Li Feng said, "But now I'm basically leaning towards you not being involved in this matter. This has nothing to do with feelings, it's purely a feeling. After spending 3 years together on the battlefield, to be able to gain some of your trust is probably one of the few things that Du Shaoqing has gained on this planet.